The fallen prince? Accepted. The commoner genius? Accepted. The useless prodigal? Accepted. Elegant elves, rude orcs, stubborn dwarves. All accepted. The Grandmaster Yunfeng proclaimed, "There are no useless students, only useless teachers." Chapter 1. Shattered Void and Transcendence? Upon reaching the beach, Yunfeng confirmed two things. Firstly, this was undeniably not the world he once knew. This was evidenced by the bizarre, blood-red crescent moon above him and the peculiar fish head dangling from his left leg, a sight he had never encountered before. This revelation was hardly surprising, given that for someone who had transcended the pinnacle of martial arts to achieve the legendary realm of Shattered Void, such an event was merely a natural progression. However, Yunfeng soon realized that the current circumstances appeared somewhat amiss. Of course, even the legendary predecessors who had shattered the void had never returned, leaving behind no insights or records. Yet, even if one were to traverse into another world, there should be no reason for one's body to be entirely transformed. Moreover, it was not merely a change of body, he had inherited the original memories of this new vessel. Yunfeng felt this was unlike the legends. It resembled the so-called soul transplantation that some practitioners spoke of. In more common terms, he had traversed into another realm. Well then, if it is a traverse, let it be so. He would regard it as an alternate form of void shattering, for the essence remains similar. Since he was here, he might as well find peace in it. This unexpected journey was a twist of fate, and contemplating a return seemed rather implausible. With this realization, Yunfeng resolved to confront his new reality. Fortunately, his new body was merely 20 years old, a decade younger than his previous self. Although the disparity in power compared to his former self was significant, Yunfeng was entirely confident that he could regain his former prowess, or even surpass it, within a decade. Perhaps it was precisely this gap in strength that allowed Yunfeng to inherit the original memories of this body completely, without any adverse effects. According to the lore of this world, the soul of the original owner had vanished entirely, leaving behind only the purest memories. Coincidentally, the original owner of this body was also named Yunfeng. How fortuitous that he would not even need to change his name. It could only be described as fate. Yunfeng, the eldest son of the current head of the Azure Dragon clan of the Heavenly Dragon Empire on the continent of Eri, was part of one of the most formidable nations. The Azure Dragon clan was the foremost among the 5 great families of the empire. Alas, as the heir to the clan, Yunfeng had not been granted a status befitting his lineage. Strength. It always came down to strength. Yunfeng shook his head. The Heavenly Dragon Empire revered the strong, and in great families like the Azure Dragon clan, strength was the paramount criterion for selecting heirs. Yunfeng's talents could hardly be deemed lacking otherwise. He would not have earned the title of a level 9 magic swordsman at the tender age of 20. Yet herein lay the crux of the issue. Though Yunfeng had excellent physical attributes from a young age, they were merely adequate. Even mastering the family's Azure Dragon battle chi, he found it challenging to advance to the level of a 10th level swordsman. Likewise, while he possessed decent magical aptitude, his mental fortitude was quite ordinary, rendering the prospect of becoming a 10th level magician nearly impossible. Magic swordsmen, who wield both battle chi and magic, sound quite impressive. However, history had shown that no magic swordsman had ever surpassed level 9 in millennia. The mutual exclusivity of battle chi and magic was a well-acknowledged truth across the continent, becoming increasingly apparent as one's strength grew. Thus, while initial advancements for magic swordsmen were significant, progress slowed considerably in later stages, and the threshold to reach 10th level master was a daunting chasm that few could cross. The Magic Wu extreme barrier, a lamentable reality, had caused countless extraordinary talents to squander precious time, ultimately resigning themselves to surrender. Thus, even though a magic swordsman could be deemed the strongest among all professions below level 10 and could even challenge higher-tier professions, a career without a future could never garner the respect it deserved. Consequently, from the moment Yunfeng chose the path of a magic swordsman, he bid farewell to his identity as the head of the clan. Moreover, he had a younger brother who had mastered the Azure Dragon battle chi to level 7 by the age of 10 with his talent. A breakthrough to level 10 should not be insurmountable. The previous Yunfeng might have had unclear aspirations, But the current Yunfeng was indifferent. He had little interest in the responsibilities of the clan leader. It seemed akin to the noble families of his former world, embroiled in endless schemes and strife. A tiresome affair indeed. Why ponder such matters? It was wiser to consider his present predicament. Yunfeng withdrew his thoughts and began surveying his surroundings. He found himself on a rather large island. It was unlikely such a vast landmass existed near the Bermuda region, which served as further confirmation of his transference. This island exuded an unsettling and peculiar aura. Even after assimilating the memories of this world, it remained shrouded in mystery for him. The murky, foul-smelling seawater, the dark red soil emitting wisps of heat, and the bizarre, leafless flora, coupled with the blood moon overhead. It seemed his luck had truly run dry. As memories flashed through his mind, Yunfeng began to piece together his current location, but if he was not mistaken, this was the Devil's Island, one of the 10 most perilous places on the continent of Aerie. While one could hardly blame society for his misfortune, Yunfeng felt a surge of resentment. Why, of all places, did the Academy have to hold the graduation trials in the Devil's Sea? Even at the periphery, it was still part of the Devil's Sea. The assurances from the old cadres of the Magicians' Guild seemed hardly credible. Alas, he had only just become a teacher at the Academy when he found himself embroiled in such a predicament, drawn into that strange vortex while attempting to save his students. He could only lament the misfortune of this boat's original owner, a fate not unlike his own. Teaching seemed a rather appealing vocation. Yunfeng couldn't help but recall his own master. "Kid, from this moment forth, you shall be my 138th registered disciple." Wow, master, why do you take in so many disciples? It's the tradition of our school. All ancestors have done so. The more disciples we have, the greater the chance of cultivating exceptional talent. Moreover, don't you find teaching disciples to succeed a meaningful and fulfilling endeavor? These are the notes from our ancestors. Study them well and strive to create even more formidable martial arts. Once you surpass me, you shall graduate. But master, you are the strongest in our school's history. How could we possibly surpass you? What's impossible about that? Our ancestors have always been able to nurture disciples who eclipse them, allowing our lineage to grow stronger over millennia. I refuse to believe that among over 300 disciples, none can surpass me. If you can't, then it'll simply take in another 300. This tradition of our school must not end with me. Yunfeng, your Fireheart Sutra has finally reached completion. I have awaited this day for a long time. From now on, you shall be the 9th martial god, and the responsibility of carrying forward our martial arts rests upon your shoulders. He, the master, probably never anticipated that he would achieve a breakthrough after the competition, and in such a bewildered state, shatter the void. Yunfeng smiled, thinking that his master must be quite distressed now. It is no easy feat to cultivate a disciple who surpasses him. However, master, no matter where I go, I shall never forget your teachings. Yunfeng confidently murmured to himself. Moreover, as you have said, mentoring a disciple might indeed be an excellent choice. Yet, the foremost concern now is to find a way to escape this dreadful Devil's Island. The 10 most perilous locations on the continent are not places to be trifled with. Even legendary powerhouses hesitate to tread there. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Although Yunfeng was uncertain how he had arrived on Devil's Island, the tale suggests that few who enter ever emerge alive. Furthermore, Yunfeng's current state is that of a mere 9th-level magic swordsman, far from even mastering the Grandmaster level. This island appears exceedingly perilous. The urgent task at hand is to elevate his strength first and foremost. He must survive in this place to have any hope of finding a way out. Yunfeng propped himself up, resting for a while, and his strength gradually returned. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged to meditate, he frowned. The grotesque fish head clamped tightly onto his left leg, showing no signs of releasing its grip. This was certainly not one of the lowly sea monsters found on the outskirts of the Devil's Sea. At that time, Yunfeng had nearly exhausted all his internal energy to slay it. This advanced sea monster was most likely a native of Devil's Island. After considerable effort, Yunfeng managed to detach the fearsome, blockaded fish head. Its skull was remarkably hard, especially with its 2 sharp fangs, which had easily pierced through his iron-crafted greaves. Moreover, It emanated faint water magic fluctuations. If brought to a dwarven blacksmith, it would surely be possible to forge a pair of exquisite enchanted daggers. Furthermore, on Devil's Island, this monster hardly constitutes a threat. It may merely be the most basic of cannon fodder. Who knows what even more terrifying creatures lurk in this infamous perilous land? Though only a head remained, with little flesh on its bones, for Yunfeng, who had been adrift in the sea for an indeterminate time and urgently needed to replenish his energy. There was no greater joy than a pot of fish head soup. Chapter 2. Yunfeng's advantage. Yunfeng was now somewhat grateful for his identity as a magic swordsman. Although his strength was not what it used to be, at least he possessed magic. In his previous world, even with martial arts honed to their peak like Yunfeng's, the most formidable internal energy often paled in comparison to the convenience of magic. For instance, attempting to concoct a fish head soup on this desolate island would have been a daunting task. However, with magic at his disposal, it became considerably simpler. To ignite a fire, the first-level magic spell Fireball was employed. Despite its negligible offensive capabilities, when coupled with first-level wind magic, even slightly damp branches could be readily kindled, rendering it an indispensable spell for both domesticity and travel. The absence of fresh water also posed no challenge. The same first-level spell, Water Orb, could effortlessly condense water from the sea, purer than any commercially available bottled water. Yunfeng even availed himself of the opportunity to wash his face, discovering that his appearance was rather pleasing. Perhaps the legendary arts of cultivators could rival this, but to Yunfeng's knowledge, the spiritual energy on Earth had long been insufficient to sustain their cultivation. Yunfeng sprinkled some salt into the fish head. It was truly remarkable. Suitable not only for soup, but also as its own cooking vessel, a convenience beyond compare. While the fish head soup simmered, Yunfeng meticulously organized his thoughts. Although a 9th-level magic swordsman possessed respectable strength on the continent, enabling him to become a teacher at Heavenly Dragon Academy, it was evidently insufficient on Devil's Island, one of the continent's most perilous locales. As a magic swordsman, 9th level was virtually the pinnacle achievable, despite Yunfeng's skepticism toward the so-called magic martial barrier. Advancing further in the short term was essentially unrealistic. Therefore, Yunfeng's greatest asset lay in his martial arts knowledge from his previous world. He harbored no grand aspirations for magic, but held considerable expectations for battle aura, eliciting a smile from him. In Yunfeng's estimation, the so-called battle aura of this world was merely an enhanced version of internal force. This enhancement, however, was limited to potency. The spiritual energy in this world far surpassed that of Earth. While spiritual energy might be inconsequential to ordinary martial artists, Yunfeng understood that from the moment one broke through to the innate realm, harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became a compulsory practice. Otherwise, Yunfeng and his master would not have chosen the Bermuda Sea as their dueling ground. Due to the excessive abundance of spiritual energy in this world, emitting battle aura to harm enemies was not a profound technique. In Yunfeng's original world, achieving the external projection of internal force to form required at least the great completion of the innate realm. However, in Yunfeng's eyes, the understanding and application of battle aura in this world were superficial. Even the Azure Dragon battle aura of his family, renowned as one of the continent's top-tier battle auras, would likely only reach the innate realm if practiced in his previous world, a mediocre second-rate technique that would hardly cause a stir in the martial world. Internal energy, or battle aura, was something Yunfeng would undoubtedly cultivate. As for the technique, Azure Dragon battle aura was out of the question. Originally, Yunfeng's self-created Scorching Fire Sutra would have been the best choice. After all, Yunfeng's lineage grew stronger with each generation, and he had defeated his master's Qianyuan skill with it. However, Yunfeng had only managed to create the Scorching Fire Sutra by chance, discovering a hidden volcano with abundant spiritual energy. Now, with the world's spiritual energy so plentiful, choosing a fire-attributed technique would be ill-advised. After much deliberation, Yunfeng ultimately chose the Chaos Manual of his third-generation ancestor, the third martial god Ma Kai, as the blueprint for creating a new technique. Yunfeng chose this technique because the Chaos Manual offered the most comprehensive development and utilization of the human body. It involved muscles, bones, and meridians, and even encompassed mental cultivation, which would aid Yunfeng in his future study of magic. Unfortunately, due to the limited spiritual energy, the Chaos Manual could never be cultivated to its theoretical extremes. For this reason, the third martial god Ma Kai had to modify the technique to be more practical. What Yunfeng intended to do was not simply replicate Ma Kai's chaos manual, but to create his own, more comprehensive and perfect, new technique based on it. However, Yunfeng now needed to consider how to convert the remaining battle aura in his body into the operational method of internal force. Azure Dragon battle aura was powerful, but with Yunfeng's current physical condition, using gentler internal force for healing was paramount. In the minds of the people of this continent, battle aura was violent and aggressive. Using it for healing? No one would even consider it. After all, healing was the domain of magic and divine arts. Carefully guiding the battle aura within his body, Yunfeng slowly circulated it through a great cycle according to the Chaos Manual's core principles. He exhaled deeply, marveling at how this world was a haven for martial artists. In just one great cycle, Yunfeng could feel the battle aura within his body growing, still violent, but sufficient to temporarily suppress his injuries. Yunfeng's injuries were not severe, but certainly not light. His left leg had nearly been severed by the fish he was using for soup, and his internal organs had been injured when passing through the strange vortex. Without using his mind to regulate his breathing, it would have taken at least a week to recover his combat strength. On Devil's Island, a week would leave him with barely any bones left. It seems the fish head soup is almost ready, Yunfeng thought, stopping his practice. The aroma of fish wafted through the air, intensifying the hunger in his stomach. Regardless, I should fill my stomach first. Beneath the crimson arc of the moon, which cast an eerie luminescence, Devil's Island eschewed the conventional cadence of day and night, with only the punctilious rhythm of the tides marking the passage of time. For a full month, Yunfeng had been marooned on Devil's Island. While a month might seem neither protracted nor fleeting, Yunfeng had made significant progress. Save for a lingering inflexibility in his left leg, his injuries had substantially healed. Internal energy proved efficacious in mending internal wounds, yet offered scant succor for a fractured femur. Nevertheless, Yunfeng's sojourn had been remarkably fruitful. His new martial art, born from the crucible of the chaos art, advanced with astonishing alacrity. The Azure Dragon aura that once coursed through him had undergone a profound metamorphosis, becoming more refined and pristine. To Yunfeng's delight, this novel aura, which he christened Chaos Aura, exhibited no antagonism toward his inherent magical energies. The so-called dichotomy between martial and arcane arts had become a moot point. Indeed, having unlocked the 8 extraordinary meridians, Yunfeng's martial prowess effortlessly shattered the 10th level barrier. This was largely attributable to the body's original inhabitant. Despite the seeming futility of surpassing the 10th level, the former Yunfeng had diligently honed his skills. This period of accumulation propelled Yunfeng's current martial aptitude to the 15th level. Regarding his magical abilities, while Yunfeng had not deliberately cultivated them, they had nonetheless experienced a commensurate surge following the transcendence of the martial arcane divide, reaching the 11th level. The moment had arrived to thoroughly explore the notorious Devil's Island. With a narrow fishbone, brimming with potent martial energy, Yunfeng effortlessly pierced the indurate cranium of an advanced sea demon, extracting a lustrous, cerulean magic core. Emboldened by his augmented power, Yunfeng now regarded the sub-10th level sea demons that infested the coastline as trivial adversaries. Even when confronted by a multitude, his agility ensured a facile escape. Consequently, Yunfeng began to contemplate his departure. The island exuded an unsettling aura, and despite his curiosity, he deemed it unwise to linger. The formidable nature of the coastal demons alone hinted at the island's true peril. Previously, Yunfeng had attempted to reconnoiter the island, but had encountered a nearly 5-meter-tall hellfire demon a mere kilometer inland. Even with his newfound power, such an encounter would necessitate a hasty retreat. Yunfeng found himself perplexed. Was this not Devil's Island? How had infernal denizens such as hellfire demons found their way here, given the reputed animosity between demons and devils? No wonder it was listed as one of the continent's 10 most dangerous places. Yunfeng temporarily shelved his ambition to unravel the island's secrets, acknowledging that his current strength was insufficient. Thus, escape could only be achieved by navigating the sea. After all, Yunfeng had initially arrived via a peculiar vortex. While undoubtedly perilous, it might offer a viable route. Adorned in a fish-skin suit, wielding a fishbone longsword and fish-tooth dagger, and possessing a dozen magic cores of considerable quality, Yunfeng possessed all the equipment he needed. The fish dragon transformation technique, passed down from his 4th-generation predecessor, allowed him to move through the water with ease. The waters around Devil's Island felt off, After swimming for nearly an hour, assiduously avoiding large groups of sea demons and dispatching several stragglers, Yunfeng was perplexed to find that his distance from the island seemed unchanged. Surfacing, Yunfeng gauged his proximity to the shore. Inexplicably, it was identical to what it had been half an hour earlier. Had he truly made no progress in the last 30 minutes? Was this a case of being led astray, or perhaps some form of enchantment? Yet, a magical array of such magnitude, encompassing the entirety of Devil's Island, seemed implausible. After 2 hours, Yunfeng was forced to concede that the island was indeed anomalous. The seawater appeared to circulate around Devil's Island, and despite the absence of any discernible boundary, he was unable to distance himself from the shore by more than 10 kilometers. Yunfeng furrowed his brow as he sifted through his arcane knowledge. Could it be that Devil's Island, along with the surrounding 10-kilometer expanse of sea, constituted an independent spatial domain? Such a hypothesis would elucidate numerous enigmas, including the legends of those who entered Devil's Island never to return. After all, breaching a complete, independent spatial domain would prove a formidable task, even for a legendary paragon. Perhaps an attempt from the seabed was in order? Yunfeng could not yet definitively ascertain the presence of a magical array or whether Devil's Island was, in fact, an independent space. To corroborate this, the best course of action would be to investigate from the sky and beneath the ground. However, Yunfeng's current magical aptitude precluded the use of spells such as Wind Ride, and martial energy was equally unavailing. As for subterranean exploration, it would be a time-consuming endeavor, and without tools, relying on his bare hands would prove impractical. Thus, the only option was to return to the sea, this time targeting the seabed. Even the most potent magical array could not possibly encompass the ocean floor. With his current physical condition and martial prowess, Yunfeng could withstand the pressure at depths of several hundred meters. Moreover, the turtle breath technique would allow him to remain submerged for several hours. Disaster. A miscalculation. Confronted by the sudden appearance of a colossal creature, Yunfeng felt a surge of apprehension. He knew that, in this world, a monster's power was often proportional to its size. The gargantuan octopus-like beast, adorned with numerous tentacles, was clearly no ordinary foe. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Yunfeng swiftly assessed the situation, jettisoning the large rock he had been carrying and ascending with alacrity. Even with the fish dragon transformation and turtle breath techniques, battling such a formidable creature underwater would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Although the octopus monster was immense, it moved with surprising agility in the water. Despite Yunfeng employing the fish dragon transformation to its fullest extent, he found himself struggling. Fortunately, the octopus monster's speed was not exceptional, and it was unable to capture Yunfeng immediately. Annoyed by Yunfeng's elusiveness, the octopus monster discharged a cloud of inky blackness. Yunfeng felt the surrounding waters darken rapidly, impairing his vision and disrupting his fish dragon transformation technique. Suddenly, he felt a constriction around his left leg as a tentacle ensnared him. Blast. I detest tentacle-based attacks. Chapter 4. Slaying the royal beast, there seemed to be no alternative. It was time to fight with all his might. With his vision obstructed and his left leg ensnared, Yunfeng realized that a fierce battle was inevitable. No matter how wondrous the fish dragon transformation was, the seabed undeniably belonged to this octopus beast, making an easy escape a daunting task. Since there was no chance of fleeing, he resolved to confront it head-on. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he channeled his fighting spirit, wielding the fishbone dagger to sever the tightening tentacle ensnaring his leg. Despite its remarkable resilience, it was merely a soft-bodied creature, incapable of withstanding Yunfeng's full-powered strike. To be honest, he had been in grave danger moments earlier. Had he hesitated, his leg could have been severely injured. This octopus beast was indeed perilous. Although he had severed one of its tentacles, Yunfeng remained vigilant. A creature of such caliber would not rely solely on simple attacks. Suddenly, a wave of paralysis coursed through his body. Was it the ink from earlier? It appeared that the substance was not merely obstructing his sight. Although its concentration had diminished with the water's flow, Yunfeng had evidently fallen victim to it. Poison, you say? Yunfeng scoffed. If it were the original owner of this body, he might have been at a loss, but for the current Yunfeng, toxins posed no threat. With a focused thought, he activated the Changchun technique devised by the second patriarch, swiftly purging the beast's venom from his system. Though he currently practiced his own newly developed chaos technique, the techniques amassed by previous generations remained an invaluable treasury of knowledge in the art of combat. Driven by a surge of murderous intent, Yunfeng unleashed the fish dragon transformation. Advancing rather than retreating, his fishbone dagger aimed directly at the octopus beast's head. He noticed, to his astonishment, that the severed tentacle had already begun to regrow. This indicated the creature's remarkable regenerative abilities. Entangling with its tentacles in a protracted battle would undoubtedly be detrimental to Yunfeng. What a predicament! The multitude of tentacles made it exceedingly difficult to approach. Evidently, the octopus beast possessed considerable intelligence, as it willingly sacrificed one or two tentacles to prevent Yunfeng from nearing its head, simultaneously releasing a powerful surge of magical energy. Was it preparing to cast a spell? Indeed, what would a magical beast be if it could not wield magic? As a spellcaster himself, Yunfeng was well acquainted with magical fluctuations. Unlike traditional mages, magical beasts could invoke spells directly from their innate magical cores without the need for gestures or incantations, often achieving instantaneous casting. However, spells requiring time to channel should never be underestimated. As expected, the temperature of the surrounding water plummeted precipitously, nearing a freezing point. Absolute zero? Not quite. While there were similarities, the rate and extent of cooling paled in comparison to that of a forbidden-level spell. This was likely a talent unique to the octopus beast. Nevertheless, the potency of this magic was certainly above level 15, combining deceleration, control, and lethality into one formidable force. Yet, a smirk of disdain curled at Yunfeng's lips. The leaving fire heart sutra, a technique he had devised in his previous world, it rapidly heated the nearly frozen seawater, dispelling the chill and causing the surrounding waters to bubble ominously. This indicated that the rate of temperature increase had outpaced the movement of the water. While Yunfeng was unperturbed by this heat, the octopus beast began to exhibit signs of agitation. Yunfeng's conjectures proved accurate. Magical beasts utilizing ice-based spells typically found fire magic or elevated temperatures exceedingly uncomfortable. Given that they were submerged, fire magic was not a concern. Thus the Leaving Fire Heart Sutra became its nemesis. With a confident smile, Yunfeng activated the Leaving Fire Heart Sutra, no longer evading the beast's tentacles but boldly striking with his blade. As he had anticipated, this intense fire-based fighting spirit inflicted significant damage to the octopus beast, which could not withstand the force of Yunfeng's strike against its once resilient tentacles. Danger loomed. The octopus beast's intelligence was evidently high, with its tentacle attacks proving ineffective and its innate magic failing. The water was uncomfortably warm, and the most troubling aspect was that although its regenerative capabilities were formidable, they could not keep pace with the rate at which its tentacles were being severed. What? It intends to flee? Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. It thought it could simply attack and escape at will? Such a notion was far too naive. Yunfeng was incensed. The octopus beast had launched a sudden attack without provocation. And now, sensing its imminent defeat, it sought to escape. Such a thing could not be allowed. Intensifying his pursuit, Yunfeng began to chant incantations rapidly. Hurricane spell, an 8th-level wind magic spell. It was nearly impossible to inflict damage upon a creature of at least level 15. However, Yunfeng had no expectation of actually harming it. Rather, the direction of his magic was precisely opposite to that of the octopus beast's escape. A torrent of seawater was rapidly drawn back by the hurricane spell, immediately slowing the creature's escape. As a much smaller entity, Yunfeng experienced minimal impact, and with the wonders of the fish-dragon transformation in water, he quickly closed the gap between himself and the octopus beast. As if sensing impending doom, the octopus beast began to expel ink uncontrollably, hoping to obscure Yunfeng's vision and create an opportunity for escape. Unfortunately for it, the same tactic proved ineffective against a saint warrior, or rather, against Yunfeng. With unwavering speed, he plunged into the dense black water, the Leaving Fire Heart Sutra operating at its zenith. The ink gradually diluted, revealing a translucent blue hue in the water as a massive octopus carcass surfaced. Yunfeng played with the translucent, sapphire-like magical core while reminiscing about the delightful taste of squid seafood. Chapter 5. The Devil's Merchant. The disparity between ideals and reality is indeed vast. Gazing upon the pot before him, filled with a viscous, dark substance that bubbled ominously and emitted an unsettling odor, Yunfeng found it exceedingly difficult to associate it with the seafood he had once cherished. Surely, this was inedible? After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to forego it. What a pity, such a large quantity of meat, enough to sustain him for several months, was now wasted. With a sigh, Yunfeng made his way to the shore to dispose of the remains of the octopus monster, his appetite having waned entirely. As a mollusk, the creature possessed no bones, and its flesh was unpalatable. The only part of any worth was its skin, though he had sliced through it with relative ease. It was merely a testament to the overwhelming power of his fighting spirit. In truth, as a royal-grade monster, its outer layer was not to be underestimated. The octopus's corpse was enormous, and it took him over half an hour to process the largest tentacle. He intended to fashion a sleeping bag for himself. As the experience of camping for a month had been far from pleasant, feeling a twinge of hunger, he decided to catch another fish. Upon returning to his campsite, dragging a freshly caught fish behind him, Yunfeng was taken aback. The pot, fashioned from a fish skull, was now entirely empty. The seafood he had just prepared had vanished without a trace. Seated on a rock beside the pot was a figure clad in a flowing black robe adorned with golden embellishments, languidly licking his fingers with evident satisfaction. Yunfeng stammered, unable to suppress the urge to point at the gluttonous intruder. The figure bore a spiraled horn protruding from his forehead. This was a devil. What shocked Yunfeng most was the realization that such a creature could consume this repugnant dish, and even relish it so. Truly formidable. He couldn't help but wonder if his culinary skills had reached the realm of transforming the inedible into the extraordinary. Ah, it appears the master has returned. I am most grateful for your generous hospitality. The devil produced a pristine handkerchief and meticulously began to wipe his fingers and the corners of his mouth. A gentle glimmer of white light flickered, and the handkerchief returned to its immaculate state. What an unforgettable dinner this has been. I have not savored such delicacies in 50 years. I was unaware that there was a feast planned for today. Yunfeng retorted. Devils are known for their eloquence. So he was not surprised by the creature's fluent command of the common tongue. However, the devil's intentions warranted caution, particularly in a place known as Devil's Island. Pray, disclose your purpose, devil, or do not blame me for my rudeness. Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, and his fighting spirit began to surge within him. Oh, do not be alarmed, newcomer. I harbor no ill intentions. The devil, clearly perceptive of Yunfeng's wariness, whistled through his fingers. As you can see, I am a legitimate merchant, and I believe you may find my services to be of interest. With a rumble, a caravan emerged into Yunfeng's view, 5 black flames pulling laden carts that bore the semblance of a merchant convoy. It was only then that Yunfeng scrutinized the devil more closely. He possessed an unusual pale golden skin, golden fanged teeth, and a plump face aglow with a ruddy hue. This must be the legendary Yugloth devil, a merchant among devils. Very well. Merchant, what brings you here? I do not believe I require your assistance, Yunfeng replied, recalling tales of the Yugloth devils, which were not particularly favorable. Oh, is that so? As a human, your abilities are commendable. However, surviving on Devil's Island is no simple feat. The Yugloth devil chuckled nonchalantly. Especially for a newcomer. Danger lurks at every corner. How do you know I am new here? Are you aware of other humans who have entered Devil's Island? Yunfeng's eyes lit up with a flicker of hope. Perhaps this devil could divulge a means of escape. As a gesture of goodwill for our first meeting, I shall offer this information free of charge. Before the double moon night arrives, anyone brave enough to linger by the sea, besides newcomers like yourself, would be a fool even among devils. The Yugloth devil continued. As for your second question, to repay your earlier hospitality, I shall answer as well. The last human to visit Devil's Island was 37 years ago. I recall it vividly. It was a legendary mage nearing the realm of sanctity. That was my most successful business venture in a century, and I find myself reminiscing about it. A legendary mage nearing sanctity. Yunfeng felt a jolt within him. Such a figure was among the apex of power across the entire continent of Eri. Where is that legendary mage now? Yunfeng inquired, for in a place like Devil's Island, humans were undoubtedly the most trustworthy companions. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid dealings with a devil known for its cunning. Ah, that constitutes your third inquiry, which, according to custom, warrants compensation. That pot of squid seafood was certainly not my treat. Yunfeng replied coldly, recognizing the devil's true nature. Ah, very well. In light of the rare delicacy, I shall, in good faith, impart some basic knowledge. The Yugloth devil grinned. I would not wish to see a client meet an unfortunate end before a deal is struck. However, believe me, you would not wish to encounter that legendary mage. The Yugloth devil's demeanor shifted as he spoke gravely. Perhaps you are unaware that the last business I conducted with him involved selling an entire set of materials for transforming into a lich. By the way, that individual had a temper as fiery as the infernal beings. Lich. Yunfeng fell silent, astonished that a mage of such renown would choose the path of lichdom, a path of no return. It seemed he would need to devise another plan. Chapter 6. The devil's bargain, that is essentially the gist of it, proclaimed the devilish merchant, Shaler of Yugros. Moreover, if I may be candid, while your abilities are commendable, surviving on Devil's Island as a mere human may prove exceedingly challenging. Oh, do you have any sage advice? Yunfeng could not help but furrow his brow. If what this Yugros devil said bore even a semblance of truth, nay, if just half of it were accurate, his predicament was indeed perilous. Of course, Shaler responded with palpable enthusiasm. This is precisely why I have come here. Wherever there is a demand, there will be a presence of Yugros devils. What I propose will be a most delightful transaction. However, as per custom, I must first ascertain one crucial detail. Shaler scrutinized Yunfeng with keen interest. I need a general understanding of your financial capabilities, so I may devise the most suitable trading plan for you. Financial capabilities? Are you referring to gold coins? Yunfeng shook his head. I have lost all my money to the sea. At present, I possess not even a single copper piece. Oh, how unfortunate! Shaler lamented, smiting his forehead as though the coins were his own. If all else fails, we could resort to bartering. I regret to inform you that I possess nothing of value. Yunfeng replied with resignation, and even had I, it would have been swept away in the whirlpool. That is impossible, Shaler exclaimed, suddenly animated. No wealth escapes the discerning eyes of a Yugros devil. I am renowned for my ability to sense magical items. You possess such treasures. Magical items? Yunfeng was perplexed but soon grasped the implication, retrieving several magic cores from his belongings. Are you referring to these? Indeed. Shaler nodded with satisfaction. These are far more valuable than gold coins. They are a widely accepted currency across the multiverse. However, most of your magic cores are of average quality. Save for this one. Shaler picked out the largest blue core from Yunfeng's collection, a rare quality water-type royal magic core. I can exchange it for a longsword forged from mica alloy, which will undoubtedly surpass that bone you hold. Is it merely worth a longsword? Yunfeng expressed his disappointment, for this was the most valuable item he could offer. Wait, there is also. I have a large beast carcass, which I believe should fetch a considerable sum. Is that so? Quickly, lead me to it. That falls within my realm of business. Shaler exclaimed eagerly. Thus, Yunfeng guided the Yugros devil to the seaside, where the enormous carcass elicited a gleam of excitement in Shaler's eyes. What do you think? It should be worth a fair amount, no? Seeing Shaler's reaction, Yunfeng sensed a favorable outcome. Indeed, it is certainly so, Shaler exclaimed, ecstatic and gesticulating wildly. A royal-grade beast. The kraken, and in its entirety. Not just a fragment, but a complete kraken. Is it truly that rare? Yunfeng inquired, puzzled. It is merely a royal beast. Not a legendary one. Is it truly deserving of such astonishment? Could it be that Shaler has never encountered one before? Rare? Absolutely. Shaler exclaimed with fervor. The kraken is a renowned delicacy on Devil's Island. Nay, throughout all 9 hells. It has even made it onto the royal menu of His Majesty Astomos. My heavens. Does that mean what I just consumed was? Oh, how fortunate I am. Today is undeniably my lucky day. Astomos, the legendary king of the 9 hells, consumes such fare? Is that true? Yunfeng was filled with bewilderment, realizing that devils and humans could scarcely be compared. Thus, this creature is exceedingly valuable, correct? Yunfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Does that mean I can choose anything I desire? In theory, yes. This kraken is sufficient to procure a cartload of goods from me. The Yugros devil's demeanor shifted to one of businesslike seriousness. However, this presupposes one condition. Condition? What do you mean? Yunfeng asked, perplexed. I provide you with this meat, and you grant me the goods I require. Is it not as simple as that? Indeed. The process is generally straightforward, but per devilish custom, we must first sign a contract. Please do not misconstrue. It is merely a standard trading contract, Shaler clarified. According to the contract stipulations, we must first verify that the goods being traded indeed belong to the trader. What do you imply? Do you doubt the kraken is mine? Yunfeng felt a surge of anger. What jest is this? There are only you and I present. If it is not mine, could it possibly be yours? No. I believe you may have misunderstood, Shaler explained. I am a reputable merchant, not a thief or brigand. You see, this is merely a procedural matter intended to safeguard the interests of both parties. Behold, Shaler produced a piece of parchment from his robe. This document is issued by the Multiversal Trade Alliance, proving that these goods belong to me. Are you jesting? Yunfeng regarded the earnest Yugros devil merchant with a headache. Where in the world am I to locate this Multiversal Trade Alliance to procure a verification for you? Of course, as a successful merchant. I must strive to alleviate unnecessary burdens for my customers, Shayla remarked. Yunfeng could not help but roll his eyes. You recognize this as unnecessary hassle, do you not? Nevertheless, this essential procedure cannot be overlooked. Noticing Yunfeng's growing displeasure, Shayla continued, however, all you need to do now is provide proof to me. A member of the Multiversal Trade Alliance Council. Are you serious? Yunfeng expressed skepticism. That title sounds rather impressive. Yet it could easily be a front for some illicit pyramid scheme. Is there any doubt? Shayla retorted, I have a document right here. All right. I will take your word for it. Yunfeng sighed, feeling frustrated. Dealing with devils is certainly troublesome. Why must a simple transaction be made so convoluted? But how exactly do you expect me to provide proof? Prove your ability to slay it. Shayla replied. Truth be told, I find it hard to believe that someone could venture hundreds of meters beneath the sea to vanquish the Kraken. Known as the King of the Deep, even legendary powerhouses struggle to exert their strength in such an environment. This was indeed the truth. Had Yunfeng not mastered the art of fish dragon transformation and the turtle breathing technique, it would have been exceedingly difficult to confront the Kraken in the depths of the ocean. And what if I am unable to provide proof? What then? Yunfeng queried, aware that dealing with devils required a certain level of caution. Then I would have no recourse. According to custom, I can report any unclaimed object to the local authorities, and as per tradition, the informant is entitled to 30% of the item's value. Shayla squinted his eyes, appearing intrigued by this proposition. Another devilish custom? Yunfeng thought, with a sardonic smile. I believe I understand what course of action to take. Yunfeng surveyed his surroundings and approached a nearby rocky outcrop by the sea. What are you planning to do? Shayla warned. I am a well-armed merchant. Upon witnessing Yunfeng approaching with two substantial rocks, Xia Luo'er exclaimed anxiously, What are you intending to do? There will be severe repercussions for assaulting a Yugros devil merchant. I am cautioning you. Thud. A large boulder landed directly in front of Xia Luo'er. Embrace it, Yunfeng instructed. Huh? What did you say? Xia Luo'er stammered, perplexed. You're not going to rob me? Embrace it. I shall demonstrate something to you. Yunfeng reiterated. Oh, you startled me. I was under the impression that. Xia Luo'er, relieved that Yunfeng did not intend to rob him, instinctively embraced the boulder before him. Help. What are you trying to do? Save me. Yunfeng, dragging the Yugros devil, leaped into the ocean. Xia Luo'er, caught off guard, swallowed a mouthful of water and began to sink rapidly. This frightened Xia Luo'er immensely. In reality, most devils are not adept swimmers, and Xia Luo'er was a quintessential landlubber. Upon entering the water, he instinctively clutched the boulder in his arms, but quickly realized that this would accelerate his descent. He hastily released it and began flailing his limbs frantically. Alas, all of this was in vain. Yunfeng, who was dragging him, was also holding an even larger rock. Furthermore, Yunfeng was now employing the 1,000 caddy drop technique, which further increased their rate of descent. Honestly, cease your flailing. Yunfeng telepathically transmitted to Xia Luo'er using ant language and butterfly sounds. Cast a devil skin spell on yourself. You are insufferable. Xia Luo'er was immediately mortified. Having forgotten this in his panic, he swiftly cast the devil skin spell, a magical endowment innate to devils, which allowed him to breathe freely underwater. My apologies. Xia Luo'er was about to apologize when he realized that he was underwater. He promptly swallowed another mouthful of seawater. Xia Luo'er wondered how Yunfeng had communicated with him earlier. Chapter 7. A card of transactions. It seems that luck is indeed not on our side, Yunfeng lamented. Shall we venture down once more to search? No need for that. Yogarath the devil, Cheryl, lay sprawled on the beach, grotesquely heaving. What a jest. To attempt again might well lead to our demise beneath the waves. I would sooner perish than risk it. How can we find the Overlord squid without diving? How can I prove to you its existence? Yunfeng remarked with a sardonic smile. No need for proof. Cheryl managed a smile more hideous than tears, I believe. I am convinced that you are indeed the slayer of this Overlord squid. There is no other option. In truth, Cheryl had not anticipated that someone could navigate the depths with such ease as Yunfeng. He even began to suspect that Yunfeng might be of royal lineage among the merfolk. Very well then. Since you have acknowledged that the Overlord squid belongs to me, let us proceed with our previous transaction, Yunfeng suggested. As our objective has been met, there is no need for excessive measures. Of course, absolutely no problem. The moment business was mentioned, Cheryl sprang to life, enthusiastically extolling his wares. Behold, enchanted leather armor crafted from the hide of an adult fire lizard, immune to nearly all low to mid-level fire magic. Its physical defense rivals that of heavy armor. Yet it weighs less than a tenth of standard heavy armor. It even comes with a fire shield activated thrice daily, perfectly tailored for an agile swordsman such as yourself. And this, observe well, the flying boots. Though they are replicas, they are indeed a rare gem among imitations. While they cannot grant true flight, they enable the wearer to run faster and leap higher. The bloodthirsty necklace. As the name suggests, it is a magical necklace that bestows the user with incredible strength. Side effects? I see you are an expert. But fret not. Simply acquire this calm headpiece, and all concerns will be perfectly resolved. Now consider this, Cheryl earnestly recommended. My most exquisite collection piece, the twin blades of ice and fire. These magical swords possess water and ice attack spells, and can even amplify fighting spirit to a certain extent. Cheryl spoke with such fervor, his words flowing like a river. Yunfeng's eyes sparkled with desire. Magical equipment, so much magical equipment. Even as a scion of the illustrious Qinglong Yun family, he had never encountered such a plethora of magical artifacts. If these were to be sold on the mainland, they would command astronomical prices. Who would have thought that slaying a beast on Devil Island would yield such a bounty of magical gear? Yunfeng found it hard to believe. There's no need for such fuss. Yunfeng gulped audibly. If I recall correctly, you mentioned that my overlord squid is worth a cartload of goods, yes? Indeed. I did say such. Cheryl nodded affirmatively, gesturing towards the caravan. However, I was referring to that cart. What? Yunfeng followed Cheryl's finger and was instantly enraged. You can't be jesting. Is that truly what you call a cart? Do not be angry. I have always been sincere. Cheryl said without a hint of shame. I acknowledge that the overlord squid is indeed rare, yet it is, after all, merely a food source. My willingness to offer a cart of goods in exchange is already a considerable concession, for my wares are all treasures. Fine, a cart it shall be. However, I must choose for myself. Yunfeng cast another glance at the delicate cart. Could it truly be a baby carriage? Regardless, it was an unexpected windfall. So he would accept it as such. Cheryl's goods were numerous and varied, encompassing nearly every conceivable item. Yet Yunfeng was unconcerned with the details and focused solely on selecting smaller magical items. He picked out over a dozen magical adornments, much to Cheryl's chagrin. However, the baby carriage could hardly accommodate many items, and given the limited number of magical adornments, Yunfeng soon filled it to capacity. After some contemplation, he also added the previously introduced leather armor and twin swords. That should suffice. Let us settle the account. Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction, though it may seem scant. These are all magical items, which would fetch a handsome sum on the mainland. Cheryl glanced at the precariously balanced twin swords atop the cart, hesitated, and then turned to the mountain of overlord squid carcasses, ultimately restraining himself. Cheryl produced a piece of parchment and drafted a contract in both demonic and common tongues. Yunfeng scrutinized it meticulously, ensuring no loopholes remained, before signing his name. After all, in the legends of the mainland, devils are known to exploit contract loopholes to deceive signatories and claim their souls. These devils are practically the epitome of legal expertise. One misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Yet, Yunfeng would not allow fear of deception to prevent him from engaging in this transaction, thereby forfeiting a tangible fortune. Moreover, he believed that those who fell victim to such trickery often had their own motives. Every form of fraud merely capitalizes on the victim's greed and misplaced hope. In this instance, it seemed unlikely that this devil would employ tricks within the contract. Yunfeng was acutely aware that in this transaction, the devil merchant had likely already gained a considerable advantage, rendering further trickery unnecessary. In truth, Cheryl had not tampered with the contract, despite most devils typically doing so. Previously, he had often resorted to such tactics. However, this human was evidently not so easily deceived, especially after having just ingested a bellyful of seawater. Furthermore, Cheryl had no intention of concluding his dealings with Yunfeng just yet, if he could extract every last ounce of value from the transaction. The Yoggoth devil merchant would not wait for the next opportunity. Chapter 8. Blood Moon City. It is evident that Charlotte is indeed a rather astute merchant. After the transaction was completed, an ice elemental emerged from the caravan to perform a comprehensive freezing treatment on the corpse of the colossal squid. One could only wonder how he managed to employ such a demon for his service. Mr. Yunfeng, are you truly unwilling to reconsider? Although Blood Moon City is merely 10 kilometers away, the wilderness poses considerable dangers for humans. Charlotte kindly reminded him once more, especially with the approach of the Twin Moon's night. No, thank you. Yunfeng replied with a meaningful glance at Charlotte. I cannot afford the escort fee of 5,000 gold coins. I understand that you lack gold, but do you not possess any magic cores? Charlotte urged anxiously. I assure you that all my guards have been hired at great expense. 5,000 gold coins is quite a bargain. I'm afraid I'm not interested. Yunfeng shook his head. This merchant from Ugelrose was simply too greedy. Although Yunfeng was aware that he had undoubtedly suffered a loss in the previous transaction, he regarded it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. After all, isn't that what merchants do to earn a living? However, this did not imply that Yunfeng was willing to be taken advantage of. The notion that he would have to relinquish all his magic cores merely to accompany the caravan was unacceptable. As a spellcaster himself, magic cores held significant value to him. Moreover, having gleaned substantial information about the Demon Island from Charlotte, along with a rough map of the island, Yunfeng felt confident that he could venture to Blood Moon City alone without much trouble. Well then, I bid you farewell, Blood Moon City. Yunfeng disregarded Charlotte's earnest pleas and hoisted his modest cargo, which he had packed into bags crafted from the skin of the colossal squid. As the cart was rather small, as he passed by, Charlotte's hired hands were laboriously transferring the frozen body of the colossal squid onto a specially designed wagon. Yunfeng chuckled and flicked his foot upward, causing the workers to momentarily loosen their grips, only to witness a colossal block of ice, towering nearly 2 meters high, soar into the air. With a resounding thud, the frozen squid landed securely on the wagon, barely causing the wheels to sink. Observing Yunfeng's receding figure, Charlotte and the laborers were left in a state of astonishment. Since encountering Charlotte, Yunfeng's fortune seemed to be on an upward trajectory. He traversed the path to Blood Moon City without encountering any notable dangers. Remarkably, he even encountered 2 groups of demons along the way, who, aside from their curious and excited glances, displayed no inclination to attack. Thus, when Yunfeng beheld the towering gates of the city before him, he found it hard to believe just how smoothly everything had gone. Who would have thought that such a grand city would exist on Demon Island? He marveled. Ah, it seems we have newcomers. Such rare luck indeed, exclaimed the demon guards at the city gate, their expressions mirroring the excitement of the demons Yunfeng had encountered earlier. Indeed, and a human at that. Even rarer, another demon remarked, eyeing Yunfeng with keen interest. Is this Blood Moon City? May I enter? Yunfeng noticed that the 2 guards bore no hostility, though their scrutinizing gazes made him somewhat uncomfortable. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to mention Charlotte's name. I was sent here by a merchant from Ugelrose. A merchant from Ugelrose? One of the guards paused, then burst into laughter. So, that shrewd trader Charlotte has finally managed to strike a deal? I thought he would be bankrupt within the next decade. Yunfeng felt perplexed at this reaction. It appeared that the guards were indeed familiar with Charlotte, yet their comments suggested he was not faring well here. Charlotte is quite fortunate, encountering a newcomer, especially a human. The other guard chuckled. But I wonder how long he can sustain this luck. Since you know Charlotte, does that mean I can enter? Although Yunfeng was curious about Charlotte's situation, his interest in Blood Moon City outweighed his desire to pry into others' affairs. Certainly, the guards chuckled, suppressing their mirth. However, we must adhere to protocol. There is a nominal fee of 1 gold coin to enter the city, though it is merely symbolic. I assume humans have similar customs? That is indeed correct. Yunfeng nodded in agreement. In human society, paying a fee to enter a city was customary. He produced a magic core. I do not possess gold. Would this suffice? That is perfectly acceptable. An ordinary magic core is worth 10 gold coins. One of the guards smiled as he accepted the magic core. It seems your luck is quite favorable. Opportunities to acquire magic cores are rare here. Is that so? Yunfeng inquired, puzzled. The guards appeared sufficiently powerful. Surely hunting a few high-level magical beasts would pose no challenge for them? Very well, you may proceed. The guard signed a piece of parchment and handed it to Yunfeng along with 9 gold coins. Take this to the city lord's office for registration. If you require assistance, you may visit the Human Association. By the way, where is the Human Association located? At the Sword Rose Tavern. Their fiery wine is truly unforgettable. Another guard reminisced fondly. Sword Rose Tavern? Yunfeng silently repeated the name. This demonic city was indeed surprising. Not only could humans freely enter, but there were also those who resided here. This seemed contrary to what Charlotte had described. And it wasn't just humans. Besides demons, Yunfeng also encountered a few other races within the city. Dwarf warriors, elven archers, and orc shamans. He even spotted a balrog with flames erupting from its head. Though the demons were the most numerous, the other races, albeit fewer in number, appeared to be quite formidable. Yunfeng could at least ascertain that the orc shaman had undoubtedly reached legendary status. Chapter 9. The Sword Rose Tavern. Is this the street the Devil Guard mentioned? Yet, I see no Sword Rose Tavern. Yunfeng felt a twinge of frustration, pondering whether he had been duped once more. Indeed, the words of a devil are not to be taken lightly. With no other options, Yunfeng resolved to inquire with someone, preferably of a different race. He randomly selected a tavern, lifted the door curtain, and stepped inside. Instantly, all eyes in the tavern converged upon Yunfeng, filled with surprise, excitement, and even provocation, a reaction reminiscent of what he had encountered along the way. This attention made him uncomfortable. He despised being scrutinized with such curiosity. "Huh, what do we have here? A newcomer, a human," exclaimed a towering cyclops, whose stature seemed to scrape the ceiling. It appeared that fresh amusement had arrived. Yunfeng furrowed his brow, disregarding the cyclops' taunt, and surveyed the tavern's interior. Business was thriving, nearly at full capacity. Beyond the devils, what captured Yunfeng's attention was a small group comprised of various races: 2 orc warriors, a tiger man, a bull-headed creature, a female dark elf, and a cloaked figure obscured by a hood, a black-robed mage, likely not a devil, but possibly an elf or human, along with the earlier cyclops, though lacking legendary figures. Even the weakest among the orc warriors boasted a level above 15, indicating a formidable team. However, what astonished Yunfeng most was the tavern's owner, a human. This elder was a swordsman, and a remarkably skilled one at that. A spellcaster's hands would not bear such calluses, and when the cyclops had provoked Yunfeng, a fleeting aura of lethal intent emanated from the white-haired elder, which Yunfeng had keenly sensed. A new human, indeed a source of intrigue. "What spectacle shall unfold today?" exclaimed a tall devil, inciting a chorus of excited agreement from the others. "Let us treat everyone to a round of flame whiskey. It's on me." The devils erupted in applause. Such generosity was a rare occurrence. "I'll have a purple enchantment," the dark elf remarked, her gaze filled with allure and mischief as she appraised Yunfeng. "Flame whiskey, courtesy of our generous patron," remarked a provocatively dressed succubus, delivering a flaming drink to Yunfeng while casting a flirtatious glance. "Thank you, but I did not come here for drinks." Yunfeng accepted the glass, downing its contents in one go. It was good, he mused, yet merely satisfactory compared to the spirit spring blossom dew treasured by his master. "I'm searching for the Sword Rose Tavern. I've wandered around but cannot find it. Can anyone direct me?" As soon as the words left his lips, the tavern fell silent, everyone staring at Yunfeng in astonishment. After a prolonged pause, laughter erupted throughout the establishment, nearly every patron joining in, causing the entire place to tremble with mirth. Yunfeng remained stoic, his mind racing with questions. What was so amusing about merely asking for directions? Haha. This is too funny. This human is utterly fascinating. Does he not know how to read? The Cyclops laughed uproariously, nearly doubling over. And Yunfeng worried he might inadvertently create a hole in the ceiling. I indeed do not understand the devil tongue, but is that truly a reason for such mirth? Yunfeng replied truthfully. Although he dabbled in arcane arts, he was not a specialist dealing with devils and demons. Typically, even a conventional mage only needed to master Elven and Draconic languages, rarely delving deeply into the intricacies of devilish dialects, as mastering their vocabulary and grammar demands considerable time. Not knowing the devil tongue is hardly laughable. In truth, outside of this cursed place, few would bother to learn the convoluted devil language, the tavern owner remarked. However, this is indeed the Sword Rose Tavern, so one cannot fault them. Yunfeng felt somewhat dazed, embarrassment flooding his being. He had truly humiliated himself in front of devils. Sensing Yunfeng's discomfort, the tavern owner personally poured a drink and handed it to him. I did not expect someone so young to arrive here. Should I call this fortune or misfortune? Fortune, of course. Today is a lucky day for us all. A devil shouted, seemingly a bit inebriated. That was what the guard at the city gate informed me. He said I could find a fellowship of humans here. Yunfeng accepted the drink, thanked the owner, and explained his purpose. This is indeed the place, the tavern owner replied. I am Bacchus, Bacchus Zeal, fellow townsman. Bacchus? The Dawn Swordsman Bacchus? Yunfeng exclaimed in surprise, realizing the tavern owner was a legendary swordsman who had gained fame more than 60 years prior. It has been ages since I heard that title, Bacchus mused, pouring himself a drink and raising it toward Yunfeng. I generally abstain from alcohol during working hours, but today is an exception. Thank you. Yunfeng politely clinked glasses with Bacchus and drank it all. I am Yunfeng. Hey, the reminiscing is well and good, But shouldn't we wrap it up? I suddenly feel the urge to treat someone to a drink, the Cyclops said, eyeing Yunfeng with ill intent, holding a cup the size of a barrel. What do you say, newcomer? Care for a drink? Let us have a drink. Let us have a drink. The devils clamored, eager for chaos. Yunfeng glanced at Bacchus, who was absorbed in his drink, seemingly unwilling to intervene. If you wish to avoid trouble, ignore him. He will tire of it soon enough. I'll handle this myself. Yunfeng declared, disliking disturbances while he drank. He approached the Cyclops, lifted the barrel-sized cup before him, shook it lightly, then set it down. Unfortunately, I generally avoid drinking from cups used by others, especially those with halitosis. Owner, could I have another barrel of drink? Bacchus smiled and nodded. And soon the succubus delivered a fresh barrel to Yunfeng. This human has some guts, exclaimed the devil who had initially offered to treat, sensing the impending spectacle. The Cyclops regarded Yunfeng with newfound curiosity. For a giant, a barrel of drink was trivial, but for a human, it was a different matter altogether. The Sword Rose Tavern was renowned throughout Blood Moon City for its potent brews. What? You don't expect me to drink alone, do you? Yunfeng challenged, eyeing the Cyclops. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? The Cyclops found the proposition laughable. Never had he encountered a human daring to challenge a giant in drinking. A most entertaining contest. The devil exclaimed, raising his voice. Who wishes to place bets? 1 to 100, I wager on the giant. Rishika, you are truly cunning. I too bet on the giant. I bet on the giant Yunfeng, 100 gold. Bacchus remarked, casting a glance at Yunfeng. With a smile, Yunfeng produced all the magic cores he possessed and tossed them onto the table. I bet on myself. What a confident little fellow. The Cyclops chuckled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, with remnants of green stuck between them, evidence of his vegetarian diet. With a resounding crash, a colossal axe, taller than a person, slammed onto the table. I bet on myself too. Leo, I advise you to temper your ambitions, should you lack weaponry. We may well abandon you on our next mission, chuckled the dark elf, eyeing the handsome young human. Leo, muster your strength and subdue this human. I have faith in you. The Tiger Man tossed a bag of gold coins onto the table. Count me in as well. The Minotaur chimed in, following suit. Only the robed mage appeared unfazed, sipping his drink with an air of indifference, as though the unfolding events were of no concern to him. Quite the unexpected turn of events. Yunfeng murmured softly, lifting a barrel of wine and tilting his head back. To the astonishment of those around him, he poured the entire contents down his throat, without leaving a single drop. Quite the capacity for drink, I see. Meeting Yunfeng's subtly challenging gaze, the Cyclops stubbornly raised his own barrel and poured its contents into his mouth. However, as soon as the liquid hit his stomach, his expression morphed from a ghastly pallor to a deep crimson, panic flickering in his eyes as he could no longer contain himself. To everyone's shock, the Cyclops did not spew forth wine but rather a plume of flames. Nearly 2 meters of fire erupted from his mouth, creating a spectacular display. While he held in distress, eventually the fiery torrent subsided, and the Cyclops cradled his swollen cheeks, appearing on the brink of tears. By all accounts, I believe this constitutes a victory for me, Yunfeng declared, effortlessly lifting the Cyclope's massive axe as though it were merely a toothpick, though not enchanted. Its sheer weight should render it quite valuable. Chapter 10, The 3 Prohibitions. Is this for real? The patrons of the bar were utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. A towering Cyclops, more than 3 meters tall, was bested in drinking by a mere human who stood under 2 meters. To add to the bewilderment, the human was audaciously performing a fire-breathing act. While the Blazing Rose Bar was renowned for its fiery drinks, this seemed excessively perilous. Was it fire magic? Yet, no magical fluctuations were perceptible. The dark elf murmured, her sultry gaze fixated on Yunfeng, clearly intrigued by him. The robed sorcerer remained silent, his eyes cast down upon his goblet. Suddenly, flames erupted from within it, prompting him to shake his head and down the contents in one gulp. What an extraordinary young man, to wield his energy to such an extent. Bacchus, the bar owner, regarded Yunfeng with unexpected astonishment. By the gods, what a fool! Exclaimed the Cyclops, both shocked and enraged, his large eyes nearly ablaze with fury, as he lunged to retrieve his enormous axe from Yunfeng. He realized it had already been seized, and his rage escalated. Clenching his fist, he aimed a blow at Yunfeng. Can't take a loss. Yunfeng's expression hardened. This Cyclops was truly oblivious to his own folly. With ease, he placed the heavy axe against the Cyclops' arm, delivering a swift twist. A sharp crack echoed as the Cyclops stared in disbelief at his twisted arm, Only realizing the pain after a prolonged moment, his arm had indeed broken. If you do not wish to perish, I suggest you step aside, Yunfeng said coldly, exerting pressure as the Cyclops stumbled backward, several steps in retreat. I detest those who cannot hold their liquor yet act like fools. The bar's patrons gasped in unison, fully aware of the Cyclops' formidable strength. Yet witnessing the human effortlessly thwart his attack and even break his arm in an instant. Leo, calm down, the dark elf urged, furrowing her brow. You don't genuinely intend to kill him, do you? I cannot afford to be implicated. The mere mention of murder rendered the bar silent. The atmosphere thick enough to hear a pin drop. Even the two orc patrons, who had initially bristled with indignation, fell quiet. All eyes turned to the Cyclops, whose blood-red eyes were wide with rage as he panted heavily. Damn it, have you lost your senses? The dark elf was now infuriated, recalling her warnings against bringing such a troublemaker along. He always causes chaos when he drinks. Loxy, think of something. The robed sorcerer, however, remained unfazed, continuing to sip his drink as if the unfolding chaos were inconsequential to him. With a roar, the last thread of the Cyclope's reason snapped, and in a fit of rage, he barreled through the two orc companions who attempted to restrain him, as if they were mere obstacles. Seeking death, are you? Yunfeng felt a surge of determination. Though he was not one to instigate conflict, he would not retreat when challenged. Standing resolutely against the Cyclops' fierce charge, he swung his axe in a decisive stroke. To his surprise, the blow missed. Just as the axe was about to cleave through the Cyclops' neck, the giant's massive body was suddenly propelled aside. Bacchus had intervened. Why? Yunfeng glared at Bacchus with suspicion. When provoked moments ago, he had remained passive, yet now he chose to save the Cyclops. After all, it was Yunfeng who was of the same human lineage. Bacchus, without glancing at the unconscious Cyclops sprawled on the ground, responded coolly to Yunfeng's inquiry. Here, killing is forbidden. No exceptions. The other patrons exhaled in relief, the earlier tension dissipating. The devil who had previously treated them had also chimed in. Indeed, this is the law of Devil's Island. No sane individual dares commit murder here. That idiot startled me earlier. He attempted to kill me, Yunfeng retorted. Clearly dissatisfied with the explanation, the devil approached, delivering a few solid kicks to the fallen Cyclops, with force but without intent to kill. He is a buffoon, the devil exclaimed, slapping his forehead. If you find him disagreeable, you may certainly beat him up, so long as you don't kill him. But a life cannot be taken. What if I desire his life? Yunfeng was taken aback by the peculiar regulations of Devil's Island. The consequences would be dire. Bacchus cautioned. Trust me, you wouldn't want to know. I require clarification, a more detailed explanation. Yunfeng insisted, his curiosity piqued. The peculiarities of Devil's Island and Blood Moon City overwhelmed him with questions in need of answers. I will share what you wish to know, Bacchus nodded, casting a glance at the robed sorcerer. You'd best take this fellow away before the guards arrive. The robed sorcerer rose, draining his goblet in silence, then exited the bar without uttering a word. The two orcs exchanged glances and hoisted the unconscious Cyclops, while the dark elf followed suit, casting a flirtatious glance at Yunfeng as she left. Today's tab is on me, Bacchus declared, eliciting cheers from the devils. Follow me, Bacchus instructed Yunfeng. The surroundings were quite pleasant. As they entered the courtyard, Yunfeng was struck by the delightful decor. Please, have a seat, Bacchus said nonchalantly. Shall I fetch someone to prepare a hangover remedy for you? Yunfeng paused, then chuckled. No need for that. If I wish to avoid drunkenness, even 10 more barrels would be futile. Extending his right hand, he channeled his energy, and a clear liquid began to flow from his fingertips, filling the courtyard with a rich aroma of alcohol. Bacchus was momentarily taken aback by the scene, exclaiming, I never imagined your energy could be utilized in such a manner. It's merely a trivial skill, Yunfeng replied modestly. For one with sufficient cultivation, it's quite easy to achieve. Trivial. Bacchus shook his head with a wry smile. Were it not for your impressive energy, I would have thought I encountered a legendary swordsman. You flatter me, Yunfeng responded dismissively. A legendary powerhouse. Such a challenge holds little significance for me. With the cultivation of the chaotic art, I am astounded by the rate of my energy enhancement. Very well. Let us get to the crux of the matter, Bacchus said, adopting a serious tone. I know not how you arrived at Devil's Island, nor do I care to know. However, now that you are here, you must remember one crucial rule. Absolutely do not kill. Do not kill? Why? Yunfeng still struggled to comprehend Bacchus' insistence on this matter. Because it is the law, established personally by the lord of the city. Bacchus replied gravely. Not only in Blood Moon City but across all of Devil's Island. No intelligent being dares defy the Lord's will. The Lord? The Lord of Blood Moon City? Who exactly is he? Is it true that even a legendary figure such as yourself cannot intervene? Legendary? Bacchus shook his head. You must have sensed it. Haven you? This place does not exist within the same realm as the Airy continent. While legendary figures may be the pinnacle of power there, here. In any case, given your current strength, it is wise to adhere to the rules. Bacchus remarked that although Blood Moon City does not impose the death penalty, it will undoubtedly render one in a state of eternal suffering, unable to live or die. Yunfeng remained silent, acknowledging the harsh reality. When one lacks the strength to alter the rules, one must abide by them. He nodded in agreement, indicating he had taken note. The regulations here are quite straightforward, consisting of merely 3 rules. Bacchus raised his index finger, stating the first rule: one must not leave the city without permission. While this may seem somewhat tyrannical, it is not entirely intolerable, for there are likely means to navigate this restriction. Noticing Yunfeng's silence, Bacchus raised a second finger. The second rule, as I mentioned earlier, is that under no circumstances is killing permitted. Remember, this applies to all races. Yunfeng nodded, aware that had he not been provoked, he would not have entertained thoughts of violence. As for the final rule, Bacchus raised 3 fingers and spoke earnestly. The last rule is essentially a corollary to the second. Suicide is prohibited. What? Yunfeng sprang to his feet, incredulous. What sort of rule is this? It is one thing to prohibit murder, but to disallow even suicide? Is this place a hellish island or a paradise? Indeed. No one may take the life of another, which includes oneself, Bacchus affirmed, stating that in his 50 years here, he has never once attended a funeral. How is this even possible? If someone is intent on ending their own life, who could possibly stop them? Over 30 years ago, someone harbored such thoughts and acted upon them, Bacchus said meaningfully. Ultimately, that individual became a lich, and even his soul container was seized by the Lord's mansion. Chapter 11. The City Lord's Mansion? Avenues of Departure? I am uncertain, Bacchus voiced, gazing skyward with a forlorn air. Perhaps the City Lord possesses a solution. Yet none have ever gleaned an answer from him. En route to the City Lord's abode with Bacchus, Yunfeng could no longer suppress the query that weighed most heavily upon his mind, though Bacchus' response mirrored his expectations. If egress were feasible, who would willingly linger on Devil's Island for decades? Still, not devoid of hope, he mused. Regardless of the City Lord's identity, I must unearth a means of escape. Is it due to his formidable power? Yunfeng surmised that extracting verity from a devil was no facile task. Indeed, should you vanquish him, you might compel him to speak. Bacchus jested sardonically, should you prove capable. Perhaps, Yunfeng replied casually, aware that even a legendary figure like Bacchus was thwarted, implying the City Lord had attained at least the Saint Domain. Behold, the City Lord's mansion, Bacchus announced, halting. In truth, Yunfeng could have located it effortlessly, as it was the most towering edifice in Blood Moon City. Merely a formality of registration. It shall not prove arduous, Bacchus explained. I doubt we shall encounter the City Lord. And how might one secure an audience with him? Yunfeng inquired. If the City Lord deems it necessary, he shall summon you. Bacchus responded with a smile. Dependent on whether you possess value worthy of his attention. I shall meet him, Yunfeng affirmed with unwavering certainty. Bacchus led Yunfeng through the City Lord's mansion for some time before locating their destination, a room designated as the Blood Moon City Newcomer Registration Center, situated, rather inconveniently, behind the Hellhound Kennels. Do not fault me, Bacchus pleaded, palms upturned. I have only visited this locale once, over half a century prior. You should rejoice that they have not relocated. Huh, what have we here? A new addition to our ranks. Yunfeng overheard a voice so alluring it could tempt the gods. And unmistakably human. My favored race. Melis, I am surprised to find you employed here. I recall a decade ago you were apprenticed to an elf, studying natural magic. Bacchus seemed acquainted with the succubus, albeit taken aback. Yunfeng scrutinized Melis with curiosity. Compared to the succubi waitresses at the Sword Rose Bar, Melis exuded far greater power. The closer a devil's resemblance to humanity, the higher its stature, and Melis had at least dawn boots. Is that Bacchus? Do you persist in running your tavern? I detect the scent of spirits, Melis remarked, furrowing her brow. You ought to seek alternative employment. You shall ferment like your wine. Enough, Melis, concern yourself not with my affairs. My young compatriot awaits. Bacchus chuckled. Join me at my tavern after your shift. The drinks are on me. Spare me. Your tavern has not introduced a new vintage in over 3 decades, Melis retorted, pouting in discontent. Yet, as her gaze fell upon Yunfeng, her eyes sparkled. It seems fortune smiles upon me. I have scarcely worked here for 2 years, and already a task presents itself. My ill-fated predecessor toiled for 2 decades without a single newcomer, never earning a copper coin. How might I gain an audience with the city lord? Yunfeng, indifferent to Melis's wages, was more concerned with discovering how to depart Devil's Island. You seek to meet the city lord? Melis's eyes widened, and she stifled a giggle, her tail swaying in rhythm with her body. May I inquire as to your purpose in meeting the city lord, my handsome human? I wish to learn how to leave this place, Yunfeng declared earnestly. Furthermore, it would be preferable if you omitted the words my and handsome from your closing statement. HM? Oh, haha. Very well, young sir, should you discover the answer, I implore you to impart it to me, the succubus demurely requested, rummaging through a stack of discarded papers until she unearthed the document. First, you must leave a record here. Firstly, basic information: name, gender, race, age, nationality. Melis enunciated, though these are of little consequence. Should you desire, a pseudonym suffices. Most devils adhere to this practice. Yunfeng, male, human, 20 years of age. From the Tianlong Empire. Unwilling to conceal his identity, Yunfeng provided his true particulars. 20 years. Bacchus interjected, visibly moved. He regarded Yunfeng with newfound respect. He had witnessed Yunfeng's prowess at the tavern, and while he had not yet attained the legendary realm, his mastery of battle chi suggested it was only a matter of time. To discover Yunfeng was merely 20 years of age. What a prodigious talent! Bacchus exclaimed inwardly. Next, and most importantly, Melis continued after recording the information, occupation, and rank. We must ascertain the extent of your capabilities to determine your status and privileges within Bloodmoon City. This is of utmost importance, so please, withhold nothing. Occupation and rank? Yunfeng paused. I have recently experienced breakthroughs, yet I have not had the occasion to undergo rank assessment. My circumstances are somewhat unique, and I am uncertain how to classify myself. Oh, what was your previous occupation and rank? If necessary, the City Lord's mansion can conduct a professional assessment, Melis offered with a smile. 9th level magic swordsman, Yunfeng replied. What? Melis maintained her composure, but Bacchus was utterly astounded. He had observed Yunfeng's battle chi at the tavern, which had undoubtedly surpassed the 15th level. Had he abandoned magical arts to specialize in battle chi? Bacchus was aware that some magic swordsmen abandoned magical arts to focus on battle chi, or vice versa, though they could no longer be accurately termed magic swordsmen. Moreover, magic swordsmen typically possessed unremarkable talent in either discipline, and by dividing their focus, they rarely achieved great success in either. Yet, given Yunfeng's battle chi cultivation, even a swordsman who had specialized in battle chi from the beginning would struggle to reach such heights at his age. It was difficult to fathom that Yunfeng was a magic swordsman. Chapter 12, Occupational Rank Assessment Magic Swordsman? Is this a profession unique to humans? Unlike the astonishment displayed by Bacchus, Melis appeared utterly bewildered. In a sense, yes, Bacchus elucidated. A magic swordsman refers to a hybrid profession capable of wielding both martial energy and magic simultaneously. It sounded quite impressive. Melis gazed at Yunfeng with envy, lamenting her inability to master martial energy despite her proficiency in magic. Not quite, Bacchus countered, casting a glance at Yunfeng. He continued slowly. Due to the existence of the martial magic barrier, theoretically, there are no magic swordsmen above level 10, and in reality, no one has managed to cultivate both magic and martial energy to that level. Oh, what a pity, Melis sighed, initially intending to inquire about Yunfeng's secrets. She had long admired Bacchus's martial energy. However, it seems that we demons do not have the magic swordsman profession. How do we conduct the occupational assessment? Should we test his martial energy and magical prowess separately? Melis suddenly pondered. What if the two differ significantly? We take the higher of the two, provided the level difference between magic and martial energy does not exceed 3 levels, Bacchus replied. And what if it does exceed 3 levels? Melis inquired curiously. Then we take the average, Bacchus stated. But Melis, you don't seem to be responsible for the occupational assessment, do you? Of course not. But I can guide you there. Melis exclaimed excitedly, hanging a service temporarily suspended sign on the door. I can hardly wait to know the result. Evidently, the significance of the Occupational Assessment Center far surpassed that of Melis's newcomer reporting center, both in terms of location, scale, and even the number of staff. The Occupational Assessment Center was undoubtedly a core institution of the Lord's Mansion. In the spacious hall, Yunfeng noticed several demons arriving for their upgrade assessments. In this era, credentials were paramount. Isn't that Melis? I heard there were newcomers reporting. A tall demon greeted. Hello, Hogar. This is Yunfeng. I brought him for his occupational assessment. Melis said with a hint of pride. He is a magic swordsman, a most intriguing profession. A magic swordsman? The same useless profession as humans? Hogar frowned. I am curious how he managed to reach Demon Island. I too wish to know, Yunfeng replied calmly. But I am more interested in finding a way to leave this place. Leave here? Ha ha, what an amusing human. The demons in the hall, including Hogar, erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke of the century. Let me see your strength and whether you stand a chance of departing from here, Hogar chuckled. First, cast the highest level of magic you can wield. Unfortunately, our last magic testing crystal ball has been broken for 32 years, Hogar added. Nodding, Yunfeng began to softly chant an incantation, channeling his magical energy through mental concentration, manipulating the surrounding magical elements. Soon, 3 blazing fire shields appeared beside him, swirling rapidly around him. This was an upgraded advanced magic, level 12 fire elemental defense magic, the blazing fire shield. 12 levels. Hogar, evidently aware of the martial magic barrier, was taken aback that this self-proclaimed magic swordsman exhibited at least a 12th level mastery of magic. How is this possible? Vaxus stared at Yunfeng, who calmly dispelled the blazing fire shield, as if witnessing a true legend. It appears that the chaotic technique not only enhances mental fortitude, but also augments magical power. Yunfeng mused inwardly. Although he had not diligently practiced magic recently, even neglecting basic meditation, his magical prowess had still ascended to the 12th level. Unlike the martial energy cultivation methods of this world, top-tier internal cultivation techniques like the chaotic technique allow one's energy to circulate autonomously once mastered to a certain degree, without the need for deliberate meditation. Thus, Yunfeng's martial energy continuously grew, and due to the uniqueness of the chaotic technique, his mental strength and magical energy surged concurrently. While the effects might not match those of meditation, the constant growth was undeniable. Interesting. Next, we shall assess your martial energy, Hogar declared, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. If fortune favors us, we might bear witness to history. History has already been made. Vaxus inhaled deeply. I can assure you, Yunfeng's martial energy is at least above level 15. The first genius to ever breach the martial magic barrier stands before us. Oh? Hogar's eyes widened with excitement. You cannot be jesting. Is there truly someone capable of surpassing the martial magic barrier? And this individual is a human. If you doubt it, you may verify it yourself. Vaxus asserted confidently. Of course. It would be a shame to miss such a grand event, Hogar acknowledged. Moreover, the assessment procedure must be adhered to regardless. What must I do? Yunfeng asked, calmly regarding the demon. He had resolved to reveal his full strength upon arriving here. Having learned from his earlier bar experience that concealing one's abilities in the demon city only invited trouble. Quite simple, direct your martial energy at that column, Hogar instructed. Pointing to a massive, dark pillar in the center of the hall, shining with a metallic luster, the material unknown. It bore no adornments, clearly deviating from the demon's typical architectural style. Is it permissible to break it? Break it? Hogar paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, joined by the other demons. If you can manage it, of course, it is no problem. It is not a load-bearing column. Moreover, the succubus Melis smirked. That purple gold column has been solidified by the Lord himself. If you truly can shatter it, the Lord may just be intrigued to meet you. Nodding, Yunfeng understood. No wonder he sensed unusual magical energy flowing within the column. As Melis suggested, perhaps meeting the Lord was a splendid opportunity. Amidst the curious and perplexed gazes of those around him, he placed a finger upon the stone pillar. Shattering jade finger. This was an obscure finger technique, typically. Finger techniques emphasized penetration and pinpoint lethality, but the shattering jade finger was a rare, area damage technique. The techniques preserved by Yunfeng's sect were unique, and the hallmark of the shattering jade finger was that it did not require precise targeting. A single touch could deal severe damage. As the crowd braced for a spectacle, anticipating Yunfeng's folly, cracks resembling a spider's web erupted from the point where his finger met the purple gold column. Evidently, his martial energy was still underdeveloped. Yunfeng sighed inwardly. Even with the shattering jade finger, he could only fracture a small section. To completely obliterate the entire pillar was beyond his current capabilities. With a resounding crack, nearly a meter of the purple gold column shattered, yet astonishingly, the column did not topple. Instead, it uniformly descended, shortening itself. Even so, the spectacle was enough to leave all present utterly dumbfounded. This is indeed a piece of amethyst stone with a remarkable resistance to fighting spirit. Moreover, it has been solidified personally by the city lord himself. To think that such a magnificent pillar could be shattered into fragments by merely the touch of a single finger is utterly astonishing. As a legendary swordsman, Bacchus's discerning eye is beyond question. While he could certainly break the amethyst pillar with his own fighting spirit, and perhaps even do so more effectively, he humbly admits that he could not replicate Yunfeng's feat of delicately fracturing only a portion of the pillar while ensuring that it remains upright. More importantly, Bacchus has observed that the size of the fragments is remarkably uniform. What an extraordinary level of control over fighting spirit must one possess to achieve such a stunning effect. This was precisely the outcome Yunfeng desired. Hence, he chose the esoteric technique of shattered jade finger. Otherwise, he has at least a dozen palm or fist techniques at his disposal that could yield similar results. It is evident that the impact of using a single finger is far superior and more breathtaking. Witnessing the collective astonishment on the faces of the crowd, Yunfeng felt a surge of pride within him. The intricacies of Chinese martial arts are indeed beyond the imagination of the people in this world. Perhaps it is time to consider taking on some disciples. This thought led Yunfeng to recall the ancestral teachings of his sect and the wisdom imparted by his master. Chapter 13. The City Lord's Summons. A conundrum. Hogarth, regaining his composure with considerable effort, was perplexed. Traditionally, the assessment of combat aura levels in both the material realm and the Nine Hells relied on the extent of damage inflicted upon the amethystin pillars. This method was generally reliable. However, no one had ever shattered a substantial portion of the pillar from its core with a single finger, as Cloud Peak had done. Furthermore, he had accomplished this feat with a mere digit. Hogarth was certain that this human was not a legendary powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have subjected him to such a test. Hogarth lacked the authority to assess legendary figures. Yet, the sight of amethystin shards strewn across the floor and the diminished height of the pillar presented a paradox. How could someone achieve such a feat without reaching the legendary realm? Hogarth's centuries of experience proved futile. Wow, amazing, Merlis exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Well, Master Hogarth, what is Cloud Peak's combat aura level? Has he reached the legendary rank? The demon's brow furrowed with a bead of perspiration. What level was he? He yearned to know. But how could he ascertain it? Could this human have concealed his aura through some arcane art? Was he, in fact, a legendary figure? As most in the hall remained in a state of bewilderment, the amethystin fragments on the ground began to stir. To Cloud Peak's astonishment, they swiftly coalesced. While the truncated pillar's upper section rose spontaneously, countless shards converged, and within moments, the pillar was restored to its original state, devoid of any fissures. Impressive restoration magic. Nay, this transcends the capabilities of mere magic. Cloud Peak mused inwardly. Although he sensed magical enchantments on the pillar, he was confident in his combat aura's disruptive effect on magic. Could it be divine magic? Cloud Peak pondered. Regrettably, the Celestial Dragon Empire lacked temples, and his knowledge of divine magic was limited, precluding an accurate assessment. However, he was certain that restoring the shattered pillar was far more challenging than shattering it with a single touch. Master Hogarth, a bat announced, transforming into a handsome man in a black tailcoat. Your duties are temporarily suspended. The City Lord wishes to meet this human. Now, Hogarth inquired. He dared not disobey the City Lord's command, but he also had to consider the consequences of negligence. But his professional assessment, precisely why the City Lord has decided to intervene personally, the vampire explained. The City Lord has no desire to expend further restoration spells on this pillar. I understand. Hogarth conceded, retreating silently. The vampire nodded, turning his gaze to Cloud Peak. Human, please follow me. Cloud Peak acquiesced, for this was what he had anticipated. Bacchus, I apologize, but it seems I will be detained for a while longer. I understand. I shall return to the bar, Bacchus replied, realizing his involvement was concluded. Best of luck. Thank you, Cloud Peak responded with a smile, following the vampire. It seems the City Lord resides on the top floor, Cloud Peak observed. Perhaps it is due to the lower plane deep within the Nine Hells, but most devils do not favor high-rise structures. This City Lord is rather unconventional. Wait here while I lower the drawbridge, the vampire instructed, hovering at the end of the staircase. Cloud Peak noticed that the tower's apex was not connected to the structure, but suspended above it in a peculiar manner, appearing as a unified whole from below. A distance of over 30 meters presented an insurmountable obstacle for those lacking flight magic, especially in the turbulent high-altitude environment where levitation spells were ineffective. No need to trouble yourself, Cloud Peak remarked casually. What may be a problem for others is of no consequence to me. Lazy rides the wind, azure cloud steps. The high-altitude currents seem to have no effect. Cloud Peak ascended effortlessly, step by step, without even casting a defensive spell, as if strolling through a tranquil courtyard. Impervious to the wind's fury, the hovering vampire was astounded. What sorcery is this? Nay, no magic is being employed. How can he traverse the air as if treading solid ground? Cloud Peak was not truly walking on air. While the Azure Cloud steps were more profound than the Wudong Cloud ladder, his current combat aura cultivation would not have sufficed without the aid of Lizi's windriding art to harness the wind's power. Upon reaching the top floor, the vampire's gaze towards Cloud Peak had transformed. Even if he had not attained the legendary realm, this human was undoubtedly a formidable powerhouse. The top floor was, in fact, an independent structure suspended above the City Lord's tower by unknown means, perhaps akin to the legendary Sky Citadel. Cloud Peak harbored curiosity, but remained composed. His knowledge of Sky Citadels was limited to fragmented mentions in magical notes within the library. Beyond their ability to fly, he had little recollection. However, this was not the time for such musings. The vampire had already knocked on the soul door. Gone were the imagined spaces, the eerie flames of burning souls, the scarlet carpets, and the grotesque bone thrones. This is entirely different from what I imagined, Cloud Peak exclaimed inwardly. The portrayal of devils in the mainland is far too demonized. Magically treated luminous pearls embedded in the walls and ceiling illuminated the room. A long dining table covered with exquisite linen was laden with various delicacies. Cloud Peak was astonished to discover a steaming platter of squid tentacles in the center. Chapter 14. The Devil's Banquet. Charlotte? What brings you here? Yunfeng's gaze first fell upon none other than the fiendish merchant, Yugloth, whom he encountered upon entering this world. Coughing lightly, Charlotte met Yunfeng's eyes, revealing no hint of surprise. Instead, he spoke with an air of uncharacteristic pride. Clearly, I am currently in the service of the esteemed lord of the city. Paid service, I presume? Yunfeng thought with disdain, fully aware of this devil's mercenary nature. It was evident that this unscrupulous trader would never offer assistance without a profit, not even if faced with the ruler of the 9 circles of hell. Well then, it seems this is not the time for nostalgic exchanges, Yunfeng mused, glancing around before inquiring, where's the lord of the city? Wasn't he expecting to see me? Oh, he should be emerging shortly, Charlotte replied thoughtfully. Yunfeng's tone held little reverence for the enigmatic and formidable lord, yet Charlotte and the vampire standing nearby seemed unfazed by it. The grand finale, the Seven Seas Overlord soup. A devilish chef entered, balancing an enormous bowl of soup on one hand. Upon spotting Yunfeng, he displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by a grin. Perfect timing. The dish is just right. The chef scrutinized the dining table, frowning as he addressed Charlotte. You didn't indulge while I was away, did you? Impossible. Charlotte protested vehemently. I swear to you. Though the food is incredibly tempting, as a diligent merchant, how could I act so shamelessly? City Lord? The chef? If Yunfeng had been wearing glasses, they would surely have shattered at this revelation. Doubt began to creep into his mind regarding his own perception. Clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, this figure, with a single horn protruding from his head, resembled nothing more than a human man with dark hair. Was he truly the mysterious lord of Blood Moon City, the sovereign of Devil Island? How absurd. Is that so? The lord, wielding a long-handled ladle, regarded the sweating merchant with evident skepticism. Very well, considering the ingredients you provided, I shall overlook this matter. Charlotte finally exhaled in relief, internally lamenting, I swear, I did not steal a bite. Your name is Yunfeng, correct? The lord shifted his attention to Yunfeng. I trust you need no introduction to my identity? I am the lord of this place, though some refer to me as the Flame of Destruction, Reska. A pleasure to finally meet you. My apologies for any oversight, Yunfeng replied, maintaining his composure, only to realize the flippancy of his words. Oh, has my name reached the material plane? Reska inquired with genuine surprise. I believe my disguise was flawless, and I thought I had gone undetected. Merely a courtesy. No need to dwell on it, Yunfeng replied awkwardly. However, your attire. Is there an issue? Reska responded with an air of nonchalance. I am not one of those average housewives. As a professional chef, it is only fitting to don formal attire while cooking. Of course, Yunfeng conceded, though his head spun from the absurdity of it all. But you are a lord, and also the president of the Blood Moon City Culinary Association. Reska interjected. This uniform represents both my position and honor. Have you noticed the insignia? I am the only chef on Devil Island to possess the prestigious 9-knife emblem. Indeed. Yunfeng noted the emblem Reska spoke of, 9 knives encircling one another, strikingly emblematic. Thus, arriving early pales in comparison to timely arrival, Reska declared. shedding his chef's attire for a coat presented by the vampire butler, gesturing for Yunfeng to take a seat. Come, savor my culinary creations. This is a genuine devil's banquet. I procured a splendid overlord squid from Charlotte, allowing me to craft several exquisite dishes, especially the Seven Seas Overlord soup, in addition to the main ingredient. The Overlord octopus, I have incorporated 6 rare deep-sea delicacies. Ah, it is utterly divine, Charlotte exclaimed, tasting the soup and immediately moved to tears. Great lord of the city, I extol your greatness. Is it truly that extraordinary? It is merely a bowl of soup, Yunfeng mused with an inward chuckle, amused by the merchant's sycophancy. Yet, as he sampled the broth, Yunfeng's perspective shifted dramatically. What a delightful surprise. It was neither bland nor overly rich, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. He savored the other dishes, all equally splendid, and found himself astonished by the culinary prowess of this self-proclaimed top chef. Reska, unfazed by Charlotte's praise, observed Yunfeng's reactions closely. At last, after sampling several dishes, a satisfied smile graced the lord's face. Truly a rare delicacy. Yunfeng set down his utensils, sincerely commending, since my arrival on Devil Island. I have not enjoyed a proper meal for over a month, and your skills are undeniably exceptional. Indeed, aside from hobbits, it seems only humans truly appreciate the culture of fine dining. Reska remarked, glancing at Charlotte, who was stuffing his mouth with food. Noticing the lord's gaze, Charlotte hurriedly forced an expression of bliss. Indeed, a true glutton, Reska grimaced, addressing the vampire butler with disdain. Take this glutton away for payment, and ensure he packages all he has consumed. Do not forget to deduct the cost of his meal. As the mention of meal payment reached Charlotte's ears, he panicked, attempting to protest, but with his mouth full, he only succeeded in choking on his food. Do not concern yourself with this merchant. Most devils remain quite primitive in their culinary preferences. Convincing them to embrace such gourmet delights will be a challenge, Reska remarked. After the meal, Reska rang a bell on the table and a procession of succubi entered, swiftly clearing the table and presenting 2 glasses of beverages alongside an array of desserts. Now that we have concluded our meal, let us turn our attention to the matter at hand. Chapter 15. The conditions of Reska. I wish to know the method of leaving this place. Yunfeng stated directly. I believe you may not fully grasp the situation. Human, Reska replied, savoring the amber drink in his hand. Yunfeng took a sip, finding it somewhat reminiscent of coffee, though he preferred tea. Do you truly think you qualify to inquire about such matters? Reska mused with an amused smile. And do you assume I will share this information with you? I cannot say for certain. Yunfeng shook his head. I merely wish to ascertain whether you know how to depart from here. Oh, does that even hold significance? Regardless, you will not receive an answer from me. If you are unaware of the method to leave, then I shall seek other means rather than waste my time with you, Yunfeng declared. What if I do know? Reska asked. When you have earned the right, I shall reveal the answer. An intriguing human, Reska chuckled. You are Yunfeng, correct? I believe that name is worth remembering. Few can maintain such composure in my presence upon first meeting. As a token of my appreciation, I shall tell you that I indeed possess knowledge of how to escape the Devil's Island. Yunfeng's eyes sparkled with hope. There truly was a way. As long as there was a means, he felt reassured. However, I shall not divulge it now. That would contravene the rules. Moreover, with your current strength, even knowing it would be of no consequence, what would compel you to share the answer? Yunfeng recognized that leaving the Devil's Island was no trivial matter. But if it merely hinged on strength, he found it hardly daunting. He was confident that with his own cultivation and the martial knowledge passed down through generations in China, enhancing his power was merely a matter of time. There are 2 possibilities. Reska raised 2 fingers. Either you can offer a price that captivates me, or your strength surpasses mine. One of the iron laws of the 9 layers of hell is that the strong govern the weak. What kind of price would entice you? Yunfeng pondered, wholly unaware of the depths of the city lord's capabilities, nor the extent of his strength. While he held confidence in himself, he could not ascertain how long it would take to surpass Reska. Thus, the first possibility might indeed present a viable option. Let me put it this way. I am indeed faced with a rather troublesome issue, and this is the reason I summoned you, Reska explained. If you can resolve this dilemma for me, I will share the answer you seek. Oh, what sort of trouble? You imply that I can resolve a matter even you cannot? Yunfeng inquired, puzzled. Of course, I cannot be certain, Reska admitted. However, I am curious about what sort of teacher or institution could produce a student like you. To be frank, the educational standards of your kind astonish the entire multiverse. A 10-year-old child, after less than a decade of education, can become a competent warrior. Even more staggering, an academy with fewer than 100 teachers can produce nearly 1,000 qualified graduates each year. Riska exclaimed, marveling at the short training periods and astonishing efficiency, which even the 9 layers of hell and the mountain of heaven could not match. You speak of these matters. Yunfeng paused slightly. I fear I do not quite grasp your meaning. Education. Do you understand? The greatest challenge Blood Moon City faces is the issue of education. Riska elucidated. In this wretched place, we can no longer cultivate young devils using the traditional educational models of hell. We cannot afford such losses. There are no birthing pools on Devil's Island, and population growth can only rely on natural reproduction. Seeing Yunfeng's bewildered expression, Riska elaborated. Yet the likelihood of devils conceiving is exceedingly low, resulting in a consistently limited number of newborn devils. Furthermore, under the conventional educational methods of hell, at least 70% would be eliminated by graduation. Now I understand. It appears that hell truly is a cruel place, Yunfeng lamented, beginning to grasp the city lord Riska's intent. Thus, we must alter this situation, and humanity's educational model is undoubtedly the best choice. Riska declared. I once encountered an educational plan from a certain academy that astonishingly did not reserve any slots for fatalities. It is simply unbelievable. Indeed. While human academies also present various trials, many of which carry considerable danger, they generally provide adequate protection. As for my current ordeal, it is merely a rare occurrence. A stroke of bad luck, Yunfeng reflected. The human touch is perhaps the most significant distinction between humans and devils, after all. What humanity requires is not a cold-blooded killing machine. Yet, the number of humans arriving on Devil's Island is regrettably scarce. Riska lamented, moreover. One foolish individual has even transformed into an undead creature. Isn't there still Bacchus? Why not seek him out? Are you referring to the one who runs a bar? Riska shook his head. His martial skills are inherited, and he has never attended an academy. He knows nothing of education. What I require are teachers, not legendary swordsmen. So, you have set your sights on me? Indeed, you possess a wealth of diverse skills. Aside from an academy, I cannot fathom where else one might acquire such a breadth of knowledge. Riska smiled. You have indeed guessed correctly, Yunfeng nodded. It appears this is a splendid opportunity. Not only am I a graduate of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, but I have also recently become an assistant teacher there. That is splendid news, Riska exclaimed, elated. Moreover, it is even more remarkable that you are a magic swordsman. With that, you alone can handle all educational responsibilities. I can assure you that if you manage to teach these young devils to graduation and meet my standards, I shall reveal to you the method of leaving Devil's Island. Riska stated. If you still harbor doubts, we can certainly draft a detailed contract. Very well, I believe I am willing to accept this position. Yunfeng concluded with a smile after carefully weighing the pros and cons. Chapter 16. Unendearing students bang, bang, bang. With effortless ease, Hogarth, the pit fiend, hammered the nails into the wall. He dusted off his hands and declared, There you have it, Master Yunfeng. The little imps are awaiting you inside. I shall not accompany you any further. Herein lies your letter of appointment, and your identification will be delivered before supper. Farewell, and may fortune favor you. Yunfeng observed the sign that Hogarth had just affixed above the doorway, inscribed with the words Blood Moon City Devil Academy in the hand of Riska, the city lord herself. He shook his head, then pushed open the portal. This is where I shall be toiling for the foreseeable future, Yunfeng mused with a hint of sentimentality. Which of my predecessors did not boast a multitude of disciples, their influence spanning the realm? Though most were merely nominal disciples, and few were truly nurtured as inner circle students, with but one destined to inherit the mantle. Regardless, Yunfeng held this tradition in high esteem. Perhaps this was why. Amidst the secrecy and decline of martial arts among the various sects and clans, Yunfeng's lineage grew stronger with each generation. In the pursuit of martial prowess, solitary cultivation was folly. The acceptance of numerous disciples not only deepened one's own comprehension through instruction, but also allowed for the assimilation of their insights. Thus, Yunfeng's lineage encouraged disciples to forge their own techniques. Yunfeng knew that upon defeating his master, he inherited not only the illustrious title of ninth martial god, but also the responsibility of perpetuating and amplifying the martial spirit of his lineage. Though he inhabited a different vessel in another world, Yunfeng remained a Chinese martial artist at heart. Steeped in a martial tradition spanning millennia and imbued with 5,000 years of Chinese culture. A smile graced Yunfeng's lips. What does it matter if they are devils? As long as they can inherit this martial spirit, what does it matter if I take devils as disciples? Of course, they must first meet Yunfeng's standards. Despite his agreement with City Lord Rizka, Yunfeng distinguished between students and disciples. Teaching students was merely a vocation, but accepting disciples required careful deliberation. Passing through the foyer, Yunfeng finally laid eyes upon his students in the training yard, a group of 21 young devils, some already exhibiting traits of higher-ranking demons, such as violet horns or flame-like patterns on their skin. Nevertheless, they were still merely immature devils. A single adult middle-tier devil, such as a blade fiend, could easily dispatch them all within 10 breaths. The young devils were engaged in a heated training session, 2 teams of 10 battling fiercely while the remaining one stood aside, seemingly hesitant to join either side. The young devils were ferocious, though their claws were not yet fully grown or sufficiently hardened, and their wooden weapons possessed limited lethality. The battle was still brutal, with blood and gore flying. Yunfeng now understood the meaning of Rizka's statement regarding the 70% attrition rate. It was indeed a cruel and sanguinary educational system. Moreover, it was barbaric and antiquated. Yunfeng realized that the devils fundamentally misunderstood education. They were merely employing military training methods to rear their offspring. Yunfeng's deduction was accurate. The devils were doing precisely that, as they sought warriors, not painters or bards. A severed finger, provenance unknown, landed at Yunfeng's feet. He stooped to retrieve it, a headache already forming. This task would not be as simple as he had imagined. The young devils were at the height of their combat, and none would concern themselves with a mere severed digit, not even its owner. With their regenerative abilities, the devils could regrow it within a week, even without magic. Thus, none noticed Yunfeng's arrival, save for the lone young devil who had abstained from the fray. "Pray, might I reclaim that finger?" the young devil asked, tilting his head to gaze at Yunfeng. Certainly." Yunfeng handed the severed digit to the diminutive devil and inquired curiously. "Though, it does not appear to be your finger, does it?" "It is not mine," the young devil responded, accepting the finger. "However, if Yak cannot locate his finger after training, he will be most displeased, and he would vent his frustration upon you." Yunfeng noticed that the spot where the young devil had been standing was adorned with ears, arms, and other appendages, seemingly severed from their owners no more than 10 minutes prior. The young devil appeared to be responsible for reclamation, as reattaching severed limbs was more efficient than regrowing them. "Who are you? Why have you come to this place?" the young devil queried, ignoring the question. Though the answer was obvious, he eyed Yunfeng warily. Outsiders are forbidden from entering the training yard. The young devil likely sensed the human strength or was acutely aware of his own weakness. His voice was somewhat shrill, drawing the attention of the battling devils. The young devils ceased their fighting in unison, focusing their gazes upon the unfamiliar human. "There is no need for such tension. I am not an outsider," Yunfeng said with a smile, brandishing the parchment. "I have come to inform you that this place is now known as the Blood Moon City Devil Academy, and I am to be your first instructor." The young devils exchanged glances, clearly surprised and incredulous. Why would they be assigned a human as their instructor? A more robust young devil stepped forward, the flame-like markings on his brow and arms attesting to his lineage as a higher-ranking flame fiend. "The document is valid. He is indeed our instructor." The small flame fiend confirmed the authenticity of the appointment, inciting a flurry of murmurs among the young devils. "To be frank," Yunfeng began, "your first impression is quite unfavorable. I never imagined that a group of devils would resort to the tactics of street thugs. We are training. It is practical training, not mere brawling." The small flame fiend retorted indignantly. "And we are not thugs." Another young devil protested, his unusually thick horn indicating his potential as a horned devil. "Yet you are as inept as thugs." Yunfeng sneered. "That is why I have come here, to prevent you from remaining so. Insolent. You are but a weak human. What right have you to call us inept?" The small flame fiend roared. "Calm yourself, Carl." A young devil with the blood of a succubus restrained him. "An instructor personally appointed by the city lord cannot be weak. Who knows? Perhaps the city lord merely believes he is a gifted cook." Carl the flame fiend scoffed. "Claire, I have no desire to become a chef upon reaching adulthood. I have always believed that instructors should not resort to violence against their students," Yunfeng declared, surveying the group. "However, it seems that such principles are untenable here. According to your devilish customs, the weak must submit to the strong, correct?" Yunfeng extended his pinky finger, beckoning the little demons with a casual gesture. "No need to hold back. Come at me all together." The little demons, fueled by youthful bravado, charged forth, their understanding of strength still naive and superficial. Faced with Yunfeng, whose restrained aura belied the appearance of an ordinary person, they surged forward with confidence. The skirmish, nay, It would be more accurate to call it a game, concluded swiftly, lasting no more than 2 minutes. All 20 little demons found themselves sprawled on the ground. Their limbs contorted in unprecedented and intricate positions. The once boisterous little demons were now rendered incapable of even twitching a finger. Except for the first little demon, a slender figure who was somewhat slower to react. By the time he grasped the need to join his comrades, he discovered that all his classmates had already succumbed. "What have you done to us?" The fiery demon Carl cried out in terror. "What kind of magic have you used?" "You fool, Carl," hissed the little succubus Claire, her voice low. "This isn't magic. I haven't sensed any magical fluctuations at all. I suspect he has dislocated all our bones," remarked a little demon of skeletal lineage calmly. "It seems some of our tendons have also been misaligned, preventing me from realigning the bones." "Indeed, this is no sorcery. Merely a simple technique," Yunfeng replied. "While acupressure would have been the easiest approach, my unfamiliarity with the anatomy of demons rendered the technique of dislocation a suitable alternative." "Now, am I worthy to be your teacher?" Yunfeng inquired. The little demons fell into a collective silence. He was correct, might dictated authority. An immutable law of the 9 layers of hell. Furthermore, with the official decree from the city lord, they had nothing left to say. "Excellent," Yunfeng nodded, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. "I believe you now comprehend the situation. Let us commence our lesson." Chapter 17. Yunfeng's first class. Very good. Now you are behaving. Yunfeng nodded, feeling quite satisfied. The little devils, having settled down after their initial antics, seemed relatively obedient, at least on the surface. Yet, Yunfeng was aware that these little rascals were undoubtedly scheming ways to counter him. They had already made a glaring mistake. Devils preferred cunning and treachery over direct confrontation. "I know you must be feeling somewhat indignant. Still plotting your revenge, aren't you?" Yunfeng chuckled. Little demoness Claire attempted to explain herself, but Yunfeng halted her. "No need for explanations. Explanations are merely veils. I am well aware of your devilish nature." He waved his hand dismissively. "However, I am not averse to your retaliation. You may employ any methods you excel at, assassination, poisoning, any scheme you can conceive. But do ensure you do not fail, for the consequences shall be yours to bear. Remember, failure incurs punishment, and that is one of the iron rules of the 9 layers of hell. If these little creatures could outsmart him, it would be better for him to throw in the towel altogether. With martial skills honed to a certain level, one's sensitivity to danger becomes acute." Although Yunfeng had yet to reach the legendary state of being unseen and unheard, where one instinctively evades peril, even a master assassin might struggle to ambush him, let alone these fledgling little devils. The little devils exchanged glances, speechless, unsure whether they were startled by the revelation of their thoughts or excited by the permission granted. Teacher, my left leg still doesn't move. It seems the bone has set right." Little fire demon Carl looked innocently at Yunfeng. "Could you take another look?" "Oh." Yunfeng glanced at him. "No need for such trouble." With a gentle kick of his right foot, a small stone shot towards Carl's right knee with a crack. "Ouch." The little fire demon immediately clutched his knee and hopped on one leg. Although Yunfeng's strike was not enough to break his leg, it was certainly not light. "Isn't it better now?" Yunfeng remarked. "Also, you can dismiss the burning hand spell you just prepared." Little fire demon Carl sheepishly smiled, a faint red glow flickering in his left hand. In truth, even if he had successfully ambushed Yunfeng, such a rudimentary spell could hardly inflict any harm. What a fool. Such a simplistic tactic could never succeed. Claire scoffed, relishing in his misfortune. "Your preparations were far too conspicuous. They could be sensed from a kilometer away." "I don't understand what you're talking about." Carl, not foolish, would never admit to that at this moment. "I was merely practicing a new spell I learned yesterday." "Do not explain. Explanations are mere disguises." Claire promptly applied Yunfeng's teachings, demonstrating her cleverness as a little devil. "Enough. Everyone be quiet." Yunfeng immediately curbed the conversation. "I must add, during my lectures, it is best not to interrupt casually. Otherwise, the repercussions will be severe." Though Yunfeng doubted these little devils could truly scheme against him, he felt it necessary to impose some restrictions to prevent further disturbances. "Now, before we commence our lesson, I shall assess your qualifications," Yunfeng instructed. "Line up and assume a horse stance. When I stand before you, begin your self-introduction." "Teacher, what is a horse stance?" The little devils looked puzzled. "Spread your legs and lower your center of gravity like this." Yunfeng demonstrated a proper horse stance. "Teacher, this position seems rather silly, as if, do not utter the rest, or you shall regret it." Claire shot a fierce glare at Carl, then turned to Yunfeng with a pitiful expression. "Teacher, Could we perhaps adopt a different posture? Absolutely not. Stand firm. If anyone wobbles, I won't hesitate to assist in securing them, Yunfeng declared, moving to the first student. Faced with Yunfeng's threat, the little devils had no choice but to comply. The pain from their earlier joint adjustments still lingered. I am Carl, a fire demon lineage. Or perhaps a bit of abyssal descent. I'm not quite certain. My mother hasn't figured it out yet. The first in line was the little fire demon Carl, who had previously attempted to ambush Yunfeng. Yunfeng had noted that he was an attention-seeking little fellow, though such behavior was rather foolish among devils, especially when one's strength did not afford a clear advantage. Yet, Yunfeng found this attention-seeking little fire demon intriguing. Although he had begun to display some devilish traits, these young devils still possessed considerable potential for growth. They had yet to undergo formal devilish education, and the environment of Devil Island was vastly different from the 9 layers of hell. Despite the overwhelming presence of devils in Blood Moon City, rife with deception and sin, at least there was no slaughter and no life-or-death bloodbaths. Thus, these little devils were still immature in both strength and disposition that could not yet be deemed competent devils. However, from another perspective, this presented an opportunity. Teaching virtue alongside skill, Yunfeng hoped to instill in them a proper moral compass. He certainly did not wish for his students to become mere schemers or fraudsters. Very good, maintain that. Yunfeng withdrew his hand without offering any critique and proceeded to the next little devil. Next was Claire. Yunfeng felt a touch of awkwardness as he retracted his outstretched hand. To be frank, Claire did not appear markedly different from the other little devils. Even among humans, many undeveloped girls bore a resemblance to boys. Yunfeng was neither a lover of young girls nor a dubious figure. Thus he hesitated to make contact with the delicate little demoness Claire. Teacher, you haven't checked me yet, Claire said innocently after her introduction, looking at Yunfeng with confusion. Your situation is rather unique, so there is no need for such formality. Yunfeng replied seriously. This little one certainly had a talent for pretense. Had a stranger unfamiliar with her devilish nature been present, they might have easily fallen for a ruse. What about my qualifications? Are they poor? Is that why you haven't even glanced my way? Claire's big eyes filled with tears, clearly indicating she was prepared to cry if he deemed her lacking. Actually, your qualifications are quite commendable, Yunfeng stated, his expression hardening. Why ask so many questions? Assume the horse stance and do not attempt to slack off. All right, next. After about half an hour, Yunfeng had gathered a general understanding of all his students. He realized he had previously underestimated the situation. In fact, he found these little devils to possess quite good potential. Their skeletal structures were well-proportioned, their meridians robust, and a few even bore the bloodlines of higher devils, demonstrating significant magical aptitude. However, the challenge lay in the considerable differences between devil and human physiology. While there were no major issues with bones and muscles, the disparity in their meridian systems posed a dilemma for Yunfeng. Without targeted modifications to their cultivation of fighting spirit, they would find it nearly impossible to successfully cultivate it. As for the internal techniques of his own sect, they were altogether out of the question. The more exquisite the martial arts, the greater the difficulty of improvement, often surpassing the challenges of creating an entirely new technique. Yunfeng found himself bereft of time, and such an endeavor seemed unnecessary. Even if he were to expend immense effort to refine a top-tier martial art suitable for their cultivation, it is highly likely that these little demons would be incapable of practicing it. It is essential to understand that, even in Yunfeng's previous world, mastering top-tier mental techniques was inherently perilous. A single misstep could lead one astray, let alone these demons. Is there still one more? Yunfeng suddenly realized that he had overlooked a small demon, the frail one who had initially requested a severed finger from him. This little demon did not join the others, but instead squatted alone in a corner of the training ground, practicing the horse stance. Upon catching Yunfeng's gaze, panic flashed across the demon's face, and its legs snapped straight. You come here. Yunfeng beckoned, summoning the little demon. What is the meaning of this? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Why are you not standing with the others? I am not. The little demon stammered, visibly flustered. Attempting to explain. What do you mean, I? Yunfeng's irritation began to surface. Was it not said that demons were the most disciplined and rule-abiding creatures? Could this little one be a disguised fiend? Furthermore, when I first arrived, you were the only one absent from the battles, were you not? He continued. While I find that training to be utterly foolish, your actions render you even more so. Ha. Carl, standing nearby, could no longer contain his laughter. Teacher, surely I'm assert. You want this fellow to train with us? The ninth circle of hell. How utterly terrifying. Why do you say that? Yunfeng inquired. Is he not one of your classmates? Shouldn't classmates train together? However, if he were to join, the training would conclude rather swiftly, the little succubus, Claire, remarked. No matter which side he joins, the opposing team would soon achieve victory. Chapter 18. The little fireball who allowed you to move freely? Stand still. Yunfeng's sharp gaze swept across the little demons, rendering them silent as they obediently squatted in a martial stance. And you, the same goes for you. Join them in a line. Yunfeng directed his gaze towards the diminutive demon, who froze momentarily, only reacting after Yunfeng urged him again, scurrying to the back of the line. With a thud, the little demon stumbled and fell to the ground, experiencing an intimate encounter with the floor. It seemed he had taken quite a hard fall, struggling unsuccessfully to rise. Do you take my words lightly? Yunfeng approached the little demon, discovering it was indeed the fire imp, Carl. You don't wish to stand properly? Then I shall make you stand long enough. In a flash, Yunfeng tapped lightly on Carl's legs, and the little demon instantly felt his limbs go numb. Although he stood upright, he could not sense his legs at all, a feeling of helplessness washing over him in a wave of panic. This isn't my fault. This little inferior demon has no right to learn alongside us. Carl exclaimed in distress. I'm just a lowly inferior demon. You can't treat me this way. I certainly can, Yunfeng replied. Mistakes must be met with consequences. He lifted the little demon from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Moreover, in my eyes, a student is a student. None are beneath others. What are you still doing here? Hurry and stand properly. Yunfeng gave a gentle pat on the little demon's back. The fall had merely knocked the wind out of him, and he had not sustained any injuries. The little demon glanced at Yunfeng and promptly took his place at the rear of the line. Teacher, please spare me. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Carl pleaded with a forlorn expression, the discomfort too much to bear. You'd best follow through on that promise, but for now, it would be wise to behave. Yunfeng asserted, believing that a modicum of corporal punishment was necessary for disobedient students. After all, even in ancient times, teachers had the custom of assigning lines or using a ruler as discipline. Carl dared not protest any further. What a hellish experience. Is this teacher truly human? He seems more like a demon than we do. With Carl's unfortunate experience as a cautionary tale, the other little demons quickly fell into line. Though they were small, they possessed a basic sense of awareness. Maintaining the peculiar stance, known as the martial stance, was no easy feat, but none wished to face the same fate as Carl. Yunfeng approached the little demons, inspecting their physical attributes. What is your name? Why not introduce yourself? He asked, somewhat displeased with the panicked expression on one little demon's face. I am called Little Fireball. The little demon's face flushed crimson, his head bowing involuntarily. I am but a lowly inferior demon. An inferior demon, you say? Yunfeng murmured. He was well aware of what an inferior demon was. If any demon could be deemed the lowest and most useless, it would be an inferior demon, timid, foolish, and feeble. Their status among demons was akin to that of lowly skeletons among the undead. However, these students had all been handpicked by Lord Rizka himself. Yunfeng could not believe he would assign a worthless creature to learn. This was not the behavior typical of demons. Lift your head, straighten your back, and stand tall. Seeing the little demon's head bow lower, Yunfeng commanded softly. The inferior demon quickly complied, standing in the martial stance. Though his eyes were slightly red. Little Fireball? That name is quite unique. Did your parents give it to you? Yunfeng regretted his question as soon as it left his lips. Given the intellect of inferior demons, it was nearly impossible for them to create a name like Little Fireball. Yet, he noticed that this Little Fireball, while somewhat slower than the others, possessed an intelligence that transcended that of a mere inferior demon. It was my master who named me, Little Fireball said, suddenly animated. Your master? Yunfeng expressed surprise. Could it be you have signed a contract with a sorcerer? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. What sorcerer would be foolish enough to enter into a summoning contract with an inferior demon? Typically, demon servants did not require names, especially not for clumsy, lowly creatures like inferior demons. Yes, my master is a promising sorcerer. He even taught me the Little Fireball spell. The little demon exclaimed proudly. Oh, you can actually cast Little Fireball. Yunfeng was somewhat taken aback. Although it was merely a basic first-level spell, the fact that an inferior demon could master it was indeed remarkable. No wonder Lord Rizka deemed this little inferior demon worthy of training. It seemed he recognized the potential within. It seems your name derives from this, Yunfeng chuckled. He had already assessed Little Fireball's abilities, and to be frank, they were rather unimpressive, even inferior to most humans. The only slight advantage he possessed was the inherent regenerative ability of demons. Yet, for Yunfeng, physical attributes, while significant, were not absolute. With sufficient effort, even the most inept could be transformed. Thus, Yunfeng placed greater emphasis on one's character and comprehension. These qualities were the true determinants of how far one could ascend. My master said that if I learn magic, I can assist him more. Little Fireball suddenly looked disheartened. But so far, I've only learned the Little Fireball spell. Teacher, am I of no use? Indeed, you are merely a useless inferior demon. Even with the ability to cast Little Fireball, you remain just an inferior demon, Carl scoffed. Though he dared not move recklessly anymore, contenting himself with verbal jabs. And your master? It seems he hasn't summoned you in quite some time. Perhaps he has realized your worthlessness and has already formed a contract with a more powerful demon. And no, that is not true. Little Fireball's face flushed red with indignation as he shouted at Carl. My master would never abandon me. He must be occupied with something important. Enough, Carl. Be quiet. Yunfeng shot a glare at the fire imp, who promptly complied, silenced by the authority in Yunfeng's voice. Now, Little Fireball, your name sounds rather awkward. Your master is a sorcerer, correct? You should know that a sorcerer cannot have only one summoned creature. If you wish to gain his favor or assist him, you must strive to enhance your own strength. Yunfeng's words were delicately phrased. Yet he could hardly believe a sorcerer would enter into a formal summoning contract with an inferior demon. It was simply astonishing. Could it be that the sorcerer had discovered Little Fireball's extraordinary talent? Yet, Little Fireball lamented. But I can't seem to learn any of the other spells my master taught me. Oh, is that so? Cloud Peak was somewhat taken aback. If a lesser demon could master there should be no reason for it to be unable to learn other spells. Once one gains entry into elementary magic, it should be easy to grasp by analogy. Demonstrate A for me, Cloud Peak instructed. No, you don't need to maintain that stance. You can cast in your accustomed manner. The lesser demon acknowledged with an O. It too felt that casting while standing in a horse stance was quite arduous. With Cloud Peak's permission, it stood upright and began to murmur the incantation. Though it was, after all, only an elementary spell, the incantation was quite brief. In fact, once one becomes proficient with this spell, one can easily cast it by simply uttering the key phrase, for example. Of course, if one is adept at focused casting, this kind of elementary magic can be executed instantaneously with ease. A fist-sized shot from the lesser demon's fingertip, striking a training stake more than 10 meters away and successfully setting it ablaze. Somewhat intriguing. Cloud Peak noted that the lesser demon was already capable of successfully casting the spell by reciting only the key phrase. Although it was merely the most elementary, this was sufficient to demonstrate its magical talent. What's more, Cloud Peak discovered that when the lesser demon uttered the words, it was not using the infernal tongue, but the common tongue. While it was said that its master had taught it this spell, it was absolutely impossible for a warlock to be ignorant of the infernal tongue. Then why would the lesser demon's master, that eccentric warlock, teach a demon to cast spells using the common tongue? This was utterly contrary to common sense. Or could there be some other profound meaning? Cloud Peak ceased dwelling on matters he could not comprehend. At least he had now ascertained that the lesser demon possessed considerable talent in magic. After all, not every magic apprentice is capable of casting their first spell in a foreign language. What concerned Cloud Peak even more was the summoning contract the lesser demon had signed. This meant that, upon its master's summons, the lesser demon could temporarily depart from Devil's Island through the power of the contract. And if its master, that warlock, was located on the continent of Earth. Chapter 19. Named Disciple. A week has passed since the commencement of the Devil Academy in Blood Moon City, and Yunfeng's teaching endeavors have largely settled into a rhythm. Although with merely one teacher and one student, it barely qualifies as a class. The modest size of the academy is indeed rather disheartening. Technically, this marks Yunfeng's inaugural experience in instructing students. Yet one need not have tasted pork to know how a pig runs, despite his lack of teaching experience. Yunfeng possesses an abundance of first-hand knowledge from his own student days, particularly the poignant memories of his time apprenticed under his master, which often leaves him in tears. Finally, he finds himself with an opportunity to impart knowledge. Thus, throughout this past week, Yunfeng has been brimming with enthusiasm. In his quest to enhance the academy's infrastructure and teaching facilities according to his vision, he has traversed nearly all governmental departments in Blood Moon City. It can be said that his familiarity with the Lord's manor may surpass that of most civil servants, perhaps even the Lord himself, Ruiska, who spends most of his time ensconced in a mysterious floating chamber atop the tower, shrouded in secrecy about his activities. This thought provokes Yunfeng's quiet exasperation, clearly. The governmental institutions of Blood Moon City have become excessively bloated to an unbearable extent. It is astonishing that to simply order a set of standardized uniforms, he had to visit over 20 departments and secure 50 stamps. Who could fathom the connection between school uniforms and the Siege Weapon Manufacturing Bureau? However, devils are creatures of order. And despite their vexatious nature, they operate strictly within the confines of regulations, leaving Yunfeng with little recourse. It is not their fault. In fact, were it not for Yunfeng possessing a personal directive from Lord Ruiska, it is likely that the uniforms would not reach the students until 50 years hence, by which time their sizes would likely have changed considerably. After resolving the uniform issue, Yunfeng wisely delegated the remaining tasks to Cheryl, the Yurgro's devil who has now taken it upon himself to manage the Academy's logistical support. Overall, Yunfeng is quite pleased with the renovations he has implemented within the Academy. Following his directives, the institution operates on a boarding system, and unless special arrangements are made, the little devils are not permitted to step outside the Academy until graduation. Having attended university for 2 years himself, Yunfeng finds nothing unusual in this. As a practitioner of martial arts rather than a scholar, he could not seclude himself in the mountains for training. Thus, he directly adopted the military training regimen from his university days: communal dormitories, orderly management, a shared dining hall, and drill training. While Yunfeng may find these routines rather tedious, the little devils take great joy in them. For these orderly creatures maintain impeccable formations even when retreating from the battlefield, thanks to the little devils' fervor and eager participation. Their training has yielded remarkable results in just a week. The dormitories are pristine, reflecting their diligence, and personal items are meticulously arranged, particularly their bedding, which is folded into perfect squares. Although the little devils rarely require such comforts, they delight in unfolding and refolding their blankets each day, leading them to cultivate the commendable habit of napping. As for the drill training, Yunfeng is astonished. Initially, he worried that due to his preoccupation with the Academy's affairs, he would lack the time to personally instruct them, potentially leading to resentment or laziness among the little devils. However, he evidently underestimated their enthusiasm for drill training, to the extent that even he did not anticipate their ability to master the formation drill in such a short span of time. The discipline and sense of teamwork among the little devils have dramatically improved, rendering their prior chaotic training sessions unrecognizable. Nowadays, few little devils venture out alone. Even for a trip to the restroom, they line up in a neat row, reciting epic poems of war in Elvish along the way. Fortunately, the little devils have not strayed from the Academy. Were others to learn that Yunfeng has managed to train this group of little devils to such a degree in merely 1 week, his name would surely echo throughout the 9 layers of hell. Consequently, the little devils now revere Yunfeng as a deity, convinced that learning under his tutelage promises a bright future. Without a doubt, when it comes to drill training, no devil general in the 9 layers of hell could rival his prowess. Little Fireball, come here, I have something to discuss with you. After training, Yunfeng intentionally retained a little imp. I'm sorry, teacher. I meditated as you instructed, but I still cannot learn other spells. Little Fireball followed Yunfeng back to his residence, anxiously voicing his concerns. I did not summon you for that, Yunfeng replied with a smile. Truthfully, he had not anticipated that Little Fireball would actually manage to grasp the meditation technique, even if it was merely a basic level of meditation, enough to astonish Yunfeng. However, for Little Fireball, this predicament was unavoidable. It is important to note that devils typically do not squander their time on such slow-acting methods as meditation. As it contradicts their nature, they possess numerous swift and nefarious means to enhance their magical power, though these methods are not without their own challenges. These wicked means are evidently unsuitable for Little Fireball, whose innate weaknesses render him too feeble for such endeavors. Should he pursue those paths, the likelihood of success would be almost non-existent. Therefore, meditation stands as his sole avenue for strengthening his abilities. Yunfeng pays no heed to Little Fireball's anxieties. Even the greatest talent cannot yield significant results in just a week of meditation. What concerns Yunfeng is that during this time, he has gained a clearer understanding of Little Fireball's temperament and comprehension. Thus, Little Fireball, I intend to take you on as my named disciple, Yunfeng declared, adding that should Little Fireball meet his expectations, he might even consider accepting him as a formal disciple. However, Yunfeng evidently overestimated Little Fireball's capacity for understanding. as the concepts of named disciple and formal disciple left the little imp bewildered, asking, "But teacher, am I not already your student?" Astonished, Yunfeng stammered, "That's different. A student is a student, and a disciple is a disciple. There is a distinction." "Ah, I fear I have complicated matters beyond your comprehension. Let me clarify," Yunfeng continued. "Certain unique and specialized techniques are only imparted to disciples and are never taught to students. Isn't that a form of preferential treatment?" Little Fireball questioned, thoroughly perplexed. "You cannot perceive it that way." Yunfeng felt a wave of frustration. It is essential to understand that these unique techniques are not accessible to just anyone. And if they were to be disseminated, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, one must exercise extreme caution when selecting an heir. Once you become my disciple, remember to refrain from employing the skills I teach you for malevolent purposes. Should I discover you engaging in any dishonorable deeds that disgrace my teachings, I will take it upon myself to rectify the situation." Yunfeng warned sternly. "Yes, teacher, I will remember." Little Fireball earnestly nodded, scratching his head in confusion. "But when did I agree to become your named disciple?" "Well then, why are you still hesitating? Bow down before your master," Yunfeng commanded, seated imperiously in the prominent chair. "Yes, teacher." The obedient lesser Fireball immediately prostrated itself on the ground, kowtowing to Yunfeng. All right, 3 will suffice," Yunfeng said. "Since you're only a disciple in name, we'll keep things simple." "Yes, teacher," Lesser Fireball replied, feeling somewhat shortchanged, as it had already kowtowed 5 times. "From now on, address me as master. It sounds more pleasing," Yunfeng instructed. "By the way, your current name is rather cumbersome. How about I give you a new one?" Yunfeng stood up and paced back and forth, saying, "How about Qiuhua?" "Qiuhua?" The lesser Fireball, now Qiuhua, looked bewildered, feeling that this teacher-master was incredibly learned, bestowing a name whose meaning he couldn't even begin to fathom. "Well, Qiuhua," Yunfeng said, not bothering to explain the profound meaning of his new name to his disciple in name, as he doubted he would understand it anyway. "From today onward, you'll move in and live with me," Yunfeng announced. Originally, the lesser devils were divided into 5 dormitories, and the lesser Fireball was often bullied in the dorm. Thus, Yunfeng decided to have him move in and live with him, which would be more convenient. "I will now teach you a special breathing technique. Memorize it well and practice diligently in your spare time," Yunfeng instructed. He was preparing to teach Qiuhua the foundational mantra of a demonic path cultivation technique called the Blazing Sun Art. In Yunfeng's original world, this technique was commonplace, with few demonic path cultivators even bothering to cultivate it. However, the Blazing Sun Art's greatest strength was its simplicity. It was exceptionally easy to begin, and as a demonic path technique, its progress was naturally quite rapid. As for side effects, there were certainly some, but they mainly affected the body. Qiuhua was, after all, a demon, so it shouldn't be a major issue. "Cultivate diligently on your own. I have some matters to attend to," Yunfeng said. After teaching the mantra and answering a few of Qiuhua's questions, he stood up. Yunfeng decided to meet with the city lord, Rizka, immediately. Tomorrow would be the annual Night of the Twin Moons on Devil's Island. Chapter 20. The Night of Dual Moons. The Night of Dual Moons. The most exhilarating yet perilous evening on Devil's Island. This place is devoid of daylight, enveloped solely in the cloak of night. Throughout the 12 months of the year, the first 6 months witness a blood-red crescent moon, while the latter half is graced by a purple full moon. On the last day of June, a night of transition occurs where both the blood moon and the purple moon illuminate the sky simultaneously, heralding the so-called Night of Dual Moons. On this fateful night, apart from the Blood Moon City, safeguarded by its protective barriers, the entirety of Devil's Island lies under the radiant glow of the blood moon and the purple moon. Purple symbolizes temptation, while red often signifies slaughter. Thus, most creatures bathed in the dual lunar light become frenzied and aggressive. Even the most disciplined of demons may succumb to the madness of the night, transforming into incomprehensible fiends. Ordinarily docile night antelopes band together to assault the fierce prairie tigers. The thick-skinned steel-horned rhinos charge fearlessly into swarms of storm wolves. Timid putrid rats seize the hellcats. Grotesque sea maidens crawl ashore, launching ice arrows at the towering hellfire. Chaos reigns supreme across Devil's Island. Countless magical beasts, wanderers, and outcasts engage in a brutal melee, turning the ground into a river of blood. On this night, demons will form formidable legions to partake in the frenzied slaughter. Devil's Island exists as an isolated realm, a vast prison where the 9 hells feel a world away, and the bloodshed is no concern of theirs. Thus, the annual Night of Dual Moons marks the moment when demons unleash their bloodlust. Yet danger often accompanies opportunity. For those unfortunate souls of various races who find themselves on Devil's Island for myriad reasons, the Night of Dual Moons also presents a chance. However, not everyone is granted the privilege to leave the city. Those lacking sufficient strength will find the bureaucratic officials of the city lord's office utterly unwilling to stamp their applications. According to the unofficial words of Lord Riska, every effort must be made to avert potential casualties. Every citizen's life is invaluable. In Blood Moon City, even suicide is strictly prohibited, and those exhibiting any inclination towards self-harm are subjected to close surveillance. Even if one's application is approved, joining the demon armies is forbidden, lest these unruly entities disrupt the demon's orderly formations. Consequently, they organize hunting parties, varying in size from 2 or 3 to several dozen, but solitary action is absolutely prohibited. Each group must also include at least one legendary powerhouse. Otherwise, even the most harmonious teams would struggle to survive the Night of Dual Moons. Yunfeng sought out Bacchus, the only legendary figure he knew in Blood Moon City, excluding the city lord, Shurka, whose strength transcended legend. Initially, Bacchus had no intention of participating. Having engaged in this event dozens of times, the Night of Dual Moons had lost its allure. However, at Yunfeng's request, Bacchus readily acquiesced. For most demons had joined the bloodbath, leaving the Rose of Sword Tavern devoid of business. In a sense, it was a chance to strike while the iron was hot. Furthermore, Bacchus harbored curiosity about Yunfeng, the sole other human on Devil's Island, considering their shared background. He was particularly intrigued by Yunfeng's remarkable achievement of breaking through the martial barrier at such a young age, eager to discover how far Yunfeng could ascend. Only 3 hunting teams were approved this time, meaning merely 3 legendary leaders would guide them. This was indeed an impressive figure. The other 2 teams boasted larger numbers, each comprising 40 to 50 members from diverse races, all possessing formidable strength, generally at level 15 or above. Even the one-eyed giantess team, which Yunfeng had encountered at the Rose of Sword Tavern, was among them, led by the orc shaman he had previously met. Yunfeng's team was the smallest, consisting of only 3 members. Besides Bacchus, the tenacious Charler had insisted on joining after hearing the news. Although he claimed to be an armed merchant, Yunfeng had little confidence in his abilities. Recalling how he had nearly incapacitated Charler by the seaside, Yunfeng couldn't help but question how Charler had managed to secure his application. Yunfeng's goal in participating in the Night of Dual Moons was to gain deeper insight into the dynamics of Devil's Island. Despite having reached an agreement with Lord Riska, Yunfeng understood the wisdom of not putting all one's eggs in one basket. Relying entirely on a demon was the height of folly. As for Charler, his sole focus was on gold. Nevertheless, if they could survive until the conclusion of the Night of Dual Moons, each participant was assured substantial rewards. Even inaction would yield immense wealth from the countless beast carcasses strewn across the battlefield. To secure this opportunity, Charler had indeed paid a price. After receiving several exquisite magical items, Yunfeng abandoned his initial thought of having Charler oversee his demon students. After all, the little ones were thoroughly engaged in the foundational training Yunfeng had imparted. The demon legions were divided into 4 corps, each launching assaults from different directions, annihilating any creature that dared to resist until they reached the coastline, where they would take a brief respite before retracing their steps. If managed well, the entire endeavor would consume the span of a single night. Though labeled a bloodbath, the danger was relatively minimal. Rather than war, it resembled an organized slaughter. Regardless of how ferocious the magical beasts or other creatures might be, they paled against the disciplined formations of the demons. Hunting parties typically did not trail the demon armies but also could not stray too far. This ensured maximum safety while preventing them from returning empty-handed. After all, the battlefields cleared by the demons' logistical teams were cleaner than the Grand Plaza before the Divine Light Temple. However, Yunfeng had no intention of adhering to this strategy. His aim was not merely to acquire prey or to indulge in the thrill of killing. Thus, upon exiting the city, he resolved to deviate from the army's path. Bacchus was indifferent to this decision, as he was merely there to accompany Yunfeng. Unless faced with extraordinary peril, he was disinclined to intervene. As for Charler, he had no room to voice his opinions. After all, as long as there were spoils to be gained, the route taken was of little consequence. As the purple full moon ascended, the once quiet Devil's Island began to stir with anticipation. Yunfeng understood that when the blood-red crescent moon fully descended, all must return to the city. On Devil's Island, none dared defy Lord Rizka's regulations. Only one night remained for Yunfeng. Chapter 21. The twin blades of ice and fire. If Devil Island is a secluded prison, then Blood Moon City is the very prison within that prison. For reasons unknown to most, the city lord, Rayska, long ago imposed a decree forbidding residents from leaving the city. Not only were outsiders, including demons, prohibited from entry, but unless tasked with a special mission or granted permission by the city lord, no one could escape the city's confines. The only exception was the annual Twin Moon Night. Not all races possess the inclination to be reclusive. Enduring a prolonged existence in a singular location can prove intolerable even for demons. Even the city lord, Rayska, had no better solution, thus rendering the perilous Twin Moon Night the perfect occasion for the recluses to release the pent-up energy accumulated over the year. The demon army advanced like four surging torrents, moving steadily along their designated path. The demons formed an orderly formation, mercilessly exterminating any creature that exhibited hostility within their line of sight, occasionally dispatching smaller squads to pursue fleeing enemies, yet they never strayed too far from the main force. The discipline of the demons was impeccable. In truth, as long as one did not stray too far from the army's route, safety could be reasonably assured. After all, centuries of painful memories had imparted profound lessons to the formidable beings that inhabited Devil Island. Straying from the predetermined path meant relinquishing the army's protection under such circumstances. Even legendary champions could not guarantee their survival on Devil Island, especially beneath the illumination of the twin moons. Thus, Yunfeng's small team, a novice newcomer, a lackadaisical bar owner, and a profit-driven demon merchant embarked on their adventure, undaunted. Soon, this detached squad encountered a multitude of troubles. The beasts, driven into a frenzy by the influence of the purplish-red moons, seemed to regard Yunfeng and his companions as easy prey, resulting in over 20 ambushes within a mere 2 hours, covering less than 10 kilometers. The wind and willow sword technique. Yunfeng's twin blades danced, casting shadows as he dispatched a dozen night demon bats. The fiery and icy effects from his enchanted swords transformed the falling corpses into blazing flames or exquisite ice sculptures before they even touched the ground. "Bravo, Yunfeng!" exclaimed Charlotte, gleefully witnessing Yunfeng's swift elimination of the night demon bats. The wings of these bats are essential components for casting the demon wing spell. "Watch out. Get down." Yunfeng's gaze sharpened as he sliced above Charlotte's head. The Ugloros demon instinctively recoiled, only to feel as though doused with boiling water. A colossal bat with silvery wings suddenly appeared overhead, and torrents of blood gushed forth from its bisected body, drenching Charlotte in a crimson deluge. "I wish you could wait until I finish before you start your cleanup," Yunfeng said with a hint of exasperation. This was not the first occurrence of such a scenario. "I merely intended to warn you about the large bat using invisibility to ambush us," Charlotte retorted, wiping her face with a handkerchief, unabashed. When her eyes lit up, the Ugloros demon, with remarkable insight, spotted a glimmering object amid the bat's remains. "A level 17 dark magic core," Charlotte exclaimed, hastily wiping the core with her handkerchief, utterly disregarding her appearance. "This is worth far more than my face." "Really, I can't do anything with you," Yunfeng sighed. "Just remember to share my portion when we return." Bacchus, observing Yunfeng's prowess, had grown somewhat numb to the spectacle. Throughout their journey, he had not lifted a finger. Every battle had been single-handedly handled by Yunfeng. With Yunfeng's current magical prowess at level 12 and fighting spirit at level 15, he effortlessly dispatched even the mutated night demon bats, which boasted a strength of level 17. The exquisite swordsmanship displayed by Yunfeng left even the legendary swordsman Bacchus momentarily dazzled. What was even harder to fathom was that, despite enduring over 20 high-intensity battles in just 2 hours, Yunfeng showed no signs of fatigue. Was he truly human? Bacchus had never heard of a swordsman below the legendary rank achieving such feats. Yet, it was not as exaggerated as Bacchus assumed. Although Yunfeng's chaotic technique was indeed remarkable, it still had its limitations and did not fully negate the consumption of fighting spirit. Consequently, Yunfeng relied on techniques like the wind and willow sword technique, which, while somewhat less powerful, could still deliver significant damage when paired with his enchanted sword, especially when aimed at vital points. What frustrated Yunfeng, however, was that the enchanted sword he had purchased from Charlotte turned out to be subpar. While the ice and fire enchantments were indeed functional and potent, they required 2 different types of fighting spirit to activate. Even more maddening was that the fire feather sword demanded ice-type fighting spirit, while the ice-wing sword required fire-type fighting spirit. Thus, although these enchanted swords possessed admirable attributes, they could only be deemed inferior quality. Consider this. If a swordsman trained in fire-type fighting spirit obtained the fire feather sword, they would be unable to activate its magic. Conversely, an ice-type swordsman could not benefit from the fire-enhanced fighting spirit of the fire feather sword. Only someone like Yunfeng, capable of fluidly switching between types of fighting spirit, could unleash the full potential of these enchanted swords. Yet, Yunfeng still felt conflicted. The sensation of wielding both fire and ice was far from pleasant. We should proceed with caution, Yunfeng advised. If we encounter enemies, let's avoid confrontation whenever possible. We cannot afford to waste time on battles. At this pace, we won't accomplish much by nightfall. If we come across isolated or injured beasts, it shouldn't pose a problem to take them out, right? Charlotte suggested, noting Yunfeng's serious expression. Of course. You're the leader now. Your word is law. But truly, have you given it no thought? If we face such a situation again, I wouldn't mind letting you handle it on your own. Yunfeng replied coolly. Chapter 22. The magical metal vein indeed. A single night proves to be rather insufficient. Yunfeng sighed, slightly out of breath. Despite his utmost efforts to evade confrontation, the sheer number of beasts on Demon Island was overwhelming, their movements erratic and unpredictable. Lacking skilled scouts, Yunfeng's rudimentary detection magic rendered little assistance. Each encounter with foes necessitated swift resolution. Otherwise, they risked attracting even more perilous adversaries. Several times, the overwhelming numbers compelled even Barks to intervene personally. Thus, through a tumultuous journey, they had merely scouted a single lake and 3 dense forests. Yet, Yunfeng had previously gleaned through various channels in Blood Moon City that the island boasted nearly 20 locations of peculiar legend or distinction. Our next target, the Poison Water Pool, lies approximately 5 kilometers away, Yunfeng remarked as he scrutinized the map. 5 kilometers? That would require at least half an hour, assuming we encounter no battles along the way. Charlotte hesitated, gesturing towards the sky. However, with the twin moon night concluding in merely 2 hours, time may not be on our side. Barks cast a simple glance at Yunfeng, remaining silent. He had faith in the young man's judgment, as Yunfeng had continually astonished him throughout their journey. We should still have time, Yunfeng asserted. Though he understood that even upon reaching the poison water pool, hope might be slim, it represented a glimmer of possibility. If they returned to the city now, they would have to wait until next year to return. As long as there remained a flicker of hope, Yunfeng was unwilling to relent. Furthermore, I have meticulously studied the map. Upon reaching the poison water pool, we can directly veer westward and return to the city through the western gate. It appears to be close, yet traversing this route would require crossing the minor underworld river. Wouldn't it? Charlotte leaned in to examine the map, puzzled. I recall that there seem to be no bridges or ferries in that vicinity. Do there? Rest assured, it is not the true underworld river. Moreover, with Uncle Barks accompanying us, we shall encounter no issues. Yunfeng replied. Seeing Barks express no dissent, he rolled up the map. Very well, let us depart swiftly. If we hurry, returning to the city on time should pose no problem. Yunfeng and Charlotte cast basic invisibility spells on themselves. Although these spells would only deceive lower-tier, sluggish beasts, any reduction in trouble was welcome. As for Barks, being a legendary swordsman, he had mastered the art of concealing his presence. Unless approached too closely, even royal-grade beasts would find it difficult to sense him. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them at the final hour, for within 20 minutes, the trio successfully arrived at the poison water pool, allowing Yunfeng to breathe a sigh of relief. The remaining journey approached the western route of the demon horde, suggesting a relatively safe return to the city. However, the only one dissatisfied was Charlotte, who was eager for more encounters with beasts, for with Yunfeng and Barks, foes equated to gold. Enough complaints, let us hasten our exploration of the poison water pool. Yunfeng interrupted Charlotte's incessant chatter. We cannot linger here for too long. All right, you're the boss now, Charlotte acquiesced, though his sincerity was questionable. The poison water pool was not expansive, roughly the size of half a football field. The trio quickly scoured the surrounding area, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. Indeed, it appears we are still empty-handed. Yunfeng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Although he had anticipated such an outcome before their arrival, the emotion was inescapable. I wonder, could this pool genuinely be toxic? Charlotte mused, grasping his empty water pouch while gazing at the clear water. Toxic? Yunfeng froze momentarily, suddenly invigorated. The poison water pool, indeed. This water must hold the key. Barks retrieved a silver coin, dipped it into the water, and with a grave expression remarked, This water is indeed toxic. It is no wonder there are no signs of wildlife in the vicinity. Isn't it just poison? It's nothing to worry about. Charlotte casually stirred the water with his finger and then licked it, indifferent. Such a level of toxin for a demon is akin to seasoning. Oh, splendid. Yunfeng exclaimed with joy. In that case, I must trouble you to take a dip. No, surely not. Charlotte gaped. I am not afraid of the poison. But you know I cannot swim enough with the excuses. Yunfeng replied impatiently, tossing a large stone into Charlotte's arms. Just sink with it. Whether you can swim is irrelevant. You want to drown. Woe is me, why must it always be like this? Charlotte lamented, on the verge of tears. Upon seeing Yunfeng's threatening gesture, he resignedly embraced the stone and submerged himself. As a demon, incapable of swimming is truly a shameful matter. Yunfeng pondered, contemplating whether to establish a swimming pool at the academy upon returning. Help! Someone save me. Ah, my tail. As Yunfeng mused. He was suddenly startled by the anguished cries of Charlotte, who erupted from the water, pursued by a monstrous maw twice his size. What is that? Yunfeng was taken aback, surprised to discover such a creature lurking in the poison water pool. However, his reflexes were swift. As Charlotte neared the gaping mouth, Yunfeng waved his hand, sending Charlotte hurtling aside. Though he landed awkwardly, he narrowly escaped the creature's grasp. The beast, having missed its prey, sank back into the depths, leaving Yunfeng and the others with only the sight of that gaping maw. There is indeed something amiss beneath these waters. Yunfeng felt a surge of excitement as he had just saved Charlotte. After checking on him, he found that aside from being frightened, he was otherwise unharmed. What did you see down there? Yunfeng inquired. I barely sank before encountering that creature. It was terrifying. I nearly became a snack. Charlotte recounted, still shaken. But then his eyes brightened. Such a powerful beast must be worth a fortune, right? I shall descend to investigate, Yunfeng declared eagerly, as this situation felt strikingly familiar. As martial arts novels often suggest, any place guarded by a spirit beast is likely to harbor treasures. Although he had never encountered such a thing, he was certain the pool's depths concealed secrets. But the water is toxic, Barks could not help but remind him. While it was one thing for Charlotte, a demon, to plunge in, it was quite reckless for Yunfeng, a genuine human. Fear not, this level of toxin poses no threat to me, Yunfeng chuckled, given his current cultivation. Though he had yet to attain complete immunity to poisons, he could easily disregard toxins of this magnitude. With that, Yunfeng shed his outer garments, revealing a snug outfit made of fish skin, and promptly sank beneath the water's surface. This pool is indeed quite deep. Yunfeng employed the fluid movements of the fish dragon transformation, navigating effortlessly through the water. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered that this seemingly small toxic pool possessed a depth that far exceeded that of an ordinary lake. Due to the poisonous nature of the water, he could scarcely perceive any aquatic flora, let alone fish or shrimp. Fortunately, the water remained relatively clear, allowing his vision underwater to remain largely unobstructed. Oddly enough, the monstrous creature had vanished without a trace. As Yunfeng descended to the pool's depths, he encountered no attacks. Yet a sense of unease lingered, compelling him to maintain a vigilant demeanor, wary of any potential threats. Suddenly, Yunfeng noticed something peculiar, standing at the bottom of the pool. He felt no sinking sensation. The bottom was not composed of mud but rather solid rock. To his astonishment, these rocks emitted a gentle, ethereal glow. A mineral vein. This must be a vein of some magical metal. Excitement surged within Yunfeng, although it was not the outcome he had anticipated. The discovery of a magical metal vein was undeniably a monumental find. He resolved to collect a few samples before ascending, regaining his composure. Yunfeng recalled that while Blood Moon City prohibited excursions, it was unlikely that even the Lord, Riskar, could overlook the existence of a magical metal vein. He had contemplated keeping this discovery a secret, but the extraction of the magical metal was a technical endeavor, especially from underwater. And it was evident that he could not manage it alone. It would be more prudent to disclose the find openly, after all, according to the devil's rules. As the discoverer, he would receive a minimum of 30% of the profits. Without lifting a finger, he could secure a share of the magical metal vein, which was more than enough to satisfy him. Just as Yunfeng collected several samples of the ore and began to ascend, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger emanating from behind him. The bizarre beast with its gaping maw had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 23. Dragon Slayer. With a resounding crash, a colossal water spout erupted from the tranquil surface of the toxic pond, as a monstrous beast, exceeding 20 meters in length, leaped forth, its gaping maw wide open, its immense body twisting in midair. It was this very creature. Just moments ago, I had narrowly escaped being devoured by it. Charlotte exclaimed excitedly to Bacchus. Wait, how did Yunfeng end up on its back? This is perilous. Yunfeng is in danger, Bacchus exclaimed, his shock evident. Although this beast had not yet reached the legendary tier, it was perilously close. Yunfeng found himself in a precarious situation. Who would have anticipated that a mere toxic pond would harbor a creature on the verge of legendary prowess? Bacchus refrained from intervening. "Allow me to handle this," Yunfeng declared. He was never one to concede easily. In his previous world, he had often challenged stronger warriors to hone his martial skills. Given his current strength, if he were to encounter a true legendary being, he would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. However, this serpent-like beast had yet to attain that status, and Yunfeng was not without the means to fight back. With this thought igniting his fighting spirit, Yunfeng felt the fiery passion of a warrior within him. A martial artist must possess the courage to confront powerful foes. Without that, one might as well return home to till the fields and abandon their training altogether. Ah, what a bold lad! Bacchus halted his initial intent to intervene, a smile of admiration gracing his face as he recognized Yunfeng's determination. To challenge a peak royal beast without hesitation was indeed commendable, even to someone like Bacchus. The serpent beast did not linger above the water for long, soon plunging back beneath the surface. With Bacchus choosing not to intervene for the moment, Charlotte could only wait anxiously on the shore. In truth, up to this point, Yunfeng had not suffered any loss. Rather, he had gained a significant advantage. The ice-wing sword was now embedded deep within the beast's massive body, nearly hilt deep. Regrettably, it had missed its vital point. Yunfeng gripped the hilt tightly, for it was this grip that prevented him from being thrown off the creature's back. While he could not ascertain the exact species of this monster, it was undeniably serpentine in nature. Yunfeng was unsure if the vital point was indeed its weak spot. Yet he had no better options and could only hope for the best. The sword, fully embedded, inflicted considerable pain upon the serpent beast, especially with the chilling magical energy emanating from it, causing its blood to flow sluggishly. Even as a cold-blooded creature, such sensations were undoubtedly unpleasant. "This won't do," Yunfeng thought, as the beast writhed violently. Merely clinging to it without being thrown off was an arduous task. He regretted not bringing his second firewing sword. Although its fire attributes would be less effective underwater, it would still be preferable to facing this creature unarmed. The serpent beast, agitated by the persistent torment, swept its massive tail repeatedly, yet Yunfeng skillfully evaded its strikes with the agile movements of the fish dragon transformation, positioned near the creature's neck. It was impractical for it to entangle him. Suddenly, the beast opened its gaping maw, and a forked tongue shot towards Yunfeng. The stench was overwhelming, and he was taken aback. That tongue resembled a small python's arm in thickness. If ensnared, it would spell disaster. Without hesitation, Yunfeng withdrew the ice-wing sword, narrowly dodging the attack. However, this maneuver forced him to disengage from the beast's back. As he withdrew, he made sure to leave a mark on the creature with his sword. Regrettably, the sword's properties were insufficient, and Yunfeng could not muster a powerful enough aura strike in such a rush. Nevertheless, he was confident that the serpent beast was not faring well. The continuous injuries only fueled the beast's fury. After finally throwing Yunfeng off, it unleashed a barrage of low-tier water magic spells as if they were free, and Yunfeng could distinctly feel the temperature of the water progressively dropping. Another royal water beast. However, this serpent was evidently far stronger than the octopus he had previously slain, as it was on the cusp of legendary status. Fortunately, Yunfeng had some experience to draw upon, making the situation manageable. As a spellcaster capable of casting while moving swiftly, he found that low-level magic posed little threat to him. Time was of the essence. Yunfeng felt a growing urgency within him. Although the turtle breath technique allowed him to maintain his combat effectiveness underwater for extended periods, the toxic nature of the pond meant he could not keep his pores closed indefinitely. Moreover, who could guarantee that the beast did not possess some hidden life-saving magical skill? That was all but certain. The most pressing concern was the dwindling time. If he could not return to Blood Moon City promptly, even with the agreement he had with the city lord, Reska, Yunfeng could not be sure how Reska would react if provoked. He was certain that if he could not conclude this battle swiftly, Bacchus would undoubtedly intervene personally, as they could not afford to delay further. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. With a grave expression, a glint of determination in his eyes, Yunfeng unleashed his aura, summoning the armor of aura he had previously deemed unworthy. The ice-wing sword extended a formidable blade of energy over a meter in length. He activated the celestial demon disintegration technique. The disparity between the 15th and 19th tiers was stark. Despite Yunfeng mastering numerous wondrous martial techniques, self-preservation was one thing, but swiftly resolving a conflict was another matter entirely. Hence, he chose to employ the celestial demon disintegration technique to temporarily bolster his strength, though there would be side effects. The ancestors of his sect had thoroughly studied the celestial demon record. The modified version he utilized, while slightly less effective, would not leave him with irreparable consequences, merely a temporary weakness, akin to the berserker's rage skill in this world. With his aura surging, Yunfeng boldly confronted the serpent beast, executing the fish-dragon transformation to its fullest extent, deftly dodging several sweeping strikes of the beast's tail until he finally drew near its vital point. Sensing impending danger, the serpent writhed in a peculiar manner, retreating while unleashing several water spells in rapid succession to hinder Yunfeng's approach. Trying to escape? Not so easily. With the armor of aura shielding him, Yunfeng disregarded the low-tier magic entirely, his speed suddenly increasing. He unleashed the fish-dragon transformation's most explosive movement, leaping onto the serpent's back in an instant. The blade of energy from the ice-wing sword surged once more as he decisively slashed downward. Dragon Slayer. This was a true dragon-slaying technique, reputedly crafted by the predecessors of Yunfeng's sect based on ancient murals, a peerless martial skill. However, this martial art had no application in Yunfeng's original world, yet in this realm, he yearned to encounter a genuine dragon to test his skills. The giant serpent beast evidently sensed the terror of the strike and unhesitatingly lashed its tail across, while simultaneously a layer of icy armor began to envelop its body at an astonishing speed, clearly a manifestation of innate magic. Yet, it proved utterly futile. Yunfeng infused his very essence into this dragon slayer slash, amplifying its power to an unparalleled zenith. Unsurprisingly, the serpent beast's tail was severed. Whether composed of resilient scales or formidable bones, it shattered effortlessly, akin to tofu. But that was not the end. The defensive capability of the ice armor, far superior to ordinary ice, also failed to impede the ferocity of the dragon slayer slash. The ice-wing sword precisely struck the serpent beast at its critical point, causing a deluge of serpent blood to swiftly stain the nearby waters crimson. With the dragon slayer slash, it was a clean severance. Gazing at the severed head of the massive serpent, Yunfeng finally exhaled deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he regarded the remaining hilt of his sword. The ice-wing sword, after all, could not withstand such a formidable attack, as the records from his sect indicated that the dragon slayer technique required the accompanying dragon slayer blade. Wow! Look! So much blood! The water is all red. Charlotte exclaimed loudly from the shore. I wonder if Yunfeng was eaten? Do you really think a mere human could produce this much blood? Barks shot a look at Charlotte that suggested disbelief. Barks himself was astonished. He had initially thought that Yunfeng would merely engage in a struggle with the giant serpent beast before he had to intervene personally. To his surprise, Yunfeng had achieved such an extraordinary feat. Truly an impressive young man. Barks could not help but admire, recognizing, through the eyes of a legendary swordsman, the remarkable potential within Yunfeng. For him, reaching the legendary realm was merely a matter of time, and perhaps even greater heights awaited him. Hey, I say, isn't it time to wrap up the spectacle? Yunfeng surfaced, smiling toward the shore. I'm exhausted. Who among you will dive in to retrieve the giant creature? I'll go. This is my forte. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately seized a large stone, disregarding her inability to swim, and leapt into the water. Chapter 24. The Division of Spoils. Are you feeling all right? This is quite reckless. Was it really necessary to push yourself so hard? Bacchus inquired, examining Yunfeng's condition. Although there were no apparent external injuries, Yunfeng appeared exceedingly weak, with his internal energy nearly depleted. If it were you, uncle, you would likely do the same. Yunfeng chuckled. Despite the severe after-effects of the demonic disintegration technique, the rewards from this battle were monumental. Not only had he acquired the carcass of the colossal serpent beast, but he had also gained invaluable experience. The combat methods in this world differed significantly from those in his previous realm, and the fighting style of magical beasts was vastly distinct from that of humans. True strength cannot be attained solely through solitary training. The significance of real combat cannot be understated. Bacchus understood this principle and remained silent, although he was quite curious about how Yunfeng had ended up in such a state. This internal injury did not seem to stem from the colossal serpent beast. Could it have been self-inflicted? Yunfeng, are you a berserker? Bacchus speculated, noting that such a talent was quite rare among humans. Berserker? How could that be? Yunfeng laughed incredulously, realizing that Bacchus had misunderstood. I merely employed a special technique to unleash my potential. If I were truly a berserker, do you think I could still engage in such a leisurely conversation with you? That is indeed a valid point, Bacchus conceded with a smile. He had witnessed the frenzied state of a berserker before, where they lost all rationality in battle, launching into wild attacks, and even after the frenzy subsided, They could barely move a finger, let alone converse as easily as Yunfeng was doing. By the way, uncle, do you recognize these minerals? Yunfeng pondered for a moment before producing several stones. This appears to be some sort of ore, Bacchus remarked, taking one for a closer inspection, though he seemed uncertain. However, I am not a mage. My knowledge in this area may be less than yours. Oh. I can only confirm that this should be a type of magical metal, but I am not clear on the specifics, Yunfeng admitted, feeling a hint of disappointment. The varieties of magical metals were numerous, and while he could be considered somewhat of a mage, identifying some common magical metals was about his limit. However, this also indicated that this magical metal was certainly not ordinary. With this thought, Yunfeng couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of joy. Ah, the 9th circle of hell. I have struck it rich this time. Cheryl, freshly emerged from the waters, exclaimed excitedly, gesturing wildly to the two. Can you guess what I discovered down there? The 9th circle of hell. I found a... Wait, what do you have in your hands? Just like what you have. Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle. I must apologize, but I believe I was the first to discover it. I was the first to dive in. Cheryl retorted sharply. The facts were clear. Arguing was futile. I acknowledge that you spotted that magical beast first, but I was indeed the one to uncover this vein, Yunfeng clarified. No, Boss Yunfeng, you can't do this. Cheryl despaired. I risked my life to dive down. I deserve some credit, at least. This vein is my discovery, and that is non-negotiable, Yunfeng stated firmly. However, to those who see, there is a share. After all, I cannot mine it alone. Leave it to me, Cheryl exclaimed with enthusiasm. I can hire a professional mining team. I guarantee that the City Lord's men won't find out. This revelation took Yunfeng by surprise. He hadn't anticipated Cheryl to be so ruthless, wanting to keep this from the City Lord's office entirely. Nonetheless, this would certainly yield greater rewards. And even Bacchus felt a surge of excitement when he learned that there was a vein of magical metal at the bottom of the poisonous pool. Dividing it among the three was undoubtedly more advantageous than handing it over to the City Lord's office for extraction, since Yunfeng had mentioned that those who witness should share. The three quickly divided the spoils. Naturally, Yunfeng claimed the lion's share, taking half, while Cheryl was responsible for all mining, processing, and selling, thus receiving 30%, leaving the remaining 20% for Bacchus. Cheryl was evidently dissatisfied with this distribution, especially since Bacchus received a share without any effort, but given the legendary swordsman's strength. Even the devilish merchant had no recourse but to acquiesce. By the way, we still don't even know what this vein contains, Yunfeng suddenly recalled. Realizing the importance of clarifying this matter to avoid being tricked by the crafty merchant. You mean you all don't know? Bacchus gazed at Yunfeng incredulously. The 9th circle of hell. This is abyssal demon iron. How could you not recognize it? Abyssal demon iron? Yunfeng and Bacchus exchanged astonished and exhilarated glances. This was indeed a tremendous windfall. Strictly speaking, abyssal demon iron was not exceedingly rare among magical metals, but this metal, primarily sourced from the endless abyss, served as the principal material for crafting magical weapons and armor. Of course, it was not particularly suitable for creating smaller magical items like rings or necklaces. For demons, venturing deep into the 9th circle of hell to mine abyssal demon iron was an almost insurmountable challenge. The bloody conflict had raged for countless years, merely resulting in a stalemate between the first few layers of hell and the preceding depths of the abyss. Neither demons nor devils had ever achieved a decisive advantage. Thus, within the 9th circle of hell, any lord would be driven to madness over a vein of abyssal demon iron. Even though they were currently in an isolated space like Devil's Island, the inhabitants were predominantly devils. Of course, operationalizing this endeavor would not be simple. Questions such as how to mine without alerting the City Lord's office, the processing of the ore, and how to sell it without raising suspicion were all complex issues. However, these challenges posed no obstacle for the cunning merchant Cheryl. A tenfold profit would be sufficient to tempt him to risk the noose, let alone a vein of abyssal demon iron. Will this truly go unnoticed by the City Lord's office? It seems we are violating the regulations of Blood Moon City. Yunfeng expressed his apprehension, knowing that provoking the City Lord, Riska, could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, I possess a business license for Devil's Island. I can freely exit the city at any time, Cheryl replied with a smug smile. I will leave no trace, and as long as we remain undetected, it will not be deemed a violation. Ah, Yugoloth demon. I am truly elated this fine day. Cheryl rubbed the ring on his left thumb, humming a nonsensical tune of his own creation with great enthusiasm. Look at you, acting like a parvenu, despite claiming to be a knowledgeable plainer merchant. Yunfeng shook his head, though he was quite envious of Cheryl's merchant ring, a remarkably rare piece of spatial equipment. The giant python beast that Yunfeng had slain was currently stored within that merchant ring, attesting to its immense internal space. It was difficult to fathom how a demon merchant possessing such a near-divine spatial artifact could have fallen into such a wretched state. However, my own gains are not insignificant. Yunfeng couldn't help but glance down at the white sphere, about the size of a football, in his arms. He truly hadn't anticipated that the nameless giant python beast he had slain would be a female, and one that had recently given birth. It was no wonder she hadn't unleashed any formidable abilities during their battle. Otherwise, Yunfeng might not have achieved victory so easily. Alas, the giant python beast had only produced a single egg, much to the avaricious delight of the merchant Cheryl. However, it was indeed peculiar for a serpentine beast to lay only one egg at a time. Yet, considering the giant python beast's level, it could be explained. After all, the more powerful the beast, the lower its fertility, which held true for most beasts. Perhaps raising a magical pet wouldn't be so bad. Yunfeng mused inwardly. He had personally experienced the strength of the giant python beast, even in its weakened postpartum state. Although he was uncertain of the exact species of the giant python beast, a beast with the potential to break through to the legendary realm was undoubtedly extraordinary. It might even possess the bloodline of some primordial beast. Ahead lies the Little Styx. Once we cross this river, we won't be far from the western gate of Blood Moon City, Cheryl remarked with some trepidation. But crossing the river won't be easy. Things will work out. Don't worry. We still have Uncle Barkus, don't we? Yunfeng chuckled. That lad. Barkus couldn't help but smile. However, it was true that Yunfeng had been the one taking action throughout their journey, leaving Barkus with little to do. What's going on? It seems like there's a battle ahead. Barkus suddenly frowned. And there's a human presence as well, not just a clash between beasts. What? Yunfeng and Cheryl exclaimed in surprise. Cheryl added, Isn't the Little Styx just ahead? This doesn't seem to be on the marching route of the Western Gate Demon Army. Could it be that there are others acting independently besides us? How could there be a human presence? Aren't we the only two humans on Devil Island? Yunfeng asked in astonishment. That's true, but I can indeed sense the presence of humans. Barkus affirmed with certainty. Unless. Yunfeng and Barkus's eyes lit up simultaneously, exchanging a glance that revealed their shared elation. Unless there are other humans who have come to Devil Island. We absolutely cannot stand idly by. Yunfeng and Barkus exchanged a look and immediately made up their minds. Encountering a fellow human on Devil Island was incredibly rare, and they couldn't possibly turn a blind eye. Without hesitation, Barkus set off toward the location of the battle, and Yunfeng promptly followed suit. Although Yunfeng's chi was nearly depleted due to the aftereffects of the heavenly demon disintegration technique, he could still use the low-energy consuming lightness skill without much difficulty. Humans? Cheryl's eyes gleamed as well. Indeed, the demon merchant's eyes were now twinkling with the light of gold coins. Business is coming, Cheryl thought to himself with glee. It seemed that today was truly his lucky day. Good fortune followed good fortune, and Cheryl felt invigorated. He quickly followed after them. Good lad. To still have such speed in this state. How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Barkus glanced at Yunfeng, who was now keeping pace with him, and couldn't help but marvel. He had witnessed Yunfeng's previous state of weakness, and even now he could sense that Yunfeng wasn't using much chi. Yet, Yunfeng was still able to match his speed. It was truly an astonishing feat. We're here, on the shore, Barkus exclaimed excitedly as they emerged from the forest. It really is humans. And more than one. Their situation doesn't look good. We must go help them. Yunfeng also caught sight of the two humans on the shore. But they were clearly in a precarious situation, surrounded by a large group of beasts. Leave it to me. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Don't push yourself, Barkus said. Although it was somewhat overkill for a legendary swordsman like himself to personally deal with a few beasts, he couldn't concern himself with such trivial matters when lives were at stake. Barkus's chi erupted, and his speed soared, leaving Yunfeng far behind. A chi sword, formed purely from condensed chi, appeared in his hand, and he gently slashed it forward. There were no dazzling lights or violent explosions. Just a slender chi slash that passed by lightly and effortlessly. However, the horde of beasts that had been ferociously attacking the two humans suddenly paused in unison. Then, blood rained down as the riverbank transformed into a scene of carnage in an instant. Only then did Yunfeng truly appreciate the terror of a legendary powerhouse. Even the giant python beast he had slain, even in its prime and without having given birth, would have been no match for Barkus. The peak of level 19 was only one step away from the legendary realm, but that one step was the difference between heaven and earth. Below the legendary realm, All were ants. Marcus's chi-slash had slain all the beasts surrounding the two humans without harming the humans in the center in the slightest. The exquisite control over chi was truly worthy of a legendary swordsman. Not bad. However, in Yunfeng's opinion, it was merely not bad. What Yunfeng was concerned with was that Marcus's slash didn't solely rely on his own chi. Instead, it drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for its attack. In Yunfeng's world, achieving this would require at least the great perfection of the innate realm, and it would be difficult to do so as effortlessly and casually as Marcus, let alone achieve such an effect. Wow, so many beast corpses. A legend is a legend. Their actions are extraordinary. Cheryl, who had arrived last, was immediately captivated, his eyes gleaming. I've really struck it rich this time. I've decided, today is my lucky day. Chapter 26. The Princess and the Paladin. More than 50 various magical beasts, including several royal tier creatures of level 15 or above, were vanquished by Baxis in mere minutes, under the influence of the dual moonlit night. These beasts disregarded the vast chasm of power that separated them from a legendary warrior like Baxis, relentlessly launching assaults without a flicker of retreat in their minds. Baxis, of course, showed no mercy. Any delay might attract even more beasts, complicating matters further. However, the one most delighted by this spectacle was undoubtedly Charler, the Yurgro's demon, whose gains today were substantial, leaving his mouth agape in astonishment. Thank you, uncle. To Yunfeng's surprise, among the two humans saved by Baxis was a mere girl of 11 or 12 years, though her hair was damp and her face soiled. The style and fabric of her attire, along with her refined manners, indicated that her background was far from ordinary. Her companion was a striking young female swordsman clad in light armor, seemingly no older than Yunfeng, likely not exceeding 20. Judging by her recent skirmish with the magical beasts, she undoubtedly possessed remarkable swordsmanship. Yet, curiously, Yunfeng did not observe any signs of her employing battle energy. Ah, no need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort, Baxis remarked nonchalantly. For him, dispatching a few mindless beasts was hardly a challenge. By the way, little girl, how did you come to be in this place? I'm not entirely certain, the girl replied. Sister Nia intended to take me out to sea, but we encountered a fierce storm which capsized our ship. After we reached the shore, we found ourselves here, only to be confronted by many terrifying monsters. Her composure belied her youth, as she recounted her ordeal with clarity and poise. I see. That bears a striking resemblance to your own experience, Yunfeng, Baxis mused thoughtfully. Indeed. I wonder if it's mere coincidence, Yunfeng replied, though the scant information from the girl left him unable to ascertain whether they had traversed a fixed spatial passage or simply stumbled upon a rift by chance. Demon, the swordswoman, Nia, declared coldly, her blade aimed squarely at Charler, who was preoccupied with clearing the corpses of the beasts. Why are you in league with this wicked demon? There's no need for such alarm. This is Demon Island, after all. Encountering a few demons is hardly extraordinary. Soon you shall grow accustomed to it. Yunfeng chuckled at the swordswoman's alarm, for he did not perceive demons to be as fearsome as legend portrayed. Demon Island? This is truly Demon Island? Nia was evidently taken aback by Yunfeng's revelation. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, declaring, wherever it may be, it is my duty to eradicate evil. Prepare to perish, demon. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she swung her sword toward Charler. The Yurgro's demon, engrossed in his task, felt a gust of wind behind him and instinctively rolled away, narrowly evading the swordswoman's strike. Help me, Yunfeng. What is this woman doing? Charler cried, desperately dodging Nia's onslaught. As Yunfeng interposed his sword against Nia's broad blade, the quality of his enchanted sword proved admirable, though slender. It held its ground admirably against the clash of forces. Let us speak amicably. There is no need for violence. We did save you, after all. Such hostility is rather unbecoming, Yunfeng stated. I apologize. It was not my intention to be your adversary, Nia replied, retracting her sword. However, he is a malevolent demon. Malevolent, my foot. Is it not the upper planes that have imposed such labels upon us? Charler retorted, rising from the ground with indignation. And as for you, if you wish to speak of evil, why do you not first rid yourself of your own ilk? Fallen Paladin. Fallen Paladin? Yunfeng gazed at Nia in astonishment. Indeed. Her light armor and sword were distinct from those of ordinary swordsmen, and a faint mark could be discerned upon her forehead, subtle, yet noticeable upon closer inspection. She is indeed a fallen paladin. Yunfeng recognized that paladins were typically divine chosen ones. No one could attain that status through mere training. One must be called by the gods and accept such a fate to become a paladin. Their numbers were exceedingly rare, as their foremost mission was to protect the virtuous, uphold order, and vanquish evil. It was no wonder Nia reacted so vehemently towards Charler. However, it was exceedingly difficult for a paladin to fall. Generally, those who received divine calling possessed unwavering faith and tenacious will. For a paladin, whose ultimate values were purity and devotion, to abandon their faith was simply inconceivable. I have not fallen. A flicker of anguish crossed Nia's gaze, yet her voice remained resolute. I still uphold my beliefs, and I shall never waver. Is that so? Then can you still wield divine power? Your holy mark is soon to vanish, is it not? Charler scoffed. You are merely deceiving yourself. Do not think you can fool me. The deity you once served has abandoned you. Nia, dear sister, the little girl gently grasped the fallen paladin's hand. I am so sorry. It is all because of Cece. It is not your fault, your highness. This is my own decision, Nia softly reassured the girl, stroking her damp, dark hair. For the conviction I hold dear, even if I lose my divine power, it matters not. A paladin does not necessarily have to worship a deity. From the moment I took you away from the imperial capital, I was prepared for this. From now on, I shall be a paladin who serves only justice. Well said. Yunfeng could not help but commend her, though he remained unaware of the events that had transpired. The depth of her words was deserving of applause. Chapter 27. The Dark Maiden. After a brief exchange, Yunfeng and his companions had provided Princess Nia and Princess Cece, the newcomers, with a general overview of the circumstances on Devil Island. Upon learning of the existence of Blood Moon City, Nia breathed a sigh of relief. In such a perilous place as Devil Island, it was indeed a daunting task for her, stripped of divine power, to protect Princess Cece. Concurrently, Yunfeng and his companions gained insight into the situations of Nia and Cece, which evoked deep reflections in both Yunfeng and Baxis. Princess Cece was the daughter of the Duran Kingdom, though it would be more accurate to refer to her as the former princess. Nestled between the Dragon Empire and the Radiant Moon Empire, Duran Kingdom encompassed a significant portion of the Lionheart Plains, excluding the major empires. Duran was relatively prosperous among the many kingdoms, albeit stifled in development due to its position between the two great empires. Recently, Duke Rozek, the king's brother and Cece's uncle, launched a coup, assassinated the king, and seized the throne, astonishingly with the overt support of the Temple of Light. The temple justified its actions by claiming the king had fallen under the sway of dark forces, branding Princess Cece as the so-called Dark Maiden. Such territorial ambitions. Those tedious deities in the upper realms engage in such theatrics, scoffed Shaler. However, the young girl's dark talents were indeed remarkable. One could not help but wonder if she might be interested in developing her abilities in the depths of the 9 layers of hell. Shaler, I suggest you refrain from provoking a paladin, even one who has lost her divine power, Yunfeng chuckled, noticing Nia's firm grip on the hilt of her sword. He wisely opted for silence. Yunfeng felt a profound curiosity towards Princess Cece. How could a girl of merely a decade be labeled as the Dark Maiden? Even inciting trepidation in the Temple of Light regarding her aptitude for dark magic? Was it a special constitution? He mused about the potential effects of cultivating internal martial arts techniques. This inclination towards taking on apprentices in the presence of remarkable talents was indeed a recurring trait of Yunfeng's lineage. Nia had initially been dispatched by the Temple of Light to capture the so-called Dark Maiden, but, while traversing a secret passage in search of her, she inadvertently overheard a clandestine conversation between Duke Rozek and a cardinal of the temple, realizing she had become a mere pawn in their power struggle. Consequently, the paladin discovered the trembling Princess Cece hiding beneath a bed and swiftly evacuated the chaotic royal city, repelling several pursuers sent by the temple and Duke Rozek along the way. However, her divine power began to wane rapidly, clearly indicating that the god of light had abandoned her. Eventually, with no other options, Nia took to the sea with Princess Cece, only to be caught in an unexpected tempest. It seems those deities have learned a few tricks from the devils amidst the bloodshed, Shaler remarked. When weighed against the faith of an entire kingdom, sacrificing a paladin is undoubtedly a worthwhile bargain. Indeed, according to their customary practices, the Temple of Light has likely already proclaimed your fall from grace and issued a warrant for your capture, he continued. Upon hearing Shaler's disparagement of the deity she once revered, Nia surprisingly did not erupt with the usual fury, as she recognized the devil's words bore an unsettling truth. Paladins do not fabricate lies or deceive themselves. I still believe it would be better for you to embrace your fall into darkness. Perhaps your strength would surpass what it once was. Shaler, ever the adept devil, seized the opportunity to tempt others into moral decline. The former paladin Nia did not even glance at him, merely restraining herself from attacking required immense willpower. Had it not been for the persuasive words of Yunfeng and Baxis, she might have been inclined to dismantle the incessant prattling of the Yurgro's devil right then and there to uphold justice. Actually, I think it is worth considering, Baxis interjected. After all, we are on Devil Island, and for a paladin, especially one stripped of divine power, survival here will be exceedingly challenging. Yunfeng fell silent, aware that although murder was prohibited in Blood Moon City, it teemed with devils. For many higher-ranking devils, playing with souls was second nature. I have stated before, I have not fallen, nor do I intend to, Nia asserted, holding Princess Cici's hand firmly. Gods may abandon me, but I shall never forsake my faith. Yunfeng pondered before addressing Nia. My understanding of paladins is limited, yet I perceive that power is power, regardless of whether it emanates from light or darkness. Power itself is devoid of inherent good or evil. If wielded for benevolent purposes, it becomes a force for good. If employed for malevolent ends, it embodies evil. Therefore, you need not concern yourself overly much with this distinction. Remember, light magic can be used to kill, just as dark magic can be employed to save. Nia regarded Yunfeng with surprise. She had not anticipated that a youth of similar age could articulate such profound insights, prompting her to reassess her opinion of him. I concede that your words hold merit, Nia admitted. As a paladin, she would not utter falsehoods. Yunfeng's perspective had indeed struck a chord within her. However, I absolutely refuse to become a dark knight. I have already lost my divine power. If I were to embrace dark forces now, it would signify true moral decay. Nia's icy glare directed at Shaler sent a shiver down the spine of the Yurgro's devil. I am a paladin. Even deities cannot compel me to betray my faith, let alone be swayed by the temptations of a lowly devil. What? A lowly devil? Shaler leapt as if his tail had been stepped on. Clarify yourself. I am a pure-blooded Yurgro's devil, a bona fide high-ranking devil. Enough. Let us not bicker. We should hasten to find a way across the river. If we cannot return to the city in time, we may find ourselves in dire straits, Yunfeng urged, keen to prevent an endless quarrel between the two. However, Yunfeng's worries proved unfounded, for Nia had no desire to engage in a dispute with the devil, if given the choice. The paladin would much prefer to communicate through her sword. Chapter 28. Crossing the river. Crossing this little river of Hades is no small feat, Charlotte remarked pessimistically. Although it is not a true river of Hades, ordinary wood cannot float on its surface, and our time is running short. Constructing a makeshift vessel seems unlikely. What is there to worry about? Isn't Uncle Barks here? Yunfeng said nonchalantly. After all, Uncle Barks is a legendary swordsman. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to carry a few people across. A legendary swordsman? Nia exclaimed in astonishment, realizing why he had so effortlessly dealt with that formidable group of magical beasts moments earlier. Princess Cici gazed at Barks with wide eyes, sparkling with admiration. This unassuming uncle is actually a legendary powerhouse. For a little princess raised in the depths of the palace, such figures only exist in the verses of bards. You said it yourself. I am merely a legendary swordsman, not a legendary mage. Barks replied with a wry smile. While it is true that I can use my fighting spirit to fly after reaching legendary status, this river is at least 100 meters wide. You want me to carry all of you across by myself? Do you wish to exhaust me? Is that so? But you are a legendary powerhouse, Yunfeng said, somewhat incredulous. You can't manage something so simple? Flying 100 meters in one breath is simple? You have no idea of the energy expenditure involved in using fighting spirit to fly. Barks lamented. Carrying one person across shouldn't be an issue, but making a round trip would be quite another matter. Only one person? That leaves two behind, which complicates things. Yunfeng mused, stroking his chin. Shouldn't there still be three of us? Charlotte interjected, unable to contain herself, wondering if humanity's mathematical education had deteriorated to such an extent. Actually, I have a method to cross the river, and I should be able to carry one person without issue, Yunfeng stated, though it would still leave one behind. You can carry someone across, Barks said, quite surprised. Not only him, but the other three also looked at Yunfeng with newfound interest. If that is the case, I should be able to carry a little girl as well, but two adults would be beyond my capability. Well, that resolves the issue, Yunfeng declared, clapping his hands. Uncle Barks, you take Princess Cici and Charlotte. I will handle the last one. Very well, I will take Cici and Charlotte then. As he spoke, Barks looked at Yunfeng with a peculiar expression. Yunfeng felt exasperated. He was also a man. The insinuation in Barks' teasing gaze was not lost on him. No wonder he runs a tavern. Barks certainly has a penchant for gossip. as this was a matter entirely unrelated. Besides, Nia is a paladin. Yunfeng admired her adherence to principles, but being overly rigid could be quite dull, especially in matters of the heart. The paladin's character was far from what Yunfeng envisioned as ideal. He had never even considered such a thing. All right, enough chatter. Let us cross the river quickly. We must hurry to the city, Yunfeng urged, glancing at Nia. Thank you for your assistance, Nia replied, her expression unchanged. Her curiosity about Yunfeng, the paladin, was piqued. He appeared to be no more than 20, yet even a legendary swordsman held him in high regard. This alone made it impossible for her to overlook him. Not to mention her intrigue about how he intended to carry her across the river. All right, you better hold on tight, Yunfeng said. Not hesitating as he wrapped his arm around Nia's waist, his right hand clutching several small stones he had picked up by the riverbank. Suddenly, he flung one stone onto the water's surface, which began to leap across the water. Is he playing a game at a time like this? Barks and the others paused in confusion, struggling to comprehend Yunfeng's actions, but they quickly realized his intent. This was no game. The first stone was merely a test. With the second stone, Yunfeng grasped Nia and shot forward with a swift yet graceful motion, propelling himself nearly 20 meters before beginning to descend towards the water's surface. At that moment, Yunfeng caught up with the stone he had thrown. Just as the stone broke the water's surface, Yunfeng's toes made contact, and he propelled himself and Nia upwards once more, maintaining his speed as he leaped ahead. In midair, Yunfeng launched another stone, employing a skillful technique akin to a concealed weapon. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his current fighting spirit, he could not achieve the level of walking on water without getting wet, but he could utilize the stones to perform a light-footed crossing. After throwing 7 stones, Yunfeng finally brought Nia to the opposite bank. Fortunately, he was able to catch his breath in midair. Otherwise, this feat would have been exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, he felt his internal energy deplete and sensed an overwhelming fatigue beginning to set in. Without delay, he set Nia down and began to meditate. Nia was utterly astounded. In truth, from the moment Yunfeng had first used the stones to gain altitude, her mind was overwhelmed with shock. On the other side of the river, Barks and the others were equally dumbfounded, utterly speechless. Yunfeng's display was so astonishing that even Barks, a legendary swordsman, had his mouth agape in disbelief. By the 9 hells, Charlotte murmured. Is he really not at the legendary level yet? Indeed, it is utterly remarkable. Barks understood well that even he, as a legendary swordsman, could not achieve what Yunfeng had just done. This technique surpassed Barks' comprehension. Barks had long known that Yunfeng possessed exceptional control over his fighting spirit, but he had never expected it to reach such an extraordinary level. Oh dear, how foolish of me. I really didn't need to go through such elaborate means. Yunfeng suddenly smacked his forehead, feeling a pang of regret for having forgotten that he could also use magic. Indeed, while Yunfeng's magical prowess was insufficient for flight spells, combining magic with his light-footed techniques would have allowed him to devise several much simpler methods. Upon hearing Yunfeng's words, even Nia, the paladin, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this fellow truly human? Chapter 29. Spatial Equipment after crossing the small river of Hades. The western gate of Blood Moon City was now within close proximity, and it was unlikely they would encounter any further dangers, for the areas near the city had been thoroughly ravaged by the demonic army. However, due to Yunfeng's stunning display during the river crossing, the other members of the team regarded him with peculiar glances, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't help but reflect on how rudimentary the manipulation of fighting spirit was in this world. In contrast, the flight of Barks accompanied by Charlotte and Princess Cece over the river drew much less attention. After all, Barks was a legendary swordsman. His feats were expected rather than extraordinary. Though the visual spectacle of Barks using his fighting spirit to form wings was not as grand as Yunfeng's wave-surfing crossing, but should he perform a few acrobatic flips in the air, it might have captured some attention. However, such stunts would likely leave even a legendary swordsman gasping for breath. Yunfeng had always been curious about the vastness of the space within Charlotte's merchant ring. It had managed to contain a giant serpent beast over 20 meters long, and every beast they had slain along the way had also been meticulously stored, amounting to nearly 100 valuable parts. This cunning merchant possessed quite the treasure. Yunfeng felt envious. While ordinary spatial equipment was already exceedingly rare, Charlotte's merchant ring could be regarded as a miraculous artifact. Say, Charlotte, do you have any spatial equipment among your goods? Yunfeng couldn't help but whisper to Charlotte on their way back to the city. Spatial equipment? Of course, Charlotte replied. For a dedicated Yugo demon merchant could never refuse a customer's request, provided they could afford the price, of course. Then why didn't you bring it out last time? Yunfeng retorted. Having dealt with this merchant several times before. Is this what you call dedication? Back then, you couldn't afford it, Charlotte chuckled, adding, trust me. Preparing goods according to the customer's purchasing power is a principle every Yugo demon merchant adheres to. All right, I should be able to afford it now, right? Yunfeng countered. After all, the spoils from your ring are largely my doing. Exchanging those for a piece of spatial equipment should be feasible, don't you think? How could that be possible? Charlotte exclaimed, jumping up. Do you not understand the value of spatial equipment? A mere few beast corpses cannot compare to even the smallest piece of spatial gear. I must remind you, those are not just a few, but dozens. Yunfeng corrected him. And among them is a corpse of a nearly legendary grade giant serpent beast. Yet it is still not a legendary beast. Charlotte firmly argued. If it were a legendary beast, there would be no issue. However, the value between a peak royal beast and a legendary beast is vastly different. Yunfeng fell silent. Fully aware of the significant disparity between the royal peak and legendary levels, especially regarding magic cores, once a creature reached the legendary tier. As long as its magic core was not pushed to its limits, it could automatically absorb the magical elements from the surroundings to replenish its power. In essence, a legendary magic core was akin to an inexhaustible source of magical energy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the value of a legendary magic core was beyond measure. Yunfeng also understood the worth of spatial equipment. Their scarcity was profound, with only legendary alchemists skilled in space magic capable of crafting them. Legendary figures were already a rarity on the continent, and legendary alchemists were even more elusive due to the slow progression of their profession. To attain the rank of a legendary alchemist was akin to finding a panda in the wild. Naturally, it would not be cost-effective to exchange the corpse of a legendary beast for a piece of spatial equipment. However, Charlotte's merchant ring was a different matter entirely. Though it was likely that Charlotte would not part with it easily. If you are willing to transfer a share of the abyssal demon iron vein to me, I can sell you a spatial ring, Charlotte proposed. It offers 3 cubic meters of space and is of quite good quality. 3 cubic meters? Yunfeng pondered briefly before shaking his head. No, I cannot give you the entire share. At most, 1/10. Besides, you know the quality and scale of that vein. I will not be taken advantage of. Well, that can be negotiated. Charlotte smiled. However, 1/10 is rather too little. How about an additional 10th? And I will throw in an extra 1 cubic meter spatial necklace for those beast corpses? All right, I'll let you have it this time. Yunfeng acquiesced after a brief consideration, recognizing that haggling with a Yugo demon merchant was often futile. Moreover, he believed that as long as he was willing to pay a price he could tolerate for a satisfactory return, even if the merchant profited more, he would not feel cheated. Furthermore, the abyssal demon iron vein was located on Demon Island, making it impossible for Yunfeng to exploit it himself. Thus, relinquishing 2/10 in exchange for 2 precious pieces of spatial equipment was a fair trade, especially since he still retained a 3/10 share of the vein. For Yunfeng, it was indeed a lucrative deal. Charlotte was equally pleased with this arrangement. Having exchanged 2 unsold spatial equipment pieces that had languished for centuries for a 2/10 share of the abyssal demon iron vein, effectively claiming the entirety of the resource as his own. In summary, both parties were satisfied with this transaction, an occurrence rare in the career of a Yugo demon merchant, where most stingy customers would complain about having received a raw deal after concluding their trades. Finding a customer as straightforward, agreeable, and generous as Yunfeng was indeed a rarity. The transaction between Yunfeng and Charlotte was conducted privately, while Barks and the others ahead were oblivious to the specifics of their conversation, merely aware that the two were whispering amongst themselves. Having acquired 2 pieces of spatial equipment, Yunfeng had no intention of flaunting them unnecessarily, and Charlotte did not believe that the other 3 could afford such high-end goods: a simple paladin, a fallen princess, and a legendary figure who owned a small tavern. As the violet full moon rose high in the sky, the blood-red crescent was sinking toward the sea. The beasts on Demon Island were gradually calming from their frenzied state, and the demonic army, along with other hunting parties, were returning to the city. At this moment, Yunfeng and his companions could clearly see the western gate of Blood Moon City. Chapter 30. Yunfeng's determination like Yunfeng in the beginning. Nia and Princess Cece were also profoundly astonished by Blood Moon City. In truth, it was not just them. Any outsider encountering Blood Moon City for the first time would undoubtedly experience an overwhelming sense of awe. The sheer grandeur of the city, especially after having just endured the brutal clashes of the Twin Moons night. would leave anyone speechless. The existence of such a magnificent city on the notorious Devil Island is beyond the imagination of those who have not witnessed it firsthand. While the majority of the inhabitants of Blood Moon City are demons, over the course of millennia, many outsiders have found their way to Devil Island due to various mishaps or other reasons. This eclectic mix includes several races, albeit in limited numbers. For instance, counting Nia and Princess Cece, there are only 4 humans in total. In this city, giants and dwarves can share drinks amicably, and forest elves and dark elves do not resort to violence upon meeting. Therefore, it should not come as a surprise to witness demons and devils engaged in arm wrestling. This is Blood Moon City, the jewel of Devil Island. To survive peacefully on Devil Island, one must find refuge in Blood Moon City, where demons hold the upper hand. Supported by the enigmatic Lord Riska, any outsider would think twice before defying the rules set forth by Blood Moon City. The demons are orderly creatures. Thus, it is wise to adhere to the regulations, at least outwardly, as advised by the demon Igros, known as Cheryl, to the newcomers. Nia had no objections to this. As a paladin, her mission was also to uphold order. As long as the rules did not clash with her moral standards, she was willing to comply, even if they were dictated by demons. For Nia, the greatest challenge lay in suppressing her inner urge to vanquish evil. Though brave and fearless, a paladin is not an impulsive fool. Given the plethora of demons and other malevolent races in the city, taking action here would undoubtedly be tantamount to inviting death. Princess Cece, on the other hand, was more curious about Blood Moon City. Such a diverse array of races could not be found within the palace walls. And while many of them appeared rather intimidating, Cece felt less frightened with her sister Nia by her side. And let us not forget Uncle Bacchus and brother Yunfeng. Bacchus is a legendary figure, and Yunfeng's earlier display of prowess when crossing the river suggested he was exceptionally formidable as well. In reality, although Bacchus is a legendary warrior, he does not wield absolute power in Blood Moon City, and Yunfeng, despite possessing immense potential that even Bacchus struggles to gauge, has yet to attain legendary status. Thus he is not regarded as a figure of prominence within the city. However, in the Rose of the Sword Tavern, safety is guaranteed. No one would be foolish enough to disturb a legendary warrior's territory, and Yunfeng would remain undisturbed at the Devil Academy. As the instructors appointed by the Lord carry considerable weight, especially after Yunfeng's impressive display at the tavern left a lasting impression. Ultimately, Nia and Princess Cece chose to reside at the academy. Despite Bacchus's convincing status as a legendary swordsman, the tavern is a chaotic place, and it is not conducive to the growth of 2 ladies, especially with one being a minor. The academy, on the other hand, is seldom disrupted by the outside world. As a paladin, Nia was quite intrigued by the training facilities created by Yunfeng, while Princess Cece harbored great curiosity about Yunfeng's demon students. Yunfeng was not surprised by this. Although they are demons, they are merely children, and it is easy for them to bond and play together. Nia initially opposed this notion vehemently, insisting that the princess should not associate with evil demons. At this point, Yunfeng interjected, stating that they were merely little demons, hardly the epitome of evil. Moreover, if she could not trust these little demons, could she not trust him? After all, he was their teacher. Nia certainly had her doubts. It was not that she doubted Yunfeng's integrity. Rather, she was unwilling to gamble with Princess Cece's future. Nonetheless, she recognized that solitary growth was detrimental to a child's development. Thus, the paladin ultimately resolved to assist Yunfeng in guiding these little demons. In her words, leading the little demons towards the path of goodness was also a means of eradicating evil. Consequently, Nia became the swordsmanship instructor at Blood Moon City's Devil Academy, while Princess Cece became Yunfeng's 22nd student. In truth, Nia's only notable skill was swordsmanship. Though Yunfeng deemed her technique somewhat rudimentary, her foundation was remarkably solid, and one could not measure her against Yunfeng's standards. In reality, her swordsmanship could rival that of many great sword masters above level 15. Nia, originally a paladin of the goddess of light, Mizera, had cultivated a special form of fighting spirit infused with divine power. However, upon losing her divine energy, her fighting spirit dissipated, leading to her being classified as merely a level 6 intermediate swordsman during her assessment at the Lord's estate, a stark contrast to her true capabilities. Nevertheless, the demons adhered strictly to regulations. Without fighting spirit, even exceptional swordsmanship had its limitations in terms of lethality. Nia was unconcerned about this, and Yunfeng refrained from further comments. Once settled, Nia began to retrain her fighting spirit. Before becoming a paladin, she hailed from a noble family in the Duran kingdom. Now, devoid of her radiant fighting spirit, she was well positioned to cultivate her family's ancestral fighting techniques. Given her experience, she believed her progress would be swift. What surprised Yunfeng even more was Princess Cece. He had long been intrigued by the so-called Dark Maiden's unique talents. But he soon discovered that Princess Cece not only possessed an exceptional aptitude for dark magic, but also demonstrated remarkable compatibility with Yunfeng's sect's Xianyu technique. This technique was created by Fu Xiaodai, the only female among the revered martial gods of Yunfeng's sect, and was inherently a magical cultivation method. Cece's special constitution made her exceptionally suited for it. Due to the river crossing incident, Princess Cece had already held Yunfeng in high regard. Thus, when she learned that he intended to formally accept her as a disciple, her joy knew no bounds. Upon discovering that training in this technique would allow her to bypass the magical martial barrier without hindering her magical studies, Nia naturally had no objections. However, from that moment on, her gaze towards Yunfeng shifted significantly. Unlike the little imp Jiuhua, this time, Yunfeng was officially accepting Princess Cece as his disciple. Not merely as an apprentice. This young lady possessed immense potential, and Yunfeng hoped she would one day develop an even more powerful technique. If she were to surpass his own, that would be even better. However, Yunfeng was hesitant to harbor overly ambitious hopes. After all, the previous masters had taken in hundreds of disciples to cultivate just one surpassing their own. Even if he were exceptionally fortunate, it seemed improbable that his first official disciple would achieve such greatness. Thus, Yunfeng resolved not to relax his efforts. He must cast a wide net, accepting numerous disciples. And he would not let any promising talent with good character slip through his fingers. Since the Twin Moon's night, Yunfeng's life in Blood Moon City had gradually settled into a rhythm. And Lord Riska appeared to be unconcerned about their unauthorized deviation from the demon army's marching route during that fateful night. The devilish merchant Shaler from Blood Moon City has begun to engage in frequent activities, dealing with the carcasses of magical beasts that require processing and sale. He is also clandestinely organizing manpower to prepare for the secret extraction of the abyssal demon iron ore from the toxic water marshes, all while ensuring that the Lord's palace remains oblivious to these operations. Yunfeng has acquired 2 pieces of spatial equipment from Shaler, greatly facilitating his endeavors, much to his delight. Bacchus continues to operate his establishment, the Sword Rose Tavern, seemingly indifferent to other pursuits. On several occasions, while enjoying drinks at the tavern, Yunfeng has invited him to teach at the academy, yet Bacchus has consistently declined, which Yunfeng takes in stride. After all, it would indeed be peculiar if such legendary figures were easily persuaded. Due to Yunfeng's management of the Blood Moon City's Devil Academy, the library of the Lord's Palace is entirely accessible to him. This not only allows him to acquire a wealth of information that piques his interest, but also provides him with a deeper understanding of the circumstances surrounding Devil Island. Through discussions with Bacchus, Shaler, and other familiar devils, Yunfeng has come to the realization that Devil Island is essentially a colossal dimensional prison. Although it exists as an independent space, countless individuals have arrived at Devil Island over the millennia for various reasons. Yet there are no records of anyone successfully escaping, save for those like the minor Devil Jiuhua, who were fortuitously summoned due to contractual obligations. However, such circumstances rarely allow one to linger outside for long. When the time comes, they must invariably return to Devil Island. Thus, a place characterized by lenient entry yet strict exit is, apart from a prison, nearly inconceivable. During one of his inquiries with Lord Riska, Yunfeng found that the latter did not deny this assertion, although Riska seemed reluctant to elaborate, leaving Yunfeng with no recourse. It is difficult to believe that a figure of Riska's caliber would be imprisoned in a place such as Devil Island. Yunfeng prefers to think of Riska as a warden of sorts, which would explain why he made such an agreement with Yunfeng in the first place. Should this be the case, it would not be surprising if Riska possesses knowledge of a means to leave Devil Island. One day, I shall escape from here. Gazing up at the enchanting violet moon, Yunfeng silently vowed within his heart, that day shall not come too late. Chapter 31. The island beneath a canvas of azure skies and billowing white clouds, with cerulean waves and a gentle sea breeze, Yunfeng stood upon the surface of the ocean, greedily inhaling the slightly briny scent of the sea, his heart brimming with an indescribable sense of liberation and joy. At long last, he had departed. After 5 long years spent on the Devil's Island, he was finally returning to the continent of Aerie. Presently, Yunfeng remained upon the water, to be precise. He had yet to set foot on the land. However, for him, this trivial distance posed no challenge whatsoever. Regrettably, he had been unable to bring Chi-Chi along. The memory of her reluctant expression as he left filled him with a tinge of regret and concern. Had circumstances permitted, he would never have left a young girl in such a perilous place as Devil's Island. Yet, the conditions for leaving were so stringent that even Yunfeng had taken an entire 5 years to accomplish it. Fortunately, he knew that with the care of Barks and Nia, Chi-Chi would likely be all right. Moreover, if she diligently practiced the Xianwei Gong, she might one day escape from Devil's Island just as he had. Reflecting on this, a smile of satisfaction graced Yunfeng's lips. His first official disciple displayed remarkable talent. In merely 5 years, Chi-Chi had advanced her Xianwei Gong to a commendable level, effortlessly breaking through to the 10th rank at the tender age of 16. Given time, should she master the art to its fullest, her future would be boundless. As for Barks and Nia, Yunfeng found himself at a loss. Given their circumstances, it was nearly impossible for them to leave Devil's Island. The method was so arduous that even a powerful demon like the city lord, Ray Ska, had been rendered powerless. This realization left Yunfeng with a sense of helplessness. Had his cultivation method not been particularly unique, he doubted anyone could have successfully departed from Devil's Island. He even suspected that the so-called method of leaving was merely a cruel jest concocted by the very architect of this dimensional prison. In truth, it was a spatial passage, the only one discovered by Ray Ska after scouring the island for a millennium, enabling access to the material plane. Though not entirely stable, those of legendary strength had a significant chance of traversing it safely. However, the passage bore a seal, imbued with formidable power, rendering even Ray Ska powerless against it. This insidious seal permitted only beings below the legendary realm to pass through. This paradox was indeed perplexing. While beings of legendary strength could not breach the seal, those who were not could cross, yet at the risk of not making it safely through the spatial corridor. Ray Ska had conducted thousands of experiments, but every soul sent into the passage had vanished without a trace, without exception. After countless attempts, Ray Ska was left with no choice but to abandon hope. With the limited number of sentient beings on Devil's Island, he could not bear the thought of ending up alone. Even the mightiest of demons would succumb to madness and solitude. Thus, he established Blood Moon City, enforcing a strict no-killing rule and limiting excursions from the city, all to ensure the residents' safety. In essence, he merely wished to keep everyone imprisoned alongside him. Each time a new unfortunate soul arrived on Devil's Island, Ray Ska would revel in the misfortune, often preparing a feast to celebrate. As Yunfeng reminisced, he found the situation rather absurd. Prolonged captivity could indeed lead to psychological afflictions. Nevertheless, despite Reiska's mental quirks, he had not yet descended into complete madness, for he realized that although he was powerless against the seal, it was gradually weakening with the passage of time. Indeed, though the process was painstakingly slow, for a demon with a long lifespan, waiting was not an insufferable fate. Having already endured thousands of years, what was another millennium? However, Yunfeng clearly could not afford to wait, nor did he wish to transform into a lich or a demon. His body, a gift from his parents, was not something he would carelessly alter. He was human, after all. The notion of becoming a grotesque entity, neither human nor demon, held no allure for him. Fortunately, the seal was not infallible. Otherwise, his own successful departure from Devil's Island would have been impossible. By suppressing his power and concealing his aura, he managed to pass through the seal. As he had anticipated, the world was overly focused on the pursuit of power, whether through combat, magic, or divine strength, often neglecting the finer applications of these abilities. Certainly, mages excelled in this regard. Perhaps some legendary sorcerers could conceal their magic below the legendary threshold without detection, yet they were unable to temper their formidable mental prowess simultaneously. Yunfeng, however, was different. In his previous world, the scarcity of elemental energy had led to an astonishing refinement in martial arts. Legends spoke of cultivators who could suppress their power to evade heavenly tribulations when unprepared. Though merely a legend, and having never encountered such cultivators, it was evident that if one could outweed a heavenly tribulation, a mere seal would be no obstacle. Thus, Yunfeng succeeded, enabling his departure from Devil's Island. The image of Ray Ska, once expectant and now utterly astonished as he passed through the seal, brought a chuckle to Yunfeng's lips. That fellow was likely irked, frantically cooking in the kitchen. As for Yunfeng's little demon students, they had all successfully passed the graduation assessment presided over by Ray Ska himself, achieving a 100 graduation rate. Had it not been for this, Yunfeng would not have learned the method of leaving Devil's Island from Ray Ska. Over the course of those 5 years, Yunfeng had devoted himself to teaching those little demons. Despite their lineage, he believed that children were children. Every newborn was a blank slate, devoid of inherent good or evil. The growth of a child is profoundly influenced by their environment. Imagine if a demon were to grow up in the celestial realm, receiving its education from birth. Of course, such a scenario was nearly impossible. Even benevolent angels would not hesitate to purify a demon infant. Yet, if such a situation were to occur, that demon child would likely grow to embody the ideals of the angels, dedicating themselves to the eradication of evil. Conversely, should a newly born angel find itself in the depths of the abyss, it would almost certainly become a fallen angel, succumbing to darkness. This exemplifies the impact of one's surroundings. Yunfeng understood that most residents of Blood Moon City were demons. It was inconceivable that his little demon students were entirely unaffected. Nonetheless, Devil's Island was not the abyss. There was no slaughter or bloodshed, given that they spent most of their time training. The influence on these little demons was not overly severe. At least from Yunfeng's perspective, they had not yet reached an irredeemable state. In truth, the educational outcomes over the past 5 years have largely corroborated Yunfeng's conclusions. At this thought, Yunfeng felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what expression Ruiska would wear upon discovering the exceptional qualities of those little devils. Surely this cannot be deemed misleading, he mused, as I have guided them towards a positive direction. Although they may experience some discomfort after leaving the academy, it should ultimately benefit their future growth. Throughout these 5 years, Yunfeng has also reaped numerous advantages. He has participated in the biannual Moonlit Nights every year. While the experiences could not compare to the first, they were still quite rewarding. Furthermore, the abyssal devil iron vein in the poisonous water pit has been meticulously mined by Cheryl, yielding significant returns for Yunfeng, despite his mere 30% share. Even before Yunfeng's departure, the vein remained unexhausted, leading him to generously distribute his remaining shares among Bax, Nia, and Cici, considering it a parting gift since he would no longer require them. Thus, Yunfeng now finds himself quite affluent. 2 spatial equipments hardly suffice, prompting him to purchase a cubic meter spatial ring from that devilish merchant Cheryl using the majority of his earnings from the past 5 years. Even so, he was compelled to abandon many larger items, a thought that brings him a tinge of regret. Those tools would undoubtedly create quite a stir if brought to the mainland. In truth, Yunfeng's fortune is remarkable, or perhaps it is merely an ill fate for Cheryl, who had originally intended to conduct business in the material plane. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he became ensnared in Devil Island, carrying merchandise predominantly aimed at human clientele, which, evidently, garnered little interest on the island. Nonetheless, Yunfeng's greatest acquisition was not these material gains but rather the library in Blood Moon City, which he frequented more than any other place over the past 5 years. It can be said that, without this devilish library, Yunfeng's magical prowess would not have reached its current heights. After all, he had once been merely a level 9 demon swordsman. How could he have accessed such profound magical knowledge otherwise? With wealth and strength at his disposal, Yunfeng departed from Devil Island in high spirits and with unwavering confidence. Area Continent, Dragon Academy, Yunfeng, have returned. Chapter 32. Encounter here. It seems to be still on the outskirts of the Devil's Sea. Soon, Yunfeng discovered several fish that had succumbed to corruption, making his current location quite clear. However, the Devil's Sea is not close to the continent. While this does not pose a challenge for Yunfeng, the considerable distance would undoubtedly make flying back a laborious endeavor. Never mind, let us first see if there are any vessels nearby. If all else fails, I shall not hesitate to take drastic measures. Yunfeng shook his head and cast a spell to invoke the wizard's eye. It appears luck is on my side. A smile crept onto Yunfeng's face as he soon spotted a large ship through the wizard's eye. The wind god's wings, 2 pale blue elemental wings imbued with magical energy, emerged behind him. This 16th level wind magic could be easily cast without the need for an incantation. The speed of this flight magic was remarkable, and Yunfeng swiftly approached the vessel. However, upon seeing the flag flying from the ship, he felt a twinge of surprise. This ship was evidently a warship, likely belonging to the Blue Dragon Legion of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yet, it bore the flag of the Royal Dragon Academy. What brings the Royal Dragon Academy to the Devil's Sea? And why aboard a warship of the Blue Dragon Legion? Yunfeng was taken aback. Generally, when the Academy ventures to the Devil's Sea, it is for trials. However, according to the information relayed by his registered disciple, the little demon Jiohua, a few years ago, it seemed that trials in the Devil's Sea had been prohibited since his disappearance. Nonetheless, Jiohua had not been summoned for the past 2 or 3 years. likely because his master deemed the little demon's strength insufficient. What a pity it would be if that sorcerer were to learn of Jiuhua's current prowess. He would surely regret his decision immensely. This uncertainty led Yunfeng to be cautious about potential developments during this time. The people of the Royal Dragon Academy? Yunfeng furrowed his brow and ultimately resolved to fly towards the warship. Although the relationship between the Royal Dragon Academy and the Heavenly Dragon Academy is not particularly amicable. They are all citizens of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, so it should not be an issue to hitch a ride. Look quickly. What is that? It seems someone is approaching us. Evidently, someone aboard the ship noticed Yunfeng, causing a flurry of activity. Yunfeng soon sensed several dangerous auras. The ship's ballistae were aimed directly at him. I mean no harm. I merely seek passage. Yunfeng had no choice but to halt. While he did not regard the ballistae as a significant threat, engaging in conflict with an imperial warship was unnecessary. Moreover, I am also a citizen of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It could be said that many aboard your ship and I share a common path. Seeing that the crew remained skeptical, Yunfeng continued, I am a teacher from the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Due to certain circumstances, I must return to the academy urgently. If it is not too much trouble, might I board your vessel? A teacher from the Heavenly Dragon Academy? A middle-aged man clad in a mage's robe on the ship voiced his confusion. When did the Heavenly Dragon Academy acquire another Archmage-level instructor? And so young, too. It was evident that only an Archmage or above could cast flight magic, and Yunfeng's youth was indeed astonishing. After all, being an Archmage under 30 is a rarity even across the entirety of Airy Continent. Yet, if they were to discover Yunfeng's true capabilities, their shock would be beyond measure. Teacher Jiangqi, should we allow him aboard? Inquired a middle-aged man resembling a captain. Perhaps we should first ascertain his identity? Let him come aboard. He has no reason to deceive us. Jiangqi, the most powerful teacher leading this trial, shook his head. If he truly harbored malicious intent, an Archmage would be more than sufficient to obliterate us all. Jiangqi was the strongest among the teachers leading this trial. Yet he was merely at the pinnacle of 14th level mage. Even with the other teachers, they would not stand a chance against an Archmage. And as for the weapons on the warship, facing a flying Archmage at sea would be an unwise move. Thank you. Yunfeng dispelled the wind god's wings, took out a magic core, and stated, this shall serve as payment for my passage. If it is convenient, I would appreciate a private cabin to recuperate my magical energy. At least a 13th level royal magic core. Jiangqi exclaimed in astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure. For an Archmage to slay a royal beast is indeed not an extraordinary feat, yet this young Archmage is quite generous. A private cabin is certainly no problem. The bearded captain was elated to receive the magic core, as it would fetch a handsome sum upon returning to Dragon City. None were surprised by Yunfeng's request. After all, the energy expenditure of flight magic for an Archmage is considerable, and if not for this, he likely would not have sought passage. In reality, Yunfeng merely wished to avoid trouble. Why fly when there is a vessel available? Nonetheless, the crew remained wary of Yunfeng, and he had no desire to engage with them. The individuals from the Royal Dragon Academy had always held themselves in high regard, and the Blue Dragon family had long-standing conflicts with the Green Dragon family, prompting Yunfeng to forego even introducing himself. Teacher Jiangqi, did you see that person truly can fly? Is he really an Archmage? Yes, indeed. I heard him say he is a teacher from the Heavenly Dragon Academy. What is so impressive about the Heavenly Dragon Academy? Our Royal Dragon Academy is the pinnacle of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Exactly. The Heavenly Dragon Academy doesn't even dare to conduct trials in the Devil's Sea. It's not as perilous as they claim. Their students probably lack the strength. Our trials have gone quite smoothly. I heard 5 years ago, a teacher from the Heavenly Dragon Academy mysteriously vanished in the Devil's Sea, which is why trials here have been prohibited. If you ask me, that teacher was far too weak. How could they go missing in the surrounding waters? Even our students are stronger. It's no wonder they can still be a teacher at the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Their standards are evidently low. I heard that fellow is a descendant of the Green Dragon family, and his status seems to be quite elevated, yet his aptitude is too poor. And he chose the path of a magic swordsman, which has no future. Indeed, it's no wonder the Yun family has reacted strongly. Their generation has produced a genius. That Yunjun reportedly broke through to level 10 a year ago, a swordmaster at just 14, fearful to even contemplate. Yunfeng sat in the cabin, forcing a smile. The hushed discussions of the students and teachers on deck, while soft, were not beyond Yunfeng's keen hearing. He found himself at a loss for words. It turned out his reputation was quite dismal. The Royal Dragon Academy's trial had concluded, and they were now on their return journey. Both students and crew seemed remarkably relaxed. The topics of conversation were casual, and Yunfeng gleaned much information from their chatter, for he had been nearly isolated from the world for 5 years. Though their tones were irksome, Yunfeng was not inclined to hold a grudge against them. After all, their words were largely factual, albeit delivered in an off-putting manner. However, upon arriving, Yunfeng was even less inclined to engage with them, and those individuals were equally reluctant to approach him. In their eyes, it appeared as though the Grand Sorcerer had inscribed the words "no trespassing" upon his very countenance. The trial at the Royal Dragon Academy had concluded successfully, yet none anticipated that the journey back would not be as smooth sailing. Chapter 33. Sowing discord. Yunfeng found himself in the cabin, and soon the boredom began to envelop him. The so-called meditation to restore his magical energy was merely an excuse. He simply preferred to avoid interaction with the people aboard. Although it was true that Yunfeng had expended considerable energy while traversing the spatial passage, his recovery capabilities were equally remarkable. In truth, he had scarcely engaged in meditation over the past 2 years. If he so desired, he could effortlessly enter a state of transcendence, allowing him to simultaneously replenish both his magical and combat energies, with results far superior to meditation. Bored, Yunfeng opened the side window, yet the monotonous expanse of the sea proved equally uninspiring. He was contemplating whether to take a short nap when a gentle knock sounded at his cabin door. Though puzzled, he opened the door. "Apologies for the intrusion," said a boy, around 15 or 16, with dark hair and blue eyes, strikingly handsome and presumably a student from the Royal Dragon Academy's trial. "What do you want?" Yunfeng inquired, showing no intention of inviting him in. "I have something I wish to consult you about," the boy replied with a smile. "I heard you are a teacher at the Heavenly Dragon Academy, and I was curious. You might not know, but I have an older sister studying there. Is that so?" Yunfeng regarded the boy, pausing for nearly a minute before finally saying, "Come in. I happen to have some questions for you as well." Yunfeng turned back to his seat as the boy entered and closed the door, then sat opposite him. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shui Hao. From the Blue Dragon Shui family, I presume?" Yunfeng remarked nonchalantly, not the least surprised. Blue eyes, while not exceedingly rare, were undoubtedly most renowned within the Heavenly Dragon Empire as belonging to the Blue Dragon Shui family. Moreover, given Yunfeng's current level of mastery, discerning the combat energy attribute of a recently ascended level 10 swordsman was exceedingly simple. Indeed, the foremost among the 5 great families. "It appears the Yun family boasts more than just Yunjun as its sole prodigy," Shui Hao responded, seemingly unfazed by Yunfeng's identification of him. "What is it that you truly wish to convey? Speak plainly. I have no patience for games of insinuation." Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, revealing his irritation with the boy's demeanor. "Very well, I shall refrain from further preamble," Shui Hao said, his smile fading. "In truth, I deduced your identity shortly after you boarded. I have merely come to confirm it, and now I am nearly certain you are the one who mysteriously vanished 5 years ago, correct? Teacher Yunfeng. And what of it? What does it matter?" Yunfeng replied. "Your intent cannot simply be to confirm my identity, can it?" Yunfeng was acutely aware that his sudden appearance in the Devil's Sea was bound to attract attention. Furthermore, he had not made any effort to conceal his identity since boarding, making it relatively easy for observant individuals to deduce who he was. "Ah, it seems my conjecture was indeed correct," Shui Hao resumed his irritatingly smug smile. "Although I am unaware of where you have been these past 5 years, it is likely you are not well informed about the changes in the Empire during this time." "I shall learn soon enough," Yunfeng replied coolly, which was precisely why he tolerated Shui Hao's prattle. "To be honest, Teacher Yunfeng, your rapid ascension to the rank of Grand Sorcerer within merely 5 years is quite astonishing, a remarkable achievement even across the entirety of Airy Continent," Shui Hao remarked, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes, which Yunfeng noticed, though he merely smiled, finding Shui Hao's impression of him even less favorable. "Let us get to the point." "I do not have time for idle chatter," Yunfeng said, his impatience evident. Shui Hao's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal, prompting Yunfeng to inwardly acknowledge that while the boy's strength was lacking, his cunning belied his youth. "You might not be aware, but your brother, Yunjun, officially became the heir of the Yun family 2 years ago," Shui Hao continued, observing Yunfeng's reaction. "What a pity it is that the rightful heir's position has been usurped by a younger brother. Is this your true purpose for seeking me out?" Yunfeng replied coldly. "It seems I have overestimated you. You are merely a child, immature as expected." With a simple flick of his finger, Yunfeng caused the cabin door, previously closed by Shui Hao, to swing open. "Your attempts at sowing discord are not only juvenile, but also pathetic." It would be wise for you to leave before my patience wanes. Oh, is that so? I believe that regardless of how trivial the tactic may be, if it serves a purpose, it is a worthy stratagem. However, it appears to have failed. Shui Hao's demeanor darkened. But teacher Yunfeng, do you truly think that becoming a grand sorcerer will grant you an easy path to reclaiming your position as heir? Your brother's talent is not inferior to yours. There are even rumors he may reach the rank of great swordsman before turning 20. By then, you will have lost any advantage. Quite unfortunate. I have no interest, Yunfeng replied. This was not mere pretense. He had little desire for power, and the roles of family head or heir held scant appeal for him. Shui Hao's expression shifted again. Teacher Yunfeng, you cannot possibly doubt my sincerity. In truth, I do doubt you, and my impression of you is decidedly poor. Yunfeng interjected bluntly, waving his hand dismissively. I shall reiterate, you may leave now. Teacher Yunfeng, this is our Shui family's worship. Do not presume that your title as Grand Sorcerer grants you the right to be so arrogant. Shui Hao's voice turned sullen. Having confirmed Yunfeng's identity, he had initially felt fortunate to encounter such a rare opportunity, only to find Yunfeng dismissing him entirely. Despite his mature demeanor, the boy could hardly contain his frustration. It seems you are quite confident, relying on that water dancer lurking outside, are you? Yunfeng scoffed dismissively. It is not that I am overly arrogant, rather. You are simply too self-assured. Before Shui Hao could react, Yunfeng raised his left hand, uttering a single word. Gravity spell. With a crack. Shui Hao looked up in astonishment as the deck above him suddenly split, and a figure fell heavily before him, unmoving. Uncle He. Shui Hao gasped in shock. The fallen figure was indeed Uncle He, an 18-level water dancer who had accompanied him for this trial. As a master-level warrior, a water dancer should have an advantage against a sorcerer, yet Shui Hao had not anticipated that Uncle He would be defeated before even revealing himself. You should consider yourself fortunate. You have not entirely ruined my otherwise pleasant mood today. Yunfeng gestured, lifting the enhanced gravity spell from the water dancer. Now, you may kindly vacate the premises. Shui Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he wished to articulate further, but Uncle He, who had laboriously managed to rise from the floor, seized him. Young master, do not act impulsively. Uncle He glanced at Yunfeng with a hint of trepidation. This individual was formidable, rendering my water concealment technique utterly ineffective. And I am no match for him. I miscalculated this time. With a glare filled with resentment directed at Yunfeng, Shui Hao turned and strode towards the cabin exit, his mind resolutely asserting that this was not the end. Did you not hear me? I commanded you to leave. Yunfeng's voice was icy, and with the conflict already escalated, he saw no reason to restrain himself further. Without uttering an incantation, a swift conjured hand of the mage struck the unsuspecting Shui Hao and Uncle He, sending them tumbling out of the cabin like rolling gourds. As soon as Yunfeng made his move, Uncle He sensed impending trouble, yet Yunfeng's speed in casting was astonishingly swift. Uncle He could only position himself in front of Shui Hao, but the tremendous force of the mage's hand effortlessly achieved Yunfeng's objective. Inflicting harm aboard the Shui family vessel was undoubtedly unwise, particularly since they were all members of the 5 great families of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, at least. Appearances dictated that excessive actions were inadvisable. Nevertheless, Yunfeng did not shy away from imparting a lesson to Shui Hao. A mere youth filled with cunning was exceedingly distasteful to him. How infuriating! Shui Hao, having finally risen from the deck, cast a resentful glance back at the now closed cabin door, his eyes brimming with humiliation and indignation. What an absurdity! Having dispatched 2 uninvited guests, Yunfeng began contemplating his plans upon returning to the mainland. There was no need for concern regarding the academy. He trusted that the elder would be quite pleased to welcome an additional teacher of Grand Mage caliber. As for his family, Yunfeng held few grievances, although his father, due to the constraints of talent, did not place much importance on him. He certainly did not neglect him either. One could say he was, on the whole, a competent father, and Yunfeng held a measure of respect for him. While there were indeed some rather insufferable individuals within the family, Yunfeng's status ensured that no one dared to overstep their bounds, thus he remained largely unconcerned. The most troublesome aspect remained his mother. The mere thought of his formidable mother elicited a sigh from Yunfeng. It was no wonder the former version of him preferred to remain at the academy as a teacher. Chapter 34. The bloodthirsty demon whale. Yunfeng casually reprimanded Shui Hao, not particularly concerned despite the latter being a member of the prestigious Blue Dragon Shui family. It was evident that Shui Hao's status was not insignificant, as he was accompanied by a master-level water dancer, having suffered a loss and humiliation at Yunfeng's hands. It was inevitable that Xue Hao would harbor resentment and might seek revenge in the future. However, having spent over 5 years in the treacherous Devil's Island, Yunfeng had encountered all manner of intrigue and deceit. A mere Xue Hao was insignificant compared to the demons he had faced. As for the Blue Dragon Xue family, Yunfeng doubted that Xue Hao wielded substantial power within the family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attempted to provoke him. Furthermore, the relationship between the Blue Dragon Xue family and the Azure Dragon Yun family was already strained, and if Yunfeng's father, Yuni, learned of his son's humiliation, he might even take delight in it. Though Xue Hao and Hisao were thoroughly embarrassed after being unceremoniously thrown out by Yunfeng, they sustained no injuries, as Yunfeng had exercised restraint in his actions. Nevertheless, upon returning to his quarters, Xue Hao could not conceal his fury. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Finally unable to contain his anger, he hurled several objects in frustration. Despite his usual demeanor of maturity, in this moment, he resembled any typical youth wronged. Hisao, don't tell me you truly lack the means to deal with him? After throwing a few more items, Xue Hao managed to calm down slightly. Reflecting on how Yunfeng had been nothing more than a useless magic swordsman 5 years ago, who would have imagined he would now be a formidable archmage? I apologize. Young master, Hisao sighed, observing Xue Hao's fury. My water concealment technique is utterly ineffective against Yunfeng. Either his power surpasses mine, or he possesses some form of magical detection equipment. Hisao felt helpless. While water dancers were indeed a specialized class with superior combat abilities compared to ordinary rogue masters or assassination experts, facing an archmage of equal level offered little chance of victory. Damn it! Xue Hao could not help but overturn the table before him. Let us refrain from provoking him for now. Once we return to the Empire, we shall devise a suitable plan to deal with him, regardless of the circumstances. Direct confrontation was futile. Apart from the exceedingly rare legendary figures, archmages stood at the pinnacle of the continent's power. Even the Blue Dragon Xue family could scarcely produce many masters above level 15, each being a vital asset to their clan. Given Xue Hao's current standing, it was impossible for him to mobilize such forces against Yunfeng. Thus, he resolved to seek alternative methods. A sinister smile crept across Xue Hao's face. It appeared that the Azure Dragon Yun family would not enjoy tranquility in the near future. I hope you do not commit any foolish acts, or else you may find your fortunes drastically altered, Yunfeng mused, shaking his head slightly. With his current level of cultivation, he could effortlessly scan the entire warship, leaving no disturbance hidden from his perception. Suddenly, Yunfeng's expression shifted. What is happening? He wondered, noticing an unusual presence in the surrounding waters of the Devil's Sea. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and Yunfeng felt the warship violently tremble, as if it had been rammed by some colossal entity. Panic ensued on the deck, with crew members and water soldiers issuing chaotic commands and shouts. How frustrating! After finally securing a passage, we encounter such trouble, Yunfeng remarked with a wry smile, rising to open the cabin door and step onto the deck. Indeed, the warship had come under attack. However, the crew had not glimpsed the assailant, though it was evident that they faced a massive sea monster. As the lead instructor for the Royal Dragon Academy's trial, Jiangqi was organizing the faculty to ensure the students' safety. While most students remained in the cabin, several bold ones with confidence in their abilities lingered on the deck, including Xue Hao. The burly captain tirelessly directed the crew and water soldiers to ready the ship's heavy weaponry for battle. The Blue Dragon Legion was the mightiest navy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and despite the surprise attack, the crew remained composed, earning Yunfeng's quiet admiration. Let us hope our luck does not run too foul. Upon hearing of the sea monster's assault, Jiangqi felt a surge of anxiety. He had supported the decision to conduct the trial in the Devil's Sea's periphery, and as the lead instructor, he bore the greatest responsibility should anything go awry. Let it merely be a king-level beast, he silently prayed. With his peak archmage strength and the Blue Dragon Legion's vessel, they should hold an advantage. However, the thought of encountering an Emperor-level monster filled him with dread. Yet, was the periphery of the Devil's Sea not supposed to be safe? Surely. The worst threats were limited to mutated beasts below level 10, and even king-level monsters were seldom reported. The incident 5 years prior, which had involved a bizarre whirlpool, had not included any formidable sea monsters. Surely, his luck could not be that dire? Alas, fate often defies expectations. When the red dorsal fin of the bloodthirsty demon whale loomed before them, Jiangqi felt an icy chill envelop him. The bloodthirsty demon whale. An Emperor-level monster. Attack. Engage. The burly captain snapped back to reality, commanding his crew. Fire the crossbows, switched to flame arrows, and prepare the catapults with explosive projectiles. Aim to strike. The captain understood that the Blue Carp was merely a Tier 3 vessel within the Blue Dragon Legion and hardly a flagship. Due to transporting students and faculty from the Huanglong Empire for the trial, the ship had been modified, reducing its combat capability. Against an Emperor-level monster like the bloodthirsty demon whale, escape was impossible. Thus, they had no choice but to fight fiercely, clinging to a slender hope of survival. Arrows as thick as a man's arm and stones the size of millstones were not densely packed. Yet the whale's massive size meant they could hit their target with some accuracy. However, this required the whale to remain on the surface to endure the assault. Clearly, the intelligence of an Emperor-level creature was not to be underestimated. It merely needed to churn the waters, effortlessly neutralizing most of the arrows and stones aimed at it. The few that managed to strike were inconsequential against the whale's formidable defenses. Jiangqi, regaining his composure, felt the instinct for survival overpower his fear. As a peak level 14 archmage, he, along with several magical professors from the academy, began their magical assault on the bloodthirsty demon whale. Meanwhile, Shui Hao stood on the deck, his face pale, with Isao steadfastly by his side. While water dancers were indeed a master-level class, they were not suited for direct combat against such a colossal beast. Engaging in close combat would be far too perilous. With a resounding thud, the bloodthirsty demon whale struck the vessel twice in succession, seemingly enraged by the attacks from the ship. Had it not been for the formidable construction of the Blue Carp, the vessel might have succumbed to ruin with those two blows. Nevertheless, the crew aboard wore expressions of deep concern, acutely aware that if the relentless assaults from the whale continued, the Blue Carp would not endure for much longer. A sense of vexation washed over Yunfeng. Was it truly fate that he should bear such animosity from a water elemental royal beast? He rubbed his temples, contemplating how many times this ordeal had transpired. Yet, despite the trouble, Yunfeng resolved to take action. It mattered not that the individuals on board hailed from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. His years of martial training had instilled within him a profound sense of chivalry, making it impossible for him to stand idly by while others faced annihilation at the hands of a beast. Let it be, he mused, shaking his head. Retrieving a staff from his spatial ring, he embraced his role as a grand sorcerer. After all, if he were to perform, he would do so with flair. And he was eager to experience combat using magic alone, devoid of any martial energy. Chain explosion fireball, he exclaimed, unfurling his wind god wings and soaring into the sky. With a flourish of his staff, he unleashed a barrage of immense fireballs, unreservedly raining down upon the bloodthirsty demon whale's head as it broke the surface of the water. Caught off guard by the sudden intensity of this assault, the whale, having just acclimated to the ship's attacks, suffered significant damage. Even the crew aboard could detect the acrid scent of scorched fish wafting through the air. For a moment, the crew was rendered speechless, before erupting into thunderous cheers. Even Jiangqi, who had been teetering on the brink of despair, breathed a sigh of relief. The intervention of a grand sorcerer undoubtedly revitalized their hopes for the vessel's survival. Meanwhile, Shui Hao fixated enviously on the spotlight grabbing Yunfeng, his resentment intensifying. Chapter 35. An effortless resolution impressive. The majority of those aboard the ship could not help but exclaim, as Yunfeng's entrance was indeed striking and commanding. How handsome! The remaining few, predominantly young women, gazed at Yunfeng with starry-eyed admiration, their eyes sparkling like twinkling stars. To be candid, Yunfeng's appearance was already quite remarkable, exuding an air of both elegance and a certain boldness. At the age of 25, he stood at the threshold of manhood, and with the ethereal, pale blue elemental wings unfurling behind him, he was nothing short of a heartthrob for adolescent girls. Many of the female participants from the Royal Dragon Academy's trials flung open the side windows without regard for their safety, and some even dared to ascend onto the deck, much to the chagrin of Jiangqi and the other instructors. Is he truly a teacher from the Heavenly Dragon Academy? Among them, a girl clad in a striking red outfit observed Yunfeng soaring through the air with a contemplative expression, unlike the other girls who were swept away by fervor. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty demon whale, having sustained a fierce blow, became infuriated. Yet, as its massive eyes fixated on Yunfeng, a flicker of trepidation emerged. The beast's instincts warned it of the inherent danger posed by the human in the air, although it sensed no overwhelming power surpassing its own. Ultimately, it could not resist the allure of its imminent prey and launched an attack against Yunfeng. Yunfeng merely shook his head. Faced with a volley of water arrows hurtling towards him, he made no effort to evade, instead unfurling his source water shield, effortlessly deflecting the formidable water-based assault. After all, Magical beasts are indeed just that, magical beasts. Though they wield magic, their abilities are more instinctual than systematic. Their casting speed is rapid, often catching opponents off guard. Yet the efficiency of their magical energy utilization and the effectiveness of their attacks pale in comparison to the meticulously refined magical systems cultivated by humans over countless years. To put it plainly, aside from the immense magical energy contained within their cores, magical beasts rely on rather crude forms of magic. Having battled water-type royal-level magical beasts on numerous occasions, Yunfeng found these simplistic spells hardly posed a threat. However, the spectators aboard the ship perceived it differently. They witnessed Yunfeng effortlessly erecting a magical shield that repelled the bloodthirsty demon whale's attack, instilling a sense of hope for their own safety, which was met with a resounding cheer. Oh well, this is rather uninteresting. I should bring this to a close. Yunfeng had lost interest in the water-type royal-level beast, for the shores of Devil's Island were replete with such creatures. The collection of royal cores in his possession included an overwhelming majority of water-type cores. After a moment's contemplation, Yunfeng began to chant a spell theatrically. He could not simply rely on instantaneous magic, as it would be excessive and might frighten the mages below. Hurricane Tornado. Icebound Expanse. Yunfeng employed super magic techniques, unleashing 2 high-level area spells of level 18 in rapid succession, feigning a semblance of fatigue, though in reality, the exertion was trivial for him. However, the crew aboard the vessel was thoroughly astonished, particularly Jiangqi, who, as a mage just a step away from becoming a grand mage, recognized the magnitude of the feat. To simultaneously cast 2 high-level area spells of different types was a staggering achievement for one so young. He must possess some magical equipment that amplifies his power. Surely that must be it. Jiangqi quickly rationalized, noting the extraordinary quality of the wand in Yunfeng's hand. The crew stood agape. Even the sailors and Academy's magical instructors paused their assault, as the spectacle before them was nothing short of breathtaking. This was likely the first time many had witnessed the entirety of the bloodthirsty demon whale's form in its full glory. The colossal tornado conjured towering waves, and even the massive form of the whale, comparable to the blue carp, was helplessly lifted from the sea. Then came the terrifying force of the icebound expanse, which rapidly froze a vast expanse of ocean. As the bloodthirsty demon whale plummeted from the sky, it crashed onto the icy surface, only to bounce back and fall again. One could imagine the thickness of the ice, impervious even to the whale's massive weight, requiring an enormous reserve of magical energy to maintain such control. While Yunfeng had diminished the area of the icebound expanse to enhance its effect, the precision of his control was even more astounding. To wield an area spell of level 18 with such finesse was a feat even many grand mages specializing in ice magic would struggle to achieve. Not to mention, Yunfeng had simultaneously cast another level 18 spell, the Hurricane Tornado. Jiangqi and his companions were nearly numb from the display. He was exceedingly grateful for having retained Yunfeng earlier. Otherwise, the entire crew might have met a grim fate beneath the waves. Meanwhile, Shui Hao's face was ashen with fear, fully aware that offending such a powerful grand mage was undoubtedly disastrous news. Should his family learn of this incident, he could only imagine the repercussions he would face. After crashing onto the ice, the bloodthirsty demon whale, dazed from the impact, recognized it had encountered a formidable opponent. This human was beyond its capacity to contend with, prompting the whale to thrash its massive body in an attempt to escape the ice and return to the sea, where it might find a chance for survival. Yet Yunfeng could not allow his quarry to flee. Although he already possessed several water-type royal cores, who would willingly forego the opportunity for gold. The roles of hunter and prey swiftly reversed. With a graceful flick of his wand, Yunfeng summoned 4 walls of ice that rose around the bloodthirsty demon whale. The creature soon realized it was trapped. The whale thrashed in a frenzy, relentlessly battering the ice walls, but to no avail. The reinforced barriers had melted seamlessly with the ice surface. It was time to conclude this. Yunfeng smiled faintly as a massive flame spear materialized in the air. With a casual wave of his wand, the fiery spear pierced through the whale's last-ditch ice shield and struck deep into its enormous head. The Spear of Destruction, a spell Yunfeng had learned from the library on Devil's Island. It was one of the most effective single-target attack spells against water-type magical beasts. Having sustained this fatal blow, the bloodthirsty demon whale hardly struggled. It lay motionless, and Yunfeng descended onto its scorched head, casually probing with his wand until a fist-sized blue magical core appeared before him. Not bad. Yunfeng was careful in his approach, ensuring he did not destroy the core, for the core of a magical beast is typically its most valuable asset. Despite the whale's enormous size, its other parts were worth far less than this small core. I trust the ship isn't severely damaged? Then let us have this creature dragged aboard. Yunfeng returned to the blue carp, addressing the dazed captain with a smile. I will treat everyone to shark fin soup later. Oh, yes, yes. I shall summon the crew at once. The captain's excitement was palpable as he sprang into action. At this moment, Yunfeng's words left him no room for dissent. It was imperative to remember that the fearsome magical beast, which had nearly led their entire army to annihilation, had been effortlessly vanquished by this young archmage in less than 10 minutes. After a prolonged silence, the blue carp ship erupted once more into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. When the bloodthirsty magic whale had unleashed its terror, nearly everyone aboard had resigned themselves to despair. Yet, with Yunfeng's decisive intervention, they swiftly transitioned from the depths of hell back to the realm of the living. The overwhelming joy of what felt like a rebirth was palpable, and the gazes directed at Yunfeng brimmed with gratitude and reverence. Upon hearing Yunfeng's command, some astute crew members, without waiting for the burly captain's orders, energetically prepared ropes and other tools to secure the immense carcass of the bloodthirsty magic whale to the blue carp. Young master, uncle, he observed Shui Hao with a hint of concern as his countenance fluctuated. Naturally reticent, he found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort. I understand. Uncle, Shui Hao responded, taking a deep breath and casting a lingering glance at Yunfeng. I will find an opportunity to apologize to him. Do not worry. I am aware of my boundaries. Shui Hao recognized that, lacking absolute certainty, to completely sever ties with a formidable figure like Yunfeng would be an unwise decision. The Imperial Dragon Academy was equally astounded by Yunfeng's remarkable display, leaving them utterly captivated. Even the fiery-eyed maiden regarded Yunfeng with newfound admiration, clearly taken aback by the extent of his prowess. As for the Dragon Academy, he pondered, I wonder how my younger sister is faring in her studies. Chapter 36. Deep water port. The atmosphere aboard the blue carp was exuberant. After narrowly escaping death, each person was not only relieved, but also filled with exhilaration. Such an intense battle was indeed an eye-opener, and it would undoubtedly serve as excellent fodder for conversation in the future, a matter of great pride to boast about, particularly among the students of the Royal Dragon Academy. Although they were still quite young, their admission to such a prestigious institution had undoubtedly broadened their horizons far beyond that of mere sailors. This trial at the Royal Dragon Academy was not a graduation examination but merely a routine advancement test. Although the testing ground was selected in the Devil's Sea, it merely skimmed the periphery, presenting far less difficulty than the graduation trial faced by the students of the Heavenly Dragon Academy on Cloud Peak. Moreover, the participants were all from the intermediate class. Only upon successfully passing the trial could they ascend to the advanced class. Thus, when they were attacked by the bloodthirsty magic whale, their abilities proved largely ineffective. Despite the less than cordial relationship between the Royal Dragon Academy and the Heavenly Dragon Academy, strength commands respect universally. Thus, most students from the Royal Dragon Academy held Yunfeng in high regard. However, Yunfeng was indifferent to such admiration and retreated to his cabin to rest. Others assumed he was merely recuperating his magical energy after the exhausting battle with the bloodthirsty magic whale, and no one dared to disturb him. Yunfeng mused to himself, realizing the essence of martial arts. With his current prowess, he could easily slay a royal-grade magical beast with a mere flick of his wrist. Avoiding the unnecessary commotion that had ensued, though the display seemed grand, in truth, his strength had been dispersed. His pursuit of magical cultivation was primarily to amalgamate various strengths, ultimately serving the purpose of refining his martial arts. Having absorbed the wisdom of Taoism, Buddhism, and various schools in his previous world, he saw no reason not to glean benefits from the realm of magic as well, though his chaotic formula had become relatively refined after 5 years on Devil Island. There remained a considerable journey ahead. Yunfeng understood that knowledge and experience in martial arts were fundamental to his survival in this world. Yet he was determined not to stagnate or underestimate the world around him. The civilization of this world was undoubtedly on par with that of his previous one, teeming with formidable figures. Yunfeng had not yet reached the height of arrogance to consider himself invincible. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that he could let his accumulated wisdom shine brilliantly in this new realm. The remainder of the voyage was devoid of further incidents. The bloodthirsty magic whale had been an exceptionally rare occurrence. Such royal-grade magical beasts were seldom encountered even in the forbidden waters of the Devil's Sea. The fact that one appeared in the peripheral waters spoke volumes about either the misfortune of the Royal Dragon Academy or Yunfeng. Due to Yunfeng's timely intervention, the blue carp sustained only minor damage, with key areas remaining intact. After a brief period of repairs, the ship was largely unscathed. It must be noted that although the Blue Dragon Water clan ranked last among the 5 great families, their prowess on the water was not to be underestimated. The Blue Dragon Legion was indeed renowned as the continent's strongest naval force, though burdened by the massive carcass of the bloodthirsty magic whale. The return journey was swift due to favorable winds, and the Blue Carp soon departed the Devil's Sea, drawing nearer to Deepwater Port. Deepwater Port, the closest harbor to the Devil's Sea, was a semi-militarized port with less than favorable geographic positioning and limited military value. However, its proximity to the Devil's Sea attracted numerous adventurers, allowing it to flourish and gain a modest reputation among coastal ports. The Blue Dragon Legion maintained a logistics camp at Deepwater Port, overseeing security, thus establishing itself as the dominant force in the area. The Blue Dragon Water clan had always maintained good relations with the Royal Dragon Academy, which was why the Academy had embarked on their maritime expedition aboard the Blue Dragon Legion's warship. As they approached Deepwater Port, Shui Hao's previously anxious heart began to settle. After all, Deepwater Port lay within the sphere of influence of the Water clan, giving him a sense of security. The students of the Royal Dragon Academy were equally thrilled, as this trial had proven immensely beneficial. Not every student had the opportunity to witness a Grand Mage slay a royal-grade magical beast up close at such a young age. Captain Hu, is there a merchant guild stationed at Deepwater Port? Yunfeng inquired, having left his cabin as they neared the harbor. Captain Hu, whose full name was Hu Liang, belonged to the Hu family, a vassal clan of the Blue Dragon Water clan. However, he was not particularly esteemed within the Water clan due to his lackluster ability, serving merely as the captain of a third-tier warship. Upon hearing Yunfeng's question, Hu Liang, eager to curry favor with this formidable individual, readily shared his knowledge. Having spent 7 or 8 years at Deepwater Port, he was well acquainted with the local situation. Of course, though Deepwater Port is not large, it possesses all the basic facilities and institutions one would expect. Noticing Yunfeng's slight frown, Hu Liang quickly added, Master, you are here to handle the corpse of the magical beast, right? Deepwater Port has 2 major merchant guilds, the Purple Crystal and the Windwalker. However, I would recommend, let it be the Windwalker Guild. Once we dock, please find the person in charge of the Windwalker Guild for me, Yunfeng said coolly. The Windwalker Guild was owned by the Silver Dragon Feng family, one of the 5 great families of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, which maintained the closest ties with the Yun family. Furthermore, Yunfeng's mother was the younger sister of the current head of the Feng family. Yunfeng understood that the value of a royal-grade magical beast was immense on the continent. Since the Windwalker Guild had a branch at Deepwater Port, there was no reason to offer such a lucrative opportunity to others. You must have been here for quite some time. Have there been any unusual happenings in the Devil's Sea in recent years? Yunfeng inquired. Well, nothing significant has occurred, Hu Liang responded after a moment of contemplation. However, it is somewhat peculiar that the boundaries of the Devil's Sea seem to have expanded, and the mutated magical beasts appear to be more numerous than before. But I've never encountered a situation like today. Understood, Yunfeng nodded, pondering whether the words of Reiska, the Lord of Blood Moon City, about the weakening barrier on Devil Island were indeed true. This matter would require close attention moving forward. As Yunfeng was lost in thought, a chorus of cheers erupted from the ship. The Deepwater Port had been reached without their notice. Chapter 37. The Windwalker Merchant Guild. The Deepwater Port is not particularly large, nor does it see many vessels coming and going. However, the arrival of the Blue Carp, a warship of the Azure Dragon Legion, naturally drew the attention of sailors eager to assist in its docking. Not only was there jubilation aboard the Blue Carp, but the port itself was teeming with people, creating an atmosphere of remarkable excitement. Typically, a transport ship carrying students for trials would not garner such attention. This spectacle is usually reserved for the triumphant return of large mercenary groups. Yet, the sight of the massive, bloodthirsty magic whale being towed by the Blue Carp was simply astonishing and impossible to overlook. It was an imposing creature, and one could hardly miss such a gargantuan beast unless one were blind. Thus, even before the Blue Carp docked, spies from various factions quickly relayed the information back to their leaders. When the Blue Carp finally entered the harbor, Yunfeng was met with a scene of fervent anticipation. Goodness, such a colossal beast, could it possibly be of royal caliber? A middle-aged mercenary exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Not necessarily, it merely appears large. And it might not be that formidable, another young mercenary countered dismissively. Didn't he, the Blackwater mercenary group, once bring back a large fish too? It hardly fetched a fortune. Yet, The young mercenary's words lacked persuasive weight. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could discern the difference between ordinary fish and magical beasts. Moreover, the bloodthirsty magic whale's fierce appearance clearly indicated it was not to be trifled with. On the continent of Eri, it is a widely accepted principle that the size of magical beasts generally correlates with their power. While this is not an absolute rule, many formidable magical creatures are not large. The vast majority of enormous beasts possess considerable strength. The crowd at the dock buzzed with speculation, with most believing this to be a gigantic royal-grade magical beast. After all, many were aware that the blue carp was a warship borrowed by the Royal Dragon Academy for student trials, and they knew that the accompanying instructors likely lacked master-level skills. If the beast were indeed royal grade, it would be a stroke of luck for the blue carp to have returned unscathed, let alone having killed such a creature, which seemed altogether improbable. However, not everyone was oblivious. In a tavern on the third floor overlooking the port, an elderly man with graying hair excitedly declared to a young woman in purple, "Sure, did you see that red dorsal fin? I am certain it is the royal grade beast. The bloodthirsty magic whale. Who would have imagined they could slay such a creature? It seems the Royal Dragon Academy takes this trial far more seriously than it appears." The young woman, Sheener, pondered this with some trepidation. According to her intelligence, none of the students participating in the trial possessed particularly remarkable backgrounds. Or could it be that the Royal Dragon Academy had made some extraordinary discovery in the Devil's Sea? "Uncle, how much capital do we have at our disposal?" she asked, quickly redirecting her focus to the blue carp, which was now slowly entering the harbor, dragging the enormous corpse of the bloodthirsty magic whale. Is Sheener also feeling the urge? However, this opportunity should not be easily overlooked, her uncle replied with a chuckle. "Rest assured, our Purple Crystal Merchant Guild has operated in Deepwater Port for many years. How could a newly established Windwalker Merchant Guild compete with us? Let us proceed with caution. The Windwalker Merchant Guild has managed to establish a foothold right beneath our noses. We must not underestimate Finchue," Sheener cautioned. "While their foundation may be shallow, if they seize this opportunity, it could pose significant trouble for us." "Very well. Since you say so, I shall send someone to summon Jiang Qi and Hu Liang." "No, I shall go personally," Sheener insisted. "This time, we cannot allow Feng Shue to get the upper hand." Meanwhile, Feng Shue, mentioned by the young woman in purple, was contemplating similar strategies. In Deepwater Port, only the Purple Crystal and Windwalker Merchant Guilds possessed the capability to procure a royal-grade magical beast, and whichever faction ultimately secured the deal would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. "Sister, you decide this time. I can handle the physical tasks, but I am not adept at negotiations," a young man clad in mercenary attire remarked with a grin. However, the bloodthirsty magic whale, what a remarkable undertaking. "Brother, if you could cultivate the Silver Dragon Battle Chi in less than a decade, you would have the chance to challenge a royal-grade magical beast." A graceful young woman in white replied calmly. "If we can seize this opportunity to outmaneuver the Purple Crystal Merchant Guild in Deepwater Port, our family will surely agree to let you train in the Silver Dragon Battle Chi. But the branch guild's current success is entirely due to you, sister." The young man replied, shaking his head, gazing tenderly at his sister. "You know my condition, brother," the girl said, her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Our branch can only rely on you." "Dear sister," the young man clenched his fists tightly, looking at his sister, whose purity and fragility belied her inner strength, which surpassed his own. "Prepare a quiet room for me. I shall rest here tonight and return to Dragon City tomorrow." Yunfeng instructed Hu Liang as he stepped off the ship. "Once you locate the Windwalker Merchant Guild representatives, bring them directly to me." Hu Liang promptly called over a clever sailor, who led Yunfeng to a rather fine inn owned by the Azure Dragon Legion. The accommodations far exceeded those on Devil Island. Indeed, humanity excels in the art of comfort. As for the corpse of the bloodthirsty magic whale, Yunfeng paid it little mind. Had it not been for the miserly Cheryl on Devil Island, he would have likely wasted much more. In truth, aside from the magic core, the whale held little allure for Yunfeng. As he left the port, Yunfeng attracted no attention, which was quite normal. Dressed in a dull gray robe and lacking any professional insignia, he resembled a mere traveler rather than a mage. Just after Hu Liang disembarked, the young woman in purple from the Purple Crystal Merchant Guild and the young woman in white from the Windwalker Merchant Guild appeared before him simultaneously, prompting a wry smile from Hu Liang. If one were to consider relationships, Hu Liang undoubtedly had closer ties with the Purple Crystal Merchant Guild, which had deep roots in Deepwater Port and maintained numerous connections with the Azure Dragon Legion. Conversely, the Windwalker Merchant Guild belonged to the Silver Dragonphone family, which had a close relationship with Yunfeng, rendering their ties with the Azure Dragon water family rather tenuous. Had it not been for the rare commercial genius Feng Shui, the Windwalker Merchant Guild might have struggled to establish itself in Deepwater Port. Earlier, Hu Liang had intended to recommend the Purple Crystal Merchant Guild to Yunfeng. However, he was caught off guard when Yunfeng directly specified the Windwalker Merchant Guild, leaving Hu Liang in a difficult position. Yet, despite his predicament, Hu Liang dared not oppose Yunfeng's wishes, having witnessed the terrifying strength of the Grand Mage firsthand. Captain Hu. The woman in purple and Feng Shui spoke almost simultaneously, exchanging glances. As fellow women and managers of their respective branches, it was implausible to suggest that they had no prior interactions. Truth be told, despite their opposing positions, there existed a certain mutual admiration between the two. Had it not been for their conflicting stances, they might have even forged a strong friendship. Let Feng Shui speak first. The woman in purple, scion air, smiled, fully aware of her counterpart's intentions. Yet, in terms of both resources and connections, she clearly held the upper hand. Scion air felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by the silent approval of her uncle, who stood beside her. Then I shall defer to Sister Scion air, Feng Shui acknowledged. She understood that although she had cleverly manipulated the operations of the Purple Crystal Chamber of Commerce, the losses incurred by her counterpart were minimal and did not significantly undermine their position. Ultimately, the foundation of the Windwalker Chamber of Commerce in Deepwater Harbor was still rather fragile. Feng Shui knew that her chances of surpassing the Purple Crystal Chamber were slim. Yet the allure of a royal-level beast's carcass was irresistible. Securing it would undoubtedly bring great honor to her family, enhancing the status of both her and her brother within the clan. You two needn't be so modest, Hu Liang remarked with a wry smile, as the decision regarding the bloodthirsty demon whale had long been settled. Oh, both Scion air and Feng Shui were taken aback. How could a decision be made without any negotiations or even a face-to-face meeting? It seemed Hu Liang, despite being the captain, lacked such authority. In truth, the bloodthirsty demon whale was slain by a powerful archmage, Hu Liang quickly clarified, sensing their confusion. That master boarded the ship midway, and had he not intervened, the blue carp might not have returned at all. Understanding dawned upon everyone, though the sheer power required to independently slay a royal-level beast like the bloodthirsty demon whale was indeed astonishing. Both women, being astute as they were, realized that while the whale was significant, forming an acquaintance with the archmage would be even more invaluable. Captain Lon, I deeply admire that master. Might you facilitate an introduction? Scion air inquired. I must apologize. Without permission, it would be inappropriate to disturb him, Hu Liang replied, eliciting a slight disappointment from both women. Indeed, an archmage was not someone one could simply meet at will. Then, Miss Feng Shui, please follow me. The matter concerning the bloodthirsty demon whale has already been designated to the Windwalker Chamber of Commerce by that master. Chapter 38. Another deal. After following Hu Liang away from the dock, Feng Shui felt as though she were caught in a dream amidst the swirling snow. She never imagined that such a monumental opportunity would so effortlessly fall into her lap. Feng Shui vividly recalled the astonished and bewildered expression on Zion's face. Initially, she believed that her chances of competing against the Zijing Chamber of Commerce were slim, and she had approached the matter with a mindset of doing her utmost and leaving the rest to fate. Yet, astonishingly, before she could utter a single word, the opportunity had already been bestowed upon her. Feng Shui was now filled with immense curiosity about the grand sorcerer she was about to meet. What compelling reason could have led him to choose the Fengxing Chamber of Commerce? It was well known that even within the entire Tianlong Empire, the Zijing Chamber of Commerce held a significant advantage over the Fengxing Chamber. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound of a knock, Yunfeng smiled slightly. Impressed by Hu Liang's efficiency, he remained seated, and the door opened silently by itself. Indeed, there were times when magic proved to be quite convenient. Master, this is Miss Feng Shui, the president of the Fengxing Chamber of Commerce at Deepwater Port, Hu Liang said with a beaming smile directed at Yunfeng. Thank you for your trouble, Yunfeng replied with a nod. The shark fin from that large fish outside is yours. I promise to treat you to shark fin aboard the ship. Indeed, indeed. Master, you are exceedingly generous, Hu Liang exclaimed, his face turning crimson with excitement. I shall inform the brothers of this splendid news and will not disturb you further regarding serious matters. As Hu Liang exited the room, he closed the door with a slightly trembling hand, his steps buoyant as if he were about to take flight. Feng Shui and her brother Feng Lei were equally astonished. On one hand, they were taken aback by Yunfeng's appearance. They could hardly fathom that the Grand Sorcerer, who single-handedly vanquished the royal-level magical beast, the bloodthirsty magic whale, was so remarkably youthful. He appeared to be even younger than Feng Lei. On the other hand, their astonishment stemmed from Yunfeng's promise to Hu Liang. They were well aware of what the large fish Yunfeng referred to was a royal-level magical beast like the bloodthirsty magic whale was, in his eyes. Nearly a sizable fish. What made it even more difficult for the siblings to accept was that Yunfeng seemed to casually bestow the shark fin of the bloodthirsty magic whale to Hu Liang. Did he not realize that aside from the magic core, the most valuable part of the whale was indeed that red dorsal fin? This master Feng Shui hesitated momentarily. Although it would be challenging to persuade a grand sorcerer to change his mind, she resolved to make one last effort. Without that dorsal fin, the value of the bloodthirsty magic whale would undoubtedly diminish, and if that fin ended up in Zexine hands, her plans to undermine the Zijing Chamber of Commerce would likely falter. You are from the Feng family, are you not? No need for such formality. Just call me Yunfeng, he said with a smile. He had not anticipated that the person in charge of the Fengxing Chamber of Commerce at Deepwater Port would be such a young woman. Please, both of you, take a seat. We might even be considered relatives. Relatives? Yunfeng? Wait, did he just say his name is Yunfeng? Feng Shui and Feng Lei exchanged glances, their eyes wide with unmasked astonishment. They were well aware of who Yunfeng was, although they were merely a branch of the Silver Dragon Feng family. They could not possibly be ignorant of the eldest son of the current head of the Azure Dragon Yun family. However, was he that Yunfeng supposed to be a magic swordsman? How had he transformed into a grand sorcerer? Moreover, it was said that he had mysteriously vanished for 5 years. The location of his disappearance happened to be the Devil's Sea. And the blue carp had just returned from there. Though questions swirled in their minds, Feng Shui and Feng Lei found it inappropriate to voice their inquiries. And Yunfeng appeared disinclined to offer any explanations. After all, he was merely extending a courtesy to their family's business. Yin young master, you are the son of Lord Yunxiao? Feng Shui managed to suppress her shock, striving to maintain a calm tone. I believe no one in the empire would dare impersonate me. Yunfeng chuckled, removing a pendant from around his neck. This should serve as proof. The light blue dragon pendant, with the character Feng prominently displayed, left no room for doubt in the siblings' minds regarding Yunfeng's identity. Indeed, no one in the empire would dare impersonate the son of the head of the Azure Dragon Yun family. I have summoned you today for a different business matter, Yunfeng said, putting away the pendant. The large fish outside was merely an unexpected encounter along the way. It would be a pity to discard it. Unexpected? Discard it? Upon hearing this, Feng Shui and Feng Lei couldn't help but twitch their lips. This young master of the Yun family was truly astonishing in his remarks. Even with the Yun family's financial resources, it was inconceivable to overlook a royal-level magical beast, was it? Does young Master Yin have any business in mind? If the amount is substantial, it may need to be reported to the headquarters, Feng Shui said, a hint of resignation in her voice. As they had already utilized a significant portion of their liquid funds for the bloodthirsty magic whale. That is of no concern. I still trust the Feng family. Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. I'm not in need of money at the moment, so you can settle the amount with the Yun family when you have gathered enough. Thus, Feng Shui expressed her gratitude to young Master Yun. Her eyes brightened at the prospect, if she could foster a favorable relationship with this young master of the Yun family. Her standing within the Feng family would undoubtedly soar, especially since this young master was a powerful grand sorcerer. Yunfeng nodded, his ring glimmering with a spatial fluctuation. And before the siblings' eyes appeared a collection of weapons and armor, along with a grotesque and fearsome statue. Spatial equipment. The siblings were left in awe, particularly Feng Lei, whose eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. They were witnessing the legendary spatial equipment. This was truly astonishing, for spatial equipment was as rare on the continent as legendary grade gear. Even within the Silver Dragon Feng family, Feng Shui was only aware that the head of the family, Feng Zhun, possessed a single piece of spatial equipment. Moreover, they could distinctly sense that the weapons and armor before them, including the bizarre statue, emanated faint magical fluctuations. It was evident that these were magical items. No wonder. In the eyes of this young master of the Yun family, the bloodthirsty magic whale was merely a larger fish. Possessing spatial equipment and presenting a plethora of magical items indeed warranted such an indifference towards a royal-level magical beast. Feng Shui and Feng Lei felt their hearts racing uncontrollably, their breaths becoming heavy. In comparison to these magical items, what significance did the dorsal fin of a bloodthirsty magic whale hold? Feng Shui understood well that once this transaction was realized, the Fengxing Chamber of Commerce would effortlessly triumph over the Zijing Chamber of Commerce at Deepwater Port. Chapter 39. A token of little value. Young Master Yun. These are all magical artifacts, and it may be difficult to appraise their worth immediately. Feng Shui managed to compose herself after much effort and suggested to Yunfeng, our Windwalker Merchant Guild also possesses an auction house. Why not consider auctioning these magical artifacts? Upon seeing these artifacts, Feng Shui realized that her small branch could not possibly handle them all. Yet, she could not help but feel perplexed. Although the Silver Dragon Feng family and the Azure Dragon Yun family shared a cordial relationship, it seemed unlikely that they would so easily sell magical artifacts to the Feng family, unless, perhaps, these artifacts were not deemed particularly significant in Yunfeng's eyes. That works for me. I have no objections, Yunfeng replied with a nod. After all, they were merely for sale, and he was indifferent to the method of selling. Moreover, he found little value in those magical artifacts. They sounded impressive, but Yunfeng was acutely aware of their true nature. It was highly probable that that fellow shaler had acquired a number of inferior goods when he sought bargains. Much like the dual swords of ice and fire that Yunfeng had once possessed, powerful, yet impractical. The artifacts Yunfeng presented were largely similar. They were indeed magical. But equipping them would be quite the challenge. Take, for instance, a piece of heavy plate armor adorned with 2 defensive spells, 1 offensive spell, and 1 supportive spell. By all accounts, it could be considered a top-tier magical armor. However, what made it even more exceptional was that only a mage could activate the spells. Martial energy would be utterly ineffective. Even the 2 defensive spells required manual activation. This presented quite a dilemma, given the weight of the armor. It was unlikely that any mage could move freely while wearing it. The other magical artifacts were of similar quality, even if usable. They would undoubtedly cause embarrassment to the wielder. As for the peculiar statue, it was actually a gargoyle, a magical automaton created by an alchemist, and could be considered rarer than the magical artifacts themselves. However, after Yunfeng had dismantled and reassembled it numerous times in his attempts to study it, the gargoyle ultimately malfunctioned. On one occasion, after disassembling it, Yunfeng discovered that one component simply could not be reattached. In truth, the issue was not significant. The extraneous part happened to be a wing, and thus, regrettably, the gargoyle lost its ability to fly, significantly diminishing its practical value. Therefore, the magical artifacts Yunfeng had were essentially trifles, of little use if kept, yet too valuable to simply discard, being magical artifacts after all. Thus, Yunfeng decided to take the opportunity to sell these cumbersome, space-consuming trinkets from his spatial ring. Although they were defective, they were still magical artifacts. And despite their limited practical value, they held considerable research potential. The Windwalker Merchant Guild would undoubtedly profit, though likely not as much as they expected. The truly valuable items remained within Yunfeng's spatial ring. No matter how close the Feng family was, they could not compare to the Yun family. While Yunfeng was indifferent to the position of heir, he was still a member of the Yun family, after all. Moreover, he planned to take on hundreds of apprentices in the future. He likely had yet to prepare enough gifts for their first meetings. Feng Shui and her brother Feng Lei were undeniably exhilarated. Clearly, with these magical artifacts, they would be held in even greater esteem within their family. Yet, little did they realize that these were merely discarded remnants in Yunfeng's eyes. Nevertheless, these so-called remnants would undoubtedly attract many on the continent. Filled with excitement, Feng Shui signed a contract with Yunfeng, something he did not oppose. On Devil's Island, even the most trivial matters required a contract, and Yunfeng had long grown accustomed to it. They had a large box brought in to pack the magical artifacts, with Feng Lei personally carrying it. After leaving Yunfeng's chamber, the siblings felt as though they were still dreaming, unable to believe that all of this was real. Little sister, do you think our accomplishments this time will earn us a magical artifact from the family? Feng Lei mused, seemingly unperturbed by the weight of the box. His face alight with aspiration. Brother, no matter how fine the equipment, it is merely an external possession. Our own strength is what truly matters. Feng Shui replied earnestly. As long as you have the opportunity to learn Silver Dragon Battle Chi, that would be far superior to any magical artifact. Yes, my little sister speaks wisely. I shall heed your words, Feng Lei replied, a sheepish smile illuminating his face, his joy evident. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Amethyst Merchant Guild, I never expected that the Grand Sorcerer would actually be the eldest son of the Azure Dragon Yun family, Yunfeng. Feng Shui's luck this time is truly remarkable. ZXINR sighed. Having established itself in Deepwater Harbor for many years, the Amethyst Merchant Guild naturally possessed its own channels of information. Moreover, Yunfeng had not concealed his identity, with a few inquiries among the crew of the Blue Carp and the students from the Royal Dragon Academy. Zxiner found it relatively easy to deduce Yunfeng's identity. Nevertheless, acquiring the bloodthirsty demon whale's dorsal fin is an unexpected gain, Zxiner's uncle remarked. Who would have thought that Yunfeng would be so generous? The fin could provide enough exquisite shark fin soup for countless meals. The Amethyst Merchant Guild maintained a close relationship with the Blue Dragon Shui family, a fact known to many. Were it not for this connection, Zxiner would not have been able to run the branch so successfully in Deepwater Harbor. Thus, when the bearded Hu Liang acquired the dorsal fin of the bloodthirsty demon whale, it took little effort for Zxiner to purchase it. In contrast to Feng Shui's status within the Feng family, Zxiner could be considered the little princess of the Amethyst Merchant Guild. Her visit to the Deepwater Harbor branch served both as an inspection and a means of gaining experience. However, she had not anticipated encountering Feng Shui and suffering a noticeable setback. Given Zxiner's character, how could she possibly concede defeat in front of a girl younger than herself? Thus, she remained in Deepwater Harbor, seeking to regain her honor at Feng Shui's expense. Indeed, Yunfeng's generosity regarding the dorsal fin is quite astonishing. He seems to regard it with little concern. Zxiner expressed her worries. I am genuinely concerned that, even with the dorsal fin in our possession, we may still fall short against Feng Shui. Chapter 40. Dragon City. Dragon City, the capital of the Celestial Dragon Empire, stands as one of the most renowned cities on the continent of Eri. It exudes a pride and majesty unmatched by the noble elegance of the elven capital, the life garden, nor the exquisite craftsmanship of the dwarven stronghold, Iron Forge. It is neither as imposing as the Thunder Fortress of the orcs on the northern plains, nor as enigmatic as the magical metropolis of Rainbow City. Dragon City is simply Dragon City, a true city of the strong, situated in the northwest of the Celestial Dragon Empire. Dragon City not only guards the southern passage of the orcs from the northern plains, but also obstructs the eastern expansion of the two great empires, Radiant Moon and Dark Sunday. It is, indeed, a battleground of 4 wars. Throughout its 5,000-year history, Dragon City has faced the threat of enemy forces advancing upon its walls over 100 times, averaging less than 50 years between each siege. Such a reality is unimaginable for a capital city of an empire. More astonishing is the fact that, regardless of how dire the circumstances, Dragon City has never been breached. Not once. Even during the gravest of threats, when the city was surrounded by a coalition of 3 empires, 6 kingdoms, and dozens of principalities, and faced with traitors within, it held out for 3 entire years. The city's million-strong military and civilian population dwindled to less than 100,000 survivors, yet it remained unbroken. That battle, though it severely weakened the Celestial Dragon Empire, produced the legendary Saint Emperor, Long Tian, and the renowned war goddess, Yun Wushuang. It forged the invincible 5-Dragon Legion and countless loyal ministers and valiant generals, solidifying the empire's reputation as the mightiest nation on the continent. The once serene life garden has been invaded by dark elves. The formidable Iron Forge has been captured. The impregnable Thunder Fortress has changed hands 3 times. And the aerial Rainbow City fell during the War of the Thousand Dragons, now floating no higher than 100 meters. Yet, Dragon City, situated in this battleground, has weathered the trials of over 100 wars, facing enemies 3-fold, 10-fold, or even 100-fold. It has stood firm against orcs, undead, demons, and humans alike. Whether facing wolf cavalry or death knights, fallen angels, or the crusaders of the temple, Dragon City remains the indomitable city. This is the greatest city on the continent. Yunfeng descended from the sky, approaching the city where he was born and raised with the reverence of a pilgrim. 5,000 years may not seem long for long-lived races like elves and dwarves, but for humans, no other nation can boast a history and legacy as extensive as that of the Celestial Dragon Empire. Even the once mighty magical dynasty that nearly unified the entire continent never achieved true unification. The Magic Emperor, a great leader of his time, ultimately met his end in Dragon City, a regret he carried for life. To stand against the world for the sake of a small territory and its people is not a feat unique to the Celestial Dragon Empire. It is said that before his death, the Magic Emperor remarked that if any nation could truly unify the continent, it would undoubtedly be the Celestial Dragon Empire. As Yunfeng drew nearer, the grand, imposing walls of Dragon City, having endured countless wars, became vividly clear in his sight. If the Qingtian Yun clan instilled in him a sense of belonging, then the Celestial Dragon Empire truly grounded him in this world. The deeper he delved into the history of this ancient empire, the more he found himself captivated by it. In this unfamiliar world, beyond the skies, existed an empire so akin to his own homeland, Huaxia. Approaching the eastern gate, the Qitian Gate, Yunfeng's attention was drawn not to the magnificent structure, but to a furious beauty standing at the entrance. Oh my! Yunfeng barely uttered a word before a massive fireball hurtled toward him, enveloping him almost instantaneously. Dear heavens, I've just returned, and you greet me with such enthusiasm? As the flames dissipated, Yunfeng wore a helpless smile, knowing that a mere flashy fireball could not breach the defenses of his source fire shield. Yet, dealing with his fierce mother left him exasperated. It seemed his plan to hide in the academy would not come to fruition. Do you even remember I'm your mother? Feng Ruohua had appeared at Yunfeng's side, expertly gripping his ear. So you do know how to return. You've gotten quite adept at hiding, haven't you? 5 years, and look at you now. Mother. Ignoring the discomfort in his ear, Yunfeng embraced her. Memories flowing like a gentle stream, warmth enveloping his heart. Perhaps what he inherited was more than mere memories. Enough with the sentimental mush. Crying like a child. How unbecoming. You're a young man now. Feng Ruohua released his ear, her eyes shimmering with tears yet lit with a smile. Feng Earth. You've truly made something of yourself. That source fire shield. Quite impressive, I must say. I never expected my son to become a grand magus. Honestly, after 5 years. You've grown even more beautiful, mother. Yunfeng couldn't help but wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that had he uttered the word mother earlier, he might have faced dire consequences. Such a term was sacred, and he had almost forgotten that. Enough with the flattery. Let us hurry home. Feng Ruohua finally released Yunfeng's ear, clapping her hands together. Now that you're a grand magus, let us see who dares to look down on us mother and son duo. Fenger, can you use flight magic? Let's soar home. Has anyone ever dared to look down on you? They mostly underestimate me. Yunfeng grumbled, feeling rather disheartened. In Dragon City, who would dare to disrespect his formidable mother? Fly home? That seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Yunfeng chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Though it was indeed in line with his mother's usual style. What does it matter? Is there anyone bold enough to speak against it? Feng Ruohua said nonchalantly. Instructing a group of servants and maids behind her, we're leaving now, so you lot can return on your own. Yes, madam. The servants did not dare to utter another word, though many cast curious glances at Yunfeng. Once their mistress spoke, they promptly bowed and departed. Chapter 41. The feeling of home, Mom. How did you know I was back? As Yunfeng soared above Dragon City, a wave of familiar emotions surged within him. He glanced at his radiant mother beside him and couldn't help but inquire. Isn't it because of you, causing such a commotion at Deepwater Harbor? The news reached Dragon City last night. Feng Ruohua chuckled. That was the bloodthirsty demon whale. Even I might not have been able to handle it effortlessly. At this point, Feng Ruohua playfully sized up her son, causing a shiver to run down Yunfeng's spine. Fenger, how about we have a little spar now? I am quite curious to see how far you have progressed. Perhaps it's better to wait. Yunfeng glanced at his mother's expression and quickly added, let's discuss it at home instead. The crowd here is quite dense, and I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt anyone. Even if no one gets hurt, it would still be unfortunate to damage the flowers and plants of Dragon City. All right, such an indecisive son. Feng Ruohua replied with mild irritation but did not press the issue further. Despite her wild nature, she still maintained a sense of propriety. As Yunfeng and Feng Ruohua flew back to the Yun family estate, they undeniably attracted countless gazes along the way. With an impressive upward glance rate of 100%, they embodied a spectacle of grandeur. However, the residents of Dragon City had long since grown accustomed to such sights. It would indeed be strange if the lady of the Yun family didn't stir up something every now and then. Yet, many were particularly intrigued by the young man flying alongside the lady. Speculation ran rampant regarding the identity of the young man accompanying the lady of the Yun family. However, those in the know were aware that the mysterious eldest son of the Yun family, who had vanished 5 years ago in the Devil's Sea, had returned. Moreover, it was said that the once hopeless demon swordsman had now become a grand magus and had slain a royal beast, the bloodthirsty demon whale, causing a tremendous uproar in Deepwater Harbor. Yunfeng and Feng Ruohua landed directly in the grand courtyard of the Yun family, mere steps away from the main hall. As he set foot on the ground, Yunfeng felt an overwhelming sense of solidity, even more profound than the first time he stepped onto the continent after leaving Devil Island. He gazed at the circles he once drew on the wall as a child while practicing magic missiles. He admired the red maple tree he had planted. Now towering over the courtyard wall, he watched the large yellow dog, which he had rescued from the street, now bounding toward him, barking joyfully, and he noticed the housekeeper, who stood there, mouth covered in disbelief, with freshly washed clothes scattered around her. A smile bloomed on Yunfeng's face, warm and joyous. This, indeed, was his home. Grandma Tian, how's your health? Yunfeng crouched down to embrace the large yellow dog, affectionately stroking its head, and looked up with a smile. Ah, young master. It truly is you who has returned. Grandma Tian's eyes welled with tears of joy, regaining her composure. She hurriedly gathered the scattered clothes into a wooden basin while chattering. How wonderful. Young master, you are finally back. Others may not know, but I am aware of how many times the master has sighed in secret over the past 5 years. The lady, too. All right, and Tian. Hasn't Fenger returned already? Why dwell on the past? Feng Ruawa interjected. Indeed, I long for your delicacies, Grandma Tian, Yunfeng added, expressing his fondness for the elderly woman who had cared for him throughout his childhood. Very well. I shall prepare some pastries for young master right away. Grandma Tian wiped her tears, smiled, and departed. Yunfeng watched her retreating figure, then turned to the large yellow dog, which was licking his hand incessantly, its age evident in its demeanor, and felt a swell of affection. Oh, is that not young Master Yunfeng? When did you decide to return? A rather unpleasant voice interrupted, as 3 youths stood at the courtyard entrance, 2 boys and a girl. The speaker, a young man in his 20s, continued, if you ask me. That scruffy yellow dog should have been discarded long ago. I can't fathom what father was thinking, keeping such a dog in the house. Feng Ruawa's expression darkened instantly, ready to erupt, but Yunfeng restrained her. Am I to interpret this as a provocation, third brother? Yunfeng stood up, coldly regarding the young man, aware that this fool was likely being used as a pawn by some brother. 13th level fighting spirit, Yun Yin. It seems you haven't been entirely idle these years, Yunfeng remarked, a powerful aura emanating from him. Yet, it appeared that while his physique had matured, his intellect had not advanced much. Why, you better not be too arrogant. The 3 youths struggled to breathe under the weight of Yunfeng's formidable presence. And Yun Yin suddenly recalled the rumors he had heard yesterday that his elder brother had seemingly become a grand magus. Enough. A commanding voice resounded from the main hall as a dignified middle-aged man appeared before them. It was Yunfeng's father, the head of the Yun family, Yun Xiao. Sensing the deliberate aura emanating from Yun Xiao, Yunfeng retracted his magical energy, allowing Yun Yin and the others to finally exhale, though they realized their backs were drenched in sweat. What does this mean? Is there anyone who dares to criticize my son for keeping a dog? Feng Ruahua retorted, glaring at her husband like a protective hen. When did I ever say that? Even Yun Xiao could only smile wryly at his unreasonable wife. Father, I have returned. Yunfeng gently addressed his father. Yes, it's good that you are back. Yun Xiao nodded. With numerous children, he might have favored the exceptionally talented. Yet he had never neglected any of his offspring. Regardless of the conflicts among them, none could deny that Yun Xiao was undoubtedly a devoted father. Come in. I've been waiting for you for a while, Yun Xiao said, turning to the visibly shaken Yun Yin and his companions, frowning. What are you 3 still doing here? Is it not embarrassing enough? Yes, father. The trio hurriedly departed, not daring to even glance at Yunfeng, who had just instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure upon them. Humph, those idle old fools. Feng Ruahua huffed. Fenger, you need not worry. Your mother stands behind you. It isn't as grave as you think. The elders merely wish to understand Fenger's experiences over the past 5 years, Yun Xiao remarked. Mom, there's no need to worry. It's all fine, Yunfeng chuckled. To be honest, even during his years on Devil Island, he had never feared anyone. Even on the continent, he couldn't think of anyone who could instill fear in him. If anyone could, it would probably be his formidable mother. Chapter 42, Making a Mountain Out of a Molehill in the Grand Hall. The elders were either meditating with closed eyes or savoring their tea, appearing to have been waiting for quite some time. The moment Yunfeng stepped into the hall, all eyes immediately turned towards him. What was this? A tribunal? Yunfeng found it somewhat amusing in the Qinglong Yun family. Power was almost entirely concentrated in the hands of the family head. Although these elders held high positions within the clan, they wielded little real authority. Yet, it seemed that many of the elderly were reluctant to accept their age, disliking the idea of stepping back, always eager to find something to do to validate their value and abilities. Perhaps his father was thoroughly exasperated by them, for while the family had held great power, He could not entirely disregard the opinions of the elders. Surely, his father harbored many doubts as well. Speak up quickly. Feng has just returned home and hasn't even had a meal yet. Feng Ruohua urged, pulling Yunfeng down into a seat without hesitation, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Such words should not be uttered. The commotion caused by Yunfeng at Deep Water Port was indeed rather significant, one of the elders remarked. Yunfeng recognized this elder as the second elder, Yunfeng. Since the grand elder, Yun Yuan, his own grandfather, had passed the mantle of family head to his father, Yun Shao. He had largely withdrawn from family affairs, leaving the elders to implicitly regard Yun Song as their leader, despite his seniority. The elders clearly held a degree of trepidation towards Feng Ruohua. Upon hearing the second elder's words, they hastily echoed their agreement, indicating that they did not intend to make things difficult for Yunfeng. Yunfeng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. Who said that the relationship between a daughter-in-law and her in-laws was fraught with tension? As long as the daughter-in-law was sufficiently assertive, the dynamics could easily tilt in her favor. At this thought, Yunfeng suddenly mused that if he were to marry a similarly strong-willed wife in the future, his home would likely erupt into daily conflicts. Shaking his head vigorously, he quickly dismissed that notion. It was simply too terrifying. Moreover, he must learn from his father's past experiences. Yunfeng resolutely decided that when the time came to choose a wife, he would certainly opt for one who was gentle and virtuous. The elders were, after all, concerned for the family's benefit and did not deliberately seek to complicate matters for Fenger. At that moment, Yun Shao felt compelled to speak up. If his wife continued to persist, it would likely escalate into a farce. Feng Ruohua turned her head away, falling silent. However, the elders could tell from her expression that if they truly sought to trouble her precious son, she would undoubtedly rise to his defense. Yunfeng, first and foremost, we wish to know where you have been for the past 5 years? The second elder inquired, voicing the greatest curiosity shared by all present, including Feng Ruohua, who now gazed intently at her son. Surely, the answer to this question should not be difficult to surmise. I believe you all have an inkling. Although you may hesitate to assert it, Yunfeng replied with a smile. Indeed, it is precisely the place you are all thinking of. You truly went to Devil's Island. And you even returned? The elders collectively gasped, their prior suspicions now confirmed by Yunfeng's own admission, which was met with astonishment. Indeed, as Yunfeng had stated, the answer was not particularly elusive. Yunfeng had gone missing in the Devil's Sea, and despite extensive searches, no trace could be found, coupled with the mysterious whirlpool that had appeared and then vanished. The most plausible explanation for Yunfeng's disappearance was that he had been sucked into Devil's Island through a randomly occurring spatial rift. In fact, once this conclusion had been reached, the entire Qinglong Yun family had abandoned hope for Yunfeng's survival. After all, Devil's Island was renowned as one of the continent's 10 most perilous locations. And throughout the millennia, no one who ventured there had ever returned safely. It was noteworthy that among those who had entered Devil's Island were several legendary powerhouses. Given Yunfeng's strength as a 9th-level demon swordsman at the time, it seemed utterly impossible for him to survive in such a place, let alone return safely. Especially having grown into a Grand Magus in just 5 short years. This was beyond the realm of mere miracles. Fenger, you have suffered so much these past years. Feng Ruohua grasped Yunfeng's hand tightly, her eyes filled with compassion. The thought of her son enduring life on Devil's Island for 5 years caused her heart to ache. Did I not return safely, mother? Surely you should be delighted, Yunfeng replied, feeling warmth within. All right, we shall discuss your experiences of these years later. Second uncle, I assume your primary concern is not this matter? Yun Shao interjected, casting a glance at his son. Yunfeng smiled faintly. The unspoken understanding between father and son required no verbal expression. Yunfeng was well aware of what should be withheld. Yunfeng, I have heard that you have achieved the realm of Grand Magus, and even slain a royal-grade magical beast, the bloodthirsty magic whale? The second elder inquired, while the other elders looked at Yunfeng, awaiting his response. Indeed, the true spectacle was about to unfold. Yunfeng felt both amused and helpless. A mere royal-grade beast warranted such attention from the elders, adopting a stance as if conducting a tribunal. It was all rather exaggerated. I simply caught a large fish on the way. It was too troublesome to deal with, so I sold it directly at Deep Water Port, Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. What? The elders were infuriated. That was a royal-grade magical beast, the bloodthirsty magic whale, not just any ordinary fish. Moreover, to claim it was too much trouble and to sell it off casually was an absurd excuse. Do you understand the value of a royal-grade magical beast? especially one as enormous as the bloodthirsty magic whale. Second Elder Yunfeng was genuinely angry. Were it not for Yunfeng's status as a Grand Magus, he would have certainly taught this prodigal son a lesson despite Feng Ruohua's protection. Yun Shao refrained from speaking. He knew his eldest son well, mature in mind and astute. If not for his lackluster talent, he would have been an excellent candidate for the position of family head. However, Yun Shao remained puzzled as to why Yunfeng had chosen to sell the bloodthirsty magic whale, for while the Qinlongyan family was indeed affluent, a royal-grade beast like that still held considerable value. Chapter 43. Disdainful after all, it is merely a larger fish. Is there truly a need for such an uproar? Yunfeng stated casually. And since I caught it, I certainly possess the right to decide its fate. Whether I choose to sell it or gift it should be my prerogative. Should it not? What, then, constitutes an overreaction? That is no mere fish. It is a royal-grade magical beast. The second elder's face flushed with rage. Do you not consider the family's interests? Do you realize how much benefit a bloodthirsty whale's carcass could bring to our clan? This old man still has that temper. Yunfeng thought helplessly. Could you kindly enlighten me on what exactly can be done with that large fish? Is that even a question? At this moment, the fourth elder, Yunlu, could no longer contain himself. Not to mention the royal-grade magic core. You mean this? Yunfeng suddenly produced a shimmering blue crystal, and the temperature in the room plummeted, the coolness momentarily tempering the elder's ire. Oh, it seems I have mixed things up. I no longer even recall which one is the large fish. The fourth elder fell silent, staring at the magical core in Yunfeng's hand. The elders were momentarily entranced. There was no need for meticulous examination. These cores were all royal-grade water-type cores, and Yunfeng had produced 7 or 8 of them at once. Forget it. I am too lazy to be choosy. If the family requires them, I shall gladly contribute them all. Yunfeng tossed the precious royal-grade cores onto the table, letting them roll around like glass beads, dazzling the elders. When it comes to royal-grade magic cores, Yunfeng was particularly abundant in water types. These cores were merely a small fraction and hardly worth his attention. However, for the elders, it was a painful sight, even for the esteemed Qinlongyun family. Witnessing someone like Yunfeng nonchalantly produce so many royal-grade cores was an excruciating experience. Even if you keep the magic cores, there are other matters to consider. The elders were reluctant to concede defeat before a junior. Regaining focus away from the cores, the fifth elder, Yunshi, spoke again. For instance, the hide of the bloodthirsty whale is excellent material for crafting leather armor, and the success rate for affixing water-type magic would be considerably higher. Fifth elder, with all due respect, your perspective appears rather lacking, Yunfeng replied, shaking his head as he produced a large roll of skin from his spatial device and tossed it onto the table. Leather armor should be made from dragon hide. Although this is merely the hide of a sub-dragon beast, it certainly surpasses something as easily pierced as a bloodthirsty whale, does it not? The skin of a serpent-necked sea dragon, the fifth elder exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Though merely a sub-dragon beast, it possessed the bloodline of the blue dragon, and its defensive capabilities among royal-grade water-type beasts were notable. With adequate skill, crafting enchanted leather armor from its hide would be quite feasible. While the hide of the bloodthirsty whale was decidedly inferior. Spatial equipment. The elders were further astonished by the spatial ring in Yunfeng's possession. It was known that even in the Yun family, spatial equipment was exceedingly rare, so it was unexpected that Yunfeng would have one. The elders could not help but glance towards the family head, Yunshao. Yunshao was equally surprised. He knew that Yunfeng's spatial ring was not a personal gift from him. Even 5 years ago, he would not have bestowed such a valuable item upon Yunjun. It was unthinkable. Ah, I just remembered. I also prepared a gift for you. Yunfeng suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting due to the commotion caused by the meddlesome elders. What Yunfeng produced was a rather exquisite necklace, while not exquisitely crafted. It once again stimulated the elders, for it was yet another piece of spatial equipment. Wind Ruohua was unconcerned with its aesthetic appeal or value. As long as it was a gift from her son, any mother would be delighted. The contents of that necklace had already been processed for Wingsu's Fengxing Merchant Association during Yunfeng's time in Deepwater Port. He could not possibly present a collection of odd trinkets to his mother. Father, your gift is a bit special and may take some extra time. Yunfeng smiled at his father. He had not merely prepared a gift for his mother, he had gifts for his father and siblings with whom he had a close bond. However, he had not been as considerate towards the elders present. Now that you mention it, I am quite curious, Yunshao replied with a smile. Knowing that the value of Yunfeng's gift would likely surpass that of the spatial necklace. Though he did not covet his son's gifts, he felt a sense of anticipation. The elders would undoubtedly argue that the flesh, bones, and blood of that large fish had significant utility, wouldn't they? Yunfeng smiled at the elders. But honestly, I find those things rather unremarkable. As he spoke, he began to retrieve items from his spatial ring, placing them one by one on the table. Since superior options are available, those items hold little value. Fangs of a tiger shark, and they are even severed at the roots. What is the source of this beast's blood? Such potent magical energy. Could it possibly have been extracted from a legendary beast? The elders were utterly captivated by the rare materials Yunfeng produced. Comparatively, a bloodthirsty whale was trivial. As Yunfeng had stated, it was simply a larger fish. Now, the elders regarded Yunfeng with entirely different eyes, no longer concerned with the inconsequential bloodthirsty whale. With these materials, the family's strength would significantly benefit. Since Fenger has presented these items, let us entrust them to the elders for management, Yunxiao declared, observing the elders' eager gazes and then looking at Yunfeng. Making a decision without hesitation, to which Yunfeng had no objections. Yunfeng understood that the elders had no intention of making things difficult for him. They were merely lamenting the loss of the bloodthirsty whale. Although he did not feel particularly close to them, he bore no ill feelings, for they were ultimately considering the family's welfare. Moreover, these materials would undoubtedly be better utilized within the family. The family's blacksmiths, enchanters, and alchemists could maximize the value of these precious materials, while keeping them in Yunfeng's hands would be wasteful. Entrusting these materials to the elders would ensure their optimal use. For instance, the fifth elder, Yunxi, was quite knowledgeable about enchantments, while the fourth elder, Yunlu, was a master alchemist. On another note, Yunxiao also wished to give the elders something to occupy their time, lest they become idle and meddlesome in family affairs. Furthermore, what Yunfeng had presented was merely a fraction, as his magical research was quite costly, and he needed to reserve some resources for his future apprentices. Chapter 44. The gift from Yunfeng in the backyard of the Yun family. You insufferable brat. Could you not show your father some mercy? You strike with such ferocity. Yunxiao gasped, casting aside the now unrecognizable iron sword, his demeanor quite disheveled, yet his eyes shimmered with astonishment and pride. This is not my doing. It was you who insisted on this contest. Yunfeng shrugged, his expression one of feigned helplessness. In truth, he had held back considerably. Had it not been for his concern over his father's confidence, the outcome would have required no more than 3 moves. To think you truly achieved this. Yunxiao gazed at his son as though he were a marvel, grappling with disbelief. If not for the irrefutable evidence before him, he might have doubted whether this extraordinary boy was indeed his offspring. Initially, Yunxiao had considered it a rare miracle if Yunfeng could ascend to the rank of a Grand Magus within 5 years. But now he found himself utterly astounded by an even greater revelation. Not only had Yunfeng displayed prowess in magic, but he had also exhibited fighting spirit exceeding the 15th level. Despite Yunxiao's status as a peak-level swordmaster at the 19th level, he was utterly defenseless against his own son. Was this the true strength of a magic swordsman? Not only was he invincible among his peers, but he also navigated confrontations with more formidable opponents with apparent ease. Yunxiao could distinctly sense that the magic and fighting spirit Yunfeng had just employed did not surpass the 18th level, yet their combination rendered him utterly powerless. The martial arts barrier, a conundrum that had baffled humankind for millennia and had been deemed insurmountable by many, had indeed been breached by none other than his own son. Yunxiao understood that this singular achievement alone would immortalize his son's name through the ages. Observing Yunfeng's relaxed demeanor, Yunxiao felt a swell of pride and relief. To be honest, he had never placed particular emphasis on his eldest son, especially when Yunfeng chose the path of a magic swordsman. A decision that had left him somewhat disheartened. However, as the head of the Qinglong Yun family, he could not possibly allow a son who could not even reach the 10th level to inherit the family leadership, as it would not command respect and would merely become a laughingstock. Despite his preferences, Yunxiao had never neglected any of his children. His childhood experiences had instilled in him a deep fondness for children, and he cherished moments spent playing with them. For it was during such times that he could truly cast aside the burdens of leadership and find rare tranquility. Indeed, it was somewhat fortuitous. Yunfeng could not disclose the matter of his soul transference, thus the Devil's Island became the ideal pretext for his absence. Upon returning to the study with Yunxiao, he recounted his experiences on Devil's Island, exercising discretion over what to reveal and what to withhold. To his astonishment, the fabled Devil's Island, one of the continent's 10 most perilous locations, turned out to be such a place. After listening to Yunfeng's narrative, Yunxiao felt a mix of astonishment and empathy. Those years had indeed been arduous for his son. The thought of Yunfeng having lived in such a place for 5 whole years filled Yun Xiao with admiration and guilt. Were the roles reversed, he doubted he could have endured as his son had. What a pity about that abyssal magic iron vein. If our family could have acquired even a fraction of it, our strength would have increased tremendously. Yun Xiao lamented, yet he understood that Yunfeng's choice had been wise, as extracting the ore under those circumstances was utterly impractical. Not to worry, my gains from Devil's Island were substantial, Yunfeng replied with a smile. After all, materials and equipment are merely external possessions that will eventually deplete, but knowledge is what can enhance the family's strength and endure through generations. Knowledge? Yun Xiao inquired, puzzled by his son's assertion. Indeed, Yunfeng affirmed with conviction. Father, you cannot imagine, but in Blood Moon City, there exists a library that houses a vast collection of the knowledge and insights of the island's demons. A demon's library? Are you suggesting? Yun Xiao's excitement surged. The Tianlong Empire, a nation that revered no deities, held no fear of angels or demons. Moreover, many temples secretly pursued knowledge of malevolent forces, recognizing that despite the differing natures of power, many aspects remained interconnected. For instance, numerous priests and necromancers conducted profound studies of the soul, albeit for vastly different purposes. Naturally, Yun Xiao would not refuse knowledge that could fortify the family's capabilities. However, my records are limited, as many martial skills and spells are innate abilities of demons, beyond the reach of others, Yunfeng explained. Moreover, some were documented in such a way that transcription would yield no results, necessitating their abandonment. That is still remarkable. The materials you have recorded are enough to drive many into a frenzy, Yun Xiao exclaimed, accepting the thick tome of spells from Yunfeng. The magically enhanced book's capacity was astounding, its contents causing Yun Xiao's heart to race with excitement. A mere glance at the table of contents revealed to Yun Xiao that compared to the materials presented before the elders, Yunfeng's records were of a profoundly superior caliber. Utterly incomparable. While the book contained considerably less information on martial skills, given that demons often relied on innate prowess to rival even the most skilled swordsmen, Yun Xiao placed greater importance on the records pertaining to magic. The demons excelled in fire and dark magic, and Yunfeng had meticulously documented a wealth of knowledge regarding demons, and even their arch-nemesis, the devils, in the Library of Demons. Acquiring information on their mortal enemies was astonishingly simple. Thus, with this knowledge, any of the family's descendants possessing the appropriate talent could be cultivated into fire and dark mages. And even the training of the exceedingly rare sorcerers on the continent would become significantly easier. Knowledge, indeed, is the most precious treasure in this world. Chapter 45. Yunfeng's decision. Although Yun Xiao was not a sorcerer, he was acutely aware of the immense value of the spellbook possessed by Yunfeng. Were it to be placed upon the continent, not only would archmages be captivated, but even legendary sorcerers would find themselves enchanted. On the continent of Eri, wizards were an exceptionally rare profession. This scarcity was due, in part, to the high innate talent required to learn magic, and in part because most profound magical theories were held within the confines of the Magic Guild, followed by the 10 great academies, and then by those prestigious families renowned for their magical prowess. However, compared to the Magic Guild, these families were worlds apart. For instance, in the Empire of the Heavenly Dragon, the 5 great families were all famed for their martial skills and combat energy. Although each family recognized the value of magic and sought to cultivate sorcerers, only the Blue Dragon Water family and the Silver Dragon Wind family excelled in this regard. Yunfeng's mother, Feng Ruohua, was a pinnacle archmage of the 19th level. Nonetheless, Yun Xiao firmly believed that with the spellbook recorded by Yunfeng, while the magical foundation of the Azure Dragon Yun family still paled in comparison to the Magic Guild, it was now sufficient to stand alongside the 10 great academies. Of course, the cultivation of sorcerers was not an endeavor that could yield immediate results. However, with the precious materials Yunfeng had brought back, and an ample supply of alchemical potions and magical ingredients, the cultivation period for sorcerers would undoubtedly be significantly shortened. Moreover, with his son Yunfeng breaking through the martial wizard barrier, despite the limitations that still surrounded Yunfeng's current abilities, even if mass production was unattainable, cultivating a small number of high-level magic swordsmen would undeniably represent a formidable power. After all, the overall strength of a magic swordsman surpassed that of other professions of the same level, a fact that Yun Xiao had personally experienced and could attest to. Feng, it would be prudent for you to refrain from revealing your combat energy in public for the time being. If word spreads of your breakthrough, It could lead to considerable trouble, Yun Xiao advised cautiously. Huh, father, you worry too much. Even if others were to find out, what difference would it make? It would be rather unsatisfying to hide, Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. While he was not fond of displaying his abilities before others, he would not be cowed into submission. With the strength of our Yun family, we need not fear. However, I am concerned for your safety, Yun Xiao said, acutely aware that the news of Yunfeng's breakthrough was monumental. Should it spread, many would surely covet that power, and even legendary figures might be tempted. Fear not. I managed to return safely from a place like Devil Island. Now that I am back on the continent, there is even less to worry about, Yunfeng chuckled. During our earlier spar, I was careful to leave you ample face. He cast a meaningful glance aside, causing Yun Xiao to be taken aback. Could it be that the boy had truly discovered something? Just how formidable was his strength? You rascal, Yun Xiao was caught between laughter and tears. I am certainly aware of that, but you should not speak of it so openly. Although we are alone, it is still quite disheartening to be so easily bested by my own son, especially when I was holding back. Father, I must say, you ought to dedicate some time to your own cultivation. It has been over a decade since you reached the pinnacle of the 19th level, has it not? Yunfeng urged, recalling that his father had achieved the peak of the great sword master level when he was quite young. No matter where one is, personal strength is of utmost importance. Such a breakthrough is no simple feat. Yun Xiao sighed, shaking his head wryly. While there were indeed a number of archmages and great sword masters on the continent, those who managed to advance beyond the 19th level were exceedingly few. Otherwise, they would not be termed legendary. Yun Xiao was well aware that family matters consumed a significant portion of his time and energy. Truthfully, he harbored doubts about his ability to take that next step, while simultaneously feeling the weight of family responsibilities. Father, you might consider delegating daily family affairs to the elders. As long as you establish the overarching principles, it should suffice. Yunfeng suggested. Do you recall the Lord of Blood Moon City that I mentioned? He rarely concerns himself with the city's affairs, preferring to devote his time to culinary arts. Yet, the city operates smoothly and efficiently. Demons have at least one thing worth emulating. A sound system facilitates management. Of course, this requires the architect of such a system to possess formidable strength as assurance. Yunfeng continued. You make a valid point. Yun Xiao pondered thoughtfully, clearly swayed by his son's proposal. If he could indeed achieve that breakthrough, what harm would there be in entrusting all authority to the elders? As he mulled it over, Yun Xiao felt increasingly convinced. However, he realized he could not relinquish all power at once. The most crucial authority must remain firmly in his grasp. With this realization, Yun Xiao's gaze towards his son transformed significantly. It was evident that Yun Xiao was growing more and more pleased with Yunfeng, both in terms of strength and intellect. At present, his eldest son appeared to be the best candidate for the position of family head. With this thought, Yun Xiao could not help but smile with satisfaction. It would be wise to assign some tasks to the elders. That way, they won't constantly complain in my presence, Yun Xiao remarked with a chuckle. Though he realized he should consider the matter more deeply. Many talented young individuals within the family also deserved ample opportunities. Father, I understand your intentions, but I truly have no aspirations for that position, Yunfeng replied, having discerned his father's unspoken suggestion. Clearly, Yun Xiao intended to gradually transfer power into his hands. Yet Yunfeng held little interest in the role of family head. I plan to return to the academy in a couple of days, as the school year is fast approaching. It has been quite some time since I last saw my uncle, Yunfeng declared. Are you intending to return to the academy to continue teaching? Yun Xiao asked, astonished. He was well aware that after Yunfeng graduated, he remained at the school as a teacher. At the time, he had given it little thought, considering it a reasonable choice for Yunfeng. However, now, with Yunfeng's current strength, the idea of him returning to teach seemed somewhat difficult for him to accept. Indeed, I have made my decision, Yunfeng affirmed resolutely. Upon hearing Yunfeng's conviction, Yun Xiao recognized that there would be no swaying him. He knew his son well. Once he had made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. Otherwise, he would not have insisted on becoming a teacher, even against his mother's wishes. By the way, I have compiled some insights on cultivating Azure Dragon combat energy that may be of assistance to you, Yunfeng said, producing a scroll of parchment and handing it to Yun Xiao. Oh, this is Yun Xiao took the scroll and, after a few glances, was left utterly astonished, unable to tear his eyes away. This was not merely insights. It was clearly an improved version of Azure Dragon combat energy. Chapter 46. Legendary Techniques. Yun Xiao gently rolled up the parchment in his hand, exhaling deeply. If the precious materials previously presented by Yunfeng had astonished him, the magic tome had left him profoundly shaken. However, for Yun Xiao, a master swordsman in his early 20s who had already mastered his internal cultivation, it was this scroll of parchment that truly caused him to lose his composure. What Yunfeng had bestowed upon him was indeed an improved technique of the Azure Dragon Battle Chi. Yunfeng had deemed the original technique rather rudimentary, particularly for a prestigious family like the Azure Dragon Yun clan. Thus, he had amalgamated his martial arts experience to refine the Azure Dragon Battle Chi. Although the enhanced Azure Dragon Battle Chi could not rival the chaotic formula and paled in comparison to techniques like the Fiery Heart Sutra, it nevertheless constituted a first-rate technique. Most crucially, the modified technique still cultivated the same source of Azure Dragon Battle Chi, meaning that practitioners need not start anew. Even those who had previously trained in the Azure Dragon Battle Chi could accelerate their cultivation speed and enhance the potency of their Battle Chi by following the revised method. Yet, what thrilled Yun Xiao even more was the new technique that lay at the end of the scroll, an entirely unprecedented method that clearly extended from the Azure Dragon Battle Chi. A technique for the legendary realm. In comparison, all precious materials and magic tomes paled into insignificance. No matter how rare the materials, they would eventually be exhausted. While magic tomes, though beneficial for mages, were utterly incomparable to a technique for the legendary realm. In any faction or family, the strength of mid to low-tier members is important, but it is the top-tier powers who wield true, decisive influence. When Yun Xiao first laid eyes on this technique, he could hardly believe it, for he had never heard of any legendary realm cultivation techniques existing in this world. It must be noted that for both swordsmen and mages, the accumulation of battle chi or magical energy becomes inconsequential when aspiring to reach the legendary realm. What truly matters is one's understanding. Each legendary powerhouse's path to that realm is unique. Even receiving insights from a legendary figure merely helps to avoid some detours, without personal comprehension. Entering the legendary realm remains impossible. However, this scroll compelled Yun Xiao's heart to race. He felt that by practicing the method detailed within, stepping into the legendary realm might indeed be within reach. Has Feng already attained such a level? It seems his experiences on Demon Island were not as simple as they appeared. Yun Xiao murmured, a smile of satisfaction suddenly gracing his face. Truly, he is indeed my son. Steeling himself, Yun Xiao exited the study. Yunfeng had already been called away by his mother, but since he wished to become a teacher, so be it. Yun Xiao felt he lacked the ability to chart his son's path at present. Soon, Yun Xiao arrived at a secluded courtyard. The very place Yunfeng had previously scrutinized, whether intentionally or not. In the courtyard stood an elderly man, pruning branches with a pair of shears. Upon hearing someone enter, the old man did not lift his head but merely asked, "I heard your eldest son has returned. Why do you still have time to visit me?" "Yes, father. I have important matters to discuss with you," Yun Xiao replied, suppressing a sigh. His relationship with his father was far from cordial, particularly as the latter held little regard for family members with mediocre talent and strength. Among the younger generation, only Yun Jun received his father's favor. "You are the head of the family. What matters can you not decide?" Yun Hong continued to prune the branches, still not lifting his gaze. "However, I heard your eldest son has become a Grand Magus? That is commendable. If Xiao Jun cannot break through to Master Swordsman by the age of 25, perhaps he might consider the position of heir. Not just a Grand Magus, father. Take a look at this." Yun Jun shook his head with a bitter smile, extending the parchment in his hand. "My realm may be higher than yours, but I am not particularly knowledgeable about magic. It seems you've made a mistake, oh?" Yun Hong initially glanced at it dismissively, but soon widened his eyes in astonishment, casting aside the shears in his hand. This is... Yun Hong's expression mirrored that of Yun Xiao, his heart racing as he examined the scroll. The disparity in their realms made Yun Xiao feel the pressure intensify. Such immense benefits. After finishing the scroll, Yun Hong exhaled deeply, only realizing Yun Xiao's abnormal demeanor and hastily reining in his battle chi. "Where did you acquire this technique? It is simply extraordinary. Just as you mentioned, my eldest son, your grandson." Yun Xiao replied, "How can this be possible? Did you not say he was a Grand Magus?" Yun Hong exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. He was aware of Yunfeng's choice to pursue the path of a magic swordsman, but he had never held out much hope for him. While he could understand Yunfeng becoming a Grand Magus, the notion that he had created this technique was utterly unbelievable. However, it was evident that the technique was derived from the Azure Dragon Battle Chi. It would be impossible to accomplish such a feat without profound familiarity with the Azure Dragon Battle Chi. Yet, even having reached the legendary realm himself, Yunfeng could not fathom improving the Azure Dragon battle chi to such a degree, particularly with the final segment regarding the legendary realm technique, which left him feeling inadequate. Strictly speaking, Feng should be a magic swordsman, Yin Xiao remarked. As for his realm, this technique should suffice to illustrate the matter, no? A legendary magic swordsman who has broken through the barriers of magical martial arts. Yunfeng could not help but gasp in astonishment. This news was simply too shocking. It seems the position of heir is still reserved for Xiao Jun. With great difficulty, Yunfeng regained his composure. Only upon entering the legendary realm would one truly comprehend the utter lack of allure that worldly power holds for legendary figures. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished the position of family head to Yun Xiao, who was barely over 20. Now, you must recount Feng Er's experiences over the past few years in detail, without any concealment. Yunfeng spoke sternly to Yin Xiao. The revelations brought forth were simply too astounding. Even Yunfeng could not afford to take them lightly. Perhaps this would be the perfect opportunity for the Azure Dragon Yun clan to soar once more. Chapter 47. Nostalgic scenes in the ensuing 2 days. Yunfeng predominantly remained within his family's embrace, occasionally venturing out with his mother, Feng Ruohua, for leisurely strolls. Despite the passage of 5 years, Longqing appeared almost unchanged, mirroring the vivid impressions etched in Yunfeng's memory. He encountered nearly all the principal members of his family who remained in Longqing, and those who had shared a closer bond with him expressed genuine joy at his safe return, a sentiment that only intensified upon receiving his gifts. The sole disappointment lingered in the absence of his younger brother, Yin Jun, who had been lauded as a prodigy by both their family and the outside world. Calculating his age, he should be 18 by now. Rumor had it that his Azure Dragon fighting spirit was nearing the 14th level, suggesting a promising future as a Grand Sword Master before reaching 20. Nevertheless, Yunfeng remained unconcerned, for in half a month, Tianlong Academy would commence its new term, potentially affording him the opportunity to personally mentor his talented brother. Today, Yunfeng planned to arrive at Tianlong Academy a day early, not solely to escape the chore of accompanying his mother on shopping excursions, but mainly because his uncle, Feng Ruotian, the head of the Academy's magic sword department, was returning today. If there was anyone, apart from his parents, whom Yunfeng had been closest to in his earlier years, it was undoubtedly his uncle Feng Ruotian. Unlike Yunfeng, who had faced challenges, Feng Ruotian had been a child prodigy, yet perhaps due to his lofty ambitions or the typical pitfalls associated with brilliance, he had resolutely chosen the arduous path of a magic swordsman. The outcome of his choice was evident. Now past 50, Feng Ruotian remained a 9th-level magic swordsman. He had once achieved the remarkable feat of defeating a 14th-level magic tutor, yet it was clear that his standing within the Feng family was quite awkward. Much like Yunfeng's position within the Yun family, where a 9th-level magic swordsman could hardly aspire to be the family head. In truth, Yunfeng's decision to pursue the profession of a magic swordsman was significantly influenced by his uncle. Even now, Yunfeng vividly recalled his uncle's unwavering determination and relentless confidence in the path he had chosen. Such a person, regardless of blood ties, was truly worthy of Yunfeng's admiration. Thus, Yunfeng felt compelled to do something kind for the uncle who had once cared for him so deeply. Tianlong Academy had not undergone much transformation either, maintaining the essence of Yunfeng's memories. Of course, after 5 years, there was an undeniable sense of nostalgia. Most of the faculty remained unchanged, and as Yunfeng traversed the campus, he encountered several familiar faces. The teachers, though initially surprised to see him, quickly regained composure upon realizing that news of his safe return had already spread throughout Longqing. Many greeted Yunfeng warmly, a stark contrast to his previous experiences at the academy, where he had not enjoyed such popularity. Now, however, whispers of his ascension to the status of a grand magic tutor had circulated, although classes had yet to commence. A considerable number of students had already gathered at the academy, with many newcomers who had chosen to remain during the break due to the distance from home. Consequently, Yunfeng found himself unfamiliar with a significant portion of the students, as many of his contemporaries had either graduated or were too young to leave a lasting impression on him. The stark contrast between the youthful faces of 11 or 12-year-olds and the more mature 16 or 17-year-olds was indeed striking. Feng Ruotian had returned to the academy today after completing admissions in other cities. However, it appeared that Yunfeng had arrived a tad early. Without the opportunity to meet his uncle, Yunfeng was unbothered by the prospect of waiting a while longer, as he needed to report for duty as a teacher in the magic sword department, which could only be done upon his uncle's return. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The magic sword department was the smallest yet held a unique position, with only the department head, Feng Ruotian, possessing the authority to make decisions. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yunfeng meandered through the academy, reminiscing about the past. His father, Yun Xiao, had already communicated with the academy, and several faculty members were acquainted with him, making his presence quite comfortable. The memories flooded back, the training grounds of the Swordsman Division, the polo fields of the Knight Division, the comprehensive library of the Magic Division, the ice cream shop adjacent to the Ice Magic Department, and the barbecue stall that encroached behind the Fire Magic Department. Scenes of familiarity danced vividly in Yunfeng's mind, akin to experiences he had lived through, evoking a curious sensation reminiscent of Zhuangzi's butterfly dream. Had he inherited Yunfeng's memories, or had Yunfeng merged with his soul? Regardless of whether these memories brought joy or melancholy, warmth or disdain, Yunfeng cherished them as invaluable treasures, even if they were not his own experiences. Returning to the familiar grounds of his youth undoubtedly uplifted his spirits. Yet his elation was short-lived. He soon witnessed a student bullying a group of younger peers, a rather cliché scenario. In fact, Yunfeng had encountered similar situations during his own time at the academy. However, the stark advantage of a 10th-level magic swordsman often led to a predictable outcome, with the bewildered aggressors left embarrassed, typically muttering threats of vengeance upon reaching the 10th level. This scenario felt all too familiar and nostalgic. Yet, what irked Yunfeng was the apparent lack of professionalism exhibited by the bully, who had chosen to target a group of mere 11 or 12-year-olds. Likely the new students of this term. While the bully was not much older, perhaps 14 or 15, it seemed rather trivial for a student of the intermediate class to prey upon newcomers who had yet to even begin their formal education. Among the new entrants, a few possessed some foundational skills, capable of casting simple spells, with one even able to wield fighting spirit. Unfortunately, their adversary was a student from the magic sword department, where the advantages in both one-on-one and group confrontations were glaringly evident. Nevertheless, Yunfeng resolved to impart a lesson to this magic sword student. Although the academy did not prohibit friendly exchanges of skill, and this was indeed the training ground for the Swordsman Division as a teacher in the magic sword department. Even prior to his formal report, Yunfeng felt compelled to teach this young man that bullying the weak was far from honorable. Chapter 48. The awkward position of the demon sword department in the training ground. A group of students scurried about like headless flies, panic-stricken and seemingly without control. Silence, Yunfeng commanded, his voice not particularly loud, yet imbued with the calming essence of his mental discipline, instantly restoring composure to the students affected by the group fear spell. Today's students truly lack resilience, Yunfeng mused, observing the bewildered freshmen still marked by traces of terror. However, one student from the demon sword department appeared to have grasped the situation quite well. What is happening? My head feels so dizzy. And there's this overwhelming sense of dread. I feel the same. I think I might vomit. Oh no, I already did. The boy from the demon sword department cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled freshman. Although he too was feeling unwell, his discomfort was far from exaggerated. A bunch of fools, he muttered, shifting his focus to Yunfeng. Who are you? Why did you attack us? I merely wish to halt your pointless skirmish. Yunfeng replied. Is bullying new students truly commendable? Is this how your instructor taught you? That shouldn't concern you, the boy retorted defiantly. Of course it does. Yunfeng smiled. It is the duty of a teacher to correct the misdeeds of their students. Moreover, as an instructor of the demon sword department, I cannot stand idly by while my students err. You are a teacher of the demon sword department? What a joke. I have never seen you in the academy. The boy's expression clearly conveyed disbelief, regarding Yunfeng as a charlatan. I have no need to deceive you. It is only natural you have not seen me. As I became a teacher after you entered the academy, Yunfeng replied, maintaining his smile. What is your name? It seems you owe an explanation for your earlier actions. Speak. Why bully a group of newly admitted students? Yunfeng's tone bore an undeniable authority and gravitas, causing the boy to feel a sudden unease. Could he truly be the instructor of the demon sword department? Gazing at the evidently youthful figure before him, the boy's mind suddenly recalled a name. Fine, I'll speak. It's no big deal. The boy, now somewhat agitated, looked at Yunfeng and declared, My name is Feng Zhan, a student of Class 2 of the demon sword department. I was bullying them. They asked me to spar with them. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask them. Indeed, Senior Feng Zhan spoke the truth. We asked him to assist us with our training, the freshman chimed in, causing Yunfeng to raise an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed Feng Zhan was indeed telling the truth. This is rather peculiar. Could it be that this group of freshmen has a penchant for masochism? Not only did they seek someone to spar with, but they specifically chose a senior from the Demon Sword department. Has it only been 5 years, and students have already developed such unique personalities? Senior. No, teacher. You must be the Yunfeng who was a senior back in the day, right? Fengjin asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Ah, yes. I am Yunfeng, Yunfeng replied, bemused by the jumble of titles. It had only been 2 days since his return to Long City. Yet students in the academy were already aware of his presence? It truly is you. Fengjin exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. Many in the Demon Sword department hold you in high regard. I chose the Demon Sword department precisely because I heard of your remarkable feats during your time at the academy. Is it truly so exaggerated? Yunfeng felt a headache coming on as he regarded this fervent admirer. Surely, it couldn't have been that dramatic. He recalled there were quite a number of people in the academy who bore him intense resentment back in those days. By the way, you are Fengjin, right? Yunfeng suddenly felt the name was somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. What is the matter? Why would you concern yourself with a bunch of freshmen in such a degrading manner? I had no choice. It is a regulation of the academy, Fengjin replied, his tone laden with resignation. Not just me, but most of my classmates from the Demon Sword department have been assigned similar tasks. They claim it is to assess the freshmen's abilities, but in reality, we are merely being utilized as free sparring partners. Fengjin's dissatisfaction was evident. Otherwise, he would not have struck so hard earlier. However, it seemed the freshmen were unfazed, appearing to revel in their discomfort. Free sparring partners? Yunfeng was momentarily bewildered, his mind swirling with confusion. What exactly is going on? Please explain it to me in detail. Yunfeng gestured for Fengjin to follow and address the freshmen. You all continue your training here for now. The freshmen stared blankly as Yunfeng led Fengjin away, and it took a while for anyone to respond. Who is this teacher? He seems incredibly formidable. Senior Fengjin has been taken away. What will happen to our training now? The entrance classification exam is in just 2 weeks. What? This is utterly absurd. It is a gross injustice. Upon hearing Fengjin's account, Yunfeng's anger surged. He had not anticipated that, in just 5 years, the Demon Sword department had fallen to such a pitiful state, igniting a fire within him. Currently, the Demon Sword department consisted of merely 2 classes, totaling no more than 40 to 50 students, with no distinction between beginner and advanced levels. In fact, the Demon Sword department had not recruited new students for 2 whole years, and rumors suggested the academy might even abolish the department. Thus, the status of the Demon Sword department within the academy was painfully evident. Furthermore, with the emergence of several prodigies from other departments in recent years, although Demon Sword students held a clear advantage below level 10, their circumstances had become increasingly dire since other departments produced students who had surpassed level 10. It is unfortunate that the Demon Sword department no longer possesses the prowess it once did, Fengjin remarked, unable to suppress his feelings. Back in your day, Senior Yunfeng, you even triumphed over 3 prodigious students who broke through level 10 during competitions, bringing great honor to our department. If I could achieve that back then, so too can you. Yunfeng, now aware of the full context, felt a surge of determination. Rest assured, now that I have returned, I will not allow the Demon Sword department to continue down this path. Chapter 49. Never give up. Go and gather all the other students from the Magic Sword department and instruct them to wait for me in the classroom. Yunfeng suggested to Fengjin after a moment of contemplation. This might be rather difficult, wouldn't it? After all, this is a task assigned by the academy. Fengjin, though intrigued, was acutely aware of the situation and thus expressed his apprehension. Do not worry. I shall personally speak to the dean about this matter. Yunfeng replied with an air of unwavering certainty. Seeing Yunfeng's earnest demeanor, which left no room for jest, and recalling that he was now a Grand Magus, coupled with his esteemed status as the young master of the Yun family, Fengjin surmised that even the dean would likely show him some respect. Having come to this realization, Fengjin immediately set off to find the other students from the Magic Sword department without waiting for further urging from Yunfeng. His heart raced with excitement and anticipation as he reminisced about Yunfeng's past achievements at the academy. Perhaps, just perhaps, the Magic Sword department's resurgence was on the horizon. However, upon learning of the current plight of the Magic Sword department, Yunfeng's earlier buoyancy vanished instantly. He could vividly envision the challenges his uncle, Feng Ruotian, had faced within the academy over recent years. No matter how exceptional one's talent or how elevated one's status, without sufficient personal strength, gaining the attention of others was a formidable task. Yunfeng's own experiences were a testament to this truth. He understood that since its inception, The magic sword department had never garnered the respect it deserved from the academy. Originally, the department was established to attract noble offspring who, despite their illustrious backgrounds, lacked extraordinary talent. In truth, the academy harbored no real expectations for them, as the prevailing belief on the continent was that choosing the path of a magic swordsman meant forever being confined to a ceiling of level 10, signifying a lack of future prospects. Perhaps due to the academy's significant growth in economic strength and influence over the past few years, the importance of the students in the magic sword department had diminished sharply. After all, students without promising futures, regardless of their noble lineage, wielded limited influence. It was perhaps better to abandon the awkward existence of the magic sword department altogether. Much like Yunfeng's previous world, as long as the school felt confident, it would be unwilling to harbor classes with a guaranteed zero graduation rate, regardless of the student's wealth. Nonetheless, Yunfeng felt a profound disdain for the academy's approach. To cast aside individuals deemed of no utility without contemplating how to address the root of the problem was, in his view, an egregious display of irresponsibility. The dean was absent from the academy, purportedly engaged in discussions of great importance in the Huiwei Empire, though he was expected to return before the commencement ceremony. Yunfeng suddenly recalled that the decade-long Continental Academy exchange competition was set to occur this year, though it was scheduled for the end of the year, suggesting there was ample time yet. With the dean unavailable, Yunfeng found himself at an impasse and decided to wait for his uncle, Feng Ruotian, to return. Fortunately, his identity as a Grand Magus was well recognized in Long City, so the academy would likely not fuss over the minor matter of summoning the students from the magic sword department. Reluctantly, Yunfeng prepared to visit the magic sword department to check on the students. If luck was on his side, he might encounter some of his former juniors, as students in the magic sword department typically required more time to graduate than those from other departments. However, before he could reach the magic sword department, a familiar voice suddenly halted him in his tracks. "Hey there, fellow student. I see you possess exceptional bone structure and a well-rounded head, truly a rare gem. How about joining our magic sword department? You must know that being a magic swordsman is the most prestigious profession on the continent, renowned for being unmatched among peers. Once you choose the path of a magic swordsman, you shall never be bullied. Rather, you will be the one to intimidate others." Yunfeng broke into a cold sweat, recognizing not just the voice but the words as well. It was endearing yet shocking to witness how his uncle had become so eloquent in just a few years. "I refuse." As expected, such tactics would not ensnare anyone. Even children were wise enough not to be fooled. "Do not think you can deceive me. I already know that being a magic swordsman is a worthless profession with no future." The child was unimpressed, showing no interest in empty promises. Even with the allure of a lollipop, it would likely have little effect. "Uncle, it has been a while." Yunfeng sighed as he addressed his uncle. Is that you, Feng?" Feng Ruotian turned to look at Yunfeng, surprise evident on his face. Though he was just over 50, the signs of aging were already apparent, causing Yunfeng's heart to ache. "What brings you back?" Feng Ruotian recognized Yunfeng, yet did not display much enthusiasm. "I heard you have become a Grand Magus. Shouldn't you be in the magic division instead of here in the magic sword department?" "Uncle, I believe you're mistaken." Yunfeng replied with a wry smile. He understood his uncle's sentiments, while delighted to see his nephew flourishing. He also perceived Yunfeng's choice as a departure from the path he had initially set. Yunfeng could empathize with Feng Ruotian's inner conflict. If anyone understood his uncle's dedication to the magic swordsman profession, it was undoubtedly Yunfeng himself. In fact, Feng Ruotian's influence on Yunfeng during his youth surpassed even that of his parents. Misunderstanding? What sort of misunderstanding could there be? Feng Ruotian gazed intently at Yunfeng, utterly oblivious to the fact that the new student had seized the opportunity to slip away. "You cannot possibly be suggesting I abandon the path of a magic swordsman, can you? If that were the case, I would have given up 30 years ago. Uncle, you should know that I would never do such a thing." Yunfeng replied earnestly, locking eyes with Feng Ruotian. He extended his right hand, channeling his energy, and a pale blue energy sword materialized before his uncle. "In fact, I have steadfastly pursued this path without wavering. You actually succeeded." Feng Ruotian stared in astonishment at Yunfeng, extending his left hand as well. Without incantation, a deep red fireball formed in his palm. The sight of the energy sword and fireball made Feng Ruotian's heart race uncontrollably. Chapter 50, Regaining Composure. This year's Academy competition promises to be quite the spectacle, exclaimed Feng Ruotian with palpable excitement in the office of the Magic Sword Department. "When it's your turn, Fenger." You will undoubtedly astonish everyone, and the expressions on the dean's faces will be quite amusing. The inter-academy competition is not solely a platform for student interaction. It also fosters rivalry among the faculty, as the quality of teaching staff is a crucial indicator of an academy's strength. Yunfeng gazed helplessly at his uncle, who, after 5 years of absence, remained unchanged, his temperament as abrasive as ever. It was hard not to reminisce about how his uncle's influence and encouragement had propelled him into the limelight at the academy, perhaps even leading to some lingering vendettas from those he had outshone back then. In truth, Yunfeng was indifferent about whether news of his breakthrough past the magic martial barrier would spread. With his current prowess, he felt no need to fear any ill-intentioned individuals. Moreover, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that if he could not demonstrate his abilities openly, it would significantly hinder his teaching effectiveness. After all, the persuasive power of a mere lecture pales in comparison to a personal demonstration. Indeed, it is no surprise that you exhibit the exceptional lineage of both the Yun and Feng families. Feng Ruotian declared proudly. I said back then that you were a genius. Yet none would believe me. It seems my foresight was indeed remarkable. Of course, those who doubted you only suffer from their own short-sightedness, Yunfeng replied, fully aware of his uncle's personality and thus unperturbed by his boastfulness. We must devise a strategy to elevate the status of the magic sword profession. It rests upon our shoulders. After listening to Yunfeng recount his experiences on Demon Island over the past few years, Feng Ruotian was filled with renewed confidence. The immediate priority is to assist you in breaking through the magic martial barrier, Yunfeng stated. Though I possess some insights and am quite confident in aiding you, the method I have is not yet fully developed and lacks universality. It may be unrealistic to cultivate a large number of magic swordsmen at this time. Do not underestimate yourself. Achieving this level is already a remarkable feat. Feng Ruotian acknowledged the formidable challenge of surpassing the magic martial barrier. Even someone as gifted as he had struggled for decades without success. If breaking through were effortless, the value of a magic swordsman would indeed diminish. However, you have amassed considerable experience in both magic and martial arts over these decades. Once you surpass the barrier, your strength will soar, and few instructors in the academy will rival your capabilities, Yunfeng reasoned. It was indeed logical. A mere 9th-level magic swordsman could contend against a 14th-level magic sorcerer. And upon breaking through to 15th level, he might even pose a challenge to peak 19th-level grandmasters. Yet, our pressing concern lies with the new students enrolling this year. Feng Ruotian admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. The Magic Sword Department has not welcomed new students in the past 2 years, and we cannot allow this trend to continue. He then cast a beaming smile at Yunfeng, saying, but now that you've returned, even if the news of your breakthrough remains under wraps, the presence of a grand sorcerer should still attract some attention. I see. So you intend to enlist me as your laborer? Yunfeng replied with resignation. However, he found it difficult to refuse. He could hardly let his uncle resort to the same desperate measures as before. Isn't it said that those who can do more must bear more? Feng Ruotian chuckled, showing no sign of embarrassment. After much discussion in the office, Yunfeng finally recalled that he had previously instructed Feng Jun to gather the students of the Magic Sword Department, and he began to wonder how long they had been waiting. Those students? Perhaps it's best to forget about them. They're like mud that one T adhere to the wall. Feng Ruotian remarked dismissively. If they were capable, I wouldn't have had to toil for years seeking new students. One mustn't be so harsh. I believe that with proper guidance, many of them have the potential to achieve great things. Yunfeng frowned. He had always been reluctant to attribute all failures to the students, in his view. If students faltered, the responsibility lay with their instructors. You may change your mind after meeting them, Feng Ruotian countered, shaking his head. The first class of magic swordsmen is manageable. They may not be exceptional, but at least they are honest. As for the second class, they are truly exasperating. If the number of students in our department weren't so woefully low, I would have seriously considered disbanding them. Oh, now I'm quite curious, Yunfeng smiled. In my previous world, my master had disciples of all kinds, troublemakers, beggars, and even killers and con artists, yet they all eventually fell in line under his guidance. Yunfeng found it hard to believe that the students of the Magic Sword Department could be any more unruly than that. Meanwhile, the students of the Magic Sword Department had been waiting at the training ground for quite some time, yet there was still no sign of their supposed senior, Yunfeng. Many began to cast disapproving glances at Feng Jun. Although they had initially agreed to serve as sparring partners, the novelty of tormenting new students had worn off, and their patience was wearing thin. Feng Jun, drenched in sweat, understood that while he was relatively strong within the magic sword department, status and background were paramount. Everyone knew that magic swordsmen had little future, making discussions of strength rather unrealistic. As a mere junior member of the Silver Dragon Feng family, he paled in comparison to many present. Though they were all looked down upon in their families, here, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Were it not for the watchful eyes of the department's teachers, Feng might have already found himself in a precarious situation. It seemed these younger generations were proving to be quite the source of anxiety. Just as Feng contemplated making a hasty exit, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Chapter 51. The challenger. As Yunfeng and Feng Ruotian appeared, a profound silence enveloped the training ground. All eyes converged upon Yunfeng. Ahem, this is Teacher Yunfeng. I believe many of you present still remember him, right? Feng Ruotian scanned the crowd and announced, I hereby declare that from this moment on, Class 2 of the Magic Sword Division will be under the guidance of Teacher Yunfeng. Hongya, since Yunfeng has just returned. He may not be familiar with many details, so I hope you will cooperate with him. Yes, I understand, replied a beautiful young female teacher in her 20s, who was called by Feng Ruotian. However, Yunfeng felt an uncanny familiarity with her. Hongya? Are you Shen Hongya? I recall you were from the Water Magic Department. How did you end up teaching in the Magic Sword Division? Yunfeng gazed at the serene girl, her cheeks faintly flushed, and finally recollected that she was the student he had rescued in the Devil Sea, an event that had led to his own misadventures on Devil Island. Surprised, aren't you? Hongya is actually one of the most outstanding graduates from the Magic Sword Division in recent years. Just like you. She chose to remain at the school as a teacher after graduating, Feng Ruotian said with a peculiar smile. The Magic Sword Division has indeed faced tough times in recent years, struggling to attract new students and facing a shortage of teachers. At times, they even had to borrow instructors from the swordsman and magic departments. Otherwise, a recent graduate like Shen Hongya would not have been entrusted with the responsibility of managing a class, the stark reality being that there simply were not enough available personnel. Why go through all this? Yunfeng sighed as he looked into Shen Hongya's pure eyes. She had once been quite notable in the water magic department, her future seemingly bright. It was surprising that she had chosen to transition to the Magic Sword Division, fully aware of the challenges she would face. It was my own choice, Teacher Yunfeng, Shen Hongya replied calmly. Moreover, I have learned a great deal in the Magic Sword Division. At the very least, my physical condition has improved significantly. Just call me Yunfeng, he said. I only saved you out of a teacher's duty. There was no need for you to sacrifice your future in return. That's not entirely true. I didn't do this solely out of gratitude, Shen Hongya insisted. In truth, I have always admired you, Teacher Yunfeng. Thus, I believe that being a magic swordsman does not necessarily preclude a promising future. Is that how you see it? Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, realizing he might have been reading too much into her words. Yet, he could sense her appreciation and trust. You are correct. Being a magic swordsman is not devoid of prospects. I have returned to prove this, Yunfeng declared with a smile. Rest assured, since you have already made your decision, I will ensure you do not regret it. While Yunfeng spoke sincerely, his words were perceived differently by others. Not only did Feng Ruotian find it amusing, but the students of the Magic Sword Division were also ablaze with curiosity. And Shen Hongya's face turned crimson. In reality, Yunfeng's intentions were straightforward, having broken through the magic martial barrier. He believed that while this method was not universally applicable, he could still guide exceptional individuals like Shen Hongya, who had graduated from the Magic Sword Division in just 5 years, showcasing her undeniable talent. Such grandiose claims, yet utterly futile, one student coldly remarked. Yunfeng turned to see a girl of about 16 or 17, her expression frosty, with striking aquamarine eyes. Though her words were articulate, she continued. Teacher Hongya has already reached the 9th level as a magic swordsman. Further advancement is impossible. In that case, as a member of the Shui family, why did you choose the Magic Sword Division? Yunfeng countered, noting that many students seemed to agree with the girl's sentiments, their expressions unmistakably revealing their thoughts. How laughable. If there were better options, who would willingly come to a place like the Magic Sword Division? Another student with fiery red hair chimed in. With our talents, it's all the same wherever we go. We might as well learn something here. Your desire to learn is commendable. Contrary to the students' expectations, Yunfeng did not express anger. Instead, he acknowledged their sentiments. However, I do not wish for you to be here merely to pass the time. I can assure you that choosing the Magic Sword Division will not lead to disappointment, but only if you are willing to exert more effort than others. What good is mere effort? Though Yunfeng's words were enticing, the students remained skeptical. They all understood that due to the existence of the magic martial barrier, being a magic swordsman was perceived as a career without a future, with most capable of reaching only the 9th level at best. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of time before they plateaued. No amount of effort would change that. It was clear that Yunfeng needed to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, their lack of ambition would prove detrimental. If they had lost hope in themselves, even the finest teacher would struggle to guide them. Haha. Yunfeng, you have finally returned. At that moment, a boisterous laughter resonated through the air. A young man clad in a crimson military uniform, brandishing a long spear, strode in with an air of confidence. His eyes locked onto Yunfeng, filled with combat fervor. Yunfeng, let us duel. I have awaited this day for 5 long years. The red-haired youth pointed his spear at Yunfeng, exclaiming, I heard you are now a grand mage. This time, it won't be unfair for me to challenge you. I will defeat you in a fair battle. It seems you have never won against me. Have you, Lian? Yunfeng regarded the red-haired youth with unexpected delight. The timing could not have been more perfect. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just when one was about to doze off. Yunfeng was eager to showcase his prowess before the students of the Magic Sword Division, and Lai Yin's arrival was akin to a timely blessing. Well, Lai Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, he had never bested Yunfeng during their time at the academy. Reflecting on it now filled him with shame. How had he been defeated by someone who had yet to reach level 10? Enough with the chit-chat. Lai Yin vigorously shook his head, brandishing his spear. Let us get started. I suspect Long Zhan and the others have already heard of your return, and I must be the first to defeat you. Chapter 52. The Fiery Dragon Spear. Lai Xian. Is this red-haired individual one of your kin from the Red Dragon Life family? He certainly appears formidable. A student could not help but inquire. What a narrow-minded perspective. Even my cousin Lai Yin is unknown to you, Lai Xian disdainfully retorted. Lai Yin, who broke through to the rank of level 10 sword master at the tender age of 15, is hailed as the prodigy known as the Fiery Dragon Spear. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to us, he did not graduate until after turning 20. A languid youth, adorned with a few strands of white hair, spoke. Upon graduation, he joined the Red Dragon Legion, and within a mere 5 years, he ascended from a mere soldier to a centurion. Rumor has it he has recently attained the realm of Great Sword Master. However, this information was primarily directed at those students who had only enrolled in the academy within the past 5 years. Those who had spent a longer duration at the academy were generally aware that, aside from Lai Yin, 5 exceptional talents had emerged from the academy during that era. Regrettably, the experiences of these 5 prodigies during their time at the academy were somewhat unfortunate. Consequently, while they had begun to make their mark within the empire, their feats at the academy were seldom recounted, leaving many, aside from a few senior students, unaware of their identities. A captivating spectacle was about to unfold. The students from the Magic Sword Department grew increasingly animated, as news of Professor Yunfeng had swiftly spread throughout Dragon City in recent days. They were aware that he was a Grand Mage, and a confrontation between a Grand Mage and a Great Sword Master was indeed a rare and thrilling event. Students from various other departments also congregated at the training grounds, evidently intrigued by Lai Yin's ostentatious demeanor. Did he not fear the humiliation of defeat? Lai Yin, however, was oblivious to such thoughts. Truth be told, upon hearing the news of Yunfeng's return, he was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. Neglecting even the routine drills at the military camp, he rushed to Tianlong Academy without changing out of his military uniform. In all honesty, Lai Yin harbored no great confidence. He was already aware of Yunfeng's ascension to Grand Mage, and he knew that Yunfeng had slain a royal-level magical beast, the bloodthirsty magic whale, on his journey back. Lai Yin understood that, despite having just advanced to Great Sword Master, even with the unique martial techniques of the Red Dragon Life family, he could only stand helplessly before a royal-level beast like the bloodthirsty magic whale. Moreover, there was another, more pressing reason: the profound lesson Yunfeng had imparted to him in the past. Anyone who had been suppressed from the age of 10 to 21 without ever turning the tide would undoubtedly bear psychological scars, even someone as open-hearted as Lai Yin. Yet, retreat was not an option for Lai Yin. No matter the circumstances, he was determined to reclaim his honor. He could not allow himself to be overshadowed for a lifetime. For a passionate man, nothing could be more tragic. Come on, Yunfeng. Let us battle. This time, I must triumph over you, Lai Yin declared, his fighting spirit igniting. His eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. As he channeled his energy into the spear, the temperature in the training grounds noticeably escalated. Hold on. Launching into battle so abruptly lacks finesse. Let us adhere to tradition, Yunfeng remarked with a smile directed at Lian. If I lose, I shall return your belongings. But should you lose, I shall never again bark like a dog. Lian, unwilling to appear weak, immediately retorted, of course. I will not back down. A chilling silence enveloped the atmosphere. Despite the warmth emanating from Lian's energy, everyone present shivered involuntarily. Why did he have to say again? Several senior students, familiar with past events, could not help but shake their heads, while the red-haired youth, Lai Xian, covered his forehead, wishing he could dye his hair a different color and plaster a sign on his forehead proclaiming, I do not know him. Truthfully, while Lian's demeanor was somewhat brash, he was not of the simple-minded, brawny sort. His significant embarrassment stemmed from sheer excitement, coupled with the weight of years of accumulated prestige that inevitably placed pressure upon him in Yunfeng's presence. In his moment of distraction, he let slip words he would later regret. Feng Ruotian felt a swell of pride. Without his guidance and encouragement, how could Yunfeng have thrived at the academy, bullying those talented youths for nearly a decade? The thought alone filled him, both as an uncle and mentor, with immense satisfaction. Beside them, Shen Hongye could not suppress a soft chuckle. She was well acquainted with Yunfeng's past exploits and genuinely admired him. A youth from a family overlooked by the academy had managed to overshadow 5 exceptionally gifted individuals for an entire decade. One could only imagine the frustration of the prominent families and individuals who had high hopes for those 5 prodigies. Shen Hongye understood that her decision to transition to the magic sword department and remain as an instructor was not solely due to Yunfeng saving her life in the demonic sea. Rather, it was his optimistic outlook on life and indomitable spirit that truly inspired her. Rest assured, after 5 years apart, I wouldn't dream of making you bark like a dog upon our first meeting, Yunfeng replied with a smile. You know I am now an instructor in the magic sword department, and my terms are simple. If you lose, do not refuse when I seek your assistance in the future. Agreed. It is a promise. Lian, realizing the extent of his embarrassment, quickly added. As long as it does not contravene military law, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your requests. However, if I emerge victorious, you must return everything to me, 73 items in total, not a single one left behind. Indeed, I assure you there will not be a single item remaining. Yunfeng chuckled, surprised at Lian's meticulousness. Now, let us begin. I am eager to witness how much you have grown over the years. Chapter 53. Class Reunion on the Qinglong Avenue in Longqing. 2 swift steeds galloped without the need for salutation. Passers-by instinctively cleared the path, their gazes imbued with respect. Among them, one was no ordinary military horse, but a yellow dragon steed exclusively assigned to the Golden Dragon Knight Corps, the foremost of the 5 great legions of the Empire. It was said that this breed possessed a trace of dragon blood, granting it remarkable speed and endurance, capable of sprinting even under heavy armor, and moreover, it could wield magic. The knight upon the yellow dragon steed was clad in full armor, evidently a member of the Golden Dragon Knight Corps, and given the steed's exceptional grace, it was likely that he held the rank of officer. The second horse, a black stallion, was equally impressive. No ordinary mount could keep pace with the full gallop of the yellow dragon steed. Observant individuals noted the faint, charred hoof prints left upon the ground, revealing that the black stallion bore the lineage of the nightmare. That scoundrel Lian is quite inconsiderate. Rushing ahead the moment he got wind of the news without even notifying us. The knight on the yellow dragon steed chuckled, seemingly unaffected by the high speed. What do you think, Shi? What are Lian's chances? None, replied the young man known as Shi, his expression cold and his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Indeed. While Lian has also attained the rank of Greatsword Master, his strength is not inferior to ours, the youth on the yellow dragon steed remarked with a smile. Yet, he was once the most bullied by Yunfeng back in the day. Perhaps he bears a psychological scar from that time. Longzhan. What? Never mind. The stoic young man finally turned to his companion. I'll go first. The young man understood Shi's reticence, yet this request was rather daunting. Perhaps we should settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Though they were good friends, such matters demanded precedence. Only the first to defeat Yunfeng would hold the most significance. With this thought, he couldn't help but smile again, having just mocked Lian, when he too realized he bore a psychological shadow regarding Yunfeng. It was precisely for this reason he yearned to be the first to conquer Yunfeng. I'll go first, Shi insisted, clearly uninterested in games of chance, as his expression indicated a preference for determining the order through strength rather than luck. You need not argue. I will certainly go first, a languid voice interjected from above, as a youth in white rode a 2-legged dragon, flashing a brilliant smile at the two. Longzhan, Lu Shi, forgive my presumption. I shall take my leave now. Feng Yu. You rascal! Longzhan exclaimed in frustration, realizing he had forgotten about this fellow. However, it was astonishing that news of Yunfeng's return spread so swiftly. Feng Yu had already hurried back from Luoyu Mountain. Now, it seemed only Shui Jian, far overseas, would take time to return. Unacceptable. While Li Yan is one thing. I cannot allow Feng Yu to get ahead, Longzhan declared. Beside him, Lu Shi remained silent, yet the speed of the black stallion noticeably increased, prompting Longzhan to spur the yellow dragon steed to hasten in pursuit. The yellow dragon steed and the black stallion, both at full gallop, were remarkably swift. They rivaled the two-legged dragon, yet the disparity lay in the fact that one soared through the skies while the other dashed upon the ground, a significant difference indeed. As Longzhan and Lu Shi rounded several corners, they could only watch the two-legged dragon diminish into the distance. That scoundrel Feng Yu is even using an acceleration spell, Longzhan grumbled. Yet his pace did not wane. A strong desire to acquire a flying mount surged within him. When Longzhan and Lu Shi finally arrived at the Tianlong Academy, they were at least 10 minutes behind Feng Yu. Now they could only hope that Li Yan could hold out a bit longer, lest that rascal Feng Yu claim the first victory. What is going on? Why is the academy so quiet? Not a soul in sight? Longzhan voiced his confusion. Yunfeng, Lu Shi responded, leading his horse toward the training ground of the magic sword department. Indeed, with such a lively affair, it seems the entire faculty and student body must have been drawn there, Longzhan soon realized, unable to suppress a smile. Sure enough, it appeared that nearly all the academy's populace had gathered. Approaching their destination, they witnessed the surrounding buildings, walls, and even trees brimming with spectators. Yet there seemed to be a lack of commotion inside. Had Li Yan and Feng Yu not yet engaged? Though taken aback, Longzhan and Lu Shi pushed through the crowd toward the training ground. While few knew of their past exploits at the academy, Longzhan, as the third prince of the empire, was still a well-known figure in Longqing. Most were puzzled as to what celebration the magic sword department was hosting. Given the presence of a great sword master and a grand mage, not to mention the attendance of the prince himself. Feng Yu, what happened? Did you accidentally fall from the sky? It seems your two-legged dragon isn't very reliable. Upon entering the training ground, Longzhan's first sight was not the dejected Li Yan, but Feng Yu, covered in dirt and disheveled. He lost. Lu Shi stated coldly, his gaze fixed intently upon a young man who was concealing something in his arms. Oh, you two have arrived. Today seems indeed a fortuitous day for a reunion, Yunfeng remarked, unperturbed by Lu Shi's scrutinizing stare, far too accustomed to it. Such a gaze was all too familiar in Yunfeng's recollection. Could it be? I say, Feng Yu, how is it that you lost so quickly? Longzhan glanced between Yunfeng and the others, unable to contain his astonishment. You didn't overexert yourself on the journey, did you? Even if it were you. You wouldn't have lasted longer than I did, Feng Yu retorted, clearly disgruntled, though appearing quite battered, his robust tone suggesting he had sustained no serious injuries. Indeed. Yunfeng is now far more formidable than before, Li Yan echoed, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face as he glanced at Yunfeng, unable to suppress a grimace. This time, he had truly overstepped. The implication was clear. Both Feng Yu and Li Yan evidently believed that Longzhan and Lu Shi would scarcely stand a chance against Yunfeng. Merely a question of how long they could endure. Do not presume that just because you falter, we shall follow suit, Longzhan laughed, though astonished at Feng Yu's rapid defeat. He did not let the latter's words diminish his confidence. Battle. I'll go first. Lu Shi's focus was solely on Yunfeng, paying little heed to Li Yan and Feng Yu, as he drew his longsword and stepped forward with determination. Chapter 54. Let us join forces. Why don't you all join forces? Perhaps you might stand a chance, otherwise it would be rather dull, Yunfeng remarked with a smile. Yunfeng, you've certainly become more arrogant than in the past, Longzhan replied, laughing. What a joke. While I am uncertain of your current strength, teaming up would hardly hold any significance even if you were to win. You'd still be unable to hold your head high. Even a peak-level grand sorcerer could not triumph over the four of us working together. Longzhan was not boasting. Although the four of them had only recently ascended to the ranks of Grand Sword Masters or Grand Sorcerers, their harmonious coordination, coupled with their ultimate techniques, would make defeating a peak Grand Sorcerer in a 4-on-1 scenario quite feasible. I'll go first, Lu Shi declared, stepping forward with an intense battle spirit burning in his gaze. Let us join forces. Otherwise, we truly have no chance, Feng Yu said, shaking his head with a wry smile. It's not that I underestimate your strength. It's just that Yunfeng is not merely a grand sorcerer. What do you mean? Longzhan and Lu Shi were taken aback. Not a grand sorcerer? What could that possibly mean? Is he perhaps a legendary mage? That has quite a tall tale. It's exceedingly rare for someone to become a grand sorcerer at the age of 25. They would never believe that Yunfeng could advance to legendary status by that age. It's true. Everyone here has witnessed it, Lai Yin said, a hint of frustration in his voice. When he battled us, he not only employed magic, but also utilized combat energy simultaneously. This fellow is a sword mage. Impossible. Longzhan and Lu Shi's first instinct was disbelief. The existence of the magic warrior barrier had become common knowledge across the continent. How could anyone truly break through it? However, none of the teachers or students observing raised any objections, and from the astonished and disbelieving expressions of Longzhan and Lu Shi, it seemed that Lai Yin and Feng Yu's claims were indeed credible. Could he have used that technique again? It's impossible. If he had, he wouldn't be so nonchalant now, Longzhan thought, wavering in his certainty. After 5 years apart, Yunfeng seemed increasingly unfathomable. No, Yunfeng didn't use that technique. Lai Yin shook his head, denying it. His combat energy and magic have both surpassed level 15. But to have them manifest simultaneously in one person is more terrifying than facing a Grand Sword Master and a Grand Sorcerer at once. A sword mage is indeed a formidable profession. Indeed, I find myself questioning whether this fellow could potentially challenge the legendary level if he truly employed that technique. Feng Yu added. Listening to the conversation of his former classmates, Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle. The technique they spoke of was actually created by his uncle, Feng Ruotian. And it was through this technique that Yunfeng and Feng Ruotian had been able to contend against opponents of level 14 with the strength of a level 9 sword mage. The principle behind that technique involved harnessing the conflict between physical strength, magical energy, and combat energy to unleash immense power. However, controlling both energies under such circumstances was exceedingly difficult and could impose significant strain on the body. Its effect was somewhat akin to the berserker's rage, albeit without affecting one's reason. However, its duration was brief, and each use resulted in varying degrees of physical damage. It could be said that Yunfeng had managed to suppress Longzhan and the others for a decade precisely because he could utilize this technique. As long as they had not broken through level 15, their chances of victory were virtually non-existent once he employed it. Yet, from Yunfeng's current perspective, this technique created by Feng Ruotian was fundamentally flawed. Feng Ruotian had been unable to resolve the conflict between magical energy and combat energy, leading him to focus on how to exploit this conflict. Although the technique appeared clever, it had already strayed in the wrong direction. Nonetheless, Yunfeng had to admit that it was a decent self-damaging technique, significantly enhancing power with manageable side effects. However, it was only suitable for lower-level sword mages. In reality, Feng Yu's notion was entirely impractical. If a sword mage above level 15 attempted to use this technique, their body would likely be the first to collapse, making any notion of challenging the legendary level laughable. The greatest distinction between legendary and non-legendary was not merely the intensity of power, but rather the understanding and application of that power. Even if one were to use a secret method to elevate their strength to the legendary level, they would still be no match for a true legendary powerhouse. I've already said it. You should all join forces, Yunfeng stated, as he conjured swords of combat energy and magical energy in each hand. Though he could easily dispatch them all if he wished, Yunfeng intended to use this opportunity to elevate the reputation of the sword mage profession. Thus he did not wish to hastily conclude the battle. It was essential to perform splendidly, to fight with gusto. The more flamboyant and impactful the maneuvers, the better to captivate attention. This would in turn attract more newcomers to the sword mage profession. Although many had already witnessed Yunfeng's battle with Lai Yin and Feng Yu, the sight of him now elicited gasps from the onlookers. This was indeed a master-level sword mage. His power was simply astonishing. Students familiar with Yunfeng's past accomplishments gazed at him with admiration. Who would dare to claim that sword mages lacked prospects? Who would dare to say that Yunfeng was not a genius? Moreover, many new students were filled with reverence. To them, there was no profession more impressive or powerful than that of a sword mage. Among them, some particularly gifted newcomers began to entertain their own ambitions. Oh dear, what a significant loss this time. Had I known so many would come, I should have charged admission. Feng Ruotian lamented, though inwardly he was elated. Just keep your joy to yourself. Look at your smugness. Lu Ding, the head of the Swordmaster Academy and a peak Grand Swordmaster, could not help but comment with a hint of envy. Next to him, Ichanan, the head of the Sorcerer Academy and a Grand Sorcerer, shot him a disapproving glance. Both of them felt profound regret. After all, Yunfeng had initially attended both the Swordmaster and Sorcerer Academies before being deemed to have no future and transferring to the Sword Mage department. I'm proud of it. So what? One day when I break through the magic warrior barrier, I'll settle the score with you two old geezers, Feng Ruotian declared, brimming with ambition. However, Lu Ding and Yi Qingnan paid no heed to Feng Ruotian's grievances but instead exchanged astonished glances. Breaking through the magic warrior barrier? Did he believe he could achieve it? With that thought, the two academy heads could not help but redirect their gazes back to Yunfeng in the training ground. Chapter 55. Battle. Dragon Master. What shall we do now? Feng Yu inquired, glancing at Long Zhan, whose expression grew increasingly grave. Let us all attack together. Long Zhan articulated each word through clenched teeth. For one as proud as he, uttering this command was tantamount to admitting defeat, regardless of the outcome. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Having witnessed Yunfeng skillfully condensing his energy into a formidable sword and calmly casting various enhancement spells upon himself, Long Zhan recognized the truth in Feng Yu and Lai Yan's words. At this moment, Yunfeng was indeed beyond the capacity of any one of them to confront alone. Making this decision was exceedingly difficult for Long Zhan, but retreat was not an option. He resolved to face the challenge head-on. For even a victory would not bring him glory, yet it would at least enable them to gauge Yunfeng's true strength. With determination, Long Zhan drew his dragon tooth sword, a blade forged from genuine dragon teeth, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness and exceptional enhancement of energy. It was a rare treasure. Even among royalty, Lu Shi stood silently beside him, sensing Yunfeng's overwhelming power, and surprisingly refrained from insisting on taking the lead. Lai Yan and Feng Yu, having recently suffered a swift defeat at Yunfeng's hands, shared an unspoken understanding of their current predicament. The surrounding students and teachers, though their hearts raced with excitement, remained utterly silent, their focus unwavering upon the 5 young men poised for confrontation in the training grounds. After casting several enhancement spells upon his companions, Feng Yu cautiously stepped back. In this scenario, he dared not take to the skies. As swordsmen, Long Zhan, Lai Yan, and Lu Shi lacked the ability to fly using energy, and aerial combat would force him to face Yunfeng alone, a situation he wished to avoid after his prior defeat. Let the battle commence, Yunfeng exclaimed, his demeanor brightening as the four positioned themselves for combat. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of massive fireballs, hurtling them toward his opponents. Lai Yan and Feng Yu fared better. Having previously engaged Yunfeng in battle, they were not caught off guard. Lai Yan, whose fiery dragon energy was of the fire attribute, easily deflected or redirected the fireballs with his spear. Most of Feng Yu's fireballs were intercepted by Lai Yan, with only one slipping through, which Feng Yu effortlessly neutralized with an ice spike. However, Long Zhan and Lu Shi were taken aback by Yunfeng's astonishing speed in casting spells, even effortlessly unleashing high-level magic like the barrage of fireballs. Although Lu Shi stood at the forefront, his agile nature allowed him to evade the threat posed by the rapidly flying fireballs. Yet, as Lu Shi sidestepped, the fireballs veered toward Long Zhan, who had no choice but to brace himself for impact. Remaining composed, Long Zhan swiftly wielded his dragon-tooth sword, creating a dense web of sword energy that dispersed the fireballs, leaving the four unscathed. Nevertheless, Yunfeng did not seize the moment to attack further. Instead, he arrogantly beckoned them with a finger, merely encouraging them to unleash their full potential for a more spectacular clash, given the audience they had. Seeing Yunfeng's provocative gesture, Long Zhan and his companions were nearly driven to fury. Though they would not allow themselves to be incited to irrationality by such taunts, their anger was unmistakable. Let us attack together. Long Zhan gritted his teeth and charged at Yunfeng, raising his dragon-tooth sword high, golden energy flickering around him as the spectators seemed to hear the faint sound of a dragon's roar. Dragon-tooth slash. At a distance of roughly 10 meters from Yunfeng, Long Zhan swung his sword downward with tremendous force, unleashing 2 sharp arcs of energy that surged toward Yunfeng, clearly demonstrating the formidable nature of his attack. Impressive technique, but your intentions are all too apparent. Yunfeng chuckled softly, evading Long Zhan's rapid strike with a series of agile movements, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. 3 illusions of the dragon. After dodging Long Zhan's assault, Yunfeng lightly swung his energy-formed sword to the side, effortlessly parrying a slender black sword. Well executed, Long Zhan's attack was clearly meant to create an opening for you, Yunfeng remarked with a faint smile, recognizing Lu Shi's impressive speed and unconventional angle of attack. Were it not for his prior experience against similar swift swords, He might have struggled to counter Lu Shi's assault, as Lu Shi's sword met resistance. He felt a tremor run through his body due to the vast electric energy infused within Yunfeng's blade. Had Lu Shi not unleashed his own energy, he might have been rendered unable to continue fighting. Undeterred, Lu Shi pressed on, continuing to launch a flurry of attacks against Yunfeng. Unlike Long Zhan's broadsword, Lu Shi's slender blade bore a resemblance to the two energy-formed swords wielded by Yunfeng, showcasing his quick and elusive fighting style. Despite Lu Shi's relentless efforts, his rapid strikes proved ineffective against Yunfeng, whose slower movements belied a precision that disrupted Lu Shi's rhythm, leaving him feeling restricted and frustrated. In a matter of moments, the two exchanged dozens of blows. By the time Long Zhan and Lai Yin joined the fray, Lu Shi's arms were nearly numb from exertion. Even against the combined assault of three master swordsmen, Yunfeng remained composed, not yielding an inch amidst their onslaught. With Lai Yan's powerful spear, Lu Shi's agile blade, and Long Zhan's balanced swordplay, they found themselves unable to gain any advantage over Yunfeng's dual swords, leaving them in a state of utter astonishment. Chapter 56, 1 against 5, The Dual Dragon Strike. Flames of Fury. The Lamenting Moon's Flash. Binding Wind Technique. As the battle escalated, the training ground for the magic swordsmen quickly descended into chaos. Had it not been for the combined efforts of a dozen instructors from the Magic Academy to uphold the magical barrier, countless innocent students and teachers could have been harmed. These rascals, can't they be a bit more considerate? Does repairing the training ground not cost money? Feng Ruotian remarked with a chuckle, showing no signs of anger. In fact, he secretly thought, let them fight. The more destruction, the better. How about this? Whoever loses shall bear the cost of the repairs. Lu Ding and Yi Qing'an exchanged exasperated glances at the shameless fellow. It was evident to any observer that, although it was a 4-on-1 scenario, Yunfeng was far from being at a disadvantage. His effortless demeanor suggested he had yet to reveal his true capabilities. The spectators were left speechless by the duel, many staring in wide-eyed amazement. Is this the caliber of a master-level battle? Truly astonishing. Even the typically arrogant students, proud of their gifts, fell silent. Their fists clenched in awe, their minds racing with thoughts of this academy's former luminary. This was the true power of a genius. The Dragon Battle team felt increasingly frustrated. In the face of their relentless assault, Yunfeng responded with an ease that was almost unbelievable. His elusive movements and the varying speeds of his swordplay, combined with the use of battle energy and incantations for various spells, posed significant challenges for Dragon Battle and his companions. It was likely that only someone of Yunfeng's caliber could wield magic in such close combat. The proximity made it nearly impossible for Dragon Battle and the others to evade his spells, even with Feng Yu's warnings about what magic Yunfeng intended to cast. They were forced to withstand the attacks with sheer battle energy. There was simply no room to maneuver. While lower-level instant spells might have presented no issue for fighters of Dragon Battle's caliber, Yunfeng's magic surpassed the 15th level. Despite their efforts to disrupt his casting, they could only delay his spells momentarily. It was hard to believe that someone could cast magic so calmly in such a precarious situation. Yet, Yunfeng was not a mere sorcerer. He was a magic swordsman, and combat magic was an essential skill for his class. Given his current mental fortitude, multitasking was a trivial matter. In truth, had he not been concerned about overwhelming his classmates, he could have effortlessly dispensed with the lengthy incantations. In contrast, Feng Yu, as a grand sorcerer, was increasingly vexed. Engaged in battle alongside Dragon Battle, many of his offensive spells became unfeasible due to the risk of friendly fire in a 3-against-1 situation. Thus, Feng Yu was left with no choice but to utilize defensive spells to assist Dragon Battle while attempting to disrupt Yunfeng's movements with interference spells, though their effectiveness was minimal. Upon experiencing a backlash from his psychic shock, Feng Yu realized that Yunfeng's extraordinary mental strength far surpassed his own. Meanwhile, ice and wind spells designed to slow Yunfeng had little effect due to his battle energy, and he even found himself on the receiving end of a magical backlash that left him at a disadvantage. Magic swordsmen truly are extraordinary. This sentiment echoed in the minds of nearly all present. Indeed, the ability to wield both battle energy and magic simultaneously far exceeded the collaboration of a swordsman and a magician. 1 + 1 in this scenario was certainly greater than 2. This cannot continue, Feng Yu thought anxiously. Having already suffered a defeat earlier, he had accepted his shortcomings. After all, he had grown accustomed to losing over the past decade. However, to lose 4 against 1 would be a blow to his pride, leaving him unable to hold his head high before Yunfeng in the future. Is this fellow even human? Does he never tire? Li Yin gasped for breath. Not only he, but also Dragon Battle and Lu Shi were feeling the strain. Yet Yunfeng, employing both magic and battle energy, still appeared unfazed, which was truly disheartening. Surely you're not considering surrendering? Dragon Battle shot a glare at Li Yin as he braced against Yunfeng's magical attacks. Lu Shi remained silent, quickening the pace of his slender sword, though the odds were slim. None were willing to concede defeat so easily. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Feng Yu's face lit up with excitement. He waved his staff to cast an ice armor spell, shielding Lu Shi from Yunfeng's impending burning hand. Dragon Leader, hold on a bit longer. I've devised a plan. Feng Yu's words invigorated Dragon Battle and his companions. Among them, aside from Shui Jian, who was overseas, Feng Yu was known for his clever ideas. In an instant, hope rekindled within the trio. Oh, this is getting interesting. Yunfeng cast a curious glance at Feng Yu, who was preparing a spell, unable to suppress a laugh. If he were to engage seriously, he could have easily dispatched Feng Yu, the Grand Sorcerer, at the outset. Even together, Dragon Battle and his companions could not hope to impede him. However, that would lack excitement. It was far more entertaining to maintain the balance, ensuring they did not gain the upper hand while also preventing them from losing confidence too quickly. Such a spectacle was far more thrilling. Yunfeng mused, feeling a touch of mischief. After all, they were classmates. Perhaps he was being a bit too harsh. Water Dragon's Fury. Feng Yu's spell was finally complete. This 16th level spell nearly drained him of all his magical energy, and as a Grand Sorcerer of the Wind Element, casting such a high-level water spell was a formidable challenge, even with the aid of his exceptional staff. Is this your final move? How juvenile. Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle as he observed the 16th level spell. Not only he, but even Dragon Battle and the onlookers felt a sense of disappointment. Based on Yunfeng's previous displays, it was hard to believe this spell could inflict any harm. Not to mention that Water Dragon's Fury was an area spell. Did Feng Yu not worry about injuring his allies? As anticipated, what seemed to be a powerful Water Dragon's Fury was effortlessly cleaved apart by Yunfeng's sword, the torrents of water cascading past him without inflicting a single scratch. Just as everyone assumed the spell had failed, a glimmer of satisfaction crept onto Feng Yu's face. From the flowing water emerged a ghostly blue dagger, unrelenting as it lunged toward Yunfeng's neck. Deep Blue Assault. Water Dancer. Chapter 57. Withdrawal. The sudden appearance of the ethereal blue dagger left everyone in shock. No one had anticipated that amidst the swirling torrents of water conjured by Feng Yu, a water dancer lay concealed. Only those who reach master level and master the art of assassination in water may earn the title of water dancer, as a special vocation within the rogue class. The combat prowess of a water dancer vastly surpasses that of an ordinary assassin in any environment where water is present. It was evident that Feng Yu understood that a mere water dragoness vortex could not defeat Yunfeng. In truth, the reason he resorted to this unfamiliar water magic was primarily to provide cover for the water dancer. The battle unfolded as Feng Yu had envisioned. No one detected the water dancer hidden within the water, resulting in a perfectly executed strike. Wait, what was happening? A sudden chill coursed through Feng Yu. Indeed, it was a palpable cold. Not only he, but everyone present felt the temperature in the training ground plummet. However, all eyes were now fixed on the ice sculptures flanking Yunfeng. Yunfeng smiled. Perhaps everyone truly was oblivious to the presence of the water dancer. But he was certainly an exception. The water dancer's abilities were, in fact, inferior to those of the one aboard the blue carp. Yunfeng had sensed the water dancer's presence the moment he entered the training ground. Although the master-level stealth had deceived nearly everyone else, it was utterly ineffective against him. He was curious to see what tricks the dancer had in store and found it somewhat satisfying. Their cooperation was fairly seamless, and the final strike was swift and decisive. Had Yunfeng not been prepared, he might have faced significant consequences. Come forth, Shui Jian. I know this level of ice cannot bind you, Yunfeng said calmly, paying no heed to the ethereal blue dagger a mere 10 centimeters from his nape. You discovered me long ago? The ice sculpture shattered violently, revealing a young man clad in a form-fitting blue suit. Though his expression remained inscrutable, Shui Jian's heart roiled with tumultuous waves of unrest. Despite Yunfeng showing no signs of defense, Shui Jian chose not to launch another attack after emerging from the ice sculpture, but instead withdrew his dagger and retreated to join Long Zhan and the others. For an assassin, continuing to attack in such a fully exposed situation would be the most perilous and unwise choice. Moreover, upon seeing Yunfeng's nonchalant smile, Shui Jian felt entirely uncertain. I say, you should be overseas, shouldn't you? What brings you here? Li Yin asked, bewildered. Not only he, But Long Zhan and Lu Shuri also seemed unaware of Shui Jian's presence. Are you seeking death? Lai Yan's address clearly displeased Shui Jian. Yet their dynamic since their student days prevented him from overreacting. You returned after receiving news from Yunfeng, didn't you? Long Zhan understood Shui Jian's motives well. After all, they too had done the same. Yes, I activated the teleportation array on the blue wing as soon as I received the family's magical message. Only to find myself the last to arrive, Shui Jian replied casually, as if using the spatial teleportation array aboard a warship were a trivial matter. How rare it is. I never imagined the ever-stern Blue Death would willingly breach military discipline. Lai Yan chuckled, oblivious to the fact that he too had absconded from the barracks. Hey, is this really the time for reminiscing? Are we going to fight or not? Yunfeng sighed in exasperation as he observed the group engaged in idle chatter. A few black lines appearing on his forehead. We're done fighting. Continuing would yield no chance of victory, Long Zhan said, his tone laced with despondency. I can't believe how strong you've become, Yunfeng. The five of us combined are no match for you. Just SOSO, third in the world. Yunfeng replied with a smile. Seeing the situation, he sheathed his twin swords and withdrew his fighting spirit and magical energy, appearing harmless once more. Yet, everyone present understood just how formidable teacher Yunfeng truly was. I say, fellow students, since you've conceded, shouldn't we follow the rules? Yunfeng approached the five, grinning mischievously. Let's skip that. Long Zhan exclaimed, startled. You don't have to be so ruthless, Yunfeng. We're all classmates here. Is this really necessary? Of course it is. Yunfeng laughed, brandishing the papers written by Lai Yan and Feng Yu, a wicked smile on his face. These are historical records. Proof that the 5 great prodigies of Tianlong Academy were bested by me. If I were to auction these, they would surely fetch a handsome price. At this revelation, even Shui Jian and Lu Shuri couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This matter was indeed serious. They were prominent figures in their respective fields. And if news of Yunfeng's documents were to circulate, the consequences would be dire. In comparison to you, what do we even qualify as prodigies? Long Zhan shook his head, his gaze towards Yunfeng filled with complexity. Indeed, even on the entire continent, those who could reach the realm of grand sword masters or grand magisters at their age were exceedingly rare, and to be called prodigies was indeed fitting. However, upon reflecting on the current Yunfeng, any aspirations faded. Everyone knew that the training of a magic swordsman was far more arduous than that of a mere swordsman or a pure magician. Moreover, Yunfeng had surpassed what was deemed insurmountable, the barrier between magic and martial arts. Thus, if Long Zhan and his companions were rare geniuses born once in a century, then Yunfeng could be considered a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. You're too kind. It's merely luck on my part. Yunfeng observed their woeful expressions and felt an impulse to spare them further humiliation. After all, it was rare for them to be gathered together. Why not find a place to reminisce? Surely, they wouldn't wish to continue making fools of themselves here? What do you mean making fools of ourselves? This should be termed as embarrassing. The 5 rolled their eyes and pondered silently how, after 5 years apart, Yunfeng seemed to have become even more insufferable than before. Chapter 58. Updates on old classmates at the renowned restaurant Qingyan Tower along Qinglong Avenue. A jovial atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Ha ha, this meal is on me. Please. Do not contest my generosity, exclaimed Yunfeng, his hand warmly patting Long Zhan's shoulder. I must return to the academy now, so you all need not see me off. Do not forget our pact, dear old classmates. A gust of cold wind swept by, leaving Long Zhan and his companions with complex expressions as they watched Yunfeng depart in silence for a moment. Shall we find another place to enjoy a proper meal? Li Yan suggested somewhat bashfully. To be honest, I barely had enough to eat. Sighing, Feng Yu draped an arm around Li Yan's shoulders. I feel the same. But Yunfeng really knows how to disrupt a meal. Long Zhan shook his head in lament. It seems regaining our dignity will not be an easy task. Yunfeng has become increasingly inscrutable. Upon leaving Qingyan Tower, Yunfeng felt an extraordinary lightness in his heart, reflecting on the considerable gains of the day. He had not anticipated that his old classmates had fared quite well over the years. Long Zhan, though a prince, had ascended to the position of captain within the Golden Dragon Knight Corps through sheer merit, a true testament to his formidable abilities. It was common knowledge that among the royal offspring, Long Zhan stood out as the most exceptional, especially when compared to his 2 older brothers, who were rather mediocre. Having graduated from the magic sword department with little prospect, in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, personal strength was paramount. Without it, even the mightiest backing could not secure a high position. This held true not only for noble families but also for the royal family. With the current emperor, Long Ao, In his prime, Longzhan's journey of growth was bound to be lengthy. Li Yan, similarly, had joined the Crimson Dragon Legion, rising to the rank of centurion. The legion was stationed in the northern territories, frequently engaged in battles against the orcs of the great northern wilderness, making it the most active of the 5 dragon legions. Otherwise, even as a scion of the Red Dragon Li Yan family, it would have been improbable for him to earn such a distinguished title in just 5 years. Water Jian, hailing from the Shui family, entered the Azure Dragon Legion, which primarily operated at sea. As a water dancer, he thrived in maritime conditions, achieving significant accomplishments and becoming the captain of the formidable battleship, Blue Wing, rivaling the achievements of Longzhan and Li Yan. Feng Yu, the grandson of the current head of the Feng family, had not joined the Silver Dragon Legion, but instead sought refuge in the Gale Tower on Falling Feather Mountain. Becoming a member of the Mage Guild, he held considerable influence within the guild's Heavenly Dragon Empire branch, with rumors suggesting he might soon be appointed as the president of the Long City branch. Though these tidings stemmed from Feng Yu's own boastful claims, Yunfeng, well acquainted with his temperament, suspected there was some truth to them. As for Lu Shi, the sole genius of common birth, his demeanor remained icy and taciturn. Yet, it was undeniable that his reputation among the common folk was exceedingly high, with many young people viewing him as their idol and aspiration. A student of humble origins standing shoulder to shoulder with the prodigious talents of Longzhan and Li Yan was nothing short of a fairy tale. Though Yunfeng's influence had hindered the academy from publicly celebrating these geniuses. After all, it would be rather embarrassing if the so-called talents could not even best a seemingly inconsequential magic swordsman. Nevertheless, Lu Shi's growth over the years was remarkable. Opting not to join the military, he chose the path of a free mercenary, gaining renown across the continent and establishing a formidable mercenary group known as the Wind and Cloud Mercenaries. Yunfeng often speculated that the name bore a hidden agenda, as even in his mercenary pursuits, Lu Shi seemed intent on overturning Yunfeng's standing. Upon learning of the impressive achievements of his old classmates, Yunfeng felt a genuine happiness for them. Though he had often made their lives difficult during their academy days, it was true what they said about adversity forging bonds, and their grievances were hardly of a catastrophic nature. In truth, Yunfeng's initial antagonism towards them was partly instigated by his uncle, Feng Ruohua. Yet it was also a reflection of Yunfeng's own insecurities. Aware that he was destined to remain at the 9th level threshold with little future, it was inevitable that he harbored some thoughts about proving his worth by suppressing the acknowledged talents of Longzhan and others. Despite this, there was no real animosity between Yunfeng and Longzhan's group. Their shared experiences within the academy had forged a deep understanding among them. Thus, the notion that sparring could enhance camaraderie held some validity. In turn, Longzhan and his companions harbored mixed feelings towards Yunfeng. On one hand, as celebrated talents, they had been overshadowed for a decade by a magic swordsman deemed without promise, an undeniable blow to their pride. Yet, they also recognized that without this challenge, their current achievements might not have been attainable. Their innate gifts were undeniable, but the stimulus provided by Yunfeng had been crucial in their development. Thus, in a sense, they ought to be grateful to Yunfeng. However, the harshness of his past actions had indeed left them feeling humiliated, resulting in a complex emotional landscape that perhaps even they found difficult to articulate. With the promise of assistance from his old classmates, Yunfeng's spirits soared. His forthcoming teaching endeavors could proceed according to his meticulously crafted plan. As he made his way back to the academy, he contemplated the finer details of his strategy. Recalling his prior performance, which had likely alleviated his uncle's concerns regarding the recruitment of new students. Chapter 59. 2 young men, Yunfeng strolled leisurely along the path, unhurried in his journey. The affairs of the academy were in the capable hands of his uncle, Feng Ruotian, allowing him to focus on observing the transformations that Dragon City had undergone in recent years. Qinglong Avenue could be deemed the most bustling area of Dragon City, named after the prominent Qinglong Yun family that resided there. The streets were alive with a cacophony of sounds, yet maintained an admirable order, with the occasional patrol of city guards passing by. Passers-by, whether common folk or patrolling soldiers, recognized Yunfeng and regarded him with respect. Some well-informed individuals were even aware of the recent events at Tianlong Academy, which prompted a different demeanor when they glanced at him. Yunfeng, however, paid little heed to this attention. As a scion of a prestigious family, he had long grown accustomed to such encounters. Yet, he soon found himself halting before a blacksmith shop. It was not the allure of exceptional weapons that captured his interest, having acquired numerous fine items from the devilish merchant, Shaler, During his time on Devil Island, even standard dwarf-crafted weapons hardly piqued his curiosity. Instead, what truly fascinated him were the two youths embroiled in a heated argument within the shop. These two boys, appearing no older than 15 or 16, immediately captivated Yunfeng's interest. Upon entering the blacksmith's establishment, he realized he had underestimated it. Although it appeared unremarkable from the outside, it harbored unexpected treasures. Yunfeng, not being a professional blacksmith nor particularly inclined to delve into the intricacies of metallurgy, was nonetheless knowledgeable enough, having spent time with Shaler. With his discerning eye, he noted several weapons and armors strewn haphazardly about, some of commendable quality, rivaling even the finest dwarf craftsmanship. What piqued Yunfeng's curiosity even further was a magnificent sword at the center of the boys' dispute, a rare magical weapon. It intrigued him that an ordinary-looking blacksmith could possess the skill to forge such a remarkable item. The hidden talents of Dragon City were indeed astonishing. Yunfeng scrutinized the blacksmith, who, despite his disheveled appearance, presented hints of remarkable capability. The shop, though chaotic, had an order of its own, and the blacksmith's seemingly untidy hair and beard belied a cleanliness that suggested he changed after working. While Yunfeng found himself intrigued by the blacksmith's peculiar demeanor, he was primarily drawn to the two arguing youths. The contrast in their attire made their disparate backgrounds glaringly obvious. It was hard to believe that a peasant boy clad in coarse fabric would confront a wealthy young master. The latter, adorned with a luxurious outfit, bore a dragon emblem on his sleeve, indicating his lineage descended from a dragon-slaying hero belonging to the Iron Mountain family. Yunfeng recognized that, apart from the 5 great families, only the Iron Mountain family had the right to display a dragon emblem, a privilege rarely flaunted by the esteemed families despite their ancestors' conquests over dragons. While the 5 great families often looked down upon the Iron Mountain family's ostentation, it was undeniable that the latter wielded considerable power in the southern provinces, particularly in Dragon City. Thus, it was indeed rare to witness an ordinary peasant daring to challenge a scion of nobility. Yet, Yunfeng's true interest lay not in their identities but in their talents. He perceived remarkable potential in both youths, stirring a sense of excitement within him. After all, exceptional disciples were a rarity, and encountering 2 promising candidates in one go was a delightful surprise. However, he resolved to observe the unfolding situation before making any decisions. Recognizing the gravity of taking on apprentices, talent was significant, yet character was paramount. He would not wish to cultivate a villain or a traitor who would tarnish his reputation. Let go if you don't want to get hurt. The noble youth threatened menacingly, tugging fiercely at the sword's hilt. You should be the one to release it. I spotted this sword first. The peasant boy retorted, refusing to relinquish his grip. Did you pay for it? If you haven't, it's not yours. Besides, can you even afford such an expensive weapon? The noble youth scoffed. If you don't let go, how can I get the money? The peasant shot back defiantly. And who are you to say I can't buy it? Let go first and see if I can. Do you take me for a fool? Once something is in my possession, there is no way I'm letting it go. The noble youth exclaimed, turning to a group of burly men behind him. What are you standing around for? Help me pry this pauper off. Apologies, young master, but the family had instructed us to ensure your safety only. As for other matters, the leader of the group hesitated, and young master, he warned you not to cause trouble upon arriving in Dragon City. Forget it. I'll handle it myself. The noble youth fumed, glaring at the peasant. Listen, let us settle this. How about a contest? Whoever wins keeps the sword. Fine. I'm not afraid of you. The peasant boy shot back, matching the noble youth's intensity. Then let go first. They both shouted in unison. Chapter 60. The profligate young master and the radical youth. What on earth were these 2 youngsters taught? They are truly a disgrace to their upbringing. Observing the 2 boys brawling, Yunfeng couldn't help but voice his discontent. It was disheartening to see such fine potential squandered in this manner. Yet, the blacksmith, rather than intervening, sat on the sidelines, seemingly engrossed in the spectacle, occasionally casting glances at Yunfeng. It was hardly surprising, for Yunfeng appeared anything but a genuine customer. Though he feigned interest in selecting weapons, a closer inspection would reveal his mind was elsewhere. Had it not been for the antics of the 2 boys, he would have had no reason to enter this modest shop. Are you going to submit, or not? The scion of the Wang family jeered, pinning the commoner youth to the ground, panting heavily yet reveling in his momentary triumph. The commoner, trapped beneath him, bit his lip fiercely, eyes blazing with fury, yet refused to yield, struggling with all his might. Both boys were evenly matched. The Wang youth, despite his spoiled demeanor and mediocre skills, had a slightly stronger foundation than his opponent, enabling him to gain the upper hand for the time being. However, His moment of arrogance led to an unexpected turn. The commoner seized the opportunity and flipped him over, fueled by a deep-seated animosity, launching a relentless barrage of punches. Yunfeng furrowed his brow at this development. While the Wang youth was indeed a spoiled brat, he had not been overly cruel, and their conflict was merely a trivial dispute over equipment. Not a matter of deep-seated enmity. The commoner's excessive retaliation was unwarranted. The burly companions of the Wang youth, who had been passively observing, could no longer stand by. Though tasked only with safeguarding their young master, the situation had escalated, and they feared for his safety. If the commoner continued his assault, it could indeed lead to serious repercussions. The Wang family's bodyguards prepared to intervene, but to their astonishment, they halted mid-step. Yunfeng had effortlessly lifted both boys, signaling that this farce needed to come to an end before it spiraled into chaos. He had gathered sufficient insight into the situation. Although it was clear that these two youths would prove troublesome. "Release me. I will kill him. I will kill him," the commoner yelled, eyes wild with rage. His demeanor ferocious enough to instill fear in the Wang youth. "Who was afraid of whom? If you let me go, I swear I'll beat him so badly he won't recognize himself." Despite his growing trepidation, the Wang youth maintained a facade of bravado. "May I inquire who you are? Please release my young master." One of the bodyguards stepped forward, exchanging wary glances with his comrades. They had failed to comprehend how this youth had appeared so suddenly and managed to restrain both boys with such astonishing speed. "Rest assured, I mean no harm," Yunfeng replied casually, casting a fleeting glance at the group of men. They instantly broke into a cold sweat, feeling an inexplicable dread despite sensing no malice from him. If not for their duty, they might have fled at once. "Quickly, inform the master," the leader of the group whispered to one of his companions. Recognizing the formidable nature of this youth, they were acutely aware that should anything happen to their young master while in his grasp, their lives would be forfeit. The blacksmith, still unconcerned about the unfolding drama, now regarded Yunfeng with evident intrigue, a subtle smile betraying his interest. "Who are you? Let me down. Otherwise, I will make you pay." The Wang youth, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt powerless in the grip of this stranger, even as he was spared from the commoner's fists. "I will release you, but I require silence. I have matters to discuss with you both," Yunfeng stated, gently lowering the two boys. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, they launched simultaneous attacks against Yunfeng, one from the front, the other from behind. The earlier animosity between them had transformed into a surprisingly coordinated assault. Yet, such feeble attempts at ambush were no match for Yunfeng. With a swift motion of his fingers, he incapacitated both youths, leaving them stunned and immobile, as if they had witnessed a marvel beyond comprehension. "What sorcery have you used on us? Why can't I move?" the Wang youth exclaimed, his voice tinged with terror. "Sorcery? No, it's not sorcery." The blacksmith, witnessing this, was equally astounded, murmuring to himself. There was no trace of magical energy. Yet the effect resembled that of a high-level binding spell, which was indeed unexpected. "Let me go." The commoner youth glared at Yunfeng, eyes ablaze with fury. "If not, I will kill you." What a troublesome pair of rascals. Yunfeng sighed, shaking his head. One was a profligate youth, the other a disillusioned rebel, as if the world bore a grudge against him. Yet, despite their flaws, their talents were undeniable, even captivating to Yunfeng. It would be a shame to let such potential slip away. Regardless, they are merely two children. I refuse to believe I cannot mold them into something remarkable. Reflecting on his own experiences in his school, Yunfeng chuckled. "Once they enter my tutelage, even a pig can be trained into a model student." Chapter 61. Taking disciples everyone. "Settle down. Now, listen to me," Yunfeng said, unceremoniously tapping the foreheads of the two young boys. This time, they truly quieted down, although his taps were not hard. They understood that provoking him further could lead to dire consequences. Once they regained their composure, both boys wisely chose to remain silent. "If it weren't for the glimmer of potential I see in you, I wouldn't bother with your petty squabbles," Yunfeng stated plainly. "To be direct, I find your qualifications commendable and am inclined to take you both as my disciples." At this revelation, everyone except Yunfeng was left astounded, clearly taken aback by his words. Even the blacksmith, who had been observing in silence, did not foresee Yunfeng's intentions. The several burly bodyguards exchanged incredulous glances, utterly shocked by this unexpected turn of events. "Is that true? Do I truly possess remarkable potential?" the young boy from the Wang family asked, momentarily stunned but filled with joy. For years, his family had deemed him worthless, yet now someone acknowledged his abilities and wished to take him on as a disciple. The burly men were equally astonished. They knew all too well the character of their young master, who, at the age of 16, had yet to cultivate even the most basic of combat skills. It was unfathomable that anyone would consider him worthy, let alone commend him. Of course, if you were truly worthless, why would I concern myself with the trivialities of children fighting? Yunfeng remarked. How strong are you? Can you defeat the Iron Wolf mercenary group? The common boy inquired nervously after contemplating Yunfeng's offer. Iron Wolf mercenary group? I haven't heard of them. Yunfeng replied, momentarily taken aback. He had only recently returned to the continent and had little interaction with mercenaries, his most notable encounter being with Lu Shi. As for the mysterious Iron Wolf mercenary group, he had not heard of them, and it was likely they lacked any notable reputation. Forget it, the common boy said. A hint of disappointment clouding his expression, and he fell silent. The Iron Wolf mercenary group? Are you referring to the one from the southern mountain province? The Wang family boy interjected, surprised. How did you get involved with them? Those ruffians, despite masquerading as a mercenary group, are nothing but ruthless bandits. How on earth did you provoke them? Although the Wang family boy was somewhat of a dandy, he was aware of the criminal factions within his family's territory. He was curious how someone bold enough to confront him could have entangled himself with such a group. None of your business. The common boy shot back, glaring fiercely at him. If he could move, he might have even considered striking him again. Yunfeng deduced that the boy's aggressive demeanor likely stemmed from his connection to the enigmatic Iron Wolf mercenary group. Despite his cynical outlook, Yunfeng sensed that at his core, the boy was not entirely unworthy. Oh, just a band of thieves? I thought it was something significant. Yunfeng said with a chuckle. If you become my disciple, dealing with those ruffians will be a trivial matter. In Yunfeng's view, true experts would never stoop to banditry. Thus, upon learning of the Iron Wolf mercenary group's true nature, he became indifferent. Even the strongest bandit group on the continent would not warrant his concern, let alone an obscure faction he had never heard of. The Iron Wolf mercenary group is no ordinary band of thieves. The Wang family boy, displeased by Yunfeng's nonchalance, retorted. The Iron Wolf mercenary group was a force to be reckoned with, and Yunfeng's dismissive attitude seemed to belittle the Wang family's standing as well. With over 5,000 members, their leader, Iron Wolf, is said to be a master swordsman wielding a powerful magical sword. Ordinary master swordsmen and sorcerers are no match for him. Upon hearing this, the common boy's eyes blazed with fury. His teeth clenched as he fantasized about annihilating the Iron Wolf mercenary group. A master swordsman, you say? Not that impressive, Yunfeng replied. Somewhat surprised that a master swordsman would resort to banditry. However, he did not regard it as a significant threat. As for magical weapons, having recently returned from the Devil's Island, Yunfeng was hardly lacking in such armaments. Just over 2 hours prior, he had defeated the leader of the Wind and Cloud mercenary group, who was also a master swordsman. The Wind and Cloud mercenary group? The Iceman swordsman Lu Shi? The burly men exclaimed in astonishment. If I become your disciple, will I truly be able to defeat a master swordsman? The common boy, having heard of Lu Shi's reputation, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect that this young man before him had bested such a celebrated figure. With your talent, paired with my guidance, if you dedicate yourself to hard work, I assure you, within a decade, you will surpass the leader of that mysterious Iron Wolf mercenary group, Yunfeng declared confidently. In truth, 10 years was a conservative estimate, for he had no knowledge of the true strength of the enigmatic Iron Wolf. However, Yunfeng was certain of his own prowess, though he acknowledged that the boy must overcome his own challenges. All right, I am willing to become your disciple, the common boy exclaimed without hesitation, as if grasping a lifeline in the depths of despair. In reality, he had not merely clutched at straws. He had latched onto an immense tree. And what about me? Do I also have the chance to become a master swordsman? The Wang boy asked eagerly, his excitement palpable. Despite his usual frivolity, he recognized the importance of seizing this opportunity. Becoming a master swordsman is unlikely for you, Yunfeng assessed him carefully. However, your prospects of becoming a grand sorcerer are quite promising. Are you interested? Chapter 62. The benefits of fame. How intriguing. The young scion of the Wang family initially felt disheartened upon hearing the first part of the statement, but soon his spirits soared. However, others have claimed that I lack magical talent. Is it truly possible for me to become a grand mage? The excitement bubbling within him was palpable. Who would choose to be a swordsman when the prospect of becoming a mage beckoned? While it is true that a mage might struggle to defeat a swordsman of equal caliber in a direct confrontation, the stature of a mage far surpasses that of a swordsman. Alas, the rarity of mages contributes to their esteemed status. As the saying goes, rarity enhances value. Moreover, for a languid young aristocrat like the Wang scion, the profession of a mage, which merely requires a flick of the wrist, undoubtedly aligns more closely with noble status than the laborious exertion of wielding a sword and breaking a sweat in battle. However, the path to becoming a mage is notoriously arduous. Not only is the number of those with magical aptitude exceedingly limited, but the profession itself heavily emphasizes mentorship. Typically, once one becomes an official mage, they are assigned a dedicated tutor to guide them. Attempting to navigate this complex world alone yields little success. This is true even in prestigious academies, akin to the mentor-student dynamic in universities back in Yunfeng's original world. It can be said that being taken under the wing of a powerful mage is a most fortunate circumstance, for it signifies that one can avoid many detours on the path to mastery and gain access to fundamental magical principles and even unique spells. It is merely a lack of vision on their part. If I have proclaimed that you can become a grand mage, then you undoubtedly possess that potential. Of course, whether you reach such heights ultimately depends on your own diligence, Yunfeng remarked with a smile. Indeed, the situation of the Wang family scion was somewhat exceptional. Had he not encountered Yunfeng, his chances of learning magic would have been exceedingly slim. This is simply marvelous. I, Wang Xing, now have the opportunity to become a grand mage. The young aristocrat, Wang Xing, exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Were it not for his immobile state, he would surely have been dancing with delight. Mister, you seem to be a swordsman. How can you teach him to become a mage? The common boy inquired, somewhat perplexed. He consciously disregarded the term grand mage, for in his eyes, it was already a remarkable feat for a young aristocrat to become a formal mage. Indeed, given Yunfeng's earlier speed and his ability to restrain both of them, it was clear that such prowess was not typically possessed by a mage. Although the boy had not witnessed Yunfeng employing martial energy, he still categorized him as a swordsman. Hence his confusion upon hearing Yunfeng's intention to train Wang Xing as a grand mage. Who told you I am a swordsman? I don't believe I ever claimed that. Yunfeng replied, slightly annoyed. Moreover, I, Yunfeng, am merely 25 years old. You ought to address me as big brother. Understood? Yunfeng, are you not the esteemed young master of the Yun family who vanquished the royal class beast, the bloodthirsty whale? Wang Xing appeared bewildered, while the common boy, having heard of Yunfeng's exploits, was filled with astonishment. But if you are a grand mage, how can you take me as your apprentice? Is it possible that I possess the talent to become a mage? No, you lack the aptitude for learning magic, Yunfeng sighed. However, I never claimed to be a mage. Did I? Who told you I couldn't teach you martial skills? But the rumors in Long City have spread far and wide. Heed not the hearsay. Such information is often inaccurate, Yunfeng stated, adding that the news was outdated. Indeed, the truth is that young Master Yun is a magic swordsman. The blacksmith finally spoke up, lest Yunfeng think him mute. Moreover, he is the first magic swordsman in thousands of years to breach the boundary of magical martial arts, having single-handedly defeated 5 master-level experts just 2 hours ago at the Heavenly Dragon Academy. The blacksmith seemed well-informed and was taken aback to discover that the young man seeking apprentices in his shop was none other than Yunfeng. 1 against 5? All master-level experts? Wang Xing's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Yunfeng. Had he been able to move, he would have undoubtedly prostrated himself, crying out to take Yunfeng as his master. The common boy was equally astounded. Unlike Wang Xing, who was somewhat ignorant, he understood the significance of breaching the boundary of magical martial arts and was utterly shocked by the revelation of Yunfeng's achievement. The burly men from the Wang family stood agape, realizing how fortunate they were to have restrained themselves earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. For he was a master-level magic swordsman. Should he have chosen to engage, they could very well have been turned to ashes by magic, frozen into statues, or torn to shreds by martial energy. Yunfeng, big brother, please, I implore you to take me as your apprentice. The common boy's tears flowed freely as he murmured, Father, brother, I shall avenge you. Ha. Did I not already say that I came here to take you as my apprentices? Yunfeng chuckled, sensing that this matter was unlikely to encounter any obstacles. It seems that fame does indeed have its advantages and can be quite impressive, making the process of accepting apprentices remarkably convenient. While Yunfeng was not one to seek the limelight incessantly, he also did not harbor intentions of obscurity. After all, he was still quite young. At an age when one could achieve great things, how could he possibly entertain thoughts of retreating to seclusion like those old-timers? When the moment calls for it, one must step into the spotlight. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Yunfeng caused Wang Xing and the other boy to feel a sudden release of tension, enabling them to move once more. This display left them in awe, as it was evident that their new master possessed extraordinary abilities. After a brief inquiry, Yunfeng gleaned the basic circumstances of the two youths. Wang Xing was indeed a scion of the Iron Mountain Wang family and the son of the current family head, albeit the second son. Due to his poor aptitude, he was largely overlooked within the family and was quite the frivolous young master. As for the common boy, he posed a bit of a dilemma for Yunfeng, who found himself somewhat troubled by the unexpected complications of accepting an apprentice. However, given Yunfeng's character, once he had decided to take the boy under his wing, he could not simply disregard the matter. Chapter 63, Wang Xing's choice. The commoner youth was named Zheng Qian, a name that elicited laughter from both Yunfeng and Wang Xing. Yet, there was an underlying significance to this name. It embodied the fervent hopes and aspirations of his parents for him. Indeed, as Yunfeng had anticipated, the impetuous Zheng Qian had endured a harrowing ordeal. His father and brother had fallen victim to the enigmatic Iron Wolf mercenary corps. According to him, the conflict arose from a mercenary mission, during which the Iron Wolf Corps ambushed the temporary encampment of his father and brother's mercenary group in pursuit of the mission's spoils. Very few managed to escape, and it was evident that Zheng Qian's family had not been fortunate that day. "Do you still believe your father and brother might be alive?" Yunfeng inquired. Though several months had passed since the incident, but the captain said that only my brother had ventured into that area. Zheng Qian explained through tears. The shadow flower required for the mission was destroyed during the ambush. If the Iron Wolf Corps were intent on completing the task, they would not have killed my brother. The shadow flower, so it was for such a trinket, Yunfeng mused. This material, favored by dark mages, was indeed rare on the continent, and it was quite normal for someone to pay a high price for it. If Zheng Qian's brother had been astute enough, he might have preserved his life. After the Academy's opening ceremony, I shall escort you to the southern mountain province. However, I am unable to leave just yet. In the meantime, I will enlist someone to gather pertinent information. Yunfeng contemplated, realizing that his plans could accommodate this adjustment without conflict. Moreover, he understood that if he did not assist Zheng Qian in resolving this matter, the young man would struggle to concentrate on his studies. Besides, Yunfeng intended to seize this opportunity to train his somewhat unruly students. "Thank you, teacher." Zheng Qian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, recognizing that this was the best possible outcome. With Yunfeng's prowess, he believed that his family could be rescued, assuming they were still alive. Though the likelihood was slim, Zheng Qian was unwilling to relinquish hope. "Call me master. You two are my disciples, not mere students." Yunfeng chuckled. "Yes, master," they both replied in unison. Although they did not fully grasp the distinction between teacher and master, it was clear that Yunfeng held them in high regard, and they were pleased to comply. "By the way, master, what shall we do with this sword?" "It would be unfair for the two of us to divide it," Wang Xing remarked, eyeing the magical sword with a hint of concern. "Naturally, it shall belong to me. Are you not aspiring to be a mage? What mage wields a sword? You might as well find a stick to make do," Zheng Qian said, reaching for the magical sword without hesitation. "Who says mages cannot wield swords?" Wang Xing retorted defiantly, also reaching for the hilt. Once again, the two youths found themselves in a standoff, glaring at each other. "I wish to become a magic swordsman like my master." "Is that unacceptable? The magical sword is meant for a magic swordsman. With your capabilities, you aspire to be a magic swordsman? Just let go already." Zheng Qian scoffed, pulling on the sword's hilt with determination. "You should be the one to release it. You, a mere pauper, could hardly afford such a precious magical sword. Better to find a scrap of iron." Wang Xing shot back, unwilling to concede. "Who says I lack funds? The money left by my father and brother is more than sufficient to purchase this magical sword." Zheng Qian exclaimed, resolute in his desire for vengeance. "Is that so? You would stoop to exploiting my sympathy? How utterly despicable." Wang Xing hesitated, torn between pride and the desire to retain his hold on the sword. Though this young man was a bit of a wastrel, Yunfeng observed that his core character was still commendable. He nodded in approval of Wang Xing's moral dilemma. "All right. Enough of this nonsense. Release it," Yunfeng commanded, and all present looked at him in astonishment. Although the Qinglongyan family was wealthy, it seemed inconceivable that they would disregard a magical weapon. The blacksmith's expression shifted uneasily. While the magical weapon might not be the pinnacle of craftsmanship, it was indeed his labor of love. The number of human blacksmiths capable of forging magical weapons was quite limited, and to have it dismissed as unworthy was a blow to his pride. "Since I have decided to accept you both as my disciples, A token of our meeting is in order. I would feel embarrassed to present something as trivial as this magical sword, Yunfeng said, entirely oblivious to the blacksmith's sentiments, as he casually retrieved a long sword and a wand from his spatial ring. A spatial ring? The blacksmith, recognizing the significance, accepted it with a measure of understanding. The Qinlongyun family possessing such equipment was hardly surprising. However, the two youths were far more intrigued by the longsword and wand in Yunfeng's grasp. The longsword was evidently another magical sword, seemingly superior to the one they had been contesting. Instantly, they discarded the magical sword they had been vying for. How about this? I shall generously relinquish that sword to you. This one is mine, Wang Xing proposed, clearly gauging the superiority of the items. Yet still uncertain of his own future ambitions, fixated on the magical sword while ignoring the exquisite wand. The few anxious men from the Wang family were eager to assist their young master, acutely aware that the wand's value was undoubtedly on par with that of the magical sword. On what grounds? Since master has prepared a wand for you, the magical sword must rightfully belong to me, Zheng Qian replied, equally unyielding. He understood that possessing a superior magical sword would significantly enhance his chances against the Iron Wolf mercenary corps and was unwilling to yield. I do not want the wand, Wang Xing pleaded with Yunfeng, his eyes filled with desperation. Master, I want the magical sword. I too wish to become a magic swordsman. Are you truly resolute? Choosing to become a magic swordsman entails a far more arduous path than that of a mere mage. Do you still desire the magical sword? Yunfeng asked, regarding Wang Xing with earnestness. Yes, master, I wish to become a magic swordsman. Wang Xing, the once frivolous youth, spoke with unexpected sincerity, his determination evident in his gaze. Very well, since you are steadfast in your choice, I have no further objections. However, remember, this is the path you have chosen. Do not regret it later. Yunfeng advised, reclaiming the wand and producing another magical sword. By the way, may I inquire why you are so adamant about becoming a magic swordsman? Is it merely for the sake of obtaining a magical sword? Of course. A magic swordsman must surely be far more impressive than either a mage or a swordsman, Wang Xing declared boldly. Chapter 64. The head of the Wang family, these young lads. The blacksmith, with a bemused expression, picked up the magical sword that had been carelessly discarded to the side, utterly at a loss for words. This magical sword, should it find its way to an auction house, would undoubtedly ignite fierce competition among bidders, yet it lay neglected here, treated with such disdain. It seemed he had failed miserably in his vocation as a blacksmith. Yunfeng, truly an enigmatic figure. The blacksmith shook his head, casually tossing the sword aside as if it were merely a poorly forged kitchen knife. Master, is it too much to bestow upon us such a precious gift at our very first meeting? Zheng Qian asked nervously, clutching the magical sword that he had meticulously wrapped in cloth, while it was customary for a master to gift his disciples. The value of this item left him feeling somewhat uneasy. What is this? Are you not aware that my master is the heir of the Yun family? Have you heard of the esteemed Qinlongyun family? This trinket is nothing in comparison, Wang Xing retorted, eyeing Zheng Qian as though he were a country bumpkin. By the way, master, you surely have even finer treasures yet to reveal, do you not? Wang Xing said with a cheeky grin. The magical sword slung over his back as if he feared others might overlook it. The burly men from the Wang family trailing behind were drenched in cold sweat, perplexed by their young master's unprecedented good fortune. Not only had he become a disciple of the Yun family's young master, but he had also acquired a magnificent magical sword. Now, he was audaciously hoping for even more. Should Yunfeng take offense and dismiss him, it would be a grave misstep, one he would regret far too late. Well, there are indeed more treasures, but they cannot be revealed to you just yet, Yunfeng replied with a wry smile. However, should you achieve greater progress in the future, I would not hesitate to present them as a reward. Excellent. Master, just wait and see. I shall become an extraordinary magical swordsman, Wang Xing exclaimed, his confidence soaring. Fool, was Zheng Qian's silent assessment of him. What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? Do you think this magical swordsman would fear a mere swordsman like you? Wang Xing shot a sidelong glance at Zheng Qian, adopting an arrogant demeanor. Are you even a magical swordsman? Zheng Qian retorted, genuinely regarding him as a simpleton. Curse you. Do you not know the respect due to your senior brother? Wang Xing fumed, his temper flaring. Enough, enough. Let's not quarrel. Brothers should unite in friendship. Do you understand? Such bickering is unbecoming, Yunfeng interjected, frowning. The two youths fell silent, yet their glares were as fierce as bull's eyes. Had their stares the power to kill, they would have surely executed each other 100 times over. Stop right there. At that moment, a group of individuals suddenly blocked Yunfeng and his companions. The leader, a middle-aged man in his 40s, glared frostily at Yunfeng. Are you the one who kidnapped my son? How dare you swagger about Qinglong Avenue with such audacity? This. Wang Xing and the burly men behind him were instantly taken aback. What was going on? Oh right, someone had indeed gone to inform the family head. But how had that imbecile conveyed the message? The leading burly man broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if this matter was not handled properly, the consequences could be dire. Father? What brings you here? Wang Xing seemed bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. What was this about kidnapping? Who had been abducted? Did his father know about Zheng Qian's predicament? This must be Uncle Wang Dong, head of the Taizhan Wang family, correct? I believe this is merely a misunderstanding, Yunfeng remarked, bemused by the accusatory stance of the man before him. It appeared Wang Xing was not entirely overlooked in his family after all, as evidenced by his father's swift reaction. Of course, this was to be expected. Wang Xing was the only son of Wang Dong. Despite Wang Dong's lack of faith in his son's prospects, he could not afford to disregard his own flesh and blood. Even if Wang Xing would not inherit the family head position, he must not come to harm. A misunderstanding? Did you not seize my son? Wang Dong regarded Yunfeng suspiciously. The description matched precisely with what he had been told by the informant. This young man was indeed the one. This is indeed a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill intentions towards your son, Yunfeng replied. In fact, I have taken Wang Xing as my disciple. Surely a master would not kidnap his own disciple? You have taken my son as your disciple? Wang Dong, initially fraught with worry, calmed down upon seeing his son was unharmed. However, he now pondered the implications of this apprenticeship. He knew his son well. How could someone of such stature take an interest in him? Was he perhaps eyeing the Taizhan Wang family's assets? As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Dong became wary. The Taizhan Wang family was relatively new to prominence. Many established families regarded them merely as upstarts. Thus, there were plenty of individuals keen to undermine them, especially in Longqing, where caution was paramount. Indeed, father. Master Yunfeng is incredibly formidable. Even a grand sorcerer and a grand swordsman could not best him, Wang Xing proclaimed proudly, showcasing the magical sword he had received from his master. This, truly is a magical sword. Wang Dong was taken aback by the weapon wielded by his son. It was indeed a magical sword of notable quality. Who would so casually gift such a treasure? Wait, did he say the young man's name was Yunfeng? Wang Dong suddenly recalled a recent rumor he had heard. Was this not the young master of the Yun family, who had single-handedly defeated 5 grand swordsmen and a grand sorcerer at Tianlong Academy? Now, Wang Dong's expression towards Yunfeng and his son transformed entirely. He understood the prestigious status of the Qinglong Yun family in Longqing, or rather, in the entire Tianlong Empire. They were indeed one of the most distinguished families across the continent. In contrast, the Taizhan Wang family paled in comparison. In fact, Wang Dong had come to Longqing to seek an ally or protector for his family. If he could seize this opportunity to align with the formidable Qinglong Yun family, the Wang family's standing in the southern mountains would be secured. Chapter 65. Thoughts. The head of the Taishan Wang family, Wang Dong, has been in remarkably high spirits these past few days. His recent journey to Long City has brought him an abundance of surprises, transforming the usually irascible patriarch into a figure of amiable cheer, treating his subordinates with newfound kindness. Wang Dong is genuinely delighted. The past few years have not been kind to the Taishan Wang family in the Shannan province. Their foundations remain too shallow. He is acutely aware of the underlying circumstances in the province, recognizing that there are unseen hands at play. Yet, the Wang family finds themselves at a crossroads. They can either be gradually devoured or seek refuge with a powerful ally. This is precisely why Wang Dong has personally ventured to Long City, for it is there that the great families and formidable forces of the Tianlong Empire congregate. However, finding a sturdy support is an intricate endeavor, one that is not easily accomplished. Wang Dong doubts his own suitability for such a task and questions whether the elders of his family, who have fervently urged him to come to Long City, harbor ulterior motives. Upon arriving in Long City, he is uncertain where to begin. The city's aristocratic families are numerous. Those with lesser influence cannot assist, while the more powerful families may not even regard the Taishan Wang family with favor. Although Shannan province is labeled as a provincial area, it is remote and lacks significant resources. To speak candidly, it is a place of little value, so much so that the empire seems disinclined to collect taxes there, as the revenue may not even cover the officials' salaries and transportation costs. Thus, while the Tai Shan Wang family holds a measure of power in Shannan province, they are ultimately akin to a mere rural landlord. Strangely, in recent years, it appears that some significant figures have taken an interest in this obscure locale, causing the Wang family to feel increasingly uneasy, even as a provincial landlord. Wang Dong is already troubled when he hears news of his son's abduction, which only intensifies his fury. He knows his son well. Although he has always been idle and unambitious, he is not one to seek trouble, particularly in a place like Long City. Regardless of his son's shortcomings, he remains his flesh and blood. Consequently, Wang Dong hastily gathers his men to confront those responsible, only to stumble upon an unexpected opportunity. Wang Dong possesses a clear understanding of the influence and status of the Qing Longyun family. He had no intention of seeking them out during his visit to Long City. After all, they are a family he could not hope to match. Would the Yun family even take the Tai Shan Wang family seriously? As for Yunfeng, the young master of the Yun family, Wang Dong only learned of his existence upon arriving in Long City, and he cannot help but admire the prowess of such a prominent family. It is as if producing a grand archmage is a mere trifle. However, the situation escalated further when he discovered that this young master was not merely an archmage but had transcended to become a mage knight of the highest caliber, having single-handedly defeated 5 grand sword masters and a grand archmage. As a grand sword master himself, Wang Dong comprehends the significance of breaking through the barriers of martial magic. Such an individual is one whom even he, as the head of the Wang family, can only revere from afar. To his astonishment, the very person who abducted his son is this illustrious master, and even more astonishingly, this master wishes to take his son as an apprentice. When Wang Dong first heard Yunfeng's proposal, he was utterly bewildered. He knows all too well what sort of person his son, Wang Xing, is. How could the young master of the Yun family possibly take an interest in a talentless youth who struggles to cultivate even at the age of 16? Yet, despite his confusion, Wang Dong recognizes the immense potential of this unexpected opportunity. If he could leverage this connection to align with the Qing Longyun family, the Tai Shan Wang family would surely have no worries about the future, perhaps even finding a way to emerge from Shannan province and seize better prospects. Nevertheless, Wang Dong is acutely aware that nothing comes without a price. He wonders what Yunfeng's true motivations are for wanting to take his son as a disciple. Could it be that the Yun family has taken a liking to Shannan province? He dismisses this thought immediately. If the Yun family were truly interested in that region, it would be a most peculiar circumstance. Compared to the Yun family's Dragon Tooth Mountain and the Clear Wind Plains, even if Shannan province were offered for free, they might not be inclined to accept it. Could it be that his son is indeed an undiscovered genius? After much contemplation, Wang Dong arrives at this astonishing conclusion, one that even he finds hard to believe, yet it appears to be the only explanation. Yunfeng is evidently no fool, otherwise he could not have achieved such success. If those who break through the barriers of martial magic are deemed foolish, then Wang Dong suspects there are likely no wise individuals left on the continent. Moreover, he recalls that Yunfeng did not only take his son, Wang Xing, as a disciple but also another common youth. The most crucial aspect is that Yunfeng now holds the position of a teacher at the Tianlong Academy. The more Wang Dong reflects on this, the more he is convinced of the possibility. His heart swells with joy as a previously extinguished hope rekindles within him, growing ever stronger. Perhaps, just perhaps, Wang Xing might still inherit the position of family head. In the past, Wang Dong had long since given up hope, unwilling even to entertain the notion that his son, with such lackluster potential, could ever hold the position of family head. It would be better for Wang Xing to live a stable life than to be thrust into such a precarious role. However, with Wang Xing now being taken under Yunfeng's wing, Wang Dong's thoughts begin to flourish. After all, he is his own son, and the only one he has. If Wang Xing truly achieves greatness, who else could the position of family head be passed but him? Human nature is inherently selfish. Even within the same family and bloodline, distinctions exist based on closeness. No matter how dear a nephew may be, can he truly compare to a biological son? Such dynamics are not only common in great families, but also persist in smaller clans. Unbeknownst to Wang Dong, his son, the wayward youth, is currently quite exhilarated. Having realized that his seemingly youthful master possesses remarkable prowess, Wang Xing and Zheng Qian have both entered the Tianlong Academy as transfer students, a feat that once seemed unattainable. Now, they find themselves effortlessly realizing their dream. What excites Wang Xing even more is that the students within the academy, be they seniors or newcomers, gaze upon him with evident envy and even jealousy. It seems that this young master is indeed a genius. Wang Xing muses to himself, reveling in the delight of this newfound status. Chapter 66. The Return of the Dean. However, it wasn't long before Wang Xing's joy was overshadowed, for after formally becoming disciples, Yunfeng's teachings commenced in earnest. The ceremony of apprenticeship was something Yunfeng regarded with utmost seriousness, despite his usual disdain for ostentatious rituals. The act of taking on disciples was a significant event, deserving of reverence. Kneeling and bowing were not mere formalities, but essential gestures of respect for one's mentor, a lesson Yunfeng imparted as his first teaching. Yet, this was not the world they had known. Customs differed, and both Wang Xing and Zheng Qian evidently failed to grasp Yunfeng's profound intentions. Not just them, but others too merely regarded the spectacle, assuming it to be a manifestation of Yunfeng's burgeoning fame. After all, any eccentricity he exhibited would likely be attributed to the disparity between genius and the ordinary. Although the desired impact fell short, Yunfeng remained unperturbed. He could always enhance this aspect of education in the future. For now, the priority was to instruct his two newly accepted disciples, whose foundational skills were rather lacking. Zheng Qian was somewhat better off. His father and brother were mercenaries, providing him with basic swordsman training. However, due to his innate deficiencies, his physical condition was subpar, hindering any notable progress. Yet, Yunfeng perceived potential in Zheng Qian's meridians and bones, suitable for martial arts cultivation. As for his physical condition, Yunfeng was confident he could remedy it. After all, practitioners of martial arts often possess a rudimentary understanding of medicine. While Yunfeng did not claim to be an expert, he could certainly be considered a competent healer. Wang Xing's situation was more complicated. Although his affinity for magical elements astonished even Yunfeng, his mental fortitude was alarmingly weak, rendering him incapable of meditative practices. Consequently, few harbored hopes for his success in the realm of magic, Yunfeng being the notable exception. In the continent's magical framework, a weak mind could not meditate, and without meditation, one could not augment their magical prowess, thereby impeding their ability to learn magic. This world lacked techniques for cultivating mental strength. Even if rare treasures existed that could enhance it, they were far beyond Wang Xing's means. Not to mention their scarcity made them virtually unattainable. Yet Yunfeng had a plan. He was aware of several methods for cultivating mental strength, though most were too advanced and perilous for a novice like Wang Xing. Nonetheless, given Yunfeng's current martial prowess, devising a simplified version of mental cultivation techniques should not prove too arduous. Furthermore, he never intended for his disciples to adhere strictly to his teachings. That would prevent them from surpassing him, contradicting his initial purpose for accepting disciples. Thus, Yunfeng intended to impart the foundational knowledge of martial arts from his original world, guiding them gradually to perfect their own techniques. He was eager to witness the heights they could achieve. In contrast, Wang Xing faced a considerably harsher path, largely due to his fervent desire to master both martial arts and magic. His innate talent for combat was significantly inferior to Zheng Qian's, and Yunfeng found himself at a loss. While he could improve physical conditions, altering innate talent was beyond his capabilities. Otherwise, he could simply have taken on a couple of pigs as disciples. The days dragged on for Wang Xing and Zheng Qian, who felt as if time stretched endlessly. Yunfeng seemed acutely aware of their physical limits, ensuring that training would not conclude until every ounce of potential was exhausted. Conversely, for Yunfeng, immersed in his fulfilling life, time flew by swiftly. Before he knew it, the opening ceremony of Tianlong Academy approached, alongside the significant return of the esteemed dean. Yunfeng held a vivid impression of the dean, believing him ill-suited for the role. This fiery-tempered individual was known to challenge the dean of the Royal Dragon Academy over trivial matters, which made one wonder about the fate of students under his charge. Although Yunfeng was no longer a student, working under such a leader was nonetheless a source of considerable pressure. This time, however, the dean did not return alone. He was accompanied by several other deans from various academies. It was evident that their visit was not merely for the sake of observation. It was likely for their own interests. Despite the absence of modern communication methods, the existence of magic provided a timely means for the influential to receive information. The events surrounding Yunfeng's sparring with his former classmates had stirred quite a commotion, and by now, it was likely known across the continent. Let them come, Yunfeng thought dismissively, as his main focus remained on nurturing his two new disciples. He was also responsible for the students under his care, a duty he intended to fulfill. Nevertheless, when the dean summoned him, Yunfeng felt compelled to show some respect, allowing the two boys a brief respite. It was essential to balance work and rest, Ha ha ha. Well done, Yunfeng. You finally brought some honor to the old man. The dean appeared in high spirits, a stark contrast to the frowns that had characterized their previous encounters. In the past, he had often disapproved of Yunfeng due to his contentious relationship with certain gifted students, suddenly enjoying the privileges typically reserved for dragon battle. Yunfeng felt a mix of surprise and discomfort, acutely aware of the reasons behind the dean's shift in demeanor. Tell me, young man, is it true that you have broken through the barrier of martial magic? To what extent have you advanced? Can you enlighten me? The dean leaned in, speaking softly, yet with an intensity that commanded attention. I can assure you, defeating you would pose no challenge, Yunfeng replied with a smile. Excellent, the dean exclaimed, clapping Yunfeng on the shoulder. These esteemed guests are eager to witness your prowess. Do not hold back. Show us your full strength. Chapter 67. 1 against 5 What? The other academy heads were momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for the unexpected maneuver of their elder colleague. Although their visit was indeed motivated by the rumors of Yunfeng's breakthrough at the magic martial barrier, and they harbored intentions to gauge his strength, it did not imply that they intended to personally engage him. As prominent figures within their respective nations, these academy heads were not to be trifled with, especially at their advanced age. Competing with a young man barely in his 20s seemed unseemly, and even if they were to emerge victorious, the repercussions of such news would not bode well for their reputations. Moreover, if the rumors proved true and Yunfeng had genuinely surpassed the magic martial barrier, the outcome of such a confrontation was far from certain. The concept of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts was not lost on these heads. A careless misstep could lead to a complete loss of face. After all, the foundation of establishing an academy lies in its reputation, does it not? I say, are you old fellows perhaps feeling a bit intimidated? The elder head remarked with a sly grin, confident that he stood to gain regardless of the outcome. If Yunfeng triumphed, splendid. If he lost, so be it. After all, the disparity in age and experience was apparent, and a loss would be entirely understandable. As for Yunfeng's safety, the elder head was entirely unconcerned. Not only was he present to oversee the situation, but Yunfeng was also a member of the esteemed Qinglong Yun family. In this continent, few would dare to lay harm upon someone from the Yun family in Long City. I say, Long Yang, you have perhaps gone a bit too far with this? Andre, the head of the Rising Sun Academy of the Dark Sun Empire, questioned, observing Yunfeng's nonchalant demeanor. In truth, the other heads felt uncertain about the situation as well. Did you not wish to confirm his abilities? Is there a more direct method than this? The elder head feigned surprise, urging them to consider their options. Yunfeng is quite busy with his duties at the academy. Were it not for the sake of old friendships, would you have had the privilege of meeting him so easily? The corners of the heads' mouths twitched, and even Yunfeng could not help but regard the elder head with newfound respect. It seemed the old man was not as foolish as the tale suggested. Just in time, I was hoping to seek guidance from my esteemed seniors. Yunfeng understood that if he did not make a display of his capabilities, he would invite greater trouble in the future. These heads were no ordinary figures, and this was the perfect opportunity to make them reconsider their preconceived notions. Thus, with a customary gesture, Yunfeng clasped his fists in greeting, a gesture that, while perhaps lost on the heads, conveyed his intentions clearly. Very well, let me witness the prowess of the magic swordsman post-breakthrough at the magic martial barrier. Andre stepped forward, asserting his readiness. While the elder's words could be dismissed, the same sentiment articulated by Yunfeng carried a weight that rendered refusal impossible. After all, they had come seeking Yunfeng's abilities, and it was evident to all that retreating at this juncture would lead to a significant loss of face. There is no need for such complications. Let us face him together. Yunfeng replied nonchalantly, deciding that since they had made their intentions clear, they might as well do so in a more impactful manner. Though he felt a tinge of regret for the heads, they had come seeking him out, after all. What? Yunfeng's words incited indignation among the heads. Indeed, while he had previously faced 5 grand sorcerers and grand swordmasters, the distinction between various ranks of such masters was profound. Each level bore significant differences, with the leap from level 15 to level 19 representing an entirely different realm of strength, though none among them were legendary figures. Each had attained pinnacle level 19 after many years, and any one of them could easily best 5 or 6 novices in mastery. Young man, confidence is commendable, but do not let it morph into arrogance. Steve, the head of the Silver Moon Academy of the Radiant Moon Empire, warned, his expression darkening. He had held a prestigious position for many years, and it had been ages since someone had dared to belittle him, especially a mere youth in his 20s. I say, Yin family lad, are you truly capable? This is no jest. The elder head leaned closer to Yunfeng, his tone lowered, clearly taken aback by Yunfeng's audacity. This young man dared to think larger than life, surpassing even his own boldness. A man must never declare his inability. Yunfeng jested, viewing the challenge of 5 pinnacle level 19 adversaries as hardly insurmountable. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own limits. Upon hearing Yunfeng's declaration, the elder head ceased his protests. Although he did not know much about Yunfeng, this was their first meeting since Yunfeng's return. And he sensed a depth in this young man that was profound. Is it confidence or arrogance? The esteemed seniors would soon find out for themselves. Yunfeng was unyielding. If they wished to probe his capabilities, they must engage him directly. Very well, Andre exclaimed thrice, acknowledging the audacity of this so-called genius among the younger generation. Though he had encountered many with similar bravado. However, we have seen many braggarts as well. Lighthelm, the head of the Radiant Kingdom's Royal Academy, retorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Yunfeng's remarks. In truth, not only Lighthelm but the other 4 heads were equally incensed. For figures of their stature and standing to be belittled by a youth barely out of the academy was an affront that stung deeply. Rest assured, esteemed seniors. There is no one else present. I guarantee this matter will remain confidential. Yunfeng smiled subtly, adding fuel to the fire. So we need not act? Andre remarked, as the heads were evidently provoked by Yunfeng's words, which implied their inevitable defeat. Let me gauge your true strength first. Once you have bested me, they shall undoubtedly join the fray. Andre stepped forward, resolute. Their pride would not allow them to unite against such a young challenger, even if he were a genius who had surpassed the magic martial barrier. As you wish. Yunfeng replied with indifference, understanding that the method of confrontation mattered little to him. The outcome would ultimately remain unchanged. Chapter 68. Let us take the back door with the commencement ceremony fast approaching. The faculty and staff of Tianlong Academy were immersed in a flurry of last-minute preparations. Suddenly, a series of violent tremors and continuous explosions reverberated through the campus, startling nearly everyone. Yet, no one dared to investigate, for it quickly became apparent that the commotion emanated from the director's office. Who would be foolish enough to provoke the director at such a critical moment? What could have incited such fury from the director? Hadn't he seemed rather pleased upon his return? The unpredictability of aging indeed manifested in his temperament. Nevertheless, the ruckus was undeniably excessive, prompting many to stealthily approach under various pretenses, straining to discern what was happening. However, before they could make sense of it, the door swung open, and the director emerged. Oh, the director appeared quite cheerful today. But what had just transpired? Indeed, in all my years at the academy, I had never witnessed the director smile so broadly. He resembled a blooming flower. Could it have been a mere illusion? Yet, how could so many share the same delusion? It was clearly not a figment of imagination. Smoke was visibly rising from the vicinity. What are you staring at? Go attend to your own affairs. The commencement ceremony is tomorrow. The director admonished, his eyes narrowing and his mustache bristling, causing the crowd to scatter in haste. Yet, as they ran, many were left perplexed. It seemed the director was genuinely in high spirits. Even his anger was accompanied by a smile. This group of individuals, the director, Long Yang, could hardly contain his amusement. With only a day left until the ceremony, all necessary preparations had long been completed. Now it was merely a matter of addressing minor details. The director's personal intervention was simply to assess the situation. However, the earlier commotion had certainly piqued the curiosity of many. Even as the director returned to his private quarters and closed the door, some persistent onlookers remained, undeterred by the director's earlier warning. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps we should opt for the back entrance. It's less crowded, and with a bit of invisibility magic, you should evade detection, the director said, suppressing laughter while feigning concern. The 5 deans exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of grievance and helplessness, observing the swelling bruises on each other's faces. They felt a profound sense of humiliation, having suffered disgrace at the hands of a mere young man in his 20s. None had anticipated such an outcome. Perhaps except for Yunfeng himself, who had indeed caught even the director, Long Yang, off guard with his vigorous prowess, managing to best all 5 elders. This young man truly possessed a fierce hand. He showed no respect for his elders, and it seemed one must tread carefully around him henceforth. Should that impudent youth turn his attention towards oneself, it would indeed be a loss of dignity. Yet, contemplating the loss of face, the director couldn't help but scrutinize the 5 esteemed colleagues before him. Remarkably, despite the absence of significant injuries. The bruises remained impervious to healing spells. Water-based or light-based healing magic restored their wounds, yet the swelling and discoloration persisted. "Fear not," I inquired with Yunfeng. He assured me that recovery would occur within 2 or 3 days, leaving no lasting repercussions, the director remarked, unable to stifle a chuckle. However, it was prudent not to provoke them further. The 5 were akin to volatile explosive devices, and with Yunfeng now departed, the director had no desire to bear the brunt of their ire alone. "Long Yang, do you truly lack a teleportation array? This is quite uncharacteristic of you," Steve interjected, feeling a pang of pain as he spoke, recalling the young man's merciless attacks, which spared even the mages. The other deans concurred that venturing out in this manner was decidedly unwise. Even if they opted for the back door and employed invisibility magic, the risk of being discovered loomed large. The thought of their hard-earned reputations tarnished by mere gossip from commoners was intolerable. It was a matter of their lifelong legacies. As deans of the same academy, their disgrace would inevitably reflect upon the institution itself. Who would wish to study at a school with such a tarnished reputation? "Of course, we have a teleportation array, but you must activate it yourselves," the director informed them, leading the way to the basement. In truth, few prominent figures possessed such arrays, as they were primarily for emergencies and might go unused for years. Constructing even a small teleportation array required substantial financial resources and materials, with ongoing maintenance costs that few could afford. The director, however, was an exception. His status was unique, not only as the head of Tianlong Academy, but also as a member of the imperial family, the uncle of the current emperor, Long Ao. Thus, possessing a teleportation array was quite normal for him. "What is this? Why is the core missing from the magic array? How can we use it now?" Andre and the others stood before the teleportation array, dumbfounded. The place where a royal-grade magic core should have been was now conspicuously empty, rendering the array unusable. "Well, you know I'm not a mage. The magic core for activating the array has always been managed by my secretary," the director replied innocently. "If you wish to use the teleportation array, you'll have to pay for it yourselves." "Cunning old man," Steve lamented, reluctantly producing a royal-grade magic core. A single core was sufficient for numerous uses of this small teleportation array, but alas, it would benefit this old fellow. "Safe travels." The director waved cheerfully at the 5 standing within the teleportation array. "Remember, our Academy's commencement ceremony is tomorrow. Do come and support us." Chapter 69. The opening ceremony. The following day, Andre and the 5 deans made their appearance, though they did so in a remarkable show of unity by donning hooded cloaks that concealed their identities. Had it not been for the introductions made by the teacher presiding over the ceremony, it is likely that no one would have recognized them as the esteemed deans of the 5 renowned academies of the continent. The circumstances left them little choice. News of their arrival in Dragon City alongside Long Yang had circulated widely, and their absence at such a significant event would have been inexcusable. Despite still bearing the marks of their recent encounters, swollen faces, and lingering bruises, they pressed on with resolute determination. The opening ceremony at the Heavenly Dragon Academy was grandiose, arguably the most magnificent in the institution's history, and it attracted numerous distinguished guests. Notably, His Majesty the Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire graced the occasion with his presence, accompanied by nearly all of his princes and princesses, indicating his keen interest in the affairs of the Academy. Furthermore, the heads of the 4 prominent families arrived in full force. "What? You inquire about the 5th family? That would be the royal family, the Jinlonglong family, the largest in the empire." The seating arrangement revealed a lack of unity among the 4 families. Yunfeng's father, Yin Xiao, was seen conversing amiably with Feng Ruoxuan, the head of the Silver Dragon Feng family, who was also Yunfeng's maternal uncle. Meanwhile, the head of the Red Dragon Lai family, Lai Liao, shared jovial exchanges with Shui Zhou, the head of the Blue Dragon Shui family. Naturally, Yunfeng's old classmates were present as well, but unlike their elders, they mingled freely. Their long-standing camaraderie forged through years of shared experiences at the Academy. Almost all noteworthy figures from the Heavenly Dragon Empire were in attendance, with many having traveled specifically to Dragon City upon receiving news of the event. It was apparent to any discerning observer that their true motivations extended far beyond the mere celebration of an opening ceremony. Even the headmaster of the Royal Dragon Academy made a personal appearance, compelled by the overwhelming presence of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, which had outshone all expectations. So significant was the occasion that the Royal Dragon Academy delayed its own opening ceremony to avoid overshadowing their rival. After all, Holding both events on the same day would likely have left the Royal Dragon Academy sparsely attended. Historically, the Royal Dragon Academy and the Heavenly Dragon Academy share a deep-rooted connection. Both institutions are celebrated as the most prestigious within the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yet their relationship has been fraught with rivalry, an understandable phenomenon, as two tigers cannot share one mountain unless one is a male and the other a female. Regrettably, both headmasters are indeed male, and moreover, they are brothers. Long Fei, the headmaster of the Royal Dragon Academy, is the elder sibling of Long Yang from the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Since their births, they have been embroiled in a contest for supremacy, competing in martial arts, military command, and aspirations of the throne. Ultimately, neither brother attained the crown, as their rivalry stemmed more from an unwillingness to yield than from genuine ambition for power. Their contentious spirit extended even to trivial matters such as pocket money and the number of servants at their disposal. And the rivalry persisted until they both ascended to the positions of headmaster at their respective academies, illustrating the nature of their relationship. In addition to the prominent figures from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, numerous dignitaries from other nations also arrived to extend their congratulations, though the Heavenly Dragon Academy holds a degree of renown across the continent. The sheer number of influential guests converging for an opening ceremony seemed excessive. These dignitaries clearly harbored ulterior motives masked by their congratulatory facade. However, given the might of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, there was little need for concern regarding their presence, although security measures at the academy had been notably heightened. Among the notable attendees were several heads of competing academies, as well as the vice presidents of the Wizarding Guild and the Swordsman Guild, along with several archbishops and high priests from various divine orders, including a prominent archbishop from the Temple of Light accompanied by a contingent of 20 light knights. Additionally, young talents from various esteemed families, promising stars from numerous mercenary groups, and princes and princesses from various nations were present, indicating that the Heavenly Dragon Academy would likely see a significant influx of new students this year. Even kings from some smaller principalities made the journey, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this opening ceremony. Just the presence of these affluent guests was astonishing. As for Yunfeng, the focal point of the event, he was acutely aware of the true intentions behind their attendance. However, he remained unfazed, confident that his recent encounters with the five deans had instilled a measure of caution in those with ulterior motives. Furthermore, reports of mysterious disappearances near the Qinglong Yun family had surfaced. Any attempts to target Yunfeng would necessitate careful consideration of the potential ramifications for both the Qinglong Yun family and the entire Heavenly Dragon Empire, not to mention the formidable prowess that Yunfeng himself possessed. In truth, many had begun to form rough estimations of Yunfeng's actual strength, particularly following his confrontation with the five deans. Even Long Yang, the elder headmaster, found himself intrigued, although Yunfeng had readily utilized his battle chi and magic during the duel. He had not exceeded the strength of a level 20 mage, yet he had conducted himself with an ease that suggested he had not unleashed his full potential. This revelation was a source of considerable dismay for the five deans. However, none among them believed that Yunfeng had reached the legendary realm. While the pinnacle of mastery is tantalizingly close to legend, the leap is nonetheless monumental. All of them had been stuck at the peak of level 19 for decades and understood the challenges in overcoming that threshold. The notion that a mere 20-something might achieve such a feat was difficult for them to accept. It would render their decades of effort seemingly futile. Yunfeng had no intention of clarifying these misconceptions. He preferred to let them speculate. Sometimes, an air of mystery serves as a deterrent, dissuading others from taking risks until they have discerned one's true capabilities. Presently, in the eyes of many, Yunfeng had ascended to the status of the foremost individual beneath the legendary tier, igniting a burgeoning curiosity surrounding the profession of the magic swordsman. The revelation that one could harness the combined powers of martial and magical prowess after breaching the barriers of the two disciplines was indeed compelling, prompting many talented mages and swordsmen to reconsider their paths. Yet, the significance of such breakthroughs remained moot without the capacity to surpass the limits of martial and magical arts. Nevertheless, the undeniable fact remained that individuals had already achieved this, propelling Yunfeng into the limelight of the entire continent. Chapter 70. Invitation. What did you say? You intend to take the Magic Sword Class 2 out for a trial? Feng Ruotian expressed considerable surprise at Yunfeng's plan. Well, you are aware of the current state of this class. It certainly requires drastic measures, Yunfeng replied. After spending the past few days together, he had gradually grasped the situation of the troublesome Magic Sword Class 2. which had caused headaches for both Feng Ruotian and the entire academy. His decision was made after thorough contemplation. True, you are responsible for Magic Sword Class 2, but you cannot neglect the others, Feng Ruotian said, clearly troubled. It seemed he had underestimated Yunfeng's strength and current influence. Otherwise, he would never have so easily handed over the Magic Sword Class 2 to him. As it was a decision fraught with risk. Why didn't you consult me when you were recruiting new students? Yunfeng shot him an annoyed glare. Seizing the opportunity of Yunfeng's rising prominence, Feng Ruotian had effortlessly doubled the enrollment in the Magic Sword department, expanding it to nearly 100 students across 4 classes. This was despite his overly selective criteria regarding students' talents, and had Yunfeng not intervened in time, the number could have easily increased further. Moreover, I am not entirely abandoning them. I will leave behind a training plan to lay a solid foundation for them, and we shall see what happens upon my return. Why do you insist on taking Magic Sword Class 2? I believe Class 1 holds more potential for development, Feng Ruotian remarked. In fact, nearly everyone in the academy, including himself, had seemingly given up on Magic Sword Class 2. Perhaps even the students themselves harbored little hope. Feng Ruotian could not comprehend Yunfeng's decision to invest time in this endeavor. On the contrary, my perspective is quite the opposite, Yunfeng chuckled. You will understand once I bring them back. I guarantee you will be astonished. The uncle and nephew conversed quietly, oblivious to the headmaster, who was delivering an elaborate speech at the opening ceremony. In reality, few attendees were actually listening. They had not come to hear the lengthy discourse of an old man. The headmaster, standing on the podium, was entirely ignored, while Yunfeng, in a rather inconspicuous spot, had become the center of attention. However, most were merely observing, waiting for others to take the initiative. Soon, the bold ones arrived uninvited, and notably, there were 2. Is this young Master Yunfeng? Truly a hero among youths. The first to speak was a sprightly old man, donned in a swordsman's attire, whose formidable strength Yunfeng could sense rivaled that of the previous day as headmasters. Indeed, as expected, chimed in another wizened old mage, his gaze upon Yunfeng akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure. Talu, the vice president of the Swordsman Guild, and Elsic, the vice president of the Mage Guild, were both reputed to be powerful figures on the cusp of legendary status, as Feng Ruotian discreetly informed Yunfeng. Oh, so they are not yet legendary then? Yunfeng remarked nonchalantly, nodding in acknowledgement to the 2 vice presidents. I have long admired your names. It is a pleasure to meet you. The vice presidents momentarily paused, though they quickly regained their composure. Despite their dissatisfaction with Yunfeng's demeanor, they were unwilling to publicly challenge him regarding his perceived arrogance toward those below legendary strength. Their intent in coming here was not to engage in such a confrontation. Vice presidents typically bore the burdens of labor, a privilege reserved for the guild president. Let me be direct. I am here representing the Swordsman Guild to extend an invitation to you, young Master Yunfeng, Talu stated plainly after introducing himself. Master Elsic shares a similar purpose, I presume? Yunfeng inquired, turning to the vice president of the Mage Guild. Indeed, Elsic confirmed. We intend for your former classmate, Feng Yu, to assume the position of vice president of the Long City branch. Should you agree, the presidency would naturally be yours, and I trust you 2 would collaborate harmoniously. Elsic believed he had considered all angles. A young person like Yunfeng becoming a branch president was unprecedented, especially in Long City, where the Qinglong Yun family held considerable sway. The Long City branch would effectively become a private power of the Qinglong Yun family, maintaining only a nominal relationship with the Mage Guild. However, what the Mage Guild sought was precisely this nominal relationship. Elsic's mission was to establish a favorable rapport with Yunfeng, laying the groundwork for future collaboration. Given Yunfeng's background and demonstrated strength, attempting to win him over would be unrealistic. Thus, collaboration emerged as the optimal choice. Our Swordsman Guild shares this sentiment. The current president of the Long City branch can be reassigned at any time, Talu added. After all, young Master Yunfeng, you are adept in both martial and magical arts. Simultaneously holding the presidency of both branches poses no issue whatsoever. Simultaneously presiding over 2 branches? Feng Ruotian, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Isn't that rather generous of the Swordsman and Mage Guilds? There has never been a precedent for one person to hold the presidency of both. Indeed, there had been no precedent, as Yunfeng was the first to break through the barriers of martial and magical disciplines in thousands of years. Yet, as Tala pointed out, it seemed there were no legitimate grievances to be raised, as Yunfeng truly embodied the dual mastery of both arts. The Swordsman Guild and Mage Guild were motivated by their own considerations, Both organizations typically exhibited decentralized authority, with branches in various nations possessing strong regional ties. In the event of conflict between national interests and those of the guilds, branches would likely side with their respective nations. This was an unavoidable reality, as branch members inherently belonged to their nations. The era of the Magic Kingdom had long passed. Rainbow City was now merely a neutral capital of magic, and the Swordsman Guild had yet to rise to a level where it could contend with the major empires. In truth, the power of the branches remained predominantly in the hands of their respective nations. Thus, should Yunfeng assume the presidency of both the Swordsman and Mage Guilds in Long City, it would undoubtedly bolster the Qinglong Yun family with two formidable assets. Talu, Elsik, and Feng Ruotian each regarded Yunfeng with anticipation, eager for his response. Chapter 71. The Son of Holy Light. Ha ha ha. Just two mere branch leaders, the Swordsmith Guild and the Mage Guild. How petty they must be. The first genius in history to breach the martial arts barrier. Is he worth so little? Taru and Elsik turned away in frustration, while Yunfeng was somewhat surprised. Though he quickly came to terms with it, this was entirely expected. Before them stood a youthful man in his 20s, with golden hair and clad in a crisp white warrior's attire, exuding a refreshing aura. If Yunfeng were to describe him, he would be the type that instantly inspires goodwill. However, Taru and Elsik clearly did not share such sentiments. It was evident that this young man was likely here to stir trouble. Gefenhard? The Holy Sea of Light has sent you personally? Taru's expression darkened. Unfortunately, this was Dragon City, and the influence of the God of Light did not extend this far. I merely feel that it is unjust for Brother Yunfeng. The golden-haired youth known as Gefenhard smiled. However, it appears I have overthought it. A prodigy like Brother Yunfeng cannot be constrained by mundane powers. Are you so certain that I will not agree? Yunfeng replied with a smile, finding Gefenhard rather intriguing. You will not agree. Gefenhard shook his head with an air of certainty, for we are of the same ilk. Interesting, do enlighten me, Yunfeng said with a grin. I have learned of your circumstances. From a certain perspective, we share similar experiences, Gefenhard explained. Once disregarded, belittled, and scorned by others, we have achieved our current glory solely through our own efforts. A faint golden hue flickered in Gefenhard's eyes. Power, honor, wealth, none of these matter. Everything is built upon a single foundation. Only strength is the ultimate goal we pursue. I must concede that you present a compelling argument, yet I cannot entirely agree, Yunfeng replied. I apologize, but besides strength, I have other aspirations and pursuits. To become a mere teacher? I fail to comprehend why you would entertain such notions, Gefenhard remarked. You are simply wasting your time. That seems to be my own dilemma and not yours, Yunfeng retorted, displeased. This is not the time for a philosophical debate. And it seems you are meddling far too much. In that case, I have nothing more to say, Gefenhard stated, casting a deep glance at Yunfeng. Frankly, meeting you has left me somewhat disappointed. Perhaps I should not have come. Yet you are here now, Yunfeng smiled. Surely, your visit is not merely for a brief encounter? Indeed, I initially thought you would make for a worthy opponent, but you have let me down, Gefenhard replied coolly. A genius who breaches the martial arts barrier seems rather underwhelming. Are you so quick to draw conclusions? I find myself quite curious about you, Yunfeng said. I wish to see what the Son of Holy Light from the Holy Sea of Light is truly like. You know of me? Gefenhard expressed surprise. He had only recently risen through the ranks of the Holy Sea, and during Yunfeng's 5-year disappearance, only those with keen insight would be aware of his whereabouts. If Yunfeng had indeed been in that place for 5 years, how could he know of Gefenhard? I happened to hear a friend mention you, but I did not expect that the apprentice knight, who nearly got expelled from the Holy Knights, would now be their leader, Yunfeng chuckled. He had just recalled that the exiled paladin Nia had once mentioned an intriguing apprentice knight, and had even kindly guided him back then. Gefenhard appeared quite taken aback. Many knew he was the leader of the Holy Knights, but few were aware of his past near expulsion from the order, yet this stranger, who had never met him, spoke of it so casually. May I inquire your friend's name? This could be of great significance to me, Gefenhard asked earnestly. Are you certain you want me to divulge it here? Yunfeng glanced at the cardinal and a small contingent of Holy Knights behind Gefenhard. At this, Gefenhard fell silent, studying his subordinates and then Yunfeng's face, before finally making a decision. You all wait for me here, Gefenhard instructed solemnly. Although the Holy Knights and the Cardinal's office operate independently, his status within the Holy See was exceptional, surpassing even the powerful cardinals. I happen to know a secluded spot where we won't be disturbed, Gefenhard added. Besides, I wish to see just how formidable you, Brother Yunfeng, the dual-practice genius, truly are. With that, Giffenhart raised his right hand high, a gentle holy light shimmering in his palm, as a small black dot appeared in the air, growing larger, a griffin, golden with a silver collar around its neck. Is this the Holy Sea's unique holy light griffin? It appears quite splendid, Yunfeng mused with a slight smile. Seeing Giffenhart mount the griffin, he too summoned his wind god wings to follow. Hey, Yunfeng, what are you doing? Feng Ruotian exclaimed anxiously. The opening ceremony of the Celestial Dragon Academy is still in progress. Do not worry, I shall return shortly, Yunfeng tossed back with a dismissive remark, soaring away without a backward glance. He had little interest in such a tedious ceremony. He did not wish to be the center of attention. Feeling akin to a monkey in a zoo. Ho ho, do not mind him. I will ensure he provides you with an explanation upon his return. Feng Ruotian assured the two vice presidents, who wore displeased expressions, troubled by the turn of events. What is happening? Why did Yunfeng leave? And who is that person riding the griffin? Why is Yunfeng departing with him? Truly ignorant, to not recognize Giffenhart from the Holy Sea of Light. Yet, how did Yunfeng become entangled with him? Could they not be seeking a place to duel? I have heard that the relationship between the Holy Sea and the Celestial Dragon Empire is rather strained. That certainly seems plausible. Yunfeng had always been the focus of attention. His departure instantly captivated many, leading to a flurry of speculation. The scene at the opening ceremony became chaotic, displeasing the elder dean on stage. Chapter 72. Giffenhart what? Yunfeng left with Giffenhart. The dean, Elder Long Yang, was momentarily taken aback. Was it the Giffenhart from the Holy Light Church? As his speech concluded, the opening ceremony was essentially over, primarily due to Yunfeng's departure, which naturally dampened everyone's interest in the proceedings. Now, the main concern was the reason behind Yunfeng's departure and why he had chosen to leave alongside Giffenhart. Could it be that they were truly seeking a place to duel? Given the identities and positions of Yunfeng and Giffenhart, this speculation seemed the most plausible, especially considering the historically tense relationship between the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Holy Light Church. It was unlikely they were merely seeking a venue for casual conversation over drinks. Long Lauda, if Yunfeng truly faced Giffenhart, who do you think would have the upper hand? Feng Yu couldn't help but inquire. What do you think? Long Zhan shot him a look, though this question was indeed best posed to Lu Shi, as he was the only one among them who had ever sparred with those two. Sensing the eager gazes of Feng Yu, Lai Yin, and Xue Jian, Lu Shi coldly remarked, Giffenhart is formidable, stronger than any of us. Without a real confrontation, who can say who would win or lose? Though Feng Yu feigned defiance, he begrudgingly admitted that in a genuine contest, he would likely not be a match for Giffenhart, who was rumored to have reached level 19, an unparalleled achievement among the younger generation, with the exception of Yunfeng, of course. However, Yunfeng is even stronger, Lu Shi added, causing Long Zhan and the others to fall silent. Indeed, only those who had clashed with Yunfeng could truly grasp the sense of helplessness that accompanied such encounters. Isn't Yunqing at all worried? After all, Giffenhart is the son of Holy Light from the Holy Light Church. Emperor Long Ao laughed. I am not concerned. My son knows his limits. Yun Shao replied with a smile. After all, he is a guest here, and causing a fatal incident would be quite troublesome. The crimson-robed cardinal and his cadre of holy knights, not far off, heard these words clearly, their expressions soured. However, they clearly understood the significance of their surroundings and refrained from any extreme actions, having faith in Giffenhart's abilities. Just as likely that one might take the other's life. However, it was evident that Yun Shao had complete confidence in his son. Ever since Yunfeng had unveiled the improved Azure Dragon Chi, Yun Shao no longer worried about him. If there were concerns to be had, they should be directed toward those who provoked him. There was no need for anyone to choose such a grim fate. Yet what was Giffenhart's true intention? He did not strike one as a reckless individual. After all, Longsheng was a territory where the church's influence could not extend. As the leader of the Holy Knights, Giffenhart should be well aware of this. It seems Yunqing has great faith in his son. Emperor Long Ao appeared quite intrigued, his interest in Yunfeng evident. If he truly can eliminate Giffenhart, I would not mind tidying up the aftermath. The cardinal's expression darkened. The emperor's words were nothing short of a blatant provocation, an outright affront to the Holy Light Church. Did this old madman intend to instigate war once more? The cardinal's heart raced. This was a grave matter. Wherever one might be, geniuses always attract attention, particularly someone like Yunfeng, who had shattered the boundaries of martial prowess. Moreover, he was accompanied by Giffenhart, the Holy Light Church as Son of Light. Soon, beast riders on flying mounts, mages with flying magical pets, and even grand sorcerers wielding flight spells began to ascend, pursuing the direction in which Yunfeng and Gefenhard had departed. Whether they could catch up would depend on their individual skills and fortune. The speed of the Holy Light Griffin was impressive. Yet Yunfeng's wind god wings were no slouch either. Although they consumed magic, the journey was not a battle. For the majority of the time, maintaining a gliding state sufficed. So the actual expenditure was not as significant as anticipated. For Yunfeng, whose recovery abilities were remarkable, this consumption was negligible. Upon arriving, Gefenhard instructed the Holy Light Griffin to descend upon a mountain peak, and Yunfeng followed closely, noting that Gefenhard had chosen a rather splendid location. The mountain was not particularly high, but it was undeniably steep. Climbing it would be nearly impossible without the ability to fly. Yet, the summit featured a flat expanse, as if it had been meticulously leveled by human hands, and the environment was quite pleasant, a rare find indeed. I stumbled upon this place while pursuing a necromancer. Gefenhard remarked casually. It seemed that the necromancer had been rather unfortunate. This location surely held no fond memories for him, Yunfeng mused with a smile. Indeed. He no longer needs to recall them, Gefenhard stated. Now, you can tell me your friend's name. Nia, Paladin Nia. I learned about you through her, Yunfeng replied candidly. There was no harm in revealing such information. He had no faith that the Holy Light Church could reach Devil Island. Indeed, it is she, Gefenhard sighed in relief. It appeared Yunfeng's answer had aligned perfectly with his prior speculation, merely confirming what he had already suspected. Miss Nia, is she doing well? Gefenhard inquired hesitantly. Yunfeng could see that he cared deeply for Nia, yet her current circumstances would undoubtedly pose a dilemma for him. Not particularly well. While safety is not an issue. That place is merely a slightly larger prison, Yunfeng replied. Is that so? To lose freedom and faith, condemned to live amidst darkness. Gefenhard's hands clenched into fists. Though his tone remained even, Yunfeng could sense the anguish within. You are mistaken. Nia may have lost her freedom, but she has never forsaken her faith, Yunfeng asserted, a tone of admiration lacing his words. Though I do not fully agree with her convictions, I hold her in high regard. She is a remarkably steadfast paladin. Just as I thought. I knew it. A smile broke across Gefenhard's face. This is the Nia I know. Having said what needed to be said, Yunfeng continued. Shall we engage in a meaningful exchange now? To be honest, I am quite curious about you. Indeed, that is the very purpose of my visit. Gefenhard responded with a smile. Brother Yunfeng, I hope you will not disappoint me. And you as well. Chapter 73. The Duel Upon an Unnamed Mountain Peak. Violent tremors erupted intermittently, fierce winds sweeping through the air. The ancient pines clinging to the cliff's edge swayed, their gnarled branches flailing like the desperate hands of one about to plummet into the abyss. Rocks atop the summit began to loosen, rolling down the steep cliff without a sound, while the once picturesque terrain lay in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a tempest and earthquake combined, devoid of its prior beauty. I must say, Brother Yunfeng, your reputation is well-deserved. The mastery of both magic and martial arts grants you an array of offensive and defensive techniques. It is no wonder that countless geniuses have devoted their lives to overcoming the barriers of magical and martial prowess over the millennia. Gefenhard, wielding a sword radiating with holy light, gasped slightly, acknowledging that Yunfeng was the most formidable peer he had encountered since his rise to prominence. Indeed, even during his hunts for dark creatures and heretics, he had never felt such exhilaration as he did now, filled with a fervent fighting spirit. You are formidable as well. I believe that most peak grand sword masters and archmages would likely find themselves outmatched by you. Yunfeng maintained a steady breath and an unchanging countenance, as though the previous fierce battle was merely a trivial warm-up. Yet, his gaze revealed that he was somewhat taken aback by Gefenhard's displayed strength. Both were acutely aware that their earlier exchanges had merely been a test of their abilities. Their true strengths were undoubtedly far more profound. Shall we continue? Yunfeng raised his magical sword, deciding against employing his fighting spirit or magical energy to form a blade, as to do so would be to underestimate Gefenhard, a worthy adversary indeed. Of course, Gefenhard replied, his grip on the holy sword tightening, his expression becoming slightly grave. Although Yunfeng's magical sword was of considerable quality, Gefenhard was confident that it could not surpass his own holy sword, Gremia. He also believed that his holy power would not fall short of Yunfeng's dual mastery of magic and martial arts. Yet, he had felt himself in a slight disadvantage during their previous exchange, despite not having unleashed his full potential. It was evident that Yunfeng appeared to handle the situation with ease. For the first time, Gefenhard found himself contemplating the possibility of defeat against a peer. Impossible. How could I possibly lose? He thought, his resolve firming in an instant. Courage, fearlessness, victory is assured. A brilliant surge of golden fighting spirit erupted from Gefenhart, distinctly different from the holy power he had previously wielded. Is he cultivating both holy power and fighting spirit? The difficulty of this must rival that of mastering both magic and martial arts. Yunfeng observed with astonishment. It was clear that the golden fighting spirit Gefenhart was now channeling was not the same as the holy fighting spirit of the Light Church, which, strictly speaking, was not pure fighting spirit, but a special type of holy energy imbued with fighting properties. The Light Church's Knights of Light had gained renown across the continent through this unique pseudo-fighting spirit, securing their place among the top knight orders. As the leader of the Knights of Light, Gefenhart was surprisingly training in a different form of fighting spirit, which harmonized with his holy power. Truly remarkable. However, mastering fighting spirit while possessing holy power was not as challenging as Yunfeng had surmised. For the inherent inclusivity of holy power allowed it to coexist with fighting spirit and magical energy without conflict. Naturally, mastering fighting spirit or magic was no easy feat. But compared to the barriers of magical and martial mastery, it was entirely incomparable. Nevertheless, Gefenhart was still deserving of great admiration. One must understand that the cultivation of fighting spirit does not afford any shortcuts. And for him to achieve such a level while already possessing formidable holy power was indeed impressive. Is this the pinnacle fighting technique of the Light Church, fearless fighting spirit? Yunfeng remarked with a smile, recognizing that fearless fighting spirit was on par with his own Azure Dragon fighting spirit, at least in its unrefined original form. However, this was not the time for discussing techniques. Gefenhart had evidently decided to reveal his true capabilities, prompting Yunfeng to take him seriously. His power is still increasing? This strength exceeds that of a peak level 19. Observing Gefenhart's aura surging, Yunfeng felt a jolt of surprise. It seemed he was eager to get down to business, which suited Yunfeng just fine. Then I shall defeat you with my Azure Dragon fighting spirit, ensuring your loss is both undeniable and gratifying. As Gefenhart manifested the wings of his fearless fighting spirit, Yunfeng felt a rare surge of fighting spirit himself. He too took to the skies, his azure wings contrasting sharply with Gefenhart's golden ones as they faced each other, both unable to suppress a mutual admiration for their worthy opponent. You are a formidable foe. Yet, I shall still triumph over you. Yunfeng laughed heartily. For this was the first time since leaving Devil Island that he had encountered someone who compelled him to fight earnestly. That is precisely what I wish to convey. Gefenhart, now fully unleashing his strength, exuded confidence, bolstered by an unwavering belief in his impending victory, unafraid of any formidable adversary. Let us see if you can withstand my might. With a powerful flap of his wings, Yunfeng's magical sword erupted with energy. Though he was uncertain of the secret method Gefenhart had employed to elevate his power beyond level 19, nearing legendary status, he clearly sensed that despite Gefenhart's near-legendary strength, he remained at the peak of level 19. Thus, while his aura was formidable, it would ultimately only serve to create minor inconveniences for Yunfeng. There was no real chance of victory. Prepare yourself, Yunfeng. Gefenhart's eyes gleamed with gold as his holy power and golden fighting spirit intertwined, raising his holy sword, Gremia, high above him. Radiant cross slash. Fearless lion strike. Bring it on. Yunfeng exclaimed with laughter, brandishing his sword as he met Gefenhart's attack head-on, their blades slicing through the air like a long rainbow across the sky. Chapter 74. Beneath the mountain as the smoke and dust settled, Gefenhart leaned against the sacred sword, Gremia, his appearance disheveled, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He gasped for breath, his cough betraying the severity of his injuries. I never expected to cough and still lose. Yet, in Gefenhart's eyes, there was no trace of despondency from defeat. Rather, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. Your strength is formidable, but you are not yet my match, Yunfeng remarked with a slight sigh. Aside from a few tattered patches on his attire, he bore no injuries whatsoever, making the outcome quite evident. At that moment, Yunfeng pondered whether he might have been somewhat overbearing. Would Gefenhart be left with psychological scars? In truth, Yunfeng's concerns were unwarranted. Gefenhart was the type to grow stronger in the face of adversity. He was unlike those delicate flowers that had never tasted failure. This defeat would serve as a catalyst for him to strive even harder. You have already reached such heights. It seems you are ahead of me. For now, I fear I am not your rival. Although he had lost, Gefenhart remained undeterred. I shall soon catch up to you and challenge you once more. At any time. I shall await your return. Yunfeng replied with a smile, realizing that instead of shattering Gefenhardt's confidence, he had cultivated a worthy opponent. Wasn't that rather intriguing? Despite Gefenhardt being the leader of the Order of Light and the strained relations between the Order and the Dragon Empire, Yunfeng had no intention of eliminating him at that moment. Gefenhardt intrigued him. He did not seem like a fervent zealot of the Light Church. Yunfeng held little expectation for the depth of Gefenhardt's faith in the deity of light, especially since even the paladins called directly by the light had been exiled. What could be expected of a leader of the Order of Light who lacked such fervor? Moreover, Yunfeng was quite curious about the relationship between Gefenhardt and Nia. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to ensnare Gefenhardt in a more complex scheme, which would certainly be advantageous. Yunfeng found this idea quite feasible, though executing it might prove challenging. Gefenhardt remained blissfully unaware that Yunfeng was contemplating dragging him into a deeper entanglement. This journey to Dragon City had been fruitful for Gefenhardt, as he had not only learned of Nia's whereabouts but had also encountered a formidable ally in Yunfeng, giving him a clear direction and goal for his future efforts. As for the Order's mission, it seemed likely to have failed, but that was of little concern to Gefenhardt. He had come to Dragon City on a whim, after all. Having said all that and tested our strengths, it is time for us to return, don't you think? Surely. You don't wish to linger here in the cold wind any longer? Yunfeng jested, conjuring a spell of flight. Indeed, Gefenhardt chuckled. He was relieved he hadn't allowed the Holy Light Griffin to join the battle, though it would have been permissible given his knightly duties. Yet, he understood that the Griffin would have been of little assistance in such a contest of that magnitude. The nameless peak was not particularly high, and before they even landed, they noticed a crowd gathering below, evidently those who had followed them. Upon witnessing this, Yunfeng and Gefenhardt exchanged dry smiles. Finally down. Let us see who emerged victorious. An impatient voice called out. They were not hesitant to approach. Rather, the commotion caused by Yunfeng and Gefenhardt had made it impossible to draw near, and the swirling dust obscured their vision, forcing the onlookers to wait patiently at the base of the mountain. Is that even a question? Just look at them. It's clear Gefenhardt has lost. Someone scoffed, observing Gefenhardt's disheveled state. Who would have thought the renowned son of Holy Light would find himself in such a predicament? Fortunately, they were in the Dragon Empire. Otherwise, in another realm, he might have been branded a heretic and burned at the stake. Nonetheless, the glances from the Cardinal and the other knights were far from friendly. That being said, even though Yunfeng won, it surely wasn't he without difficulty. Look at his attire. It's tattered. The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes. It was evident to anyone that Gefenhardt, perched atop the Holy Light Griffin, was utterly spent, while Yunfeng, with merely a few rips in his clothing, was still able to effortlessly cast flight magic, indicating he had sustained no significant injury. The victor and vanquished were clear. Who would have imagined even the son of Holy Light Gefenhardt would be defeated? This Yunfeng is truly formidable. Most in attendance could not suppress this thought, while some with ulterior motives discreetly abandoned their schemes. They had only heard rumors of Yunfeng's victory over the 5 academy heads, however, witnessing his triumph over Gefenhardt. Though they had not seen the specifics, the outcome was undeniable. Quite normal, as expected, Longzhan said, shrugging nonchalantly. The others, including Feng Yu and several others, nodded in agreement, having personally faced Yunfeng and unable to conceive anyone beneath the legends who could rival him. Seems all is well. He appears to be unscathed. Emperor Long Ao remarked, his tone suggesting a hint of disappointment. Nearby, Yun Shao and several other high-ranking officials exchanged glances, pondering if the emperor was being serious. It seemed premature to engage in war with the Order of Light at this juncture. Nevertheless, it matters little. A defeated Gefenhardt poses minimal threat. Since Yunfeng can easily best him, he could eliminate him if necessary, correct, Yunqing? The emperor said with a smile. Indeed, your majesty. I believe Feng Er has his own plans, Yun Shao replied, bowing his head. Ha ha ha. Yunqing, you have raised a remarkable son, Long Ao suddenly exclaimed. My Luan princess is of age to enter the academy this year. Which do you think would be better for her, the Royal Dragon Academy or the Heavenly Dragon Academy? That, I trust your majesty has your own conclusions, Yun Shao thought to himself, feeling a bead of sweat form. The Luyan princess seemed to be only 10 years old this year. Was the emperor alluding to something else, or was he simply overthinking? Chapter 75, Training. It has been over a week since the opening ceremony, and during this time, Yunfeng has remained at the academy, conducting intensive training with the students of the Magic Sword Class 2. One cannot help but acknowledge that the recent opening ceremony at Tianlong Academy was indeed a remarkable event, still a topic of lively discussion. Undoubtedly, the most talked-about highlight was Yunfeng's effortless victory over the renowned Son of Light, Yunfeng of the Radiant Church. The strong always ascend to greater heights by stepping upon the shoulders of others, and Yunfeng, unfortunately, became a mere stepping stone for Yunfeng in this instance. It can be said that Yunfeng's reputation across the continent has grown immensely, were he to announce his intention to take on apprentices now. Many would likely rush to Tianlong Academy, tears in their eyes, clamoring for his mentorship. Such is the advantage of fame. Yunfeng reflects on this with a sense of nostalgia, recognizing that the days of waiting idly for talented youths to stumble upon him in the secluded mountains are long gone. To attract good apprentices, one must first amplify their own renown and then actively pursue them. As for the magic sword class 2 that Yunfeng leads, it has proven to be quite a handful. If it were not for Yunfeng's recent displays of power and his esteemed background from the Qinglong Yun family, it is likely that others would struggle to manage these unruly youths. The profession of a magician is already notoriously expensive, and the magic sword master even more so. A single magic sword far exceeds the value of a mere wand. It would be rather embarrassing for a sword master to be without their magic sword, would it not? Furthermore, the extensive consumption of magic crystals and cores during training means that only the children of affluent families can afford the magic sword path. Given that only Tianlong Academy offers this specialization, it has effectively become a haven for the privileged offspring of noble families, many of whom lack exceptional talent. Perhaps these students are aware of their limited prospects, leading them to merely pass the time within the magic sword program, frequently causing trouble. After all, a magic sword master holds a considerable advantage in battles of similar levels, and coupled with their backgrounds, they are often avoided by students from other departments, much to the chagrin of their instructors. However, since Yunfeng took over the magic sword class 2, the students have suddenly become quite compliant, recognizing that Yunfeng is not someone they can provoke. Yet, the power of habit is formidable, and long-standing behaviors cannot be easily altered. Yunfeng's training is far from a mere game. Within days, many began to struggle under the pressure. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Although they dare not confront their instructor directly, they cannot resist engaging in subtle acts of defiance, determined to convey to Yunfeng that they, too, are not to be trifled with. Yunfeng, could you please not stand like that? Perhaps change to a different posture? A red-haired youth lamented, his fellow students squatting alongside him sharing the same sentiment. The posture was indeed quite embarrassing. Those watching from the sidelines, particularly students from other departments, had initially envied them but were now likely laughing behind their backs. You must be Lai Xian, a member of the Red Dragon Life family. Surely you can endure this small hardship? Yunfeng glanced at him, seemingly comparing something. Who says I cannot endure hardships? Lai Xian retorted. But then his expression fell as he added, but why do we have to stand here like fools? It serves no purpose. We might as well practice our combat energy or magic instead. Am I the teacher, or are you? Do you need to instruct me on what to do? Yunfeng replied with irritation. I have told you, standing in this stance is fundamental, regardless of the profession. The basics are of utmost importance. However, shouldn't the foundation for a magic sword master be combat energy and magic? Standing here serves no purpose, a voice murmured nearby. Enough with the nonsense. If I tell you to stand, then stand properly. After an hour of standing, they would begin practicing punches. Yunfeng was too weary to explain further. Those unwilling to learn could submit a request to transfer classes, but as long as they remained in his class, they must comply with his directives. At this, every student fell silent. Transfer classes now? What a joke. Even if they had such thoughts, they would not dare act on them. Currently, students were employing all means possible to transfer into the magic sword program, especially the coveted class 2 under Yunfeng. If their families learned they had voluntarily left Yunfeng's class, the consequences would be dire. So they squatted. After all, there was no way to resist authority. What if they were laughed at a little? They could consider it akin to sitting on a toilet, albeit for a longer duration. If Yunfeng were to discover their current thoughts, he would surely be infuriated, perhaps even to the point of spitting blood. Truly, they were unaware of the blessings they had. The stance Yunfeng required them to maintain was not a mere basic squat. The subtle differences held significant implications. This was, in fact, a very special stance. Maintaining it for an extended period would cause their combat energy to flow through their bodies along designated paths, albeit slowly and imperceptibly. Nevertheless, it would gradually expand and nourish their meridians, thus improving their physique. However, this special stance, despite its simplicity, would be imperceptible to outsiders without Yunfeng's meticulous guidance. I have some matters to attend to now. You all better stand properly. If I find out anyone is slacking off. Yunfeng scanned the group before turning to Shenhongya, smiling. Teacher Hongya, could you please keep an eye on them for me? I will return shortly. Of course. Shen Hongya replied with a gentle smile. Yunfeng's training methods had indeed been rather peculiar lately, yet she believed there must be profound reasoning behind his actions. Over the past few days, Yunfeng had also shared some unusual training techniques with her, including this seemingly strange posture. According to Yunfeng, she was once his student. And though she had not learned much at the time, it was not too late now. However, Shen Hongya certainly would not join the students in standing. Although she had keenly noticed some benefits from the stance, it was still rather eccentric. Chapter 76, Preparing to depart at last, the time has come. If I stand any longer, I fear these legs may no longer belong to me. A group of students, devoid of any semblance of dignity, vigorously kneaded and pounded their legs. In truth, their discomfort was exaggerated. Over this period, their bodies had largely acclimated to this posture, and their current reactions were predominantly psychological. Fengli, you appear quite spirited. The red-haired youth, Lai Xian, gazed in astonishment at his companion before turning to another, and there's Feng Zhen, who always stands an extra 10 minutes. Your Feng family truly is peculiar. Have you not noticed? Since we began receiving instruction from teacher Yunfeng, our cultivation speed has evidently accelerated, remarked Fengli, who sported a few strands of white hair. He glanced at Feng Zhen, who still maintained his previous position, and chuckled. Indeed? It seems you may be right. Lai Xian paused, contemplating. I've noticed that whether in martial training or magic, my progress feels notably smoother. Could it be that this peculiar stance indeed possesses such miraculous effects? I'm not entirely certain, but it seems plausible, Fengli replied. Everyone knows who teacher Yunfeng is. His ability to break through the barriers of martial and magical realms surely stems from his unique methods. Are you suggesting that the training teacher Yunfeng has assigned us is a means to transcend those barriers? Lai Xian's excitement surged. Breaking through the martial and magical limits, what a profound concept. It implied they were no longer destined to be hopelessly mediocre. Is it truly that simple? Yet, it must bear some significance, considering teacher Yunfeng emphasized that these exercises are foundational. Fengli chuckled, though the unease in his eyes betrayed a restless heart. It was not merely Fengli and Lai Xian who pondered these thoughts. Keen minds among the other students shared similar sentiments. Although they struggled to believe that teacher Yunfeng would readily impart the secrets to transcending the barriers, at the very least, this offered a glimmer of hope, did it not? The students were well aware that teacher Yunfeng had taken on Zheng Qian and Wang Xing as his disciples. The distinction between a disciple and a student was clear. The academy was merely a place for foundational education, and profound knowledge was not easily shared. Those with potential were typically taken under the wing of specialized instructors for personal guidance. Thus, nearly every student in the magic sword department aspired to be accepted as a disciple by teacher Yunfeng. Many even vied for a place in the department solely to glean the methods for breaking through the martial barriers from him. Moreover, the fact that even Zheng Qian and Wang Xing had caught teacher Yunfeng's attention left many feeling indignant. If mere commoners, who had yet to cultivate their fighting spirit, and idlers could become his disciples, might they not also have a chance? It was with such aspirations that the students of the second class of the magic sword department exhibited such remarkable diligence recently. In the past, merely having a handful of students present during roll call was considered a miracle, let alone the earnest training they displayed now. This set of boxing techniques is certainly not trivial, Lai Xian remarked, feigning profundity as he practiced his punches. Oh, what have you disowned? Fengli inquired, genuinely curious. Although he too believed that the seemingly simple techniques imparted by teacher Yunfeng were anything but, he had yet to uncover any secrets. Well, Lai Xian hesitated. It's definitely not simple. Just practice diligently. Why ask so many questions? You clearly know nothing yet pretend to be insightful, scoffed a girl in blue standing nearby. Are you suggesting you know? Pray tell, Lai Xian retorted, his cheeks flushing with indignation. We are magic sword warriors, not monks. Why teach us unarmed techniques if not for some deeper purpose? Surprisingly, you're not entirely foolish, the girl in blue laughed. But even if I knew, why would I share it with you? Humph, you clearly don't know anything, so why pretend? Lai Xian dismissed her, returning to his practice. The girl in blue stood momentarily stunned, both amused and exasperated. He seemed much shrewder than before. Could it be that teacher Yunfeng's training also had the effect of enhancing intelligence? Of course, such an assertion was far-fetched. These students had all received quality education from a young age. There were few dullards among them. It was merely that, having resigned themselves to a future devoid of prospects, they had fallen into despair. Very well. You've all become quite proficient in this 7 stars embracing the moon fist, but your mastery of breath control still leaves much to be desired. Unbeknownst to them, Teacher Yunfeng had returned and offered his critique. However, teacher, your breathing methods are quite intricate, and they must align with the boxing techniques. It's not easy. One student protested. No need for concern. I am not chastising you. In truth, I am quite pleased with your current level. Just continue striving forward. Teacher Yunfeng replied calmly. The cultivation of fighting spirit in this world did not place significant emphasis on breath control, so it was entirely natural for these novices to struggle with it. In fact, the 7 stars embracing the moon fist that Teacher Yunfeng had taught them was a relatively straightforward internal martial art. This technique leaned more toward health cultivation than combat effectiveness. Its greatest advantage lay in its simplicity and the absence of danger of deviation. The accompanying breathing and meditation methods were, in essence, a rudimentary form of internal energy practice. However, the primary benefit of internal practices was that, without a master to guide them closely, it was exceedingly difficult to even begin to cultivate them. Thus, the legends of those who knew nothing of martial arts yet fortuitously acquired peerless manuals, subsequently mastering extraordinary techniques, were largely fanciful tales, without a solid foundation and practical experience. Even the most coveted manuals would be of no use. All right, everyone, cease your practice. That will be all for today. Teacher Yunfeng gestured for them to stop. I have already spoken with the dean. Tomorrow, I will take you all out for practical training, he announced to the bewildered students, a smile gracing his face. For a duration of 6 months. Chapter 77, Simulation Exercise, Part 1, Teacher Yunfeng. Is this not Luoyu Mountain? Feng Zhen looked at Yunfeng in confusion, and the other students appeared equally perplexed and somewhat disappointed. Luoyu Mountain was one of the regular trial sites of Tianglong Academy, and students had come here for trials annually, rendering it familiar to them. Indeed, this is Luoyu Mountain, Yunfeng remarked, observing the expressions of the students. To be precise, the official trials have not yet commenced. I have brought you here merely for a preliminary simulation exercise, allowing you to mentally prepare for the trials that await you in the coming 6 months. A collective silence enveloped the students as unease gripped their hearts. Yunfeng's words placed considerable pressure upon them, stirring worries about their impending lives. You need not be overly concerned. I possess no peculiar predilections for torturous training, Yunfeng chuckled. In truth, my teaching methods are rather humane. Over time, you will come to understand this. Despite Yunfeng's reassurances, it was likely that few students believed him. The brighter his smile, the more tense their hearts became. By the way, I should mention that this simulation exercise will take place in the very center of Luoyu Mountain. Before we embark, let me remind you. This is what is commonly referred to as Chinfeng Gorge. An hour later, on the cliffside by Chinfeng Gorge. Yunfeng, are you certain this is wise? Feng Yu queried, perplexed. Do you not find this location somewhat perilous for these students? How can one progress without facing danger? Yunfeng replied nonchalantly. This is no mere game. They are not children anymore. When we were their age, we had already. Yunfeng cast a glance at Feng Yu, dismissively continuing. How can this compare? We were the elite among elites. As for them, they are merely a group of mediocre, lackluster individuals, are they not? Yunfeng turned to face Feng Yu earnestly. You are aware that the Magic Sword Department currently has several exceptionally talented freshmen. Yet, why do I still choose to teach this class? Feng Yu shook his head, perplexed. Not only him, but many others were equally bewildered by Yunfeng's choice. Ever since Yunfeng made a striking impression at the opening ceremony, the Magic Sword Department soon gained dozens of gifted students. In other departments, many of them would undoubtedly be prioritized by the teachers for cultivation. However, Yunfeng opted to personally instruct the seemingly hopeless Class 2 of the Magic Sword Department. Everyone had a basic understanding of what kind of students comprised Class 2. Even if Yunfeng possessed a method to break through the barriers, those students were akin to mud that could not be propped up. Could Yunfeng truly transform the desolate into the extraordinary? Do you not believe that transforming these underestimated students into exceptional talents would be a remarkable achievement? Yunfeng smiled. If I were to only teach the extraordinarily gifted, it would be far too unchallenging. Feng Yu sighed, glancing at Yunfeng. Your perspective is admirable, but the task seems exceedingly daunting. Challenges breed motivation. I eagerly anticipate the expressions of others when they return to the academy in 6 months. Yunfeng stood at the cliff's edge, facing the wind, calmly observing the chaotic students in Chinfeng Gorge. Feng Yu, individuals like you, who have always garnered everyone's attention, find it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of those less fortunate. However, I believe they do not lack ambition. In fact, Their desire to grow stronger may surpass that of others. What they lack is merely the method to become stronger, and I can guide them on the path to greatness. Yunfeng stared blankly at him, suddenly feeling as if this old friend, whom he had not seen for over 5 years, had become familiar once more. This was the Yunfeng who, despite everyone's doubts, never wavered in his resolve. After a moment, Feng Yu regained his composure, feeling a mix of nostalgia and amusement. He had been deeply moved by Yunfeng's words. Yet, true to form, Yunfeng was indeed extraordinary. The situation of your students seems rather dire. Should I assist them? Feng Yu observed the chaos in the gorge, concern etching his features. Not just yet. They are merely emerald-eyed gale eagles. If they cannot handle this, they would be utterly useless. Yunfeng appeared confident. After all, I have been teaching them for nearly half a month. Surely, that must hold some weight. Feng Yu rolled his eyes at the comment. Half a month? What can be accomplished in such a short time? While I concede your strength, you lack experience in teaching. Though Yunfeng had little teaching experience, he possessed ample experience as a student, especially since his master had imparted wisdom on how to take on students and instruct them. Was it being prepared or having foresight? Thus, when it came to teaching, Yunfeng's theoretical knowledge was rather substantial, as generations of masters had excelled in this area. Otherwise, they would not have produced disciples stronger than themselves. As for the matter of time, was Yunfeng not practicing it now? Regarding his practical subjects, the 20 unfortunate students of Class 2 of the Magic Sword Department, along with his 2 disciples, Zheng Qian and Wang Xing, were now facing the first serious challenge in this simulation exercise. Emerald-eyed gale eagles. While not particularly formidable magical beasts, typically around level 5 or 6, were classified as intermediate magical beasts. If caught individually, any of these students could easily handle them. However, the predicament was that the emerald-eyed gale eagles were flying beasts. The disparity between those in the sky and those on the ground was vast. Flying magical beasts excelled in speed. They could soar, and their relentless diving attacks had made life exceedingly difficult for these students. Yet, only a few managed to seize the opportunity to bring down an emerald-eyed gale eagle. Moreover, as magical beasts, even if they were merely intermediate, the emerald-eyed gale eagles could cast magic. Their wind-based spells may not have been particularly powerful, but their sheer numbers were daunting. Even if only a dozen of the 30 or so eagles cast spells simultaneously, the spectacle would be quite impressive. Chapter 78, Simulation Exercise, Part 2. Although Dustwind Canyon is not particularly vast, it is regarded as one of the more perilous locales in Falling Feather Mountain. Even among the mages residing in the Gale Tower atop the mountain, few dare to venture into Dustwind Canyon lightly. In truth, this canyon is not an ideal setting for student trials, especially for the students of the Magic Sword Class 2. If they were to be unceremoniously cast into Dustwind Canyon, it would likely be a matter of mere minutes before calamity befell them. However, Yunfeng holds a rather optimistic view of this location. The canyon is flanked by sheer cliffs, and the Soul Passage has been deliberately obstructed. Given the students' capabilities, scaling the cliffs is beyond their reach, thus compelling them to adhere strictly to Yunfeng's directives, which effectively mitigates the opportunity for them to stray from their tasks. As for the intricate and perilous nature of the beasts within Dustwind Canyon, Yunfeng has enlisted the assistance of his old classmate, Feng Yu. Given Feng Yu's current standing within the Mage Guild and the Gale Tower, organizing a contingent of mages to assist is a trivial matter. Previously, a significant portion of the day was spent expelling all the magical beasts from Dustwind Canyon, including several formidable royal-level beasts, which necessitated Yunfeng's personal intervention. Subsequently, the students were introduced into the canyon, while a large temporary magical barrier was established above. Initially, weaker magical beasts were released, with their strength gradually increasing. A general outline of Yunfeng's simulation exercise. It must be acknowledged that Yunfeng's concept is commendable. Thus far, the execution has proceeded without incident. With numerous mages present and Yunfeng supervising, any unforeseen mishaps are unlikely to pose a significant threat. The magical beasts of Dustwind Canyon have suffered an unwarranted misfortune, being driven from their homes. Most of these beasts are reluctant to abandon their nests and observing the humans. It appears they do not intend to occupy the area long-term. Consequently, the beasts remain outside the canyon, anxiously waiting for the humans to depart. It is worth noting that the intelligence of magical beasts below the royal level is generally quite limited. As for those with higher intellects, Yunfeng is cautious about admitting them. Nevertheless, he contemplates whether to introduce a royal-level beast at the conclusion of this simulation to test the student's mettle. The magical beasts released into Dustwind Canyon. such as the dozens of azure-eyed gale eagles, harbor lingering trepidation towards the humans outside. However, the students inside, despite their lack of strength, brazenly invade their territory, prompting the beasts to launch an all-out assault. The students of Magic Sword Class 2 struggle considerably. Even Wang Xing and Zheng Qian find themselves in disarray. Although they have had the advantage of Yunfeng's direct instruction, their training has been brief. Zheng Qian has successfully cultivated his fighting energy, and Wang Xing can proficiently cast several mid-level 4th-tier spells, yet their actual combat prowess remains inferior to that of their peers. The sole student unscathed thus far is Shun Hongya, who, as the supervising teacher and Yunfeng's assistant, initially had no obligation to join the students. However, Shin Hongya insisted on participating. Considering her lack of practical experience, Yunfeng ultimately acquiesced, recognizing the value of this opportunity for her growth. He hopes she might one day transcend the martial magic barrier independently, as seeking his assistance could present certain complications. Furthermore, with Shun Hongya present, the student's safety is more assured, given her status as a 9th-level magic swordswoman. Moreover, she has been instructed in the unique techniques that once set Yunfeng apart in the academy, making her capable of holding her own against even royal-level beasts. See? Isn't the situation considerably improved now? I told you not to underestimate my teaching abilities. Yunfeng declared with a hint of pride, prompting Feng Yu to roll his eyes in response. When did you ever say that? Nonetheless, the students' performances in Dustwind Canyon astonished Feng Yu. Although azure-eyed gale eagles are not particularly formidable, they are undeniably challenging adversaries, especially in swarms. While the students outnumbered the beasts, victory is rarely determined by mere numerical superiority. Initially, the students found themselves fleeing in disarray, occasionally retaliating when cornered, but their efforts were largely ineffectual. Dustwind Canyon became a scene of chaos as the students faced considerable adversity. Many bore injuries, but fortunately the damage was not severe. This is the advantage of being magic swordsmen. Despite only possessing low-tier defensive and supportive spells, the relatively weak offensive power of the Gale Eagles allowed them to cope, even if their protective spells were breached. Is this ever going to end? When will it be over? One student, with no other option, finally mustered courage to strike an azure-eyed Gale Eagle. Although the beast sensed danger, it could not evade in time, resulting in a wing being cleanly severed and falling to the ground, writhing in distress. Well, I finally scored a hit, the boy exclaimed in astonishment and excitement. It seems these feathered fiends aren't so tough after all. Raylan, you fool. Can't you see that the speed of the azure-eyed Gale Eagles has diminished compared to the start? Did you really think you were that impressive? A female student pointed out, prompting many to take notice. Indeed, it's much easier to evade now, another remarked. And have you noticed that the Gale Eagles haven't used magic for a while? Could it be that they're out of mana? Then what are we waiting for? We've been chased long enough. It's time to strike back. Lian Xian raised his spear and called out, inciting a chorus of cheers from the group. The tide of battle within the canyon shifted dramatically. The students, once in disarray, now united to counterattack, resulting in over a dozen azure-eyed Gale Eagles being felled through various means. The remaining Gale Eagles, sensing the precarious turn of events, took to the skies in a panic, no longer daring to dive down. With the magical barrier overhead, escape was impossible, leaving the Gale Eagles to flail aimlessly in the air. Chapter 79, Simulation Drill, Part 2. What on earth is happening? The students in the canyon may not have fully realized it, but Feng Yu, who had been observing the entire process, was utterly astonished. How could your students possess such remarkable endurance? Moreover, they are still capable of casting spells at this point. Their recovery ability is simply terrifying. Indeed, as Feng Yu noted, these students had been under attack from the azure-eyed Firehawk for at least half an hour, coupled with previous skirmishes against several waves of mid- and low-level magical beasts. They had been in the dusty wind canyon for nearly half a day, and throughout, they remained in a constant state of combat. Yet, now they were as lively as they had been at the outset, not only bouncing around energetically, but also eagerly pursuing those azure-eyed Firehawks flying at lower altitudes, seizing opportunities to launch surprise spells. At this moment, the students were reveling in their triumph over the fallen foes, or rather, they should be said to be mercilessly thrashing the feathered opponents. Not a single one of them complained of fatigue. Instead, they were all brimming with excitement, as if they had an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. It seems the results are quite satisfactory, wouldn't you agree, Feng Yu? Yunfeng observed the scene within the canyon, smiling with satisfaction. His training was finally showing signs of success. While it might not elevate their levels in a short period, it certainly enhanced their recovery and sustained combat ability significantly. More importantly, as Yunfeng's training progressed, their physical condition was gradually improving, which would, in turn, accelerate their future cultivation speed. How did you achieve this? Don't tell me it's merely those peculiar movements. I know many individuals who discreetly attempted them, and aside from feeling sore, they saw no benefits whatsoever. Feng Yu found Yunfeng increasingly enigmatic. He was becoming more curious about what had transpired during those 5 years. Want to know? Yunfeng looked at Feng Yu, who was brimming with anticipation. I want to tell you. Feng Yu was rendered speechless. Although he felt disappointed, he understood that such significant matters were not easily divulged by anyone. However, how wonderful it would be if I could acquire such methods. To maintain such a rapid recovery speed in battle, imagine unleashing 50 fireball spells in one breath without so much as a pause. What a spectacular sight that would be. Perhaps I should become your student. Feng Yu jested, his thoughts racing with desire. Oh, I say, Feng Yu, you can't be serious, can you? Yunfeng perked up at the suggestion. I have no objections, but if you truly wish to apprentice under me, you'll have to perform the 3 prostrations and 9 bows, and you must honor your master and uphold propriety. Any actions that disgrace the master's name would require me to take action and cleanse the sect. All right, enough already. I was merely joking. You took it too seriously. Feng Yu felt his scalp tingle at Yunfeng's barrage of words. If he were to truly become his disciple, how would he face others afterward? He would be even more embarrassed in front of Long Zhan and the others. Such a pity, really. I think you are quite a promising seedling. What a waste, what a waste. Yunfeng scrutinized Feng Yu from head to toe, making him feel quite uneasy. Especially at the mention of seedling. Feng Yu thought to himself, I'm actually 3 months older than you. You should concern yourself with your students. If this continues, there won't be many azure-eyed firehawks left in the Dusty Wind Canyon. Seeing that Yunfeng seemed genuinely interested in taking him as a disciple, Feng Yu hastily diverted the conversation. Indeed, it's about time. Those azure-eyed firehawks have served their purpose. Let us have them drop their magic barriers and release them. Yunfeng stated, and then added something that nearly caused Feng Yu to stumble. Since they still seem spirited, why not introduce a batch of copper-horned rhinos? They are tough-skinned and should withstand quite a bit. No way? Another wave. As the remaining dozen or so weary azure-eyed firehawks finally retreated far away, the students were left feeling somewhat unfulfilled, only to be greeted by a group of fearsome-looking copper-horned rhinos. The students watched helplessly as the sole passage was once again blocked by massive boulders, their despair palpable. Without a doubt, they had to once more engage in a fierce struggle. This is just the beginning of the simulation drill. What could the true trial that teacher Yunfeng spoke of possibly entail? The mere thought sent shivers down the students' spines. Especially since this trial would last a full 6 months. Many felt an overwhelming sense of despair at this realization. Brothers, let us fight them to the end. Lai Xian shouted, brandishing his bloodied spear, a greenish feather stuck to its tip. Quite impressive. It seems these youngsters are becoming quite clever. Observing the developments in the canyon, Yunfeng felt no concern. Everything was well within his control. A royal magical beast? What is going on? Who was so careless as to release the copper-horned rhino king? Just as Yunfeng was feeling pleased, a loud roar startled him, indicating that something might have gone awry. This was not our fault. It was entirely accidental. A mage explained, cold sweat running down his back. We don't know how it happened. But one of the copper-horned rhinos suddenly advanced. Such a thing can happen. Yunfeng looked and, indeed, saw the copper-horned rhino king outside the canyon, stomping angrily. It seemed to sense the threat to its status posed by the newly advanced copper-horned rhino. To encounter an extraordinary magical beast's advancement is indeed a stroke of good fortune. While Yunfeng was surprised, he quickly regained his composure. After all, it was merely a newly advanced royal magical beast, no cause for alarm. I say, Yunfeng, would you like me to go down and deal with it? Feng Yu suggested, believing it was somewhat too perilous for the students to face a royal magical beast. No need. Although it's a bit troublesome, I believe they should be able to handle it themselves. Yunfeng shook his head. Besides, if worst comes to worst, wouldn't Tihong you be down there? Rest assured, nothing will go awry. Everyone, step aside. In the canyon, Shun Hongya's expression was grave as she regarded the newly advanced, clearly irritable copper-horned rhino. No, it should no longer be referred to as a copper-horned rhino. Its horn now gleamed with a silvery metallic sheen. This was evidently not an ordinary magical beast's advancement. If I'm not mistaken, this copper-horned rhino must have undergone a mutation. Chapter 80. Crimson Leaves. Absolutely not. We cannot allow teacher Hongye to venture into danger alone, exclaimed a girl clad in blue, her classmates echoing her sentiment fervently. Indeed, Shui Qiner is correct. The red-haired youth, Lai Xian, proclaimed passionately. As men, how can we let a woman bear the burden of protection? If we must fight, let us all fight together. Fengli spoke softly, yet his words ignited a wave of fervor among the students, who seemed blissfully oblivious to the imminent peril. What on earth are you all thinking? Shen Hongye questioned, bemused by their fervor. This is merely a simulation exercise. Do you truly believe we are in any real danger? She could not help but chuckle at their impassioned expressions. Moreover, I have not asked you to merely spectate. You will still need to confront those copper-horned rhinos, and if we do not divert that mutated silver-horned rhino, tackling this group of copper-horned rhinos will prove even more challenging. Upon hearing teacher Hongye's words, the students felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed they had become too engrossed in the moment, completely forgetting that they were merely engaged in a simulation. Outside the dusty wind canyon stood more than a dozen archmage-level sorcerers, and what comforted them most was that teacher Yunfeng was currently watching from the cliff's edge. With such formidable reinforcements, how could any mishap possibly occur against a mere mutated silver-horned rhino? Realizing this, the students quickly regained their composure. Although the tension in their hearts eased, they dared not become complacent, for teacher Yunfeng had previously stated that as long as their lives were not in jeopardy, or they did not face the risk of losing limbs, they would need to rely on themselves. These students certainly did not wish to unwittingly find themselves battered and bruised. Teacher Hongye is correct. We should pursue those copper-horned rhinos now, Fengli said coolly. This was indeed a simple matter of common sense. A group of magical beasts led by a strong leader would undoubtedly wield significantly greater combat strength than a disorganized horde. Thus, when faced with such a scenario, if conditions allowed, they would generally seek to lure the leader away before addressing the remainder. The mutated silver-horned rhino had only just completed its transformation. While the other copper-horned rhinos sensed its newfound power, it had not yet mastered control over them, especially with a copper-horned rhino king lurking outside the canyon. This provided the students with a remarkable opportunity. However, someone needed to draw the mutated silver-horned rhino away, a task undoubtedly fraught with danger. Among the students, none possessed the necessary strength for such a mission, making teacher Hongye the only viable candidate. Rest assured, I also wish to seize this opportunity to assess how much I have progressed. Shen Hongye smiled, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Yunfeng at the cliff's edge. The magic sword in her hand gleamed a vibrant red, a weapon that even Yunfeng would deem extraordinary. Clutching a magic sword sharing her name, she faced the daunting task of confronting a formidable magical beast alone for the first time. Yet astonishingly, she felt no trace of panic within her heart. Before the eyes of the bloodthirsty mutated silver-horned rhino, Shen Hongye felt an unusual calmness, accompanied by a surge of confidence. Her thoughts wandered back to the figure who had once pulled her from a vast whirlpool, only to vanish before her eyes. When had she become so captivated by him? Was it when she heard others mocking him? Or perhaps when she witnessed him besting the Academy's most celebrated prodigies? Or was it that first accidental glimpse of him, so gloriously radiant in public, yet laboring tirelessly in solitude in a secluded corner of the Academy, enduring ridicule? More importantly, she realized that she was no longer the timid girl who had once watched him train from the shadows. She was no longer that frightened student, paralyzed by danger. Suddenly, Shen Hongye felt an unprecedented desire to showcase her abilities. Yes, she longed to reveal the fruits of her labor over the years before him. She was no longer the girl who required his life to protect her. Now, she could fight for her students just as he once fought for his own. Hongye is performing admirably. She appears truly reliable, Yunfeng mused from the cliff, unaware of the turmoil within Shen Hongye. He had not anticipated that the typically delicate and inexperienced teacher would display such courage and determination. In Yunfeng's view, a teacher like Shen Hongye should be seated in an office, grading assignments and organizing papers, not engaging in combat. Yet witnessing her resolutely facing the massive silver-horned rhino, he felt no sense of dissonance. It seemed he would need to reevaluate his understanding of teacher Hongye. Do you not harbor any other thoughts? Fengyu inquired, casting a peculiar glance at Yunfeng. What other thoughts could there be? She appears capable of handling this on her own. I doubt my intervention is necessary, Yunfeng replied dismissively, rolling his eyes, still as clueless as ever. Fengyu muttered under his breath, a glimmer of realization lighting his eyes. If that were the case, perhaps he too had a chance. No, this is far too perilous. Who knows what could happen? It could very well be life-threatening, he thought. deciding to cherish his life and distance himself from Yunfeng, recalling the latter's unfathomable strength and his own tragic experiences at the academy. Chapter 81. The silver-horned rhinoceros, a dazed azure-eyed gale hawk, gradually regained consciousness, seemingly aware of its precarious situation. Without hesitation, it unfurled its wings and attempted to soar into the sky, only to be thwarted by an invisible magical barrier. This unfortunate creature, trapped without an escape route, emitted a heart-wrenching cry. The gust stirred up by its ascent rattled a battered red maple tree, causing its leaves to detach and flutter like despairing butterflies, helplessly dancing in the wind. The hawk's mournful call echoed through the canyon, resembling a battle horn, prompting the mutant silver-horned rhinoceros to charge forward, igniting the stampede of the copper-horned rhinos. At this precise moment, Shun Hongye and the students of the Magic Sword Class 2, who had long been on high alert, sprang into action, unleashing a flurry of ice and earth magic towards the stampeding herd. Admittedly, while the students' magical proficiency was not particularly high, the sheer number of over 20 made for a spectacular display. Indeed, a well-organized legion of mages is a nightmare for any army, provided their own safety is sufficiently guaranteed. Even the renowned mage legions of the continent primarily consist of high-level mages ranging from level 7 to 9, as cultivating those above level 10 is no small feat. Most of the students in Magic Sword Class 2 possessed abilities between levels 4 and 6, categorizing them as intermediate mages, with only a select few, such as Feng Li and Lai Xian, reaching advanced levels. The students, though relatively new to each other, understood that their instructor, teacher Yunfeng, was not one to make idle threats. He had clearly stated he would not intervene unless several of them were toppled. Naturally, no one wished to be among those few. Thus, the notion that danger fosters progress holds a kernel of truth. The students' current performance could be deemed extraordinary, although many had previously neglected their studies. Facing a charging cavalry necessitated a fundamental tactical understanding of how to impede their speed, a principle they all grasped. Their targeted magical assaults proved remarkably effective. Ice and earth magic indeed encompassed numerous restraining spells, such as the ice wall and earth wall, as well as fossil to mud, simple yet undeniably efficacious. Regrettably, their knowledge did not extend to more advanced spells. Otherwise, a spell like Frozen Wasteland or Swamp of the Underworld could have resolved the issue outright. Particularly noteworthy was a blue-clad female student named Shui Chiner, who promptly encased a downed earthen wall in a layer of solid ice. This makeshift slope prevented numerous copper-horned rhinos from passing, showcasing her cleverness. Even Feng Yu, perched on the cliff, could not help but commend her, while Yunfeng nodded in approval. In truth, there were several other capable students in Class 2, yet they had remained unnoticed, their potential unrecognized. It appeared that the students would not face significant challenges in dealing with the copper-horned rhinos. At the very least, they had begun to learn the value of unity. Observing the battle unfold in the canyon, Feng Yu remarked, "Indeed, although they ultimately triumphed against the azure-eyed Galehawk, most had merely fought as individuals. However, confronted with danger and pressure, they had to learn the importance of collaboration. Was this within your expectations, or merely an unexpected boon?" Feng Yu inquired curiously. In his recollection, magic swordsmen often did not emphasize cooperation, as they relied on their dual capabilities as mages and swordsmen. He recalled that Yunfeng had similarly tackled challenges alone during his time, completing the graduation trials without collaborating with peers. "Does it matter? As long as it is not a detriment," Yunfeng replied with a smile. He understood the joy of having companions to rely on, yet finding peers of similar strength proved challenging given his current prowess. While everything seemed to unfold smoothly, an unsettling feeling nagged at Yunfeng, as if he had overlooked something significant. The overwhelming barrage of ice and earth magic had indeed restricted the movements of most copper-horned rhinos. What once appeared as a formidable herd had now become disorganized. Yet, the leading silver-horned rhinoceros remained unfazed, its speed merely diminished. Such formidable magical resistance! The 8th level ice storm merely left a faint frost upon its hide, barely slowing its pace, let alone inflicting any damage. Shun Hongye's expression turned grave. The silver-horned rhinoceros possessed considerable strength, and the earthen walls proved ineffectual, collapsing upon impact. The mud pit created by fossil to mud was too shallow, allowing the beast to leap out effortlessly. Realizing that magical constraints alone would not suffice to contain the mutated silver-horned rhinoceros, Shun Hongye prepared for close combat. Having already enhanced herself with supportive magic, she boldly advanced, knowing that should the rhinoceros breach the ranks of her fellow students, the consequences would be dire. They lacked the strength to withstand an attack from a king-level beast. With her fighting spirit ignited, a blade of fighting aura manifested, extending a foot in length from her magical sword, an impressive feat for a mere 9th-level magic swordsman. Typically, one could not wield sword aura without surpassing level 10, and executing a fighting slash required one to reach level 15 to attain the title of Great Swordmaster. Yet, Shen Hongye, a 9th-level magic swordsman, managed to condense sword aura upon her blade, indicating the exceptional quality of her magical sword. With her sword raised, she glided like a red leaf in the wind, evading the rhinoceros's horn, swiftly positioning herself beside the creature. The sword, glinting with magical aura, lunged at the silver-horned rhinoceros's neck at an astonishing angle. Frostblade Aura Strike. Chapter 82. Dual Attribute Mutation. It struck. Was it fatal? The clash between Shen Hongye and the silver-horned rhinoceros, though brief, became the focal point of all battles within the canyon. Observing Shen Hongye's graceful evasion and her stunning, swan-like strike, one could not help but marvel at her beauty. Even in combat, she exuded elegance. Wait, something seems amiss. Yunfeng furrowed his brows, although Shen Hongye's sword had pierced the creature's neck. It appeared not to have struck a vital point. What formidable defenses! Had she missed her mark? Shen Hongye realized that despite channeling nearly all of her fighting spirit into that strike, it had indeed inflicted significant damage on the silver-horned rhinoceros. Yet it had not found its target. Having recently undergone evolution, the rhinoceros was now gravely injured, and it was on the brink of madness. Especially since Shen Hongye, clad in red, wielded a sword of the same hue. It had charged at her without hesitation. Now, the sight of red only exacerbated its fury. This is bad. Sensing the rhinoceros's violent thrashing, Shen Hongye decisively withdrew her magical sword and swiftly retreated. That last strike had depleted a considerable amount of her fighting spirit. And without the aid of the Hongye magical sword, it would have been exceedingly difficult to inflict such damage upon a royal-grade beast. Its terrifying defenses alone could trouble many skilled swordsmen and sorcerers. The enraged silver-horned rhinoceros was not one to relent easily. Its focus was solely on the crimson figure before it, disregarding the other copper-horned rhinoceroses as it charged towards Shen Hongye with all its might. Its speed was astonishing. Shen Hongye privately gasped. In a race of speed, she could hardly compete against a creature with 4 legs. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to maneuver in small bursts, thus evading the rhinoceros's onslaught for the moment. Impressive footwork. Though still rudimentary, it showed promise. Yunfeng nodded in approval from the cliff. Recognizing elements of his teachings in her movements, she had grasped them well. Hey, Yunfeng, what kind of man are you? Watching the beauty below struggle yet failing to assist? Feng Yu cast a scornful glance at Yunfeng, finally seizing the opportunity to express disdain. Just because I cannot overpower you doesn't mean I cannot look down upon you. Aren't you merely spectating as well? Why don't you take action? Yunfeng shot back with a disdainful expression of his own. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Believe me, this situation will ultimately benefit her. With his keen perception, Yunfeng could see that Shen Hongye, despite her seemingly precarious position, was not in immediate danger. The silver-horned rhinoceros had sustained serious injury. Prolonging the standoff would be more advantageous for her. After all, Shen Hongye lacked extensive combat experience, making this opportunity quite rare. Indeed, Shen Hongye found herself in a precarious predicament. The frenzied silver-horned rhinoceros moved with remarkable speed, its powerful charges shattering trees and boulders in its path. Its silver horn was clearly not just for show. Rapid evasion required considerable fighting spirit, and her earlier strike had already drained a significant portion of her energy. Were it not for the training Yunfeng had imparted, she likely would not have lasted long, though she endeavored to counterattack. Her proficiency in water magic proved insufficient to inflict substantial harm, particularly against the rhinoceros's impressive magical defenses. At best, she could only momentarily impede its speed. While the Hongye magical sword was sharp, breaching the rhinoceros's defenses with diminished fighting spirit was no easy feat after inflicting only a few superficial wounds. She temporarily abandoned her counteroffensive, focusing instead on evasion and gathering strength. The other students wished to assist, but they were already overwhelmed by the copper-horned rhinoceroses, and confronting a mutated royal-grade beast was beyond their combined capabilities. The silver-horned rhinoceros, though still in a rage, had not completely lost its senses. Its considerable blood loss had finally made it aware of its precarious situation. Continuing on this path would prove detrimental. The copper-horned rhinoceros was barely classified as a high-level beast due to its horn. Suddenly, the mutated silver-horned rhinoceros's horn, shimmering with a metallic silver hue, emitted a soft white light, enveloping its neck. Goodness! Healing magic of the light attribute. This creature has indeed mutated. Feng Yu's eyes widened in shock from the cliff. He had previously only been aware of a copper-horned rhinoceros evolving, but had overlooked the change in horn color, given the height of the cliff. Its injuries are beginning to heal? This does not bode well. Suddenly, Yunfeng sensed a familiar surge of magical energy, his expression shifting dramatically as he vanished from the cliff's edge. Feng Yu sensed it too, unable to restrain his outburst. No way. It's a dual attribute mutation of light and electricity. How have I lived here for 5 years without encountering such a phenomenon? This is absurd. Clearly, the silver-horned rhinoceros was preparing an electrical attack spell. The intensity of its gathering energy was unmistakable. At that moment, Feng Yu could no longer dwell on the marvels of fate. He urgently shouted, "Open the magical barrier. Quickly, let him in, He is already inside." Before Feng Yu could finish speaking, he saw Yunfeng pass through the airborne magical barrier without hindrance, as though traversing a delicate membrane, merely causing a slight ripple. This guy is truly extraordinary. Feng Yu shook his head, realizing that now was not the time for contemplation. Saving lives was paramount. However, the events unfolded too swiftly. As the silver-horned rhinoceros cast its healing spell, everyone assumed it to be a light attribute beast, only to discover it had also mutated with electric attributes and was now conjuring a formidable electrical spell. The Azure Dragon fighting spirit of the Yun family was an exceedingly rare electric attribute technique, and Yunfeng, being a powerful sorcerer, was the first to detect the unusual fluctuations of electric magical elements in the air, yet he was still a moment too late. Magical beasts need not chant spells to wield magic, allowing their actions to be incredibly swift. Even though Yunfeng had sensed the impending danger and leaped from the cliff, just as he passed through the magical barrier, a bolt of lightning, thick as an arm, shot forth from the rhinoceros's horn. Its target was none other than Shen Hongye. Chapter 83. The obsession among the various attributes of magic. Electric magic is particularly renowned for its formidable power and extreme difficulty in defense. It is quite rare for a magician to excel in electric magic, and similarly, magical beasts that are born with the ability to wield electric magic are exceedingly scarce, most of which are quite famous, such as unicorns and thunderbirds, all of whom possess remarkable strength. The copper-horned rhinoceros was originally considered a rather ordinary magical beast, classified as a high-level beast solely due to its robust copper skin and iron bones. However, it unexpectedly mutated and evolved, acquiring both light and electric attributes. The probability of such an occurrence is as astonishing as Yunfeng shattering the void and arriving in the continent of Eri, seizing the body of a youth also named Yunfeng, an extraordinary stroke of fate. Although Yunfeng had made meticulous arrangements, ensuring safety should have been entirely assured, unforeseen circumstances still unfolded. Yunfeng's reaction was swift, but no speed could rival that of lightning. While still in midair, he witnessed a dazzling bolt of lightning striking Shen Hongye with unerring precision. A resonant hum echoed in Yunfeng's mind, as if a taut string within him had suddenly snapped, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. He understood all too well that the might of that lightning bolt was nearly equivalent to that of a level 15 spell. A direct hit on a level 9 magic swordsman would leave no chance for survival. To his astonishment, she had withstood it. The blinding electric flash vanished in an instant, and Yunfeng was elated to see Shen Hongye still standing, albeit panting heavily, her clothing torn in several places, and her body marked with visible scorch marks. Nonetheless, the lightning had not inflicted any grievous harm upon her. Could it be? This technique again? Wasn't it said to be exceedingly difficult to master? Feng Yu was equally astonished, for he was all too familiar with Shen Hongye's current condition. It was the signature technique that Yunfeng had displayed during his time at the academy. Fortunately, her uncle had imparted this technique to her, otherwise, she would have truly been in peril. Yunfeng exhaled a sigh of relief and leaped forward to stand beside Shen Hongye. Shen Hongye had indeed employed the special technique created by Yunfeng's uncle, Feng Ruotian, harnessing the powerful forces unleashed by the clash between fighting spirit and magical power, temporarily surpassing level 10 strength, which allowed her to barely withstand that formidable lightning strike. However, something felt amiss. Upon reaching Shen Hongye's side, Yunfeng discerned that her condition was far from favorable. Though the lightning had not caused her any severe injuries, there were subtle signs that her fighting spirit and magical power were on the verge of spiraling out of control. This was, in fact, a consequence of Shen Hongye's lack of experience. While Feng Ruotian had taught her this special technique, she had seldom had the opportunity to practice it, rendering her unskilled. Moreover, the suddenness of the lightning strike had caused her to act hastily, exacerbating the conflict between her fighting spirit and magical power, teetering on the brink of chaos. Shinhongya felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Although her body was brimming with immense power, it felt as if it might burst at any moment. Akin to a colossal powder keg on the verge of explosion, the sight of Yunfeng suddenly appearing beside her, his expression fraught with anxiety, eased her discomfort somewhat. Fearing that her internal turmoil might inadvertently harm Yunfeng, she attempted to urge him to distance himself, but found her body utterly unresponsive, unable to utter a word. "Do not be afraid. I shall protect you." Noticing Shun Hongye's anxious expression, Yunfeng assumed she was frightened by her own condition. Thus he gently reassured her, "Rest assured. This is merely a case of losing control. With me here, nothing will happen to you." For an inexplicable reason, upon hearing Yunfeng's words, Shun Hongye felt a wave of calm wash over her, as if she were back at sea, amidst tumultuous waves and massive whirlpools. Yet she harbored no fear whatsoever. Staring blankly at Yunfeng, tears welled up in her eyes. After all these years, whenever danger arose, he was always the first to recklessly come to her aid. In that moment, Shinhongye seemed entranced. "Feng Yu, slay that beast." While Yufeng swiftly pressed several acupoints on Shinhongye's body, he shouted without lifting his gaze, "And you lot, hurry up and finish this battle. If you delay any longer, the training regimen for tomorrow will be doubled. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless?" Feng Yu glanced at Yunfeng and Shinhongye, then at the now visibly fatigued silver-horned rhinoceros, feeling quite reluctant. This was a mutated silver-horned rhinoceros, possessing dual attributes of light and electric magic. Though its strength was somewhat diminished, it was still a rare and exceptional subject for research. To slay it would indeed be a great loss. Moreover, Feng Li, Lai Xian, and the other students were evidently intimidated by Yunfeng's fury. To be honest, they were also quite worried when teacher Hongya encountered danger. After all, the second magic swordsman class at Tianlong Academy had always been looked down upon, cycling through countless teachers, and only teacher Hongya had gained their trust, as she genuinely cared for them. Fortunately, teacher Hongya had suddenly unleashed her power, with that formidable lightning bolt failing to inflict much harm upon her, allowing the students to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Yunfeng's words were undeniably threatening, prompting the students to spring into action, unleashing their fighting spirit and magic upon the group of copper-horned rhinoceroses, especially Zheng Qian and Wang Xing, whose training schedules had long been filled to the brim by Yunfeng. The prospect of doubling their workload was enough to instill fear. "Excellent. Just like that. Remain calm and do not become overly anxious." Yunfeng instructed Shun Hongye to sit cross-legged. He had to admit that her performance astonished him. He had never witnessed anyone maintain such composure while losing control. He secretly admired her, for regardless of her innate talent, her mental fortitude was truly remarkable. Little did the poor Shun Hongye realize that Yunfeng's thoughts were wandering in such a direction. She could hardly move. Feeling Yunfeng's hands pressing and tapping on various points on her body, her face turning crimson. However, Yunfeng, believing this to be a normal reaction, remained oblivious to her embarrassment, as he was preoccupied with saving her and had no time for frivolous thoughts. Chapter 84. Healing Feng Yu ultimately could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. After all, a mutated silver-horned rhinoceros, exhibiting dual elemental properties of light and electricity, held immense research value for a magician. Although defying Yunfeng's wishes could lead to severe consequences, he surmised that Yunfeng was currently in a fit of anger, and once Shun Hongye was safe, he would likely be indifferent to the matter. Moreover, if Feng Yu truly intended to slay this extraordinary creature, his fellow mages from the Gale Tower would probably not consent. Under Yunfeng's threat, the students unleashed a strength that surprised even themselves. Over a dozen bronze-horned rhinoceroses fell before this group of merely 15 or 16-year-olds. They could hardly believe that those who had long been looked down upon were capable of vanquishing so many high-level magical beasts in one fell swoop. The students of the magic sword class felt an unprecedented surge of power. Their gazes towards Yunfeng shifted dramatically, previously tinged with fear of his formidable prowess. They were now imbued with respect. Their innate talents were rather ordinary, whether in the practice of magic or martial energy, which deemed them unlikely to achieve great heights. Naturally, they had been dismissed by others. They had felt inferior before the exceptionally gifted students, and under the resigned sighs of their family elders. They had resigned themselves to a life of mediocrity. However, Yunfeng instilled in them a glimmer of hope for growth. Remarkably, despite having been under Yunfeng's tutelage for less than a month, they had managed to defeat numerous magical beasts, including over 10 bronze-horned rhinoceroses. Such accomplishments might even surpass those of the most elite classes at the Tianlong Academy. Indeed, they had grown stronger in the span of just a month. The students' eyes shone with fervor when they regarded Yunfeng. If he continued to instruct them in this manner, would they not become even more formidable? Each of them held no doubt about this. Even Yunfeng himself had not anticipated that those who had once been engulfed in despair would, upon receiving a spark of hope, experience an awakening of their stagnant spirits, leading to an outpouring of respect and gratitude towards him that was beyond imagination. Yet, Yunfeng remained oblivious to these sentiments. His focus was entirely consumed by the task of healing, where distraction was utterly unacceptable. Though uncertain of Yunfeng's methods, the students recognized that he was attending to teacher Hongye, and they dared not disturb him. After dispatching the bronze-horned rhinoceroses, they quietly positioned themselves nearby, watching over the two with bated breath. Among this group, Yunfeng and Shen Hongye were the most revered teachers. Perhaps only they could earn such genuine respect from the students, who sincerely wished for Yunfeng to restore Hongye's health. When did this fellow learn to heal? Feng Yu mused, observing with curiosity as Yunfeng captured the rare silver-horned rhinoceros using magic. Why was he employing martial energy for healing instead of magic? This was rather novel. He had never heard of martial energy being utilized in such a manner. Feng Yu, an adept magician, could discern Shen Hongye's precarious condition. The clash between martial energy and magical power was indeed challenging to manage. Even magical healing might yield suboptimal results. It was likely that divine healing techniques or the nature magic of druids would be more effective. Yet, Yunfeng was skillfully condensing his martial energy into needle-like forms, stimulating various points on Shen Hongye's body. While Feng Yu admired Yunfeng's mastery of martial energy, he remained perplexed about the efficacy of such an approach. With no silver needles at hand, Yunfeng had no choice but to expend effort to condense his energy into needle shapes. This method, though cumbersome and taxing, proved to be more effective than silver needles, particularly for untangling the chaotic martial energy and magical power during her crisis. Healing from such a state required meticulously organizing the tumultuous energies within Shen Hongye, a complex task that demanded undivided attention to avoid exacerbating the situation. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Both Feng Yu and the students were trustworthy, allowing Yunfeng to proceed unreservedly. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous Shen Hongye's condition would become. An immediate intervention would increase his chances of success. Having gained considerable experience in similar situations, Yunfeng felt relatively confident. His master had numerous apprentices, and as the most skilled among them, he often found himself called upon to assist his fellow disciples when they inadvertently fell into perilous states. With a long exhale, Yunfeng acknowledged the ferocity of martial energy compared to inner strength, especially when mixed with magical power. The difficulty was substantially heightened. However, having spent several years in this world, Yunfeng had amassed a wealth of experience. After a thorough treatment, he was finally able to stabilize Shen Hongye's condition. Yet, this merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. Seizing the opportunity, Yunfeng contemplated facilitating a direct breakthrough for her. Initially, he had intended for Shen Hongye to achieve this herself, but given the circumstances, he deemed it unnecessary to maintain such reservations, especially since he had already made contact during the healing process. To be candid, Yunfeng harbored a favorable impression of Shen Hongye. As a student, she had now become a teacher in her own right, and thus an ally. Assisting her in enhancing her abilities seemed entirely appropriate. With resolve, he promptly harnessed his martial energy, simultaneously guiding the martial energy and magical power within Shen Hongye along their designated pathways, targeting critical acupoints. By establishing a seamless connection between these two channels, the martial energy and magical power could operate independently, paving the way for a natural breakthrough to the 10th level. However, Yunfeng's cultivation level exceeded that of Shen Hongye. He was now experimenting with the fusion of martial energy and magical power, and if successful, it would yield a novel form of power, distinct from both. Chapter 85. The breakthrough of Hongye within the Dustwind Gorge. Shen Hongye sat cross-legged on the ground, emanating an astonishing aura of magical power and combat energy, her expression reflecting immense suffering. Yet, Yunfeng was already taken aback by her resilience. The act of forcefully expanding one's meridians and breaking through the acupoints was an excruciating ordeal, perhaps even more so than the agony of bone and sinew being twisted. Remarkably, this young woman bore it all in silence. To claim she wasn't in pain would be a falsehood. It felt as if her very insides were on the verge of tearing apart, as though countless ants were gnawing at her body, a sensation beyond description. Although she was unaware of Yunfeng's exact intentions, she firmly believed that he would never act against her interests. Whatever he aimed to accomplish, all she needed to do was cooperate wholeheartedly. Despite the torment, Shen Hongye could feel her inner strength burgeoning, a wave of enlightenment gradually surging within her. She began to comprehend Yunfeng's true aim. Her heart raced, not solely due to her growing power, but because she had never before craved strength as intensely as she did now. I am still too weak. Despite 5 years of diligent cultivation, my abilities remain insufficient. Time and again, I find myself helpless, relying on him to save me. Shen Hongye recalled the moment she had watched Yunfeng being swept into a vortex at sea. A feeling of helplessness and despair that would haunt her forever. Thus, I must grow stronger. Only by becoming more powerful can I truly assist him and prevent him from facing such peril again. I must grow stronger. With the fervent cry from the depths of her heart, it felt as if a barrier within her had been shattered. The pain vanished in an instant, leaving her feeling profoundly light and unburdened, as if she had never experienced such relief before. At last, the task was complete. Yunfeng withdrew his combat energy, rising to his feet as he wiped the sweat from his brow. In truth, his back was drenched. Healing someone from the brink of madness was not particularly tiring. But aiding Shen Hongye in clearing her meridians and guiding her past the extreme barrier of magic and martial arts was no trivial feat. Thank you. You have saved me once more, Shen Hongye said as she stood, her focus not on her newfound power but solely on the man before her. She reached out, gently wiping the sweat from Yunfeng's forehead, only to realize her own clothes were already caked with dust, turning Yunfeng into a comical mess. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's all right. I know you didn't do it on purpose, Yunfeng chuckled. While I have helped you break through the extreme barrier, your body has still sustained considerable damage. You should use magic to heal yourself and take time to recuperate. Understood, Shen Hongye nodded obediently, effortlessly casting a water-based healing spell. Indeed, she had already surpassed the 10th level. Feng Yu watched, his eyes wide with astonishment. He regarded Yunfeng as if he were a creature of legend. You truly helped her break through the extreme barrier of magic and martial arts. The students gasped in unison, the collective intake of breath creating a striking atmosphere. But this was overshadowed by the revelation. Their teacher, Yunfeng, had assisted teacher Hongye in achieving a monumental breakthrough. The second magic swordsman surpassing the 10th level had emerged right before their eyes. And the architect of this miracle was none other than their own Yunfeng. It was evident that if he could aid teacher Hongye, he could certainly assist others in their quest for advancement as well. Feng Li, Lai Xian, Fengzhen, Shui Qiner, Wang Xing, and even Zheng Qian, whose lack of magical talent rendered him less excited, were all filled with exhilaration. From this moment on, the students of the Magic Sword Class 2 could envision a clear path to shed their past identities as failures and ascend to greater strength. The radiant path illuminated by their teacher Yunfeng was now distinctly marked for them to follow. However, the emotions of Feng Yu and the mages from Nashi were far more complex. It was clear that from this day forth, the profession of magic swordsmen would no longer be scorned or overlooked. They could foresee a future where students from all corners of the continent would flock to the Dragon Academy's magic sword department. Yunfeng, is it too late for me to change my mind? Feng Yu said with a wry smile. If I were to become your disciple now, do you think I could transition into a magic swordsman? Are you serious? Yunfeng regarded Feng Yu with skepticism. He did not seem the type to easily swallow his pride, especially since he had once been a victim of Yunfeng's teasing. In truth, most exceptionally talented individuals were proud. To kneel before a peer as their mentor was a daunting prospect, particularly when Yunfeng had once been his classmate. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. You didn't take me seriously, did you? Feng Yu laughed heartily, though he inwardly regretted not taking the opportunity more seriously. Convince me again, and perhaps I might truly consider it. Yet clearly, Yunfeng was oblivious to Feng Yu's inner turmoil, or perhaps simply uninterested in his plight. I wasn't serious. I was merely jesting, Yunfeng replied with a smile, enjoying the playful banter, which evoked nostalgic feelings. At that moment, Feng Yu felt a surge of emotion, wishing he could retreat and wallow in his embarrassment. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. If he were to become a disciple, he would first need to persuade Long Zhan and the others to do the same. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Feng Yu's mind. Now that's a splendid idea, all right. That concludes today's training session. Everyone performed admirably. Yunfeng acknowledged the importance of encouraging progress among the newer students, as it was vital for rebuilding their confidence. Gather your belongings. We will return to the Whirlwind Tower to rest for a few days before embarking on our official trials. Chapter 86. Witnessing Injustice. The Galloping Horse River, one of the principal tributaries of the Red Dragon River, derives its name from its passage through the vital military horse base of the Galloping Horse Plain in the heart of the empire. True to its name, the waters of the Galloping Horse River surge forth with the ferocity of 1,000 galloping steeds, its currents wild and magnificent. In the context of the Red Dragon River, it is noteworthy that many places in the Heavenly Dragon Empire bear the names of the 5 great families, illustrating the deep-rooted and historic significance of these families within the empire. The Galloping Horse Plain is recognized as the domain of the fierce Red Dragon family. Among the Empire's 5 legions, the Red Dragon Legion is renowned for its formidable cavalry, partly due to its access to the excellent horse breeding grounds of the Galloping Horse Plain. As for Yunfeng students in the Magic Sword Class 2, Lixian is a direct descendant of the Red Dragon family, with familial ties to Lian. Nevertheless, Yunfeng had no intention of taking them to the Galloping Horse Plain. So, what are his students currently engaged in? They are diligently practicing their daily routine of horse stance. However, the location of their practice is rather peculiar, as they are squatting in the rushing waters of the Galloping Horse River. Teacher Yunfeng, why must we stand in the river? It's impossible to maintain our balance, protested a girl, her body leaning back against the force of the water, yet her legs resolutely planted in the river, struggling as she directed her grievance towards Yunfeng on the shore. Why all the complaints? Just do as I say. It will only benefit you, Yunfeng replied with a smile. Besides, this is the shallowest and slowest part of the river I could find. Are you expecting to squat in a waterfall instead? No, this is perfectly fine. The other students hastily chimed in. It was no jest. Even this spot was already quite torturous, and they could hardly fathom how unbearable it would be elsewhere. In truth, even the shallowest part of the Galloping Horse River would not allow their heads to remain above water, primarily because Yunfeng had cast a freezing spell beneath their feet, encasing them in a solid block of ice, ensuring they could not be swept away by the current. However, the use of ice magic had rendered the river's temperature quite frigid. Everyone was well aware of the temperature of an ice-water mixture. Thus, standing in such icy waters not only subjected them to the tumultuous currents, but also left their faces pale and lips violet, appearing far more miserable than the little match girl on Christmas. Yet, since departing from the Gale Tower of Falling Feather Mountain over the past half-month, each of them could keenly sense their progress. The simulated drill in Dustwind Canyon had indeed been a significant learning experience for all. This realization fueled their perseverance through Yunfeng's various rigorous training regimens, although he never pushed them beyond their limits. The outcomes of their training often left Yunfeng profoundly impressed by their relentless effort and determination. Suddenly, Yunfeng's expression shifted, and he conjured a wizard's eye, swiftly dispelling the ice magic from the water. Everyone, get to shore. The morning training is concluded. Once on land, be sure to move around to warm up. What happened? Is there danger? Inquired Shun Hongya, noticing the abrupt change. Under normal circumstances, their training would not have concluded so swiftly, indicating they had not yet reached their limits. Since encountering the mutated silver-horned rhinoceros in Dustwind Canyon half a month ago, Shun Hongya had fortuitously broken through the martial barrier, significantly enhancing her strength. Although her fighting spirit had only reached the 11th level due to her late start in training, her magical prowess had nearly approached the 14th level. Moreover, she had fully recovered from the external injuries sustained during her battle with the silver-horned rhinoceros and from the internal injuries caused when Yunfeng helped her open her meridians. With Yunfeng's enhancements to Feng Ruotian's secret technique, Shen Hongye was now even capable of challenging lower-tier Grand Swordmasters or Grand Magisters. It's nothing. I merely detected signs of combat nearby, and the number of participants is substantial. I believe it is worth investigating, Yunfeng replied with a smile. Yunfeng had not intentionally concealed the news of their trial expedition, and given the size of their group, it was impossible to keep it hidden. He had become a focal point of attention for many. However, Yunfeng felt no concern about potential malice directed toward them, as they were still within the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and he was confident in his own abilities. Teacher Yunfeng, isn't that a bit unwise? There might be mercenaries on a mission, and our sudden appearance could cause misunderstandings. Perhaps we should continue training instead. The students, now on shore, began to move around to shake off the cold while using magic to dry their clothes, acknowledging the convenience of magic. Ah, Lai Xian, you seem rather spirited. Perhaps I should give you special attention next time, Yunfeng remarked with a slight smile. Please, no? I was barely hanging on. Thanks to you, Teacher Yunfeng. Allowing us to come ashore, I barely survived. Liuxuan's face paled at the thought. Despite his diligent training, he was not one to seek out suffering. Rest assured, we are merely going to take a look. There is no obligation to engage, Yunfeng assured, noticing that his students were nearly ready. It appears that a victor is close to being determined. The scene Yunfeng referred to was nearly 2 miles away. The students couldn't help but admire Yunfeng's keen instincts as they hurried toward the site of the battle. Yet, upon arrival, they were struck with astonishment at the sight before them. It was not the mercenaries hunting magical beasts as they had imagined. While there were indeed many magical beasts in the vicinity, and mercenaries frequently roamed here, the combatants engaged in battle were all mercenaries themselves. Both sides comprised approximately 20 individuals, resulting in a gruesome clash of nearly 50 fighters. The sight was undeniably bloody, though the students had previously battled against hordes of magical beasts. They had never witnessed such a scene involving humans. They were utterly unprepared for the fragility of human life displayed before them. As Yunfeng and the others arrived, the battle was nearing its conclusion. One side had only 5 fighters remaining, surrounded and battered, merely struggling like trapped beasts. Classmates, it seems you have new training to undertake, Yunfeng stated coldly, his voice as chilling as ice, as he surveyed the bloody scene of slaughter. Chapter 87. Drawing swords to assist teacher. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We don't even know them, a student said, his throat constricting and his expression somewhat unnatural. The other students shared similar sentiments. After all, they were merely a group of 15 or 16-year-olds who had never witnessed such brutal carnage before, and it was only natural for them to feel fear. Moreover, the situation was clearly indicative of a conflict arising from mercenaries' tasks or vendettas, making it unwise to intervene recklessly. Who are these little brats? If you know what's good for you, scram. One of the mercenaries shouted, his face marked by a long scar resembling a centipede. He glared menacingly at Yunfeng and the others. The mercenaries surrounded by the chaos had initially hoped for salvation, but were instead met with a group of young teenagers. Their disappointment and despair evident. However, their immediate concern was not for their own escape, but for the safety of Yunfeng and his group, urging them to leave, which in turn sparked a sense of admiration in Yunfeng for their character. It is human nature to sympathize with the weak, and the mercenaries, who held the upper hand, exhibited a far more malicious demeanor. A glance was enough for Yunfeng to ascertain that these individuals were undoubtedly ruthless, having taken countless lives. You must be mercenaries, right? Why are you killing each other? Yunfeng felt a surge of curiosity and found it increasingly difficult to consider leaving. His inherent sense of justice was ignited, making it hard for him to stand idly by. Stop asking questions and take them away quickly. The female mercenary interjected urgently. Do you want to know their identities? If they catch wind of who you are, they won't let you go easily. Yunfeng regarded the bloodied female mercenary with intrigue. Her face was obscured, but she appeared youthful and, judging by her physique and voice, quite beautiful. Yet, Yunfeng was more concerned with her intent to keep them out of harm's way, which confirmed his perception of them as victims. Are you done yet? If you keep blabbering, you might as well stay here. It won't matter if we kill a few more. The scarred mercenary wiped the blood from his face and growled. Daring to meddle in the affairs of the Iron Wolf mercenary group, you must be tired of living. What? The Iron Wolf mercenary group? Zheng Qian's eyes instantly blazed with fury, fixated on the scarred man as if he longed to tear him apart. Jing Qian, stay calm. Yunfeng firmly grasped the boy's shoulder, his voice grave. Rest assured, we will handle this matter. In truth, Yunfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering members of the Iron Wolf mercenary group, which only fueled his determination to intervene. Damn it, we've really stumbled upon some blind fools. The scarred man spat on the ground. Brothers, let's finish these brats off. Leave quickly. We can still hold them off. Take this chance to escape and inform the Feathers mercenary group in Jinju City to avenge us. The female mercenary realized there was no longer a need for secrecy. Knowing their fate was sealed, they prepared for a desperate fight. The Feathers mercenary group? Yunfeng paused momentarily, then chuckled. I'm not familiar with Jinju. It's best if you notify them yourselves. He turned to his students and declared, you've seen the situation. There's no way to remain uninvolved. If you wish to survive, muster all your strength and fight. Upon hearing Yunfeng's words, the students silently drew their weapons. Although fear gripped them, They understood the truth in their teacher's assessment regarding the mercenaries' ruthless nature. Is this wise? They are merely children. Shun Hongya recognized that Yunfeng intended to let them fend for themselves, realizing he saw this as a test. Yet, she felt it was dangerously reckless for the students. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things. There won't be any issues this time, Yunfeng assured with a smile. If you're concerned, why not practice a bit yourself? Those few swordsmen are yours to handle. Is that acceptable? Yes, I can manage. Shun Hongya nodded. Though she had never taken a life and abhorred violence, she felt compelled to protect these students just as Yunfeng had once protected her. Don't overthink it. Treat them as mere humanoid beasts. Their strength isn't significantly superior to that of the copper-horned rhinos we faced earlier, Yunfeng said, noticing the students' tension. He dismissed the Iron Wolf mercenaries as unworthy of concern. Haha, teacher Yunfeng is right. They are just a bunch of beasts. What is there to fear? Lai Xin scoffed. His upbringing in a military family, making him less apprehensive about death and violence. Yunfeng's words, coupled with Lai Xian's bravado, alleviated the students' anxiety. Indeed, the mercenaries were not overwhelmingly powerful. Aside from the scarred man and two others above level 10, the rest posed little threat to them, especially since they were all skilled magic swordsmen. Oh, except for Zheng Qian, but thanks to Yunfeng's special training, his prowess now rivaled that of advanced swordsmen. Damn it! To be underestimated by a group of snot-nosed kids. The scarred mercenary erupted in fury, swinging his serrated sword to command 10 men to surround the 5 students. The rest of you, deal with these little brats first. What? Insulting me as a mere child? Little brats? The students were incensed. Though they had been looked down upon in the past, every one of them who entered the magic sword program came from distinguished backgrounds. When had they ever been openly insulted like this? Truly, there are limits to what one can endure. The students, having mentally categorized the mercenaries as humanoid beasts, unsparingly unleashed the fruits of their rigorous training. This unexpected turn of events left both the members of the Iron Wolf mercenary group and the 5 survivors from the Feathers mercenary group utterly astonished. Chapter 88. Surrender? Absolutely not. Boss, look quickly. These youngsters are incredibly wealthy. It seems they are all wielding magical weapons. A mercenary from the Iron Wolf mercenary corps gaped in astonishment, saliva almost dripping from his mouth, a clear sign of his envy. The other mercenaries stood dumbfounded. The notion of impoverished mercenaries was shattered. Why would affluent individuals engage in such perilous work? They had never witnessed such a lavish display before. More than 20 swords gleaming with various magical auras were enough to make their hearts race with excitement, even without a single swing. What a waste. Such extravagance. Another lecherous mercenary was fixated on the magical swords in the students' hands, his eyes nearly glazed over. Boss, if we could seize those magical swords, our strength would multiply exponentially. Our status in the group would soar, and we could easily vie for a position in the main squad. Hey, boss, are you even listening to me? Unbeknownst to them, their leader was drenched in cold sweat. This scarred man was no stranger to the world, unlike these naive country bumpkins. Upon seeing the uniform array of magical swords, he realized they had encountered formidable foes, likely enchanted ones. The foolish mercenaries failed to grasp that these young individuals, capable of wielding such precious weapons at such a tender age, undoubtedly hailed from an extraordinary background. The scarred leader was not concerned about his men losing to these youngsters. He believed that while magical swords possessed immense power, their effectiveness depended on the wielder. It was evident that these youths lacked practical combat experience, making them no match for his seasoned crew. Indeed, in terms of raw strength, the Iron Wolf mercenaries had the upper hand, bolstered by their rich experience and cohesive teamwork. In real-life combat, their chances of victory were significant. However, the students' initial assault utterly bewildered the Iron Wolf mercenaries. The sight of over 20 spells simultaneously hurtling toward them left them dumbstruck. In their understanding, mages were a noble class. While some mages did work as mercenaries, they were not the sort of lowly teams that had access to such resources. Dodge. Everyone evade. The scarred leader's cold sweat intensified as he realized they were facing an entire squad of mages. This further indicated the extraordinary status of these youths. Mages were notoriously expensive to train. Ordinary people rarely became mages without exceptional talent, let alone a group of 20. Wait a moment. This doesn't seem right. Shouldn't mages wield wands? Why are these youngsters carrying swords? Even with wealth, they shouldn't be so reckless. And why are they charging at us? Aren't mages supposed to stay back and cast spells from a distance? Since when do mages attack with swords? As he witnessed a red-haired youth effortlessly pierce a stunned mercenary with a spear infused with fighting spirit, the scarred leader finally regained his composure. Now, a deeper fear gripped him, for he understood the true identity of these youths. They were not mages, but rather magic swordsmen. The sudden appearance of so many young magic swordsmen, likely students from the academy, could only originate from the magic sword department of the Celestial Dragon Academy. Thanks to the existence of communication magic, news traveled swiftly in this world. As a mercenary, the scarred leader was well informed, especially concerning significant events. The disappearance of the young master of the Yun family for 5 years, his dramatic return, and his breakthrough beyond the boundaries of magic and martial arts. If he were unaware of such monumental news, he might as well abandon his mercenary career. Rumor had it that the young master of the Yun family was also a teacher at the magic sword department of the Celestial Dragon Academy. Could his luck be this terrible? The scarred leader stared in disbelief as his subordinates were overwhelmed by the youth's magical onslaught, rendered utterly helpless and becoming mere practice targets for the young warriors. The cold-faced young man over there, could he be the legendary young master of the Yun family? The more he looked, the more he felt a chill of fear. The Qinglong Yun family held immense power in the Celestial Dragon Empire. A small mercenary group like his had no chance of survival if they angered them. Boss, stop dawdling. Come help us. This woman is ferocious. We are no match for her. Just as the scarred leader was lost in thought, he heard his trusted subordinate's panicked cry. He then realized that 2 of his mercenaries, both of whom had attained the sword master level, were being utterly trounced by a young woman. We surrender. We surrender, please. Young master, we were blind to your greatness. Please, let us go. The scarred leader, now fearful for his life, lowered his posture and pleaded for mercy, acknowledging that Yunfeng was the one in control. What on earth is happening? Has the boss lost his mind? The Iron Wolf mercenaries snapped back to reality. They too had been caught off guard by the students' initial assault. But now, relying on their vast experience and teamwork, they had regained their footing. They were astonished to see their leader begging for mercy, a stark contrast to his usual arrogant demeanor. The 5 survivors from the Feathers Mercenary Corps were equally stunned by the unfolding events. The magical swords, the magic swordsmen, and the scarred leader's plea for mercy created an atmosphere so surreal that they wondered if they were hallucinating due to blood loss. Let you go? What about when you showed no mercy to my father and brother? Zheng Qian gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he unleashed his fighting spirit, ruthlessly slaying an Iron Wolf mercenary who stood frozen in shock. Seeking to surrender? Not so easily. Yunfeng cast a glance at the scarred leader. Such a splendid opportunity to allow my students to hone their skills and bolster their courage. How could I relinquish this chance without a second thought? Chapter 89. The Peripheral Organization. O, esteemed young Master Yun, Venerable Lord Yun, we, mere wretches, fail to recognize the towering greatness of your presence. I beseech you, grant us mercy and spare our wretched lives. The scar-faced brute clung desperately to Yunfeng's leg, resembling a forsaken stray dog, tears welling in his eyes as he implored. The menacing centipede scar on his face, which once exuded ferocity, now appeared utterly ludicrous. Spare you? You claim ignorance on all matters. First, provide me with a reason to release you. Yunfeng, vexed, kicked the scar-faced man aside. This individual displayed a lack of backbone, even inferior to those students who had bested his subordinates. At least they had put up a fight, serving some purpose as training dummies. But truly, I am unaware of the matters you inquire about, the scar-faced man lamented. We are merely a peripheral organization of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps. I am but a minor figure, utterly unqualified to grasp such confidential information. Yunfeng furrowed his brow, sensing that the scar-faced man was likely speaking the truth. If the core team of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps operated at such a level, it would explain the unfortunate fate of Zheng Qian's father and brother. It seemed unrealistic to extract detailed information about the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps from this man. He couldn't even articulate the general circumstances of the organization. Were it not for the 5 survivors from the Flying Feather Mercenary Corps confirming their identities, Yunfeng might have suspected them to be mere bandits masquerading under the Iron Wolf's banner. I swear I speak the truth. The scar-faced man, detecting a flicker of belief in Yunfeng's expression, hastily continued, moreover, regarding your student's family, the incident occurred in the Southern Mountains province, of which I am entirely unaware. As a peripheral organization, we are strictly prohibited from unauthorized activities in the Southern Mountains province. Yunfeng remained silent, uncertain of what to believe. The scar-faced man was deeply anxious, He felt he had drawn the short straw in life. Initially, they had planned to ambush the Flying Feather Mercenary Corps, taking advantage of their recent hunt against magical beasts when most members were still recuperating. They had anticipated swiftly dispatching the mercenaries and seizing a sea-level mission, but they had never expected to encounter this predicament. The Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps had a notorious reputation for such deeds within the mercenary world, known for their ruthless tactics and leaving little direct evidence behind. Although the general populace recognized their involvement, no one dared to testify, and even the Mercenary Guild could do nothing against them. The Scar-Faced Man's group, while merely a peripheral faction, had emulated this unforgiving legacy. The Flying Feather Mercenary Corps was not their first victim, but they never imagined that this time they would fall at the hands of a group of underage students. These individuals were more akin to robbers than mercenaries, predominantly unruly and lacking the discernment of the Scar-Faced Man. Although they had been subdued by the students, they seemed bewildered, still grappling with the reality of their defeat, each one cursing in disbelief. The Scar-Faced Man was frantic, wishing he could rush over and slap each of them 100 times. You fools, do you not realize that each one of them is a formidable figure? You cannot afford to provoke any of them. Yunfeng observed the members of the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps alongside his students, though they ultimately emerged victorious. Their success stemmed primarily from the element of surprise. This group of bumbling fools had been dazzled by over 20 magical swords, and they possessed no prior experience battling sword wielders. When the close combat began, many had already fallen, and those remaining bore injuries, leading to an inevitable outcome. Had it not been for Shunhongya, who single-handedly detained 2 Swordmaster-level mercenaries, the situation could have escalated dangerously if those 2 had charged into the students. Nevertheless, the Scar-Faced leader refrained from intervening. Given Shunhongya's current prowess, she was more than capable of handling the 2 Swordmasters. Yet, despite the initial advantage, many students still suffered injuries, though fortunately, none were severe. However, the fierce nature of the mercenaries left the students shaken. After all, they were merely 15 or 16 years old, inexperienced in the brutalities of violence. Once the battle concluded, some students who had taken lives appeared dazed, and a few, unable to cope, retreated to vomit. Shunhongya also struggled, yet she endeavored to suppress the profound shock of her first kill, softly comforting her pale-faced peers. The 2 Swordmasters she had slain were her own doing. Though she had no desire to take lives, she could not allow them to harm her students, especially with Yunfeng observing. Therefore, retreat was never an option for Shunhongya. Even the brash and battle-hungry Lai Xian, who usually seemed unfazed, showed signs of abnormality in his complexion. The only one seemingly unaffected was Zheng Qian, who bore a countenance of murderous intent. Enough, Zheng Qian. They are merely insignificant characters. They possess no knowledge of your father and brother's plight. Yunfeng grasped Zheng Qian's hand, halting his magical longsword mere centimeters from the mercenary's throat. If you truly wish to exact revenge, do not let hatred and bloodlust govern your heart. Otherwise, your growth will stagnate. Moreover, I refuse to train a bloodthirsty disciple. From their first encounter, Yunfeng had discerned Zheng Qian's extreme temperament. Without proper guidance, he could easily veer down a treacherous path. Yes, master, Zheng Qian, meeting Yunfeng's kind and concerned gaze, gradually steadied himself, the crimson hue in his eyes receding. He held deep respect for Yunfeng, not only for his promise to aid in vengeance, but also for the warmth reminiscent of a father's guidance that Yunfeng had provided during their time together. Upon hearing Yunfeng's words, the Scar-Faced Man discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It seemed that, barring unforeseen circumstances, his life, and those of his companions, might be spared. Although less than half of them remained alive, and many who had survived would likely be left crippled, preserving his life was of utmost importance. The Scar-Faced Man felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that he had never engaged in the fight, thus escaping unscathed. However, a subsequent remark from Yunfeng plunged him into despair, as if he had plummeted from the heights of paradise into the depths of hell.